stuff with some very underage girls. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, it's like, what's the point of going through 6 million pages that have already been gone through and just dropping them all? And if there's nothing in there, then it's a cover-up. Yes, it's a cover-up from the people who deleted it, not the people who released it in 6 months. Like, you guys had 15 to 20 years of people shredding documents, and then you go, Trump, release all the documents, and if there's anything missing, it's your fault. That was the hoax. And it's bullshit. It's such bullshit, because Massey knew exactly what he was doing. You think Massey only passed one bill in 14 years in Congress, and Democrats, every single Democrat voted for it because they thought that their friends were going to go to jail? No. Every Democrat voted for it because somebody went, hey, go ahead, vote for it. Don't worry, there's nothing in there. Yeah, Massey's a freaking useful, like, Massey's controlled opposition. We're gonna get a Republican to do it. That way it doesn't look like we're hypocrites. Yeah. You guys don't get it. It's like, I see things that you don't see. I mean, some of you see, a lot of you see. I don't know. I'm just saying, just put this baby to bed and let it go. Oh, you don't want justice for it? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Freaking gaslighting, narcissistic abuse tactic of, you don't care. F you. Yeah, I do. I care. So does everybody. Everybody should care about sex trafficking. I just don't. I'm a realist. There's nothing there. And the freaking survivors, a lot of them were co-conspirators. There's so look. We've beaten this horse into a pulp, and we're going to continue beating it? No. Wake up, guys. Anybody who's talking about, and don't be afraid to say this, right? Because this is what they want from you. What they want from you is to agree with them, right? Don't you think we should? No. You don't think we should? No. Oh, so you don't know. Shut up. Just shut up. All right, well, this is convenient. I don't know if you guys caught this one, but a Russian drone launched against Ukraine hit another country. Yeah. A drone struck a residential... Oh, and by the way, that country just so happens to be a NATO ally. I'm sure that was an accident. Jeez. The more I do this, the more I do conspiracy stuff, and I hate it. No, we'll do conspiracy realism in a minute, but let's read this story first, and then I'll show you. A drone struck a residential building in Romanian city of Galati. I hope it was Andrew Tate's house. Near the Ukrainian border, injuring 2 people and triggering a fire after impact, authorities said on Friday. The incident, which prompted the evacuation of dozens of residents, comes amid continued drone activity in the region linked to the war in Ukraine. Bucharest condemned the strike as an irresponsible escalation by Moscow. So here's a picture of the building. Looks like it's not too bad. A Russian drone that was part of an overnight attack on Ukraine crashed into an apartment building, injuring 2 people. So nobody was killed. That's really good. In response to the crash, NATO member, right, Romania asked the alliance for a fast transfer of anti-drone capabilities. Let them pay for it. We're not paying for it. We're not paying for it. Let the other NATO allies pay for it. We've already sent enough money. Ukrainian forces shot down 217 drones overnight on Friday, according to the country's Air Force. In total, Russia attacked with 232 drones and 1 ballistic missile. Hits were recorded in 14 areas, the Air Force said. 232 minus 14 does not equal 217, equals 231. Where's the extra one? You guys don't know how to do math. Math. I'm fucking Rain Man over here, all right? So...
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the elephant. All you got to do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs.
Let's see here. The Romanian military scrambled 2 F-16 fighter jets and a helicopter that were authorized to engage targets. Russia has been using long-range ballistic missiles and drones to damage Ukraine's power grid and hammer cities. Ukraine has braced for further heavy bombardments. Okay, I'm gonna do something. Ukraine. Images. Okay, there's Ukraine. Look, there's Romania. Okay, right here at the bottom. There's Russia. No, wait. Yeah, there's Russia. All right, let's get a better map. Okay, here we go. Okay, so yeah. So here's Russia. Here's Romania, and here's Ukraine. How did that rocket go that far off course? I don't know for sure, but I don't think there's any fighting over here. Like Kyiv, yes. But you got Moldova in between Romania. It doesn't look like this is what I'm saying. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. Maybe it was a, completely like just miscalculation, but that seems like it's a really far distance to accidentally hit Romania, right? I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but it doesn't sound like you can miss with that level of inaccuracy. I could be wrong. And if, let's say, it was intentional, then why would they do it, right? Why would they want to start some type of NATO escalation? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because Trump's they're gonna try to drag Trump into another war. They're gonna try to drag Trump back into NATO. It's a possibility. I'm just speculating here. You're allowed to have theories. You're allowed to have conspiracy theories as long as you're not crazy. I'm just saying I'm just asking questions. We're allowed to ask questions. And then if you ask questions they don't like, they're like, shut up. So I guess we'll keep an eye on that. I don't think Trump's going to take any bait. If it is some type of bait for escalation, I don't think Trump's going to take it. I think he's just going to go, nobody died. Get over it. We'll see. All right. Eugene Carroll's in some trouble. We talked about this yesterday. Are they going to let us read it? Oh, wow. The New York Times is going to let us read an article. All right. In Carroll lawsuit's inquiry, scrutiny turns towards private citizens who antagonized Trump. The Justice Department is said to be examining the funding of lawsuits brought by Eugene Carroll. This is so good. We were talking about this when it happened. You son of a biscuit. Oh, all of a sudden, you guys figured it out? We figured it out, like, when it happened. Now the media is like, whoa, did you know? Like, yeah, we knew. We did your job. This was when new media wasn't a grifting, business. An author who's never sought a public role, political power, or governmental authority. All right, so the Justice Department's examination of E. Jean Carroll's lawsuit against President Trump could prove to be a significant shift in the administration's campaign of retribution. Bro, I just want to say, and I don't care who doesn't like this, right? I just want to say that if Trump is weaponizing the DOJ to go after a woman who falsely accused him of rape, I'm okay with it, right? I do not think that I would become president and have the power to go after a woman who falsely accused me of the worst thing imaginable and say, well, I don't want it to look like I'm being retaliatory. I would go, yeah, it's retaliatory, because I never did that. Elections have consequences, bitch, right? Like that, I'm just saying, if anybody's trying to make that argument, like, he shouldn't do it because, no, he should. No, he should. 100% he should. This woman was lying out of her ass. She said she was wearing a dress that wasn't made in the year that it happened. Like a dress like that. She was like, this is the dress I was wearing. And that dress was made like 5 years later. Her entire story was an episode of Law and Order Special Victims Unit. She was on Anderson Cooper saying that Trump never raped her. And after all of this, right, it was Reid Hoffman, who this pudgy bitch, who funded the entire thing, who just so happens to be an anti-Trumper. This was another like get Trump exercise. This woman was never. Have you seen her? Trump did not try to rape her. Look at her. She looks like freaking Tales from the Crypt with a blonde wig on. No. Yes, I would weaponize. Yes, I would weaponize the government against her. Hell yeah. I would go get her. Wouldn't even apologize for it. I would tell everybody. Be like, yep. Impeach me. I don't care. Think I'm letting that one slide? No. I let Hillary Clinton go. We're done with that. That's what I would do. I hope he's doing that. All right, let's get to the rest of this article. After targeting public officials and political figures who had remember what I told you guys, if you ever want to find out whether or not an article is fake news, if they call him Mr. Trump, they hate Trump. His name is Donald Trump or President Trump. Mr. Trump is maybe his father, his sons. He's the president. I still said President Biden. I put quotes on it, but I said it. All right. Federal prosecutors are now scrutinizing a case brought by the 82-year-old private citizen who has accused him of sexual assault. What sets Miss Carroll apart is profoundly personal nature of her assertions about the president, and unlike other prominent figures facing investigative scrutiny, James Comey, Letitia James, Adam Schiff, John Brennan, Miss Carroll, an author and columnist, never sought a public role, political power, or governmental authority. Who cares? Doesn't matter. She sought money, a lot of it. I think women who falsely accuse men of being raped should get the same amount of time that the man would have gotten if he was convicted, right? Like that's the way that we should handle that. Like if you falsely accuse a man of rape or a woman, sure, like I mean it's rare, but it could happen. I think you should go to jail for whatever the rape whatever the rape sentencing guidelines are, wherever you said that. Like wherever you did that, it was pretty much proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump never raped E. Jean Carroll. In fact, in the civil lawsuit, right, there was a questionnaire from the jury. Did Donald Trump rape Miss Carroll? And the jury said no. He was found liable for forcible touching, which basically means in New York, if I poke you in the chest, that's forcible touching. And what they do is in New York, they take the forcible touching and they lump it in with sexual assault. But they don't have a separate sexual assault thing. Donald Trump, there's no document that says officially that Donald Trump was found liable for any type of sex crime, period. It didn't happen. The judge, who should be in jail, decided to just say that. He was like, yeah, it was rape. Like, what, dude? What? Are you out of your mind? Like, you're a judge? You just did that? And I think he should go to jail. I'm not even joking. No, jail. Straight to jail. I need that that's definitely going to be on the soundboard when I get
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid.
Speaking of soundboards, we'll put that on the soundboard so we don't have to blow it up on the screen. This whole thing is it's wacky how much they throw at Trump and how brazen they are about it, because they really think that they just think that they're untouchable. And when he ever tries to retaliate even a little bit against the untouchables, they call him corrupt. And it's like, not really. It's more like ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. You know, that's the way I think. Oh, is there somebody in the chat who's trying to pics of Trump and Epstein files with little girls and without his shirt? No, there isn't. Those are AI. Shut up. Get out of here. It's already been debunked. If it was out there, you've already seen it. Shut up. You think on Friday, May 29th, 2026, you think they finally found that? Shut up. Get out of here. Idiot. Freaking idiot. Oh, we finally got him. No, you don't. Shut up. Oh, we found it. We found it this time. No, you didn't. Shut up. Oh, there's a picture. No, there isn't. Shut up. Under the acting attorney, Todd Blanche, the pace of department activity involving Mr. Trump, President Trump's rivals has accelerated significantly, alarming not only career prosecutors, but even some of Trump appointees who have previously supported efforts to prosecute those who prosecuted the president during the Biden administration. And they should. Yeah, new sheriff. Sorry. Elections have consequences. Sorry. The investigation into Mr. Hoffman's nonprofit has been overseen by top department officials in Washington, according to people with knowledge of this matter. But Mr. Blanche, who represented the president in one of his appeals of Miss Carroll's legal victories, has recused himself. Miss Carroll declined to comment through a representative. A representative, Mr. Hoffman, did not respond to multiple requests for comment. So, what does Sean say? People who have nothing to hide stuff. This is a really long article, so let's just jump over to X, and we will play this audio. I don't think I saved it, but we can find it pretty quick. So here's why E. Jean Carroll is screwed. All right, she is in big trouble. First of all, let's play this real quick in case nobody's seen it. If you've never seen this clip, this is E. Jean Carroll saying Trump didn't rape her. All right, and watch Anderson Cooper's face, because he's not expecting that.
You don't feel like a victim?
I was not thrown on the ground and ravished. Which the word rape carries so many sexual connotations. This was not sexual.
So, not sexual, not ravaged. Continue, Skeletor.
It hurt. It just, you know.
Well, I think most people think of rape as it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
What? What? Most people think of rape as being sexy? No, we think that's all. We think it's pretty awful. It sounds like you might be a rapist. Actually, I don't know if you should be around people. All right, let's continue.
Let's take a short break.
Think of the fantasies.
We're going to take a quick break.
You're fascinating to talk to.
Okay, so, what? Right? What? You guys really think that psycho, is telling the truth after like that? Is this her back in the day? Yeah, she still looks a little. Oh, crazy eyes. Crazy eyes. That's crazy eyes. I wouldn't touch that. Let's see here. Carol, let's go Reed Hoffman. Maybe that will pop up. All right, here's Reed Hoffman. I know there was an audio, and I don't know why the hell it's not. Oh, you know what? Viva Frey posted it. I hate to go to his page, but let's do it. Viva. If Viva has a take, I usually go the opposite way, but finally we agree on something. Okay, here. No, not this one. Okay. Nope. Here we go. Okay, so this is the official court documents deposition. All right. Did George recommend Miss Kaplan? Yes, he did. Are you presently paying your counsel fees? Right? This is the question towards E. Jean Carroll. And she replies, this is a contingency case. And then they go, so you're not paying expenses for anything out of your pocket. Is that correct? And she goes, I'm not sure about expenses. I have to look them up. And she goes, and the person asking the question, this is important here, okay? Is anyone else paying your legal fees, Miss Carroll? And she says no, right? She says no. Nobody's paying her legal fees. And here is Reid Hoffman. Oh, that's right. That was the video. Here is Reid Hoffman saying he was paying her legal fees.
That it was that her voice should be heard, that because she was challenging someone who's so much more wealthy and powerful, it shouldn't be squashed, and that providing that voice for people who are otherwise would be ground down by the system or the powerful is, I think, a good thing. Obviously, especially in the case of women, and obviously especially in the case of sexual and other torture and attack and so providing that support was something that I felt very happy to do. The speaking truth to power and having a woman have her voice, having a chance to be heard and not squashed through the legal courts because she didn't have the money to fully pursue it, I thought was a good thing for society, not just for her. And obviously, the point is that courts should go through their process, and the fact that the court found President Trump guilty doesn't surprise me.
No, they didn't.
And I think that one of the things we stand for as Americans is a rule of law and a good judiciary process. And I think, I think it's a good showing about who Trump really is as a person, and what kinds of things he's done. And I think that's a good working of the American legal system.
Okay, so
my team looked at it and
sorry,
thought
shut up, you pudgy folk. So just to recap, right? E. Jean Carroll was in an official deposition saying that the case was on contingency. If you guys aren't aware of what contingency is, it's when a lawyer takes the case and you don't pay the lawyer out of pocket, but they get a percentage of the settlement. So if you're like, contingency cases are usually civil matters because what you're looking for is damages, right? So let's say a lawyer, and it's a gamble for the lawyer, right? So the lawyer will say, I think we're going to win this case for $100 million. Okay. The lawyer will say, I'm going to take 35% of that 100 million. I'm going to get 35 million if we win. Right. And that's usually what it is, like around 35%. And they'll do the case and the lawyer won't get paid until they get until the person who, so it's like a really long process. It's like years and years down the road. So a lawyer is going to invest all this time and all this effort to maybe get paid if the person gets found liable and is forced to pay and actually pays. And then they take a cut of the check. Does that make sense? That's contingency, right? So E. Jean Carroll said her lawyers were taking the case on contingency. But that's not true. Reid Hoffman was paying the lawyers for E. Jean Carroll. And she said nobody else was paying. So right there, that is not only, well, that's not only perjury because she was saying it under oath, but it's also, it's proof. We already knew this, but the media wouldn't cover it. Everybody denied it. And then he's bragging about it. He's like, yeah, I paid for a thing. So a guy who hates Trump paid a woman who said it wasn't rape to go after Trump for raping her. And in the end, they got forcible touching settlement, like a forcible touching verdict, right? Because it's not guilt, right? When you're in civil court, the burden of proof is 51%, right? So the burden of proof is much higher in a criminal case, right? In a criminal case, you really need to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, like way beyond. But in a civil case, it's literally just a coin flip, right? Like they tell the jury, do you think that there is more than a 50% chance, a 51% chance that Donald Trump ever touched E. Jean Carroll? And the jury came back and was like, yeah. Then they go, do you think he raped her? And they were like, no. No, we don't think it was sexual assault. We don't think it was rape, but we do think it was forcible touching. And then what they did was they go, we got a quote, guilty conviction. And then it was literally just so the media could run with it. So this whole thing was just this wild, ploy. Same thing with Stormy Daniels. Stormy Daniels, her case against Donald Trump, she's literally wrote a letter and signed it and said Donald Trump never had sex with me. We never had any sexual activity. Then she comes out and she goes, I changed my mind. It's like, dude, the things that they have done to Donald Trump, right? The 2 impeachments, the nonstop lawfare, going after him with the January 6th things. They have weaponized the government against that guy so much. It's really, if he doesn't retaliate, that would be a miscarriage of justice. If he doesn't go after these people, that wouldn't be justice, right? So yes, if I was Trump, I would weaponize the DOJ against the people that weaponize it against me. But at the same time, that's what he should do, because we can't allow people to do that, because they'll do it again. If they all get away with it, they'll just wait until J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, whoever the next nominee is, and they'll do the exact same thing. We need to go after them, because that's how it works with the justice system. If people don't get held accountable for their crimes, they just continue to do crimes. Right? So yes, Trump is 100% weaponizing the government against the woman who falsely accused him. And yes, I'm all about it. All right, 8:47. I told Dylan to join at, it's 8:47 Central Time. I don't know where you guys are, but Eastern, 9:47. So I told him to join at 10 Eastern. I sent him the link. Doesn't look like he saw it yet, but I'm sure he will. Let's see here. Just going to go check out backstage. No, he's not here yet. Okay. So we'll keep going until Dylan shows up, and then we'll take a quick break so I can upload Fan Mail Friday, and we'll play a fun little game, and then we'll do an interview with Dylan. All right. What's next? Sets precedent, yes. California's Los Gatos, the cat. I know what that means. Los Gatos party mom sentenced to 35 years in prison. Who the hell is this? Shannon O'Connor was convicted of charges including child endangerment and facilitating facilitating forcible sexual assault. A judge has sentenced San Francisco. What is this? Get out of here. Go away. A judge has sentenced a San Francisco Bay Area mother to 35 years in prison after her conviction for a slew of crimes resulting in hosting drunken sex parties for younger teenagers. Wow. Widely known as the Los Gatos party mom, a nickname that references her hometown, 52-year-old Shannon O'Connor was convicted of 4 dozen crimes in March, including child endangerment, dissuading witnesses from reporting a crime, and facilitating forcible sexual assault. Her sentence was the maximum allowed under state law, and she must register as a sex offender. Did I never see this? Does anybody know about this story? This is the first time I'm ever hearing about this. Quote, this isn't some fun parent giving sips of wine spritzers to kids, Santa Cruz District Attorney wrote in a statement. She facilitated dangerous and drunken sex acts with these children. She risked their lives and damaged their psyches. She's not a party mom. She's a convicted felon and a registered sex offender. So what was she doing? Was she like, that's the thing. It's like, I'm going to keep reading. Hold on. During a series of parties, O'Connor bought Fireball whiskey, vodka, and condoms for teens, mostly 14 and 15, allowed them to drink to the point of vomiting, then declined to seek medical attention. In some cases, she encouraged drunken teens to have sex with each other or placed them in rooms together, including instances where they were too drunk to consent. Yeah, this lady's freaking dumb. She definitely deserves to be in prison. I mean, just for being stupid. It's like, oh, she didn't rape anybody. Yeah. Trust me, she deserves to be in prison. Several victims testified in court that they had been sexually assaulted or traumatized in O'Connor's care. Yeah, see, yeah, definitely. This is the proper sentence. O'Connor hid her activity from other parents as well as her husband. Because, look, here, full disclosure, right? And I don't care. My mom was cool. My mom was very cool, right? And we had parties at my house, right? Like, and she would allow it. She wouldn't be there, right? Like, she was out. I'd be like, I'm having friends over, and we'd drink and we'd party, and she would sometimes come home and she'd be like, yeah, keep it down or something like that. That's a party mom. That's a cool mom who's like, yeah, cool, you guys are underage and you're drinking, but fine, whatever. Like, don't freaking get mad at her. She's dead. Like, what are you gonna do? Call her? Freaking see you later. But she wouldn't have ever been like, you guys should have sex. Here's some condoms. She didn't buy us the alcohol, right? We got it from like a homeless guy or whatever we used to do back then. That's a party mom. This sounds like a freaking psycho. Like, this is a crazy lady who was like, yeah, you two should have sex. It's like, whoa, lady, whoa. All right. A quote from her: my actions are the cause for your pain, and I am ashamed. And I face every day knowing that I was the cause. I am not sorry for myself. I'm sorry for all of you and what I put you through. But as I look at all of you today, I hope you can find some comfort knowing that I have been punished and will continue to be for years to come. O'Connor's lawyer told the court that she threw parties in an attempt to improve her son's social life during the isolated times of COVID-19. Yeah, no, you're not blaming this on this one. You're not blaming this one on China. Sorry, lady. No, you're yeah. Damn. Well, that was an interesting story. Sometimes we just, throw curveballs at you. Let's see here. Dylan, where are you? Nope, nothing yet. Okay. Next up, in Dallas news, okay, this was enormous. At least 3 dead in a Dallas apartment fire. I guess we're doing local news in a place that I don't live. At least 3 people were killed and several other injured in a colossal fire in an apartment building. So, building caught fire. We don't care about that. Okay. Let's go to this, because I saw this morning, right before the show. Where are my bookmarks? Where are my bookmarks? There we go. I saw this morning, but I saved that for a reply. James Talrico in Texas, right? His campaign strategy is apparently to accuse Ken Paxton of, like, letting off a pedophile or something like that, right? This is also being flooded by anybody. If you say you support Ken Paxton, they'll show you his mugshot from when he was impeached, or like there was some, like, they kind of did very similar to him what they did to Trump, right? It's like, he's not a perfect guy. He's had some infidelity issues. I don't care. Do your job. I don't care. But the pedophile protector allegation, right? This one, Sarah Fields breaks down absolutely perfectly. Okay, so the fake narrative about Ken Paxton and the Adam Hoffman case, this is the pedophile, is pure election year smear material. The case went to a full trial, resulting in a hung jury, right? 7-5 leaning towards guilty. The child victim refused to testify again. The parents prioritized his mental health. So, because the case went to trial and had a hung jury, it was thrown out, right? Or dismissed. They wanted to retry it, but the victim, the child victim of the pedophile in the case, didn't want to go through that again, and the parents didn't want to put them through that again, right? So after the local DA recused himself, Paxton's office negotiated a plea agreement to misdemeanors. Why would he do that? So what they'll tell you is Ken Paxton gave a misdemeanor charge to a pedophile, right? Technically true. But why? Why did he do that? Right? Because the pedophile was going to get off on no charges and he was not going to have to register as a sex offender. But because of Ken Paxton, now he does. So the judge rejected the initial terms and imposed 60 days in jail. Hoffman ultimately served approximately 29 to 30 days with good time. Paxton did not personally cut some secret sweetheart deal. Prosecutors were forced to make a difficult call in a case involving a reluctant victim. No sex offender registry requirement was imposed, but jail time was served. So this whole, like, you know, Paxton let off a pedophile, it's just bullshit. It's not true. And we shouldn't even entertain it, but because Sarah did a good job of, you know, I'll play that. I'll play the explosion video in a minute. Yeah, but because, you know, this is how creepy fucker, sorry.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you got to do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs.
But because this creepy SOB here doesn't have anything to run on, it's the same thing they do against Trump. It's just smear, accuse, deflect, distract. So if you see anybody making this accusation, it's just not true. Just wanted to cover that real quick. Also, you want to see the complete, like, just mirror image of the left versus the right? Just in, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis goes full property tax elimination mode, saying Florida has more than enough money to cover essential local services without waste, fraud, and abuse, right? They should do this in Texas. They should do this everywhere, right? Property taxes are a scam. You own the freaking property. You shouldn't have to pay taxes on a property you own, okay? Like, we have sales taxes, we have other taxes that pay for infrastructure. Property taxes, they try to say because, because you property taxes, what if somebody has to call the fire department? Well, city tax then. But property taxes are ridiculous. But anyway, I wanted to show you the contrast, right, between a governor on the right, who's probably one of our better governors, and Mayor Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani forces Jeff Bezos to pay $9 million in unpaid fines for harming New York City's air. Now there's an air tax. Like the left, Mamdani and the left, their policy, I've said this many times, okay? What is the policy? So actually, you know what? We'll play the game again because the chat did such a good job of it last time. Chat, what is the Democrat Party's policy? Right? What is, in the chat, what is the Democrat Party's policy? The current Democrat Party, what is the policy that they have? We did this a few days ago and you guys nailed it. All right? It's going to be, wait for it, orange man bad. There it is. Funmon, Trump bad. That's their whole policy. Orange man bad. Bumba. Got it. See, nailed. Trump man bad. Bad, bad, bad. They don't have a policy. They have tax. Yeah, tax everybody, right? Give me money. But they don't have a policy on the border. They don't have a policy on the economy. They don't have a policy on anything. It's Trump bad. So what they do is they run on their opponents, right? They go, or they run on other people. Jeff Bezos made our air dirty. Well, homeless people made your sidewalks dirty. Maybe deal with that. And with Ron DeSantis, he goes, hey, let's do less taxes. Florida has more than enough money. Let's cut your taxes, give money back to the people because, I mean, trickle-down economics actually does work. It's just never been implemented in this country in a way where it would be sustainable. Ronald Reagan tried it, but then they squashed it, right? So In Trump's first term, it was really taken off, and I think that if he had gotten a second term consecutively, then we'd have a really good, position right now. But you need probably about 2-3 terms of that policy in order for it to really take effect. You need over a decade of trickle-down economics to really feel effects of it, because that's how the economy works. Anyway, I can hear Dylan is in the back room, so we're going to pull him on in a minute, and we have a surprise for him and a surprise for everybody. We're going to bring him in on Fan Mail Friday, and we will play the game together. But because I need to upload the slides, we're just going to take a 3, 4, 5 minute break. So if you have to go to the bathroom or something like that, do that now. What I'll do is I will add a text box to the intro screen. Whoop, get rid of that. And we will, I know you guys can still hear me, but you can't see me. Let's see, we will be... Here we go. We will be right back. There we go. All right. Okay. Okay, I hear you, Dylan. Yeah, go ahead and do your thing. Okay. Guys, I'm going to turn off my mic. I'm going to upload these photos, and then we will be coming back with Dylan. We'll see you soon. Okie dokie, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Now, I'm going to be pulling in Dylan, and we're going to, oh, there's Fan Mail Friday, but hold on. Whoop. I'm going to be pulling in Dylan, and we'll figure out how to get Fan Mail Friday on the screen. We'll just play a fun little game. I don't know if he's ever even heard of it or what have you, but we'll explain it to him. And while we're explaining it to him, if you're listening, it'll be like I'm explaining it to you, which I do every week anyway. So, pardon me, guys. It's just, I'm all over the place here. Video guest. All right, there is Dylan, I believe. There he is. Dylan, How are you,
There we
sir?
go, Zach.
All right,
I'm doing great.
beautiful. Okay, let me take down your volume just a touch. Go ahead and say something again. Say hello to the audience.
Hey, everybody. LFA
Perfect.
fam, I'm back. So
All right.
it's great to see you all.
Yes, you've been on Sean's show. Yeah, where is Sean? He abandoned you. That's where he is. He doesn't care about you. Sean doesn't care about any of you. He just left. He left. No, I'm just kidding. Sean's in Philly, I think.
Sean's doing all kinds of great work. He's on radio, and I love to see the growth he's had over the last. In July of last year, coming up a year ago now, and it's just insane how much Sean has grown, and now he's like the host of Dan Bongino's show sometimes. And it's awesome to see.
No, it really is, because Sean's great, but he's also like he's one of those people where he reached out to me, and it was years ago, and he was like, hey, he reached out to me through a friend. And he was like, hey, man, I'm a big fan. And I was like, you're the guy that does the Trump voice, man. I like you. I'm a fan, too. So we just sort of, we ended up, just sort of doing one show together like we're doing right now. And we did like a 2-hour just show on my old channel. And everybody was like, you two need to do a show together because you have like really good like chemistry. And I was like, so I text him and I go, hey man, do you want to do like a weekly show? And we were doing it for a while. And then I ended up on LFA because of him, and Jeremy and just all the connections. So it all just worked out so well. So I'm here because of Sean, essentially, is what I was trying to say.
Zach, I am so glad that you're on LFA TV because I just like when Sean started bragging about you on his show, I'm like, okay, like he said this guy a bunch of times. I got to look this guy up.
Yeah.
Then I looked you up. I'm like, man, I love this guy. This guy is making the woke right absolutely lose their minds. Like, I love this guy. And dude, like it got to a point where with the woke right, I'm just like, I really don't give a flying F anymore. So like it's just I'm so glad to see people like you who are actually standing up for biblical values and actually saying the truth, because hating people is not the way to go about life.
True. And a lot of people might misconstrue my strategy, think I'm hateful. It's like, no, actually quite the opposite. It's like I think that it might have been Matthew McConaughey or somebody said you can't be a kind man and a good man or something like that. A good man can't be a kind man. That's what it was, right? If you're a good man, you can't be kind, right? You because what you see in the world is you see like these evils that are coming out of the woodwork, and a lot of people will come at them with kindness, thinking that it's like like the Jesus way. No, I'm the flip the table over type of Jesus. Yeah. So what I do is actually it is kind, because I'm being kind to the people that they're attacking by going and protecting them from that evil. And I realized a long time ago, that being a call out creator, which is what I am, right? Call out creators. There's a lot of them that do it for the wrong reasons. They do it because they're trying to start a fight. I don't ever start a fight. I see somebody who's doing something wrong, and then I intervene. So I appreciate it.
I think it's also important to point out too, telling the truth is loving somebody. Telling the truth is lovingly, and that's actually part of being a Christian, is that we're supposed to tell the truth in a loving way, so that person understands.
Yeah, but and loving. Yeah, and sometimes
it depends on the way you tell it.
Sometimes a loving way might be to lay the hammer down a little bit, and tell them, kind of match energy. Yeah, matching energy is my favorite thing to do. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, Dylan. We are going to play a game. Okay, the game is called Fan Mail Friday, and we do this every Friday. The audience loves it. Okay, and what we do is we go through my hate mail. I have a lot of haters that come into my DMs, but because I've upset the left and the right, I would say pretty evenly, right? We don't know who is sending the message, right? Is it a woke leftist, or is it a groiper? We don't know. So what we do is we show the message, we show the DM, and then I'll show the profile picture, and we are all going to try to guess whether or not they're on the right or the left. And then I will reveal a clue so that we can figure out who got it right. So
just letting you know, if I keep on looking down here, my computer screen's down here, my camera's up here.
don't worry about it. I do the same thing. I always look over here at the chat. I'm looking all over the place. I completely understand. All right. So a special edition of Fan Mail Friday, right? We're going to have to get the scoreboard up here. We're going to have to get the chat up here. So give me 1 sec here. Let me go grab the.
I've also had people like this who've literally like asked me like, why aren't I in war? I'm like, well, I didn't enlist in the military. So.
Yeah. Okay. Let me grab the chat. I'm gonna just grab the chat and this from Fan Mail Friday. So scoreboard. Oh, sorry. Scoreboard. Copy. And we'll paste that in here. Okay. There's the scoreboard. And this might actually work out perfect. Maybe I should.
I love this.
Okay, you're gonna love it. It's fun. It's a fun game. Okay, and the chat is right here. It's my favorite day because it's pretty much like it's the end of the week. You guys, it's so much fun because there's so much hate online, and what I call it internet judo, right? Where it's like you take the hate and you laugh at it, right? It's so much better of a way to go about it than. Here we go. Let's do that. Let's actually shrink this down. I used to not know how to do internet at all. And this is pretty much like very impressive. Sean will tell you. Sean will be.
Sean's setup is insane.
Yeah.
Like I remember one time like when he was trying like he used to have a paper like background, like one of those like solid.
Yeah, I remember.
Backgrounds.
There we go.
And I remember when he bought a TV from Amazon.
Guys,
the TV shut off in the middle of the show.
Guys, in the chat, I actually like this. I just realized, right, that this is actually probably a good setup for every week, right? For every week, I could put it just like this in the box, so all three things are in the same box. Because like this is what it looks like normally, where it's like over here. I think we're gonna do this under presentation. Okay, so Dylan, you have accidentally made the show better just by being here. Okay, so here's the first message from Fan Mail Friday. Okay, this is from James Collins, James CO and a bunch of numbers. Have you gone to war yet? Not seen you for 2 weeks. So we talked about this last week or this week. I don't remember. But it's like, Dylan, have you ever seen any of these people that are like, well, if you support Israel, why don't you join the war? Why don't you go to war? And it's like, okay, so
I've seen that response from both the right and the left.
Yes. So it's like, wait a minute. Okay, so if you're gonna talk about immigration, why don't you join ICE? Right? That's what you say to them. Be like, if you're gonna talk about politics, why don't you join Congress? If you're gonna talk about anything, you have to be part of that thing. It's a lazy argument, but here's how the game is played. We're going to show the profile picture now. It is, I don't know, what is this? The origin, it looks like a, I don't know,
just a weirdo.
Yeah. Guys, in the chat, left or right, you can do WL for woke left. You can do WR for woke right. You can do right, left, lefty, loony. As long as I know what you are, where you're leaning, left or right, we'll leave it up to the chat now, and then we will see what they say. I always say, give it about 30 seconds, see what they're all saying, and then we'll find out whether or not this person's on the left or right. Okay, guys, go. All right, Eden comes out with left, swinging out the gate. Left, woke right, woke right.
Mama right.
Now, Dylan, where are you going with this? Right. So let's remind everybody. Have you gone to war yet? Okay, left.
I think left.
All right.
Because mostly the left is with the weird photos. So.
Okay, so we got woke right, left, looks great. Woke left, woke right, left, right. It's pretty even. Pass. Woke left, our woke right, bitch bite. Okay, woke right, loony lefty. Okay, I think we will.
Amanda Collins, woke right.
Amanda Collins says woke right. Looks like this one's pretty even. Sometimes they're hard. Sometimes we don't know. All right, let's reveal the clue. It is a woke righty. Oh, definitely woke right. Just want to jump on the bandwagon because it's a far right thing and Twitter is not a real place. But anyway, Jesus Christ is happy Easter, is a happy Easter, isn't it? That is a woke righty. So on the scoreboard, let's reset it from last week. Last week it was 2-3, woke right 1, and we are now going to reset 0-0. Woke right takes the lead out of the gate. Okay, next up, we have attachment hidden. Exclusive. U.S. investigation points to likely U.S. responsibility in Iran school strike. Sorry, retard. And then I think they showed, like, they gave me like a, you know, like the school that was bombed that everybody was like, the U.S. bombed a school. That's what it was about. So this one's from a while back, in March. Woke right or woke left? The profile picture, it looks like it says woke right. WR.
Woke right. 100%.
I don't. That's woke right. Okay. WX Risk Grain Weather is the account. WX Risk Grain Weather. Woke right or woke left, guys? Let's go. Meat Shield comes out the gate with woke right. Okay.
Woke right. 100%.
Dylan's going woke right.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. RL. Can't find the page, so I'm just starting a new one. Okay. Woke right. We got a tick there. Left, woke left, left, left. Too many on the right have been using that leftist talking point. Okay. Great guy Gary comes out with right, woke right, woke right. Looks like woke right is taking the lead. They're actually smoking. All right, everybody thinks this is a woke righty. Let's find out. All right, here's the profile picture, and
Very correct.
And here is the clue. New, vile, evil, twisted Trump shit. Oh, damn, y'all got hosed. It is a lefty. The Justice Department has launched a criminal investigation into E. Jean Carroll and the former magazine columnist who accused Trump of sexual assault. Damn. So, you know, this happens every once in a while. Sometimes the chat gets it wrong. All right. And Dylan, you just took an L. Sorry, man. All right. Next up. You're a moron, dude.
That was like a 360-degree turn right there.
Yeah.
Like I thought, wow.
So 1-1, it is tied up, Lefty. This is the next one. You're a moron, dude. I'm sorry. I don't understand why you grift for money. Go get a real job. I have a real job.
Zach, have you gotten your 7K real yet? I'm still waiting.
You know what's funny? Actually, let's put it on the screen here because it's funny, right? So we'll go to this. We'll copy this, and we'll paste it. There we go. Now, where is this one? Oh, okay, no, this one. We just have to get it on the screen. So if you look here, I like to troll my haters with work, my actual job. And yesterday I was like, I haven't posted my real job in a while. And dang, where is it? Did I skip it? I might have gone past. Now here we go. This is the job. This is my job. I do kitchen and bathroom remodeling, and this is a shower pan that I've been doing. Oh shoot, where'd it go? Come back. There we go. So yeah, I'm doing after this interview. I'm going back here to put in a shower pan. This is the self-leveler base that I had to put down. This whole bathroom is about $20,000, and the Jews wouldn't pay me that much, so I just had to go and do my real job. So every time somebody's like, go get a real job, I'm like, I own my company. What are you doing with your life? I don't know why this. Oh, here we go. It was the wrong one. Okay.
So it's so funny, Zach, because like a lot of these like leftists and woke right like say to me, go get a real job, when I actually live on my own at the age of 22. I actually work full-time.
Nice.
I have another job, and I'm also an ice hockey official.
There you go. Anyway, I got a little sidetracked. Okay, so you're a moron, dude. I'm sorry. I don't understand why you grift for money. The profile picture is whatever the hell that is. And we are going to try to figure out, is it right or is it left, people? Let's go. Woke right or woke left? In the chat.
Woke right.
You're going woke right. Dylan's going woke right. I want my $7,000 bad move. All right, Eden comes out with left. Meat Shield, woke left. All right, we need to get some more. We need to get some more votes in. Woke left. All right, woke left's taking the lead out the gate. I can barely hear Dylan. Really? Dylan looks pretty. Go ahead, Dylan.
Zach can hear me?
Yeah, he's in the yellow on my end, guys. Is everyone saying Dylan's volume is low? Because he's looking good on my end. I just ticked it up a bit. All right, woke left, woke right, woke right, left, right. Okay, looks like this one's started off with woke left. Now it looks like it's pretty even. I'm saying left, which means it's right. Bumba, that's the way you're cheating. That's cheating. I can hear him.
Such a move there.
Yeah, I can.
Wow.
I can hear him fine. Okay, a little bit, but not.
It's like
bad.
it's like when Trump says like he endorses breathing, but he doesn't endorse breathing so the left can breathe.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
If that makes sense.
Exactly. All right, I think that it's. I don't know why some people can hear him perfectly fine, but maybe check your speakers. Okay. Now, here is the clue for.
On my end, I'm doing fine.
No, you're fine. Sometimes people do that. It could even be a troll that's just trying to get me off. Okay, Hubie, smash Hubie. What are you? Are you a righty or are you a lefty? Here we go. Hubie, free Palestine. Oh, damn. That is every single time it's a free Palestine with the watermelon and the flag, it's a lefty. Okay, now here's a surprise. First, big surprise, guys, because I was doing the research this morning and I came to one, we've done this before, where I just don't know, right? I don't know whether or not this person is on the right or the left. So we're gonna play it a little different. This it's not even the last one. We're gonna have to go and find a new one too. All right, here we go. The message is leave it to the pedophiles to protect the other ones. Now I understand why you bootlick and circle jerk so much. Those guns aren't intimidated. You mean intimidating. And you look like a bitch, by the way. Okay? So I put a question mark here. Okay? This is the picture. So don't guess yet. Do not guess yet, guys. Okay? In fact, you know what? Actually, yeah, go ahead and guess. Go ahead and guess. I don't care. But we're going to go to this guy's page and we're going to try to figure this out together because I was scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and I go, oh, he's definitely on the right. And then I go, oh, wait, no, he's on the left. Oh, wait, no, he's on the right. So let's see here. Okay, reminding, leave it to pedophiles to protect the other ones. Now I understand why you bootlick and circle jerk. Those guns aren't intimidated. I don't think they can feel anything, so I don't think they would be. And you look like a bitch. Okay, so let's take these off. All right.
It's so funny how these people literally take the time out of their day to literally write these messages. Like,
it's my favorite thing.
Oh my gosh, man.
Okay, so now let's put in the screen capture here.
Chat's saying left. I'm gonna go woke left.
Okay, okay, we're going left.
Looks like left.
Okay, so this is the, what was the account? Let's bring that back up. Fan Mail Friday. It is BZ Dub. Okay, BZ Dub. Let's go and find BZ Dub. All right. You guys will see what I mean in a minute. All right, BZ Dub. There it is. Okay, be thankful. Okay, so he's reposting free. Oh wait, I didn't even see this. Hold on. Oh, never mind. We figured it's right. It's right. Never mind. I didn't see this one. Game over. It's definitely woke right. He's free Chud the Builder. That is a woke right. But you know what? All right, so I didn't see that before. So this is why I was a little confused. He's reposting Mel, who's a crazy woke right. But then if you scroll down, he was reposting
woke left?
Woke left, yes. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, here we go. He was reposting a free Palestine. So I was like, damn, I can't figure this out. Is it woke right or woke left? Oh, and then he's reposting Jake Shields. I didn't even see this one either. So I just thought it would be fun if we would look at it together, but I did not see that this first This first thing said Operation Free Dalton. So we are now tied up, okay? And this is perfect because we have a tiebreaker and we don't even know where it is, right? We're going to go to my messages and you can see all of the craziness I deal with, okay? First of all, the bots are fun, right? The hidden ones, these are usually bots. It's just porn,
sex
porn.
bots?
It's just porn, F you. Porn, F you, right? But we'll go to priority. We're going to look for one that's highlighted in white because that means I haven't read it yet. Okay, I respect what you're doing. That's not mean. That's nice. Porn bots. I already read this one because it's a fat chud grifter. Post your address, tough guy. I already have 111 Probant, San Antonio. I don't care. What are you going to do? Come here and get shot? Here we go. Well, actually, should we do post your address? No, let's not do post your address. Computer make this guy. Oh, okay. Here we go. This is good.
This guy took the time to write a whole thesis now.
This is great. Okay, let's see.
Oh.
And you know what? Sometimes we can't figure it out. So we're going to go and we're going to see what the chat says. But then if we go to this guy's page, it might say post protect. Actually, let's just see if it's a post protected. Okay, it's not post protected. Okay, so
I'm going to guess this guy's woke right.
Don't worry. I'll send you $1. You nasty ass chud retard center foot. Kill yourself now. Fat pedo protector. I know you don't wipe your ass. I actually don't. I don't wipe my ass because I have a $400 toilet seat that it's a bidet. It will clean my ass with beautiful warm water, heated toilet seat. It's a Japanese toilet seat. I haven't bought toilet paper in like months, bro. And I only buy it for guests for my spare bedroom or my spare bathroom. So no, you're right. I don't, but only because I have more money than you. Anyway, God damn, you're such a pathetic F. Sad excuse for a man. Gotta have max 45 IQ. Actually, it's 119. Computer makes this guy's dick and balls explode. What is going on here?
Tell me you're a loser without telling me you're a loser. Like,
yeah. Well, you know what's funny is Dylan, I've never in my life, never sent a hate mail to anyone. Like, I have never been so triggered.
I would never do that.
I've never been so triggered by anything anyone's ever said where I go into their DMs and I go, actually, now I don't do that, right? Because I'm like, because they don't own me. Like they don't have any control over me. Okay, guys. Woke left for sure. Left. Oh, lefty. Okay. Everyone's saying left. He loves Care Bears, so I say woke right. JJ out. Yeah. JJ, I don't know if it was the language or if you just had to go, but I'm sorry. I hope to see you soon. Woke right.
I would say woke.
Okay.
I would say woke right because of the cross.
Okay.
Because the left does not use cross.
Yeah. Woke right. Sonic the Hedgehog, praying, and Care Bears. Oh, wait, though. No. Oh, it's woke left.
It's woke left.
It's definitely woke left. The woke Care left. Bears. Yep, definitely. There's no question about it. Okay. This is a nasty-ass world we live in. Just found out they cut hours for Publix, so a lot of people are using the self-checkout. This place sucks. Man, you need a hug, bro. You seem like really down. Oh, brother, I've gotten an ICE ad and a pro-Israel ad within an hour on YouTube. Oh God. Yeah, there's something wrong with this person. But anyway, woke left. So you know what? We haven't had a woke left winner in a couple of weeks because I was dealing with Chud the Builder's followers. But 3-2. Woke left takes it. Final week in May, and we will add up all of the month of May. We'll do that on Monday, and we will start to get. I need to get that bracket. So every week we do the Fan Mail Friday, and then we go with the month. And every month we're going to add up everybody, and we're going to try to do it where at the end of the year we'll have 3 tiers. Okay, how many weeks did the woke right win? How many months did the woke left win? And who won overall? But that was Fan Mail Friday, and it was Dylan's first Fan Mail Friday. I hope he enjoyed it. It was very fun for me.
It's fun.
We got the chat in here. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to get rid of the scoreboard. We're going to blow this back up, and we will bring back... We'll bring this back. I don't know what this is, but we'll bring this back. But real quick, let's go to Dylan's page. I just want to, just give a little, in case you guys don't know. Republican candidate for Iowa House of Representatives, District 81. So, Dylan, you're 22 years old. You're running for office?
I am.
That's amazing.
Yes, I am.
That's amazing. So, tell me a little bit about yourself. Tell me what you're doing. And you're not Sean Farish. Hold on. There we go. Get rid of that. Tell me a little bit about yourself. Tell me what's going on with the race and anything that you want to say. Just give yourself a little introduction.
Yeah, Zach. So obviously my name is Dylan Filion. I was born and raised here in Davenport, Iowa. I'm a former hockey player. My father used to play hockey. My dream was to become a professional ice hockey player, and my dream was not to be in politics. My family is a very apolitical family. We're very conservative. We vote every election. But I just got to the point in my life where I'm just sick and tired of seeing what is going on in this political environment, that I just decided to get involved. And I first volunteered for Congresswoman Mariannette Miller Meeks' campaign in 2022, where I got my start in this party, and I got involved in the county party at that time as well. Then I worked for President Trump's campaign and made 95,000 phone calls. It placed second in the whole entire state of Iowa out of all volunteers. And I basically knocked a few thousand doors along with that. So I've played hockey all my life. I never intended to be in politics, but here we are, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm running to serve the people of House District 81, of which have been needing a representative since 2024.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, well, I think a lot of states need all the districts need a proper representation, and they haven't been having it, because I've been saying for a while that I think the issue with a lot of politics is the people who should be being served are the people of your district when you're a representative, right? And obviously, if you're you should be serving your state and your country and everything like that with all the other laws. But what I'm seeing is outside influence coming in from NGOs, PACs, lobbyists, unions, what have you. And one of the prime examples I use is the Thomas Massey race. It's like Thomas Massey posted up all of his donations like a brag, right? And they were all over the country. And I was like, why are you getting donations from California? Right? What's going on here? And they'll talk about APAC. They'll be like APAC, and I'm like California. Like it's everybody does it. This is not like me targeting Massey and saying that that's the only thing. They all do it. So what I would like to see is I would like to see people that go into office that obviously don't. I mean, I can't tell you, hey, if you get in there, don't take any money from anybody. But I would like to see them prioritize the people of their district and really focus on them, as opposed to focusing on broader issues, which are not really their job. Your job is to be a representative for the people of your district, not for the Epstein files or the whatever clickbait sensationalist story is going on in the news. You're supposed to be representing your people, and I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a trend you've seen all over the country in regard to some congressional districts. Like I just look at Congress. I'm like, where are the Republicans getting involved? Like, where is, like, why aren't people participating in the primaries to primary these people?
Yeah.
There's been plenty of years where we've seen Republicans say, we're gonna primary you, this and that, and then the Rhino gets in, and like when summer came, everybody was at the beach. Nobody showed up to the polls.
Yeah, so well, I mean, it's right now you're seeing how often do they take vacation? I say this, I go, if there should also be, and I mean, this is off topic, but not really. It's on topic that they work less than a public school teacher, and their base salary is like $175,000, right? So they're getting paid, I don't know, like 5 times as much as a school teacher, working less, taking vacation. And I don't think that that's the way that this is supposed to work, And I think they're on vacation right now in the Senate instead of passing the Save America Act. I'm just seeing a lot of, and they, I don't think that they should have secondary income, period. No secondary income. No book deals, because a lot of the book deals are basically money laundering operations where they take their lobby money and their campaign money and they funnel it back into their own pockets.
If they want to do book deals, do it after you're done being.
Well, that's what I'm saying. While you're a public servant, you got to remember you're a public servant. Okay, so it's essentially like a job like a firefighter or a policeman or a military member. Can a guy in the military write a book like if he's in Iraq, like getting fired? No, I mean, he might be able to, like in your spare time. But these people, they literally have so much time off because they work less than a school teacher that they have all this free time to write books and do speaking engagements and go on Fox News or CNN. And I'm tired of it. They should either be working more or being paid less, and they should not be getting any money from any outside sources outside of their district, unless they're running in, a congressional, statewide race, then you can get it from the whole state. Or if they're running for president, you can get it from the whole country. It makes no sense to me that we have this system that is incentivizing people to run for Congress where they can become wealthy. They shouldn't be able to. And I'm sure that if you go into Congress, let's say you win your race, I'm sure that you'll also be
state house, but yes.
But yes, state house. I'm saying eventually. Yeah. Like if you eventually, work your way through Congress, absolutely. I'm not saying that you shouldn't live a comfortable life. I think that, if you're sacrificing as a public servant and you're really doing your job, $174,000 is a lot of money. I think you should be able to pay that. I just don't want to see you being like, hey, I'm writing a book. I just don't want to see it. There are people like Donald Trump who have side businesses, perfectly fine. Divest yourself from it. But if your business is generating income and you're not really part of it, but you built it, I'm fine with that. I'm just saying that there are people like AOC and Ilhan Omar who went in as a bartender and as a refugee, and now they're millionaires, and I just don't understand why. All right, Nancy Pelosi, her stock trading, her stock portfolio. I just don't think that the people who are representing us and going into public office are going in for the people. I think they're going in for themselves, and I'm tired of it. By the way, real quick, guys, yes, it was for May. The woke right won 4 weeks in a row, and the woke left just barely pulled out in the final week.
Wow.
So, yes. All right. So, but what are your thoughts on that? What would you say would be a good solution for that?
For just like that overall.
Generally. All right. Let me rephrase the question. How would you say would be a good way to take money out of politics?
Personally, I would say get rid of the super PACs. I think getting rid of the super PACs and just PACs in general, I think would be good, and allowing committees, like for example, I think you should have a certain amount of in-state donations and out-of-state donations. I think that would also limit the field. But again, though, we're also talking about sinful human beings who don't want to do that because they know they benefit from that. So we're going to either have to find a way to get these people out of office in order to do that, or just we're not going to be able to get it done. But however, Zach, I wanted to go back to your point on Congress because we were just talking about passing laws and everything.
Sure.
I'm surprised nobody's talking about this bill in Congress, and I've been on this bill, harping on it online for days and months. If you don't know what HR 151 is, I would recommend you get familiar with it, because HR 151 would set Republicans up for the 2030 census, which would take illegal aliens off the census. So, which basically would only count U.S. citizens, which the member of Congress is supposed to represent.
Preventing Future Pandemics Act of 2021?
No, HR 151.
That's what it says right here. HR.
Hold up a minute. That's the right one. Hold up a minute. That's not the right one.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it might be.
No. It's the new Congress.
Okay. New Congress HR 151. Let's look this up. I mean, I don't know. This is what's popping up on Brave, but new Congress. See if that works. All right, here we go. 119th Equal Representation Act of 2025. There we go. So I didn't realize they recycled these numbers. The Equal Representation Act of 2025. Okay. This bill requires that the statement sent by the president to Congress after the census indicating the number of persons in each state exclude non-citizens. Absolutely, you are correct. That is very important legislation, because the bill also requires any questionnaire used in the decennial census to include a checkbox or other similar options for respondents to indicate whether the respondents and each household member is a U.S. citizen, U.S. national but not a citizen, a non-U.S. national in the United States, or a non-U.S. national unlawfully in the United States. I'm sure they could lie, but at least that would be on there. So yes, explain more of this if we didn't just cover it.
Well, basically what it does is it only counts U.S. citizens on the census. So, for example, how we make congressional districts determines on population.
Yep.
So if we have a certain, let's just say Ohio has 1 million people and those 2 congressional districts, okay? Well, that 1 million people is just U.S. citizens, not counting illegal aliens. Currently, we count everybody who is in the country, including green cards, which the member of Congress is supposed to represent the voting body, which is the voter. So that's why it's very important that we pass this law, because only U.S. citizens should be represented inside their Congress.
It's in the 14th Amendment. It's U.S. citizens, citizens, not people, citizens. Those are who is the people in Congress are supposed to represent citizens. They're not supposed to represent citizens of other nations, nationals of other nations, green card holders of other nations, period. Right? And a lot of leftists and Democrats, they conflate the two, and they try to say that the 14th Amendment actually says persons. It doesn't. Now, what Dylan is explaining, which I've explained many times on this show, is the reason why the Democrats opened up the border and flooded all these people into the country is because it literally just gives them seats, right? It's not about the people, it's about the seats, right? The seats equal votes. Votes equals winning. It's all a power grab. They don't actually care how bad your life gets if they can get another seat and another vote. That's what it's about. So, like Dylan's saying, if there's 1 million American citizens in the district, but they count 1.5 because there's 500,000 other people who are not American citizens, voters, right? Then they would get 3-4 seats or something like that. This is what this whole redistricting battle was about, right? Where they tried to gerrymander based on the black vote so they can get more seats. It's always about seats, because seats equals votes. Votes is how you win and how you change legislation. So yes, HR 151, which I had heard of, but I didn't read it on the screen here. This is something that I recommend all of my followers get very loud about, right? Call your congressman, call your representatives and say, get this passed. This is just like the SAVE Act. Call them every week. If you got the time, right? If you don't have the time, send an email. Right, but make sure your representatives know these are the things you want passed, because that's your job. Your job as a citizen is to make sure that you are being represented, because these people are not going to do anything if you don't tell them to. But yeah,
and it's but nobody's been talking about this act, and we've been talking about the SAVE Act, we've been talking about illegal aliens voting, we've been talking about all this other stuff, but yet we haven't talked about HR 151, the very bill that will literally set us up for the census in 2030.
I think that's very important.
And that's less than 2 to 3 years away, I think, if I got that correct. So like the 2030 census is going to be, in my opinion, a very big turning point for the Congress.
I agree.
So and this gives Republicans in some states +4 seats.
Yes.
Do you know how much votes that would affect certain bills in the Congress?
Exactly. One seat is one vote. Remember, guys, a seat is a vote, right? So when you see those when you see it like a screen on social media and it says HR something something passed, yays and nays, right? Where it's like 230 to 100 something, right? Every time Republicans gain a seat, They get a vote. It's one extra vote. So that's why it's important for us to do the redistricting, to do HR 151, and to deport illegal immigrants, because it takes seats away from Democrats that they shouldn't have. It's not like we're taking away something that they should have. It's not like we're cheating. We're actually just setting the system back up to a fair and representative government.
Exactly, and that's how it should work.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Democrats have weaponized race and everything else to their advantage to gain seats, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like that's all Democrats' policy is orange man bad, like we said earlier, but their strategy, right? Their policy is orange man bad. Their strategy is cheating. That's the only way they win. They cannot win legitimately because they don't have a policy. Orange man bad is not a policy. People don't vote on orange. Well, some people do, unfortunately. Some people vote on orange man bad. They have indoctrinated and sort of like, built this party of PTSD around Trump, around probably identity politics. It's how they've built the woke left, and it's actually how they're trying to build the woke right through a divide and conquer strategy by getting everybody, ginned up about Israel and the Jews and the blacks and the race. It's like, guys, it's like if you're an American, that's all that matters, right? And
by the way, it's important to mention as well. Every single time you see the woke right. Every single time you see the woke attacking, listen, there's a thing between attacking and criticizing.
Yes.
Zach, me and you criticize. Me and Sean criticize.
Yes.
LFA TV criticizes.
Mm-hmm.
That is the whole point of a representative government. We are the voters. We're supposed to criticize our government because we want it the way we want it. However, it is so incredibly important to point this out, and you've talked about it many times, is every single time the woke right spends more time attacking Republicans, they are letting the left get away with murder. Yeah. So the left literally, I think the left murdered Charlie Kirk.
They did.
It's plain and simple.
Yeah, they did.
And every single
not
time
even just Israel, Tyler Robinson, but the actual the system that they put in place. Yeah. And they've tried to kill Donald Trump 3 times with the same system, right? They get people so crazy because they just say Nazi, 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 and they play the identity politics, and that's what I'm saying. The reason why you see me going after the right, so the infighting the right so much, is because I saw what the left did, and I saw eventually it led to a bullet in Charlie Kirk's neck. I don't want to see 10 years from now a right winger murdering an AOC type. And because we failed to stop that before it started, right? I don't want to see it, and we have to do that, And that's the thing. Go ahead.
In the left's policies, I just want people to know this. So, when you say you don't want to vote in this coming election, you are asking for your family to get hurt by the left's policies. The left's policies hurts the American family. Okay. For example, all this woke transgender stuff, boys in the women's restroom, that hurts you.
Yeah.
That hurts you, and that hurts our society. Because you can't have that in a functioning society.
Like the Nick Fuentes accelerationist argument, it's the dumbest argument, and it's never worked throughout history. So Nick Fuentes is very similar to a socialist who's like, it'll work this time. It won't, right? It doesn't work because it just doesn't work. It's a square peg in a round hole. But saying that you're not going to vote for Republicans or you're going to vote Democrat to punish Republicans so that they go, okay, we messed up, and now what we're going to do is we're going to be more radical and we're going to start being more, aggressive. How are they going to do that? They won't be in power, right? You're going to give power you're going to give power to the side that will take power away from the people that could do something you want. Meanwhile, what my strategy, Sean's strategy, your strategy, Bongino's strategy has been is get out the vote and primary the people that you don't like. And then you change it through holding your own side accountable in a primary, not by voting Democrat, by voting Republican. Our side, and what we've realized in the past couple months with all of these primaries is that could be if we win the midterms and we keep both houses, we are in a prime position to have a Reagan-style, decades-long, beautiful, like just prosperous country because of all the moves that we made. Nick Fuentes' strategy will accelerate us into Venezuela in the 90s, where they were like the number 3 economy in the hemisphere. And they were, doing all this manufacturing and trade. And then 2 decades later,
Maduro came in.
They're eating, 2 decades later, because the reactionary right was like, let's vote socialist. They're eating out of their garbage cans. They're eating dog. Their money, they make paper mache out of their money. And it wasn't until this year that there was like, Maduro was taken out and there's a potential for growth. I don't want 2 decades of socialism because Nick Fuentes said vote Democrat. I want 2 decades of Reagan-style prosperity in America because we said don't vote Democrat.
Exactly. And not only is that, Zach, but we talk about federal races, but what I'm running for is the state house. Your state house and state senate races at your state level are so incredibly important.
Yes, it's a bottom-up approach.
This is where we make election policy for our state. Mm-hmm. If you don't want illegal aliens voting in your elections, you should be talking to your state reps, of which I'm running for. Mm-hmm. And this is where we make an impact, and this is where we can cut taxes, cut regulation, and get a lot of government bureaucracy out of the way. Depending on what state you're in, I still want you to get involved in the party, know your reps, regardless if they're Republican, Democrat, and if they're a Democrat, find a way to find someone or run yourself to get them out of office, get elected, and do the right thing.
And I'll add in one more thing: judges. Pay attention to your judges.
Yes,
Pay attention to your judges. Because you can find out if they're Democrat or Republican. And there are so many left-wing judges in this country because people don't care about judicial races. That is a huge one.
And Zach, I just wanted to go on about the family thing I said earlier.
Yeah, the destruction of the nuclear family.
Yeah. So my opponent, my Democrat opponent here, I just wanted to tell you one of the bills he sponsored and tell me if this guy's a moderate. Okay. He says he's a moderate. It's so funny that he says that. So my opponent sponsored a bill called HF 605 in the Iowa State Legislature. This bill allows pharmacists to dispense up to a full 12-month supply of hormonal birth control pills, patches, vaginal rings to any patient, including minors, under a statewide standing order. There is zero requirement for a doctor's prescription, zero requirement for parental consent, and zero age restriction anywhere in the bill text. A pharmacist only needs the patient to fill out a self-screening form and complete state training. This is the left.
Yeah. Do
you think that guy, and by the way, this guy served on a school board.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, and like you said, all politics are local, and it all really does start in, like the state houses and the sheriffs, the judicial, and then it works its way up. But like this, is he running as a moderate Democrat or? He's
running as a Democrat.
Moderate Democrat. When is your race?
So I have no primary, so November 3rd. But however, I think while we're at it, it's okay if I talk about the kind of races we have going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. You got 8 minutes. Keep going.
So we have 5 governor candidates running for governor here in the Republican primary here in Iowa. This is one of our biggest governor primaries since the 60s, I'm pretty sure. And so basically, we have 5 governor candidates. One is a rhino. His name is Feenstra. But however, we have 5 governor candidates running for governor, and if one candidate doesn't get over 35%, it goes to convention. But however, I want to talk about the Democrat who's running. His name is Rob Sand. He's our current state auditor. He's a Democrat. Okay, so this guy is funded by Reid Hoffman.
We were just talking about him.
he's also funded by J.B. Pritzker.
Yeah.
And he's also funded by Jonathan Soros, who is a part of George Soros' family.
Yeah.
So they're putting a lot of money into this race here in Iowa, and I just want to caution everybody to pay attention here, because if we do not get the right Republican nominee in this race, God forbid, I hope we don't have a Democrat governor.
Yeah.
Because this will be horrible, and they're trying to destroy our state by putting people like Rob Stand up here.
So you're in Iowa 81. What is the ground game strategy? Is it door knocking? Just
door knocking.
Phone banks?
Door knocking.
Yeah. Because the way I was saying this earlier this week, I think the way like Talrico in Texas, the way these people. And it doesn't really work in the larger elections, but I think it does work a lot in smaller elections. The way these people buy races is they throw a bunch of money and they just get mailers and signs and door and lawn signs, and they flood a town or a district with just this like Talrico, 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 Talrico. And they did the same thing with Beto, right? Because I'm in Texas, I'm in San Antonio. Beto, 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 Beto. It didn't work, right? Like Ted Cruz still won, and Talrico's still going to lose. But I don't see Ken Paxton signs. I see Talrico signs because $27 million buys a lot of Kinkos, right? So with a sign, really what they're trying to do is subconsciously plant a name into people's heads. And when they go into the voting booth, they just sort of subconsciously pick it. So door knocking is the only way to knock that out. So door knocking, you have to have a person face-to-face with another person. My name's Dylan Fillion. I'm running for office. And then they go, oh, well, yeah, I saw all the signs, but I met that guy, right? And that's the way. And so like Sean talks about this a lot. I talk about this a lot. Ground game is the only way that you really win elections. Elections are done with your feet. And so how do you, what's your, like, do you have a big network? Do you have a lot of campaign, volunteers?
So I've actually door knocked the majority of the doors so far. I've door knocked a little over 2,000 doors, as I should, by the way.
Yeah, no, that's what you should
as
do.
a candidate, you should. But I have door knocked a little over 2,000 doors. I've door knocked some Republicans, some independents, and the main what I've been hearing is people are having a hard time with affording things.
Yeah.
The main win a state house race like this is to door knock, which my opponent, I highly doubt, is going to door knock.
Well, no, he's gonna rely on Reid Hoffman money, and that was my point, right? Like Reid Hoffman, the same guy who was funding the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit, Soros family.
By the way, he did not fund my opponent. He funded Rob Sand.
Okay. Well,
but however, he is funded by the unions. He's funded by the teachers' unions.
Okay.
And everybody, the Democrat Party. Yeah.
Well, I mean, even though, so like what I'm saying is if you focus on lawn signs and mailers, it's not as effective as what that was my point.
Exactly.
So if anybody's in Iowa 81, right? Iowa 81. You need to hit up Dylan and say, hey, I'll volunteer. Take one day, a Saturday, and go door knock. Because what I assume you have is you have potential high propensity voters, and you have a list of names. So like what they do is you get these list of names, and it's like okay, this is the address, this is the name, high propensity, Democrat, Republican, and then if you walk by and you see a sign for the opponent, just pass by it. But there's ways that you guys can get involved and help out when you see somebody like Dylan who's like, hey, I'm going to run, and then you agree with that person, and you go, oh, okay, well, how can I help? I did this with Brandon Herrera. I went and met up with him. How can I help? He's like, we're going to go door knocking. I went and I helped out, but I didn't actually get to go that day. But I went and went to his campaign events. It really is about getting involved as opposed to buying the elections with money. We've seen. In the larger elections, like Kamala Harris, and she's outspent Donald Trump like 10 times. John Cornyn just outspent Paxton, lost, et cetera, et cetera.
$100 million.
Yeah, exactly. So that's my whole point, and I wanted to get that across because I don't think that a lot of people realize that the way you fix this country is you take a friggin' weekend off and you go help, and it's really not hard. It's like you get your steps in. Get your steps in. That's all. Hey, man, we got 2 minutes left, so I think we're going to do exit. Go ahead and tell everybody anything you want, where they can find you, social media, your campaign. Do you have a website on?
I do.
Here.
So if you go to my website, dylanfillion.com, it has everything on there. If you would like to contribute, please feel free to. We need everything to win this race. So whether you can donate $5, $1, whatever you want to donate.
Yep, here we go. It's on the screen.
Totally.
So yeah, go over to DylanFillion.com and contribute right here. Go ahead and throw him $10. I'll get to this after we get off there, but I'm gonna I'll throw a couple bucks in. I'll throw more than 10. I just clicked on the first thing I saw. But yeah. Help him out, and Dylan, it was awesome. Thank you so much for coming on, and we'll have you on in the future, and keep me updated about anything that's going on and how we can help.
Thank you, Zach. I appreciate it, and we'll stay in contact. And everybody, thank you very much. You all have a good one. I love you, LFA family. Talk to you later.
All right, thanks, buddy. See you later. All right, boys and girls. Who comes up after Sean? Jeremy. Jeremy's up next. I'm used to saying Sean Farish is coming up next, but I'm doing his show. So I believe Jeremy's coming up next, and I will see you guys on Monday. This was a great episode because it was the Fan Mail Friday was probably my favorite Fan Mail Friday because we went through it with him. And let's do a quick shout out with everybody before we head out of here. There it is, 10 o'clock. Jeremy's coming up next. Really quick. Peter Rout, Bumba, Meredith Collins, Victoria Madden, Trevor, Great Guy Gary, Scotty. See you later.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're not
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
that just we are the only society on Earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It is 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it is Fundraising Friday, May the 29th, year of our Lord 2026, and you are locked and loaded right here on rumble.com/LFATV. This is live from America, and I am your ever so humbled, God-fearing, God-loving host of this show and the captain of this ship, with you as my help and my crew. But let me introduce to you, before we get involved, I'm Jeremy Herrell, and that is my first mate, Eli. How you doing today, Eli Ellis?
Right, what's going on, LFA TV family and Patriots? Basically, it's time to hit that like button, hit that share button. We've got a lot of news to get to in only a short amount of time to do it, so let's go. All right, yeah.
Not bad. Not bad, isn't it? It's not bad, isn't it, Eli? It's not bad at all. Who do we got here? Barb Naylor in the building. Dylan, who was just on. How you doing, Dylan? Great guy, Gary. Victoria is in the building. Tommy Lance. Redline Live. If you guys got TikTok, you should go follow Redline Live. in his ministry. T. Carls, Jennifer Webster, Sherry, Liz DeCluse, Sean, Tommy Lance, Jessica O'Brien, Mr. Shy Official, and let's give it to Crystal T. 85. Good morning, and well, hold up, wait. We just got a wonderful Fundraiser Friday donation from a fellow Iowan by the name of Army Dog. Thank you, sir. Says LFA is awesome. Judy G from my neighbor to the east. The once great state, and hopefully we can make Illinois great again. The likes of which no one is in the building. Armspear is here. How you doing? Good to see you. Dan Burton in the building. Good to see you, Dan. Mary said, had to watch yesterday last night. Had to go to the hospital. My evil puppy bit my foot. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, I know somebody who takes care of dogs. Christy, no, I'm just kidding. It was a tasteless joke. It was a tasteless joke. I do want to say hello to some people over there on YouTube. I know we got some YouTube audience this morning here, so let's give it to Shin Jin, Jason, Beatrice, Waffle Jackson, Mr. Good Citizens. He said, the Democrats don't have a plan for anything. Trump bad isn't a policy. Absolutely. Absolutely. Bo Echo in the building and Stephen Bryant over there. Good morning to all of you on YouTube. Thank you for being here. And do me a favor, guys, if you're just jumping in, either one of those, share. We're really trying to reach more now. We have the YouTube channel back. And we also put Patriot Pals over there. So if you're on YouTube, we'd really appreciate you sharing out the new access to the new channel that we have there. And as well as on Rumble, as always, reach down, rumble this video, and share. Twin Spin said, working 2 jobs and listening. Now that is LFA dedication. Thank you so very much. Also, for those of you just joining in for the very first time, LFATV.us. If you go there and you see me standing there with Don Jr. and then the next picture of us at the White House reporting there, then you're on the right website, LFATV.us. That is where you can go and watch shows here at LFA. There's the show lineup right there. You can watch shows here at LFA. You can watch past shows, past short clips. You can watch currently, watch live right here up at the top. And as you can see here at the store, we have amazing store items for you as well. They ship right here from our studio. It's not a third-party handler that deals with it, and they do print on demand. We have a lot of great patriotic and faith-based products there, so go check those out. Getting some new stuff here for the summer very shortly. Expose, I know you're a bot, but I do feel like it is incumbent upon me to say no links in the live chat, okay? And now you have to be muted because you did that. You know better, unless they're LFA TV related. Now, speaking of, so that's LFATV.us. Also, we do run off viewer funding. So, Abbas Girl 1, Eli, just donated $100. Abbas Girl 1. Good morning, LFA. And 217 MAGA Mom with a $2 donation said, happy Friday and God bless. Heard stealth flyover this morning in Missouri. How do you hear a stealth flyover? Not too stealth. But to show me state, anything can happen. Thank you all very much. And thank you for that big $100 donation. Tomorrow, Patriot Pals, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you see, this was last week's episode, episode 7, which was Thomas Edison, Ben Franklin, and Henry Ford. The week before that, highlighted Teddy Roosevelt and the National Park System. The week before that, highlighted the women of World War II. That was Mother's Day weekend. And tomorrow, we have a really great one. We're going to be going over the space race from Orville Wright, from the Wright brothers, Orville and Wilbur Wright, all the way to Elon Musk's rockets today. How American ingenuity continued to go from idea and dream and beyond. And you know, Eli, when you and I were kids, space, astronauts, was a big thing. You remember that? Anytime a rocket would go off, the world would watch. We'd watch these rockets go up from Florida, and we would keep our eyes on it. Like every kid wanted to be an astronaut. There was just something about the 80s and astronauts and space exploration that was just so Americana. And it does seem to be coming back now. And I do like the fact that kids are now looking up to astronauts again as, role models and leaders. And I just think it's pretty cool. It's kind of reminiscent,
Mm-hmm. Damn, Skippy. That was always some of my favorite genre of TV and movie, too. Star Trek, Star Wars, anything to do with space. If a starship came and frickin' hovered over me and beamed me up, Liz, I love you, baby, I might have to take a job aboard that ship so I can explore the galaxy.
Yeah. I, for one, would never go to space. Ever. Just like I'll never go to the bottom of the ocean in a tin can. I want to thank CQ for donating $20 for Lily. And RYW said, Jeremy, please give us a shout out to Mike Lindell in Simpasota, battling to win the state, and he needs some help. Absolutely. And a big shout out to Lane Bingham as well. Says, I got my promotion thanks to the LFA family for the prayers for the last 2 weeks. Never going to space, never going to the bottom of the ocean. But I will champion those who do. So that's tomorrow at 10 a.m. And Eli and Lily got a bigger role, so you're going to want to make sure that your kids are watching tomorrow. Shredder said, Jeremy, love your show. Your humor cracks me up. My humor cracks me up, too. I said, you know what I said this morning, Eli? I said that I had maybe it was a little inappropriate for Rise Up, but if anybody watched Rise Up this morning, Eli, I said, I have a heart on for Jesus.
I'm glad I didn't tune in.
I did. It happens, It's one of those I crack myself up. I don't know where they come from things. But I have been getting better about not saying everything that popped into my head. But I do have a heart on for Jesus. Maybe that should be a shirt. I don't know, Eli, is that appropriate? I have a heart that is on for Jesus. Is that? Come on.
A, stop saying it, and B, I will never make that design. Continue with the news.
I think that would be a seller right there. Rita says, LFA is my news. That is awesome. Thank you so much, Rita, for the $20 donation. I want Lily's autograph, said Lisa. Lily is starting to find out a little bit about the media world and how it's not as puppies, kittens, and rainbows as she thinks. It's very difficult to do these little kid episodes, these little cartoons. But she's doing a great job. What's up, Eli?
Starting to find out, apparently she's taken over. We visited our friends down in Virginia this weekend, you all know, and we put the show on for them. They're like, wow, the little girl does a lot better than you two. I'm like, well, we're talking to kids here. We're trying to just make goofy voices.
Yeah, well, she's fired. Can you imagine? Hey, Lily, honey. Yeah, Dad? You're fired. Great job. Here's your 2-week notice. Twin Spin, love you guys. Widow and Patriot MAGA, Twin Spin 23. Well, thank you so very much. Hey, I want to start out this morning with this. Whose party is it? Come on. Ryan, Matt, are you listening? I went hard on your page this morning on you, right? I mean, who gets vaxxed in order to be a photographer for a model girlfriend during COVID and then gets boosters and then gets dumped by her? Anyway, whose party is this? It isn't Thomas Massey's party. Nope. It isn't Marjorie Taylor Greene's party. No. This party belongs to Donald Trump, and there's not a damn thing that you woke right, slow, retarded, vaccinated, and boosted losers. You'll never own this party. You'll never be a part of this party. We own the party. And it now belongs to your president.
I just want you to look here. I mean, this just tells you everything that you need to know, which is the net favorable rating with the GOP. You have Donald Trump, you have George W. Bush. Before Donald Trump declared back in May of 2015, look at this. George W. Bush's net favorable rating was plus 58 points. Donald Trump was 45 points underwater with Republicans. Look at this. This is over 100-point shift, I do believe. Donald Trump is now at plus 61. That's an over 100-point shift in the positive direction for Trump. And look at what happened to George W. Bush. He dropped by 40 points from plus 58 to plus 17. So George W. Bush has fallen through the floor since Donald Trump, of course, first really appeared on the political scene, first ran for president for the Republican nomination back in 2015, declaring in June of 2015, while George W. Bush, simply put, as I said, his Republican Party is dead. Republican voters are very lukewarm on him, and Republican voters are still very hot to trot on Donald Trump. And you saw that in George W. Bush's home state of Texas on Tuesday night with John Cornyn, of course, a Bush-era Republican, going down to a historic defeat. The bottom line is that Donald Trump, it's his party across the political map, even in George W. Bush's backyard.
One thing you see in the numbers.
I just want
you see that? The party no longer belongs to the Bush dynasty, the Cheney dynasty, the Romney dynasty. It's over. It now is the Trump party. And that's why he goes 37-0 when he endorses people for primaries. And that's exactly why we're going to win the midterms. Because the country is still, regardless of what polls tell you, real life out there in the world is still pro-Trump. The country is still pro-Trump. And there's nothing that you or anybody else is going to be able to do about it. We have to purge about 10 more rhinos. And that won't get rid of all of them. But if we purge about 10 more, 5 in the Senate, 5 in the House of Representatives, then I say we will completed our mission, at least this portion of our mission, in taking over the Republican Party and owning it. This took a long time. This literally took since 2016. So it took 10 years. It might take a couple more for a couple of these rhinos to term out, and then we get rid of them. But it took the better part of a decade to take over our party. So then you got to ask yourself, when did the Democratic Party start being taken over by the far left? When did that start happening? Well, that started happening about 5 years ago, right after Joe Biden stole the election, and their party realized that the old guard of the Democratic Party is dying out, and that is when the AOCs really started getting, a lot more noise, and you bring in people like these Jasmine Crockett's and stuff like that, and these Tallaricos. That is where the Democratic Party is going. They will do the same exact thing to the Democratic Party as we did to the Republican Party. And it's only one of two ways for that party to go. Full Islam, which most of them adopt and love, or that, progressive far left party of AOC, the Tallaricos, the Jasmine Crotchett's, all of them. So you see where our party's going. You've seen where it's going the last 10 years. It's MAGA. Now, some on the left might call us the very far right, almost Nazi fascist right, because we are nationalists and we are populists and we are Christian and we believe that our nation should have borders and we believe in no birthright citizenship. We believe in deporting illegal aliens. They might call us fascist because we adopt those beliefs. But in order to be full fascists, we would have to kill you or make you submit to our will by force. And I only see one party doing that. I only see bullets flying one way. So get ready, folks, because the next 10 years are going to be very interesting in this country. But may I suggest to you, staying the course and continuing on with what our mission is, regardless of what anybody else says about us, regardless of what the peel-off woke right people say, regardless of what the left says, our mission is forward. And we're about ready to complete a 10-year mission of taking over the party. So, good job, everybody. Way to go. Let's go to the Lord in prayer, and then we'll start the show. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday was an eventful day for me. After the show, I had a meeting with the attorney who is filing for the adoption of our oldest daughter that's still in the house anyway, my stepdaughter, Olivia. And I just want to say to all of you in the live chat here on Rumble, the cost of that is very, very close to what everybody decided to raise for us to do it. I just want to say thank you for that. And that's going to take about 90 days for all of that to be done. So I am very, very, very thankful and grateful to all of you for that. And I'm very thankful that you guys see how much that matters to her and to us to have helped out financially. And it's just, there's nothing I couldn't say thank you enough. And getting home last night, I'm on the phone with somebody who was telling me that they're about ready to get married. And I see this individual walking his dog up my cul-de-sac. Now, we have a little dead-end cul-de-sac. And there's about 5-6 houses up that cul-de-sac. And you guys remember Phil Beam, right? The guy who was served a ban notice from our property. Very much understands that he can't come on our property. So I'm sitting there on the phone in the driveway, and I see this individual walking their dog up. And as they walk by me on the other side of the street, he's just staring at me, literally like this, while he's walking his dog. While I'm on the phone. And I'm sitting there, I'm on speakerphone, I'm like, who is this guy? Right? Like as a man, and even a woman, you know when somebody's, staring at you in a confrontational way. And I'm like, who is this? Right? Tiny guy, little love handles, little pot belly, tiny little arms like my wrist. And I'm thinking, a guy had sunglasses on, he's walking his dog. He goes up to the top of the cul-de-sac, walks back down, and literally does the same thing, but this time stops as I'm on the phone, and he says, as he's talking to his dog, but staring right at me like this, he goes, no, it's okay. We can't walk over there. We'll be on his property, and then we'll get arrested. Then I knew who it was. So I'm sitting here talking to this person, and I go, I got to call you back. And I hung up the phone. And I said, you're Phil? And he goes, yep. And I said, I only saw you before in the car as you were telling me to meet you at the park to fight you. But this is you? And I said, and I went like this, and I went, you're little, bro. Like, it wouldn't even be fair for me to walk across the street and pummel you to death, which you know I can't do. But I'd love for you to come over here and have a conversation with me. And I grabbed my phone, and I threw it down on the grass, and I said, and I won't even record it. And I promise I won't shoot you. I'll just beat you within an inch of your life. And I says, because now you're coming back here, and you are engaging again. Now you're at the level of harassment. And I said, I don't remember what I said after that, but he started running his mouth. And I said, you've got to be kidding me right here, right now. So I grabbed my phone, picked it up, and I recorded like 30 seconds of him. I ended up recording more later, and I'm going to put all that on Facebook later. The only problem is I have street signs in it and everything, and I had to take some of those down after I posted it last night. But little guy, like a little shit. So I called Sabrina. She's in the house. I said, hey, this guy out here is here again. I said, call the police, please. So she ends up calling the police. Meanwhile, him and I are having words from across the street. I feel like a 15-year-old here. I just want to go over across the street and pummel this guy. And he's over there running his mouth. He won't leave. Like, you could tell that no matter what, anything that I would say to him, he couldn't get away from it. Like, he couldn't just walk away. But he could have avoided the whole cul-de-sac to begin with. He doesn't have to come up there. He lives blocks down the road. And I said, all right. So then Sabrina came outside. And he said, "Hi, Sabrina," as if he knows her because he stalks social media. And then I kind of lost it. So then I started walking across the road. Sabrina said, "Don't go over there. Blah, blah, blah. We have far more to lose than him. Don't go over there." Because when he says your wife's name, like, "Hi, Sabrina," it's like, oh, I'm going to make you eat those words now. You don't talk to my wife. She pulled me back. She said, "Nope, I'm on the phone with them now. Come back over." "What's his name again?" I said, "I don't even remember his name." And then I remembered it, and I said, "Oh, it's Phil Beam, blah, 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 blah." Cops ended up coming, and he stayed there the whole time, but just sat down on the neighbor's little rock wall and just sat there with his dog, recording me and talking trash to me. And I'm like, And when I said to him that I wouldn't shoot him, that I would just beat him within an inch of his life, he said, "Well, I'm a Second Amendment guy too." So now with the threats that he's made against my wife and kids and how he keeps coming back, clearly he's not in the right state of mind. And if he is a Second Amendment guy and carrying a gun, it's like, what is this guy capable of, right? So the cops come. And I took video and picture of it all. I have it all. Even Sabrina, I said, "My wife would beat your ass, dude. Look at you. Like, what are you doing? Like, who are you even? What? And I even said to him before the cops came, I said to him, Eli, I said, "You know what I really wanted? You know what I really wanted?" I said, "I wanted you and I to be able to sit down at the end of this property one day and have a beer, like, adults. But I can see now you're out of your mind. And I would never give you the time of day like that." And I was like, I don't even know why all this started, because you're mad about my political views. They were never directed towards you. I don't know who you are. And he goes, "You just got under my skin." And I said, "Dude, you're like 55. I got under your skin online? What are you talking about?" At this point, all the neighbors come out, and they're all, at this point, like, this guy needs to leave the neighborhood. This is how ridiculous this is. But as a people that live in the neighborhood that moved in a couple years ago, you're embarrassed. I'm literally sitting there embarrassed, Eli, that my neighbors have to come out and see this and watch this and probably thinking to themselves, everything was fine until this guy got moved in. You know what I mean? Like, it's just embarrassing and ridiculous to have to do as a family, or as a father, as an individual, as a husband.
I hear you. It's a total shame it happened, but I would have had fun with it. I just would have picked on the short little shit the whole time. "Oh, you're a Second Amendment guy? What do you carry, 22? Red Ryder BB gun? I gotta call your wife and tell her one of her kids left a friggin' yard and she needs to come pick up your little bitch boy ass, you short Napoleon shit."
Oh, no, trust me. I did say all that on video. I said, "Your wife must be ashamed of you. You're a very bad father." You know what I mean? Like, you're a horrible father. And how ashamed of you is your wife? And I said, "What are you going to do when you lose your job?" He goes, "Why would I lose my job?" I said, "Oh, I don't know. Probably because they don't know that a guy works for them who is so far out of his mind that if he was working inside somebody's home doing plumbing, heating, and AC repair, and he saw that they happened to be a Trump supporter, that he might, I don't know, kill them, rape their wives, beat their kids." I said, "You realize the power of social media, right?" I said, "You do realize I took that video down because your wife begged us to take it down. So out of mercy for your wife, I took that video down." I said, "I saved you from losing your job because thousands of people can easily call Crawford Company and let them know that they will not be doing business with these people because of this guy who currently has ban orders, about to have a legal restraining order, so where he can't come within 1,000 feet of the house." I said, "The reason why you have a job is because thousands of people don't know the phone number 309-788-4573. And thousands of people don't know that you work for a company called Crawford Company in Rock Island, Illinois. And thousands of people aren't leaving 1-star reviews to take your company's 4.5-star rating all the way down to 1 star because of who they employ. I'm sure the company that employs you would not be happy with knowing all of this. And I'm sure that people around the Quad City area in 2 different states would be absolutely furious if they hired you and you sent this guy out there and they happened to be Republicans. That would be shameful if you lost your job and your livelihood and then your wife left your broke bum ass because you play 15-year-old child games. Wouldn't that be horrible for you if that happened? I wonder how long that Crawford Company in Rock Island, Illinois would employ somebody whom people don't feel safe with in their home. That would be horrible, wouldn't it? I bet your wife is ashamed of you. I said, see, social media works both ways, my friend. You can stalk people who have a big platform, and those people that have a big platform can alert their big platform of you, the stalker. And you know one thing that you cannot beat? A Riley mob. Can never beat that. So Crawford Company 309-788-4573 might be changed here in the future because of so many thousands of people calling it, Eli. Wouldn't that be a damn shame?
You know, it's funny. I repeated the number a few times. I was like, oops. By the way, we got a birthday request in there. Take notice.
Oh, well, do your job, my friend.
This goes out to Piglet's husband. Oh, Dave. You did put the name. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dave, husband of Piglet. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Yes. Happy birthday. So, Eli, I figured it might be beneficial to call this company. You know, because freedom of speech, right? Like he was advocating for. But now we can use what he did last night and actually go get a full-on restraining order on him. The cops told us last night. Of course, that's got to be through the district attorney and all this, but I'm just sick of this crap. You know what I mean? And Eli, I got to be honest with you. If it wasn't for Sabrina, I might be in jail today because I would have went across the street and engaged, right? But I'm just sick of having to do this in life. And I said that on Rise Up this morning. Like, can't I just go to work and go home? You know, like normal people do?
Yep. Exactly, dude. That was my point. Every time I say I wish that Trump would have done his day one dictator thing day one, so that there would have been a little bit more discipline, and consequence put back into America, so that these, assholes wouldn't feel so empowered to just be able to do whatever they want. But that's what we have the law for, so call away.
Yep. And, one thing that I'm very aware of is freedom of speech has consequences.
Thank you for calling Crawford Company. For faster service, if you are in need of service or repair at your home or business, please press 1. For our dial by name directory, press 2. If you'd like to make a payment, press 4. For all other divisions or to speak to an operator, please press 0. Thank you.
Good morning, Crawford Company. How may I direct your call?
Hello, ma'am. I was wondering if there was somebody in management that I could speak to. My name is Jeremy.
What actually are you looking for?
Well, we're actually calling to kind of make a complaint about one of the employees there at Crawford. So I don't know who that would be.
Okay. What kind of complaint?
Well, we actually live in a neighborhood where one of your employees has constant police calls to his home and very disruptive to our neighborhood. Restraining orders and this, that, and the other, screaming in the street, filming people because of their political views, and it's kind of gotten out of hand. And it just doesn't look good for him to be driving around in one of your vehicles, you know?
Sure. I hate to ask this, but do you know his name?
I do. It is Phil Beam.
Okay.
There was another incident in our neighborhood last night, and you know, this guy is now, you know, he's got neighbors coming out constantly, seeing police activity because of what he's doing, harassing people because of their political and religious views, and he's driving your truck around. And I would just hate to see your company, you know, get the blame of it.
I'm just trying. The name does not ring a bell to me, but that doesn't mean anything because we've got over 400 employees.
Yeah. I think he works over in the Rock Island office.
And we've got several.
Oh, okay.
And they could be in and out and so forth too. But I think what I will do is I will put you through to the head of HR instead of the actual divisions that they usually go to. I think, unfortunately, Crystal got called out on a family emergency for a short bit this morning, so she doesn't pick up. Please leave a message, and I have a feeling she'll call you right back.
Okay.
Hold on just one moment.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, too. Yes, hi. I was just transferred here. Is this HR?
Yes, it is.
Hi, my name is Jeremy. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Well, I'm okay. We just, I was calling actually, basically as a complaint of one of your employees. And the only reason I'm calling you is because this has become such a hindrance in the neighborhood that we live in. Police are continually being called, and he's got police bans on him from properties and stuff. And he's, you know, he's seen, and he works for you guys, drives your truck, and he's basically the talk of the neighborhood now. And I just wanted to, you know, there's a lot of people that will not feel comfortable in our neighborhood calling you guys for repair if he's the one coming into their homes. And I'm actually a victim of something that he's done. The police were just called last night. He's been harassing people at their homes for their political and religious beliefs. It's really odd. And last night he had another call on him, which is going to result in a restraining order. And all of our neighbors are like, yeah, we know that company. We know that company. Can't believe they employ a guy like that. So I just wanted to call and, you know, let you guys know that one of your employees is engaging in this kind of activity daily, and it's not a good look.
Okay, I'm really sorry to hear that. Can you kind of give me a better idea of what it is that's going on? I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
My name's Jeremy.
Okay.
So I actually live in the neighborhood, same neighborhood that this individual lives in, and
who is it that you're talking about?
His name is Phil. Philip, maybe Phil Beam. Beam.
Okay.
And last night we had to call the police on him again. This is the second time now. I actually run a media company, and that media company has to, focuses on political and faith-based topics. And about a month and a half ago, I guess this guy found it. I didn't know who he was, but he found us online and started making threats over social media, which we reported. But then he actually showed up at our house, and he was blocking us from leaving our driveway and, calling us names and telling us he's going to fight us and kill us. And Then he sent messages saying the same thing about my wife, threatening wife and children. We had to make a police report. He got an official ban from our property and our work properties. Still didn't know who the guy was. And then last night, he actually came to our home again, violated that ban, and now he's going to be getting a restraining order. And everybody in the neighborhood, because he drives your van, has been coming out and asking the police to ban this guy from the entire neighborhood. And it's just, I can't imagine that if you got somebody working for you like that, that he can hold his composure in other people's homes if he sees a cross or a political sign he doesn't like. It started about a month and a half ago, tops. And we have police call numbers and everything. What's that? Excuse me?
And how many incidences have there been?
For us personally, it's been 2. But there's been other people in the neighborhood who know him and have responded and said, yeah, this guy's it's kind of a nutcase. And sorry you have to deal with that. So, again, we don't know him personally, but we just know he works for you. And a few of our neighbors were out last night when the cops were there engaging with him. And, they brought it up. They said, well, I'm not having that guy come to my house. What if he does something like this to my dog? And I just figured, as a business owner, you guys would want to know that.
And what exactly happened? What was it? He came into your house, or this happened outside?
It happened outside, yeah, both times, yeah. As far as threatening messages of bodily harm to women and children in the house, and
those are things, comments that were made, or
yes,
social media posts.
So comments that were made and social media messages. We turned them all into the police.
Other neighbors have had altercations with this person?
They have, but we moved in 2 years ago, so I'm not really aware of them having the same altercations we had. Just that our neighbors say that yeah, this guy's a little nuts. He lives maybe 0.2 miles from us, so in the same general neighborhood area. But in our immediate cul-de-sac, there's 2 of our neighbors know who he is and say, yeah, he's a nutcase, and people have had problems with him before. I'm not aware of what problems they've had compared to ours, but that's our experience, and I can only speak to that.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's really important to us that we, have a good standing, with the community, and that's very important to us. It's hard to enforce things, or control things outside of work, work
right.
time, and everybody has different political and religious beliefs, and we try to be respectful and of all of those differences that people have. But I'm sorry to hear that that there's something that's going on there. It sounds like you have the authorities involved, so that's.
We do. No, we do. The biggest thing that I'm calling you guys for is that now that this guy's got so much attention on him, a van with your logo on it is in his driveway, and it will probably reflect poorly, with people calling in the future. I mean, we ourselves right now have an AC issue, coil issue in our AC, but we know who we're not calling.
I'd like to kind of talk about this a little bit more internally. Do you have a number that I could give you a call back at?
Yes, I do. Let me, you got a pen?
All right, thank you very much. I will, I'm going to discuss this more internally. If there's anything else that you can think of that you haven't shared, please don't hesitate to give me a call back.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Jeremy.
Thank you too. Have a great day. Bye-bye. I know there's people in the live chat that say I'm wrong for doing that. But how often does the good guy get off? He was allowed to walk home last night knowing that he's probably going to get a court order or a subpoena to court. And but he was allowed to walk away last night after coming out of his way to my home after a police ban. I can't do anything about it. Right? The police. Bad guy always gets away. I was talking about that with my neighbor last night. What I just did, I could have done last time. I could have done this weeks ago. But I didn't, because I didn't want to do that to somebody. I also took down the video in which I said his name and where he lives, because I didn't want it to reflect on his wife and kids like it did mine. But now, after that last night, all I didn't get physical with him, even after he said my wife's name when she walked out of the house, which should have happened in a justified world. But Sabrina said, it's not your job to administer that justice on him, beating him up. But this right here, I might have just saved these people a lot of problems and a lot of headache and maybe a lot of lost customers in the future. Freedom of speech has consequences. And there's only so many things that I can do legally. This is legally. Eli, do you see any problem with what I did? If you did, let me know.
I personally don't. I did see somebody did comment. I saved it because I was going to read it to you later, but maybe I'll just read it to you now, I guess.
I think I already read
Somebody
it.
seems to think Jackals with the suing and the civilly, this, that, and the other.
Oh, no, go ahead and read it. I didn't.
Doesn't matter. The Jackals can come back and sue Jeremy and LFA civilly. Both could lose everything.
Yeah, well, I've lost everything before. I come from losing everything, so I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Dilly says, wrong. Doxing just hyperinflated the situation and can become violent. It's already violent. It's causing my wife and I to lose sleep. It's causing us to have to spend more money on security. It's causing us to make sure that we're hyper-focused on even walking outside. The man is clearly unhinged. Even the cop said that last night. A guy that does that is not in his right mind. It's already violent. Now, his wife will probably leave him after all of this. Sounds like they're already having a hard time anyway because of his antics. He'll be broke. He'll lose his job. And he'll think next time, hey, lucky I didn't get beat up or put in the hospital in all of this. You don't go to somebody's house. You don't threaten somebody's family. And you sure as shit don't do it again. Period. And since we don't live in a world where I can take care of it, I just took care of it my own way. JJ said, I will handle your frivolous lawsuit. Well, thank you very much. And by the way, Eli, you know those folks in the live chat that say that I'm wrong for doing that? Were we wrong for getting every other liberal fired that we called that was saying they were going to kill Donald Trump or maybe somebody should take him out or any of that? It seems to me like you were applauding that then. Why not now? Right?
I do. I get it. I think it's just because it's so close to home, and I mean LFA and the LFA family, that they're personally worried for you and personally just trying to watch out for you. The world out there, when you do things, like you just explained, it's so far away, but this hits close to home, so they're just watching out for you.
No, and I get it. I'm not mad at the people who disagreed with what I did. But until you're in the same situation, it's very hard to say what you would or wouldn't do. You know what I mean? Like, harassing is one thing. Death threats to your wife and kids, nobody should do that kind of stuff and then be able to walk away. Nobody should be able to do that and walk away unscathed like that. That's not the world I come from. So, unlike Obama, I put a red line in the sand and he crossed it. And now I'm going to do something about it. All right. Let's go to the first and foremost section of today. First and foremost section of the day today is going to be focused on this right here. Who would like a $250 bill with Donald Trump's face on it? Oh, can you, Eli, this actually may happen. And I actually think it's going to happen. If they put a $250 bill out and Donald Trump's face is on it, do you know that liberals will be, somebody will pay them and they'll get a $250 bill and they'll rip it up and then they'll be charged for defacing currency?
No. I've got quite the opposite opinion on that. I've seen all the liberals losing their minds over it, and my only response is, "What are you guys complaining about? You don't make that kind of money. You'll never see one."
You know what would be really funny though, dude? What would be really funny is if they were like ripping up their money and burning it, and then they were broke because they were ripping up the $250 instead of going and changing them in. Because they have to, right? Because they're like Phil. They're like crazy. Right? They just can't have self-control. They'd rip it up. And then they'd be like, I'm broke. I need a GoFundMe. Here's my GoFundMe link. Donald Trump made me broke.
You know, how have we not thought of this before? Didn't George Washington own slaves? How are liberals not foaming at the mouth and ripping up $100 bills on a daily basis, going broke and defacing government money?
Bro, pretty much everybody on the money owned slaves. So yeah, you're good. That's a good point. You know what you should do, Eli? We should go up to some rabid lefties and be like, do you have a $20 bill or a $50 bill or a $100 bill in your pocket? Yeah, I do. I'm not broke like you stupid maggots. Well, did you know that they own slaves? You should give me that. I'll take that off your hands.
How can you call yourself a freedom fighter while you carry around that racist currency?
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told reporters on Thursday that the Treasury Department is, in fact, making preparations to begin printing $250 bills with President Trump's face on them, pending approval from Congress. Now, I don't know. Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you look up if we need 60 votes in the Senate in order to add a bill to our currency? Because if it's just simple majority all the way across the board, it's over, Grover. We are having a $250 bill with Trump's face on it. Breckelman said, Jeremy, I'm really concerned that you are using your LFA media to pursue malicious, trivial, personal stuff. Well, because of what I do, this isn't personal stuff. This is very well public stuff. How many conservatives have been targeted? How many times has president been attempted for the assassination? This is a countrywide epidemic, swatting all of it. It's, to me, my whole life is public. My whole job, my whole existence is public. You guys know more about me than my family knows about each other. And to be honest with you, I don't care. Sue me for what? My truck? My 6-year-old motorcycle? Ooh, come get it. I don't care. To me, it's an integrity move to stand up like that. You know what I mean? And for all the people who don't stand up. Eli, do we have an answer there on the dollars, the bills?
Yes, 60 votes are effectively required in the Senate to add new currency denomination.
60 votes?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need 2/3. Well, that's not going to happen then. Well, you know what? It might happen in the next Congress. We might get some senators. We might pick up some senators. That would be nice. Oh, by the way, the people who disagree, like Dilly and Breckelman and stuff, when I respond to you, I'm not yelling at you. I'm not like, you're an idiot. That's stupid. I'm just telling you that I disagree, and this is why I disagree. Most likely, your advice might be right, and my way might be wrong. Usually my way is wrong, you know? That's why Proverbs 3, 5, and 6 says, I shouldn't lean on my own understanding, right? Sometimes I happen to, though. Sometimes I happen to. And I know you're just concerned, and I do appreciate it. I really do. Cat 352 says, Jeremy, put this towards cameras on your property. Oh, Cat, we actually have enough now. We actually have enough now. If you want me to refund that $100 bill, or that that $100 racist bill, I will. Or I can put it towards a Slurp Fund or whatever else that you want me to put it towards. But we do have enough cameras now. We ended up doing that all last 2 weeks. That's why I was so tan. So I was out there putting stupid cameras up and stuff. So, again, a stupid thing that a person shouldn't have to do. You know what I mean? But my freedom of speech has consequences, which is I have to worry about each one of my family members dying daily like I'm a cop or something. So it's so stupid. So stupid. What did Sabrina say about you calling his job? She said you should have done it last time. You know what? Sabrina being the voice of reason all the time, she told me I should have done it last time. She also told me not to take down the video. So I ended up going against those things and doing it out of mercy, to be honest with you. This comes after the Washington Post report claiming that Trump's administration officials are pressuring the Treasury Bureau of Engraving and Printing to design a $250 bill featuring President Trump's portrait. Quote, legislation that would allow Trump to appear on a $250 bill was introduced in Congress last year to commemorate the nation's 250th anniversary, but has languished. The report notes, still the Washington Post asserts that the U.S. Treasurer and advisor Mike Brown are trying to push to put Trump's face on the bill. So Scott Bessent came out last night and was talking about it, or yesterday, I should say. And I think Peter Ducey was the first one to ask him about this. Let's go to that clip, the first clip with Scott Bessent. I think we have 3 to play overall.
How long until we see your signature next to President Trump's face on a $250 bill?
Well, again, as Treasury Secretary, I have 2 mandates for U.S. currency. At present, no living person can be on U.S. currency, and the currency must say, "In God we trust." So right now there is proposed legislation in front of the House, in front of the Senate, to change the first requirement so that a living person, Donald J. Trump, could be on a $250 bill. So it's all in the hands of the, it's all up on Capitol Hill. So at Treasury, we prepare things in advance. So we have prepared in advance that if the legislation is passed, but we will stick to the law.
So we will stick to the law. And I think here's clip number 2 on that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. On the $250 bill, Mr. Secretary, you said the legalities of it are up on Capitol Hill, but I just wonder what your opinion is personally. Do you think it's a good idea?
All right, we already saw that. Okay, so then there's another clip here, I believe, which is Caitlin Collins. And he rips Caitlin Collins after he says that the Washington Post has a poor and horrible editorial board. And what I love about Scott Bessent is he's not Trump, but boy, he gets the digs in there with a smile, doesn't he?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have 2 questions for you, but just to follow what you said about the.
Well, you didn't call me doctor, so I only get 1.
Well, I'll shoot for 2. You said that it's up to Congress if the president's face is on a $250 bill, but it is actually the Washington Post that's reporting 2 political appointees from the Treasury Department who have asked agencies to be ready to do that. Do you think politically it's a good idea to put his face on a $250 bill when people are struggling to afford gas and groceries?
I don't really understand this Washington Post article. That who hears from the Post? Yep. Terribly written, terribly edited. Because basically what it says is that Treasury is following the law, and that we've created the bill, and that it's up to Congress, but that we follow the bill and it's up to. I didn't really understand what the story was.
So,
but anyway.
Appointees aren't involved in that? 2 of your political appointees?
Yeah, of course, but we prepare for everything if it gets passed. Just like we were ready 6 months in advance for the one big beautiful bill for tax guidance. So we have to prepare in advance. You can't draw something up the day before.
Politically, do you think it's a good idea though when people are struggling to afford gas and groceries?
Look, I think it has. I think that it's bifurcated. That do you think we should have a 250th anniversary? The
Boom.
Celebration.
Do you think we should do
Well, that's happening
anything?
anyway, but putting the president's face on a $250 bill is a choice.
But Caitlin, it's not happening anyway. It's happening because it's being funded by private citizens, by the federal government, by state governments, by municipal governments to celebrate our country. And I don't think that there's anything untoward about having the President of the United States, the person who was President of the United States, on the 250th anniversary bill. No.
On Russia sanctions, what you just commented on there, Mr. Secretary, about the $1.8 billion fund. Is it accurate that the General Counsel of the Treasury Department resigned over that?
I will not be taking any other questions. I will not be taking any other questions. So,
Given the scale of.
Yep. I want to stop real quick here and just address something here with the whole stalker guy. Who was it? Somebody said that I could be sued. Where was that at here? Hold on. He could sue you. And what about the people who depend on the money who work for you at LFA TV? So here's why he can't sue me for what I did. Because, and trust me on this one, okay? You can go look this up if you'd like. But because the company has public open reviews on the internet to anyone who wants to say anything about their company, all I did was do that. I called in and said, one of your employees is making your company look bad. And I know this for a fact because there's many people now who will not call your company out of fear that this guy will be the one coming in. They don't have to fire him. But I bet you they'll take him off his route, and I'll bet you they'll make him work back in the shop. People don't feel comfortable with a guy. What if there was a pedophile? What if there was a guy with a pedophile record who was a former pedophile, got out of prison, and was working for this company? Would somebody have the right to call and say, hey, this guy's got a past record of sexual abuse to a minor? I have children. I do not feel comfortable with this guy that you have employed with a past abuse record of being in my home. There's no difference in saying that. This guy's targeting me because of something that I have a First Amendment right to. It would be like if he was targeting me because I was black. It would be like if he was targeting me because I was gay or because I was a Jew. There's no difference. He's violating my constitutional right to freedom and to live in happiness and the pursuit of happiness by threatening my family over and over again because of our political views. You can't do that. And because a company is publicly open for any review, I gave a review. And I urge other people to exercise your First Amendment right and also go give reviews because you have the right to do that. He can't sue me for that. Now, if somebody went to his house and beat him up and he had hospital bills because of it, and they did that because of LFA, then he could possibly sue me. So don't do that. But as far as this, anything goes. Because I'm going to tell you this, again, as far as people saying that I shouldn't do that. Again, if it doesn't happen to you and your family, it's hard to say what you wouldn't do, but I'll tell you this. My son came home last night after work. He wasn't there when all this happened. And I said, man, you should have seen what happened. And he's like, what? And I was like, that guy came back, blah, 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 blah. And my son went, cool, and went upstairs. My daughter, Olivia, asked my wife, what are you yelling at down there, Mom? She says, that guy's outside again, and I'm yelling at, she was yelling at me not to stop walking over there because I was walking across the street after he said my wife's name. And so Olivia was yelling. Later, Sabrina told me Olivia yelled down, Mom, what are you yelling at? She said, I'm yelling at Jeremy to stop going across the street before he beats that guy into oblivion. And my daughter said, oh, and went back into her room. You know what that's called? That's called desensitization. That means my kids are desensitized to death threats and the actual real threat of a person outside of our damn home. Because this shit has been going on for so long. I have two choices. I can quit doing this, or I can handle business the best way that I can without putting myself and my family in jeopardy of going to jail or losing their dad, or you know what I'm saying? No, I get it, Dilly. You're just giving advice. That's why I said I'm not mad. But this is a lesson, folks. This is a lesson for all of us. Because the minute that you go out there and you start speaking out in public, like I do or so many other people in here do, and people say, we're going to kill you. Look what happened to Charlie. Look at the death threats that Erica's getting nowadays. When does it stop? And I understand that people say, well, now he's going to have nothing to lose if he loses his job. Now he will kill you. I welcome him to actually make a move. Because then I can handle it for good. Eileen, Tim Waltz has pardoned criminals. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Before they had deportation orders, or while they had deportation orders. Eli?
So that's what I'm saying all the time, man. Like over the past 10 or 15, 20 years, this is what Democrats and liberals have been doing to us conservatives, making it seem like we can't do anything. Because if we do anything, it's still wrong no matter what, and the criminal gets away with it. The criminal doesn't get in trouble. The criminal gets to walk free. This is what all these liberal judges have been doing, all these murderers and rapists. Oh, I can't hold him. You read the Miranda rights wrong, or this guy's not mentally stable enough to stay, so we got to let him back into society. But, oh, you jaywalked? Oh, you're going away for like 4 years. They've got us so on edge that we can't even defend ourselves. I don't personally see anything you did wrong. You're sticking up for yourself, but I see where everyone's coming from. And I'm not calling anybody in here, you guys are just trying to give advice and care for Jeremy, but you guys see what I'm talking about now is we're all like, well, we can't do or say anything because we're the ones that are going to get in trouble. Screw that. It's time to start standing up
Eli,
again.
it would be like the bully that keeps hitting you every day and taking your lunch money, and then you sock that bully back, and then you get suspended, but that bully never does it again, does he? But then they get in trouble because they hit the bully. It's yeah, I get it. I understand the advice because of that, 100%.
Yep, good example.
But where does it end? Now speaking of Scott Besson, I'm gonna switch gears here to what he said about Gavin Newsom, and then we're gonna go to California.
Thanks, sir. Governor Gavin Newsom has floated this idea of a 100% state tax on Californians who receive money from President Trump's anti-weaponization fund. Your response to the governor's call for 100%?
There's no cure for stupid. Okay. Thank you all.
Dude, what a walk-off statement. What do you say about Gavin Newsom who says blah, 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 blah? There's no cure for stupid. See you later, everyone. That's like, Eli, he might as well just leaned into the mic and said, well, Gavin Newsom is mentally retarded. Have a nice weekend, everybody. See you later. The walk-off, there's no cure for stupid. Mwah.
Even though the microphone's not that impressive because it's so small and skinny, I wish you would have ripped it off. And
yeah, ripped it off the thing and went, see you next weekend. That would have been all over the news if Scott Besson had done that.
Maintenance guy in the corner going, son of a bitch, now I gotta fix that.
Yeah, and Eli, what does the hearing impaired person do? Go like this? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
they probably pulled a Chris Klein from Just Friends.
Their faces are always great, too. I would have loved to seen the hearing impaired person if he did that and dropped the mic.
Their faces are always so crazy. I just don't understand. If you're reading the hands, why does the face have to be so nutty looking?
No, it's all together, Eli. When you're reading somebody's sign language, body language is also involved in that. You know what I mean? So like the facial expressions are involved in the sign language as well. I mean, if as funny as it is a real thing. It is accompanied with the sign itself.
Listen, I can totally dig that, but they take it too far. I'd be paying so much attention to the face that I wouldn't be paying attention to the hands. I'd say, what did you say?
What? See, I couldn't understand what you said because you didn't do the face with the Aloha Snack Bar sign language.
I didn't hear what you said.
Boy, the trolls are out today in the live chats, aren't they? By the way, what's going on over on YouTube? You guys good over there? I haven't checked in on you guys for a little bit. Hope everything's going on. I'm not going to check in on you. I'm just going to say, y'all good over there? If I come over there, I'll spend the next 15 minutes over there. Gavin Newsom criticized President Trump while announcing a new election protection law, accusing Trump of trying to vandalize the truth. You're vandalizing the truth. You allow vandalism to your cities. You woke, slick back hair will never be president loser. But Donald Trump, big bad Donald Trump, Eli, he's vandalizing the truth now. That's a new word. Eli, I will bet you that vandalize the truth will be one of those things that they all say on media now, and you'll be able to put them all up in 6 months. He vandalized the truth, vandalized the truth, he vandalized the truth. Donald Trump vandalizing the truth. Is the president vandalizing the truth? Once again, anti-vandalizing the truth laws come in California. Vandalizing the truth. The walls are closing in because he's vandalizing the truth. Mark it here. We said it.
I think he vandalized the truth. I think he vandalized the truth.
I think he vandalized the truth.
Signed a law to protect our elections, to make sure that we are conducting a fair, free election without fear of intimidation.
Hold on. What is a fair, free election? I want to ask him that. What is a fair, free election? Is a fair, free election is everybody that resides in the state can vote? Or how about this? Everybody who goes to a voting station can vote. I would almost say to him, do you mean a free and fair election where everybody has the right to vote? Absolutely. So you mean to tell me that everybody who shows up at a polling place, at a voting station, should be able to vote? Absolutely, he'd say. And I'd say, good. I'm going to make a call to some people over in Arizona to come on over then. Bet he wouldn't like that too much. Oh, no, you must reside in the state. Oh, really? Really? Like Eric Swalwell reside in the state? Or like, Spencer Pratt reside in the state? Because there's a difference. Spencer lives in the state but doesn't have a home because Karen Bass burned his home down. Eric Swalwell lived in Washington, D.C., but said he lived in California. So there is a difference there. Gavin.
Donald Trump is trying to do to vandalize truth, to vandalize trust, to rig the election requires vigilance and it requires resolve. And with this law, California is leading to provide the kind of clarity that's necessary so people know that their vote will be counted. Yeah. So I just signed a law to protect our election.
Yeah, I signed a law for vandalizing the truth. Screw the cities. Oops. It's a turd that just went down the gutter there. Screw that, though. Vandalizing the truth. How dare you? How dare you? Where's the Greta Thunberg how dare you soundbite? It's been a long... There it is. There it is.
How dare you? How dare you?
Eli?
I just want to say, I think it's so cute how every time Gavin gets on the camera, he's got that gruffy voice, but you little bitch boy, we all know that when the cameras stop rolling, you talk like this and you probably go get a double mocha latte with orange sugar on it.
Flush that turd down the toilet. Right? Now, speaking of Gavin Newsom, yesterday he said that any J6er that lives in California, they happen to get part of that weaponization fund, then California will tax it 100%. How many January 6ers do you think live in California? How many January 6ers do you think will move from California? Shoot over to Texas, shoot over to Arizona, get that money, invest it somewhere else, come back and vote, get you out of there, go back and live somewhere else. Well, the $1.7 billion weaponization fund has been temporarily blocked by a federal judge. Of course it is. Did you expect any other? Did you expect any other? Federal judge temporarily blocked the Trump administration from moving forward with the 1.7. By the way, Eli, it's a $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund. A 1776. Trump is a trolling genius.
I see what you did there. We see what you did there. It was very classy, very secretly, very sneaky. We see what you did there.
We see what you did. I would bet you $100 that the January 6ers get that money. I bet you that. And I'll bet you California gets none of it. Anybody want to take that bet? Now, staying in California, speaking of Spencer Pratt, my dude, A-list Hollywood actor explains why he's backing Spencer Pratt for LA mayor. Now, who do you think it is, Eli? You're talking about an actor who's actually been pretty A-list and has remained still doing movies even after he's pledged his support for Trump. There's only a handful of them left. Which former A-lister, I don't know if he's A-list anymore, actor do you think just endorsed Spencer Pratt from LA? Who would you say it is?
Can you say old guy or new guy?
I'll give you a hint. He played in a movie called Inner Space.
Dennis Quaid, baby, who just played Reagan.
Dennis Quaid, 72 years old, who just played my fellow Americans. Ronald Reagan has just endorsed Spencer Pratt, saying, is there even a choice? Look around you. He said, you don't even have to have a political stance. He said, you don't have to be a Republican. You don't have to be a Democrat. Take a walk with me. Eli, that should be a campaign video right there. Now, Spencer Pratt he's nobody needs to tell him how to run his campaign videos. He's been killing it, right? But if he did like a 30-minute documentary, say with Ben Berkwam, and said, whether you support the left or the right, if you live in LA, if you're an Angelino, politics shouldn't matter. Take a walk with me. Unedited, unrehearsed. Come on. Ben knows all the spots. Take somebody like Ben. I don't know the spots. But go there and get some people from the neighborhood. Get Republicans and get Democrats and take them with you on a field trip. Do it for 30 minutes or an hour and just walk the streets of LA. Not the Hollywood stars, even though there's crap going on there too. But just walk the streets of LA and film it all. And then get Fox News to air it because they have the biggest audience. And then all of the other news stations will pick on Spencer Pratt because of the 1-hour documentary on Fox News. It'll be everywhere. And all you have to do is go show them the actual living turds. I know they're not living, I get it, but you know what I mean. Fresh, warm, soft, like Tim Waltz. Show them the turds in the gutters. Show them the streams of piss floating down the street. Ask them to smell it on camera. A Democrat, would you like to smell that? Can you believe we got poop and pee running down the streets of our major cities when we've got the Olympics and the World Cup coming in? And Eli, I can imagine too, you could probably even, you know how when you go on like a beer tour, a wine tour, a whiskey tour, and they've got all the stops on the map? I'll bet you could put all of the most concentrated poop and pee areas on a excrement map of LA and go, now let's go over here. Over here's where the Somalis take shits. Over here's where Chinatown takes shits. Over here is where the illegal, border jumpers take shits. Over here's where, and you could just go to each one of them and mark them off. Where's my stamp?
Can have little poop emojis wearing burqas. You can have little poop emojis wearing sombreros.
Yes, exactly. And every time you go to a new place, you get a new poop emoji pin, right? Make a game of it. That's what he should do, Eli. That's what he should make a game of it. Whoever gets all the poop emojis first wins. Like the Amazing Race. Whoever gets back here with all the poop emojis and films it, you are the ultimate poop LA poop map winner.
It's not Pokemon, it's Poopemon. Gotta catch 'em all.
Poopemon! It's Poopemon, Eli. That's amazing. That is amazing. Instead of Pikachu, it's Poopachu.
Poopachu. Poopachu.
Whoever wins gets a $250 Trump bill.
We gotta do this. We gotta do this.
Utah said poop bingo. Yes! Poop bingo. I didn't have that on my poop bingo card today. See, Eli, when we go off on weaves, we actually come up with some pretty good ideas here. That's a campaign video right there.
Good ideas. The only kind that I have.
You know what's funny? When I said that, the plunger that I have down here literally fell on the ground. Perfect timing. Poofik timing.
It's the gods of poop telling you that it's a great idea.
Only one God, Eli. Pretty sure it doesn't look like that. I could do this all day. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, raise your hand. Spencer Pratt making the rounds on media with suits on lately, looking really sharp, sounding really smart, on with fake Tapper.
Think that 9/11 was an inside job?
Hold up.
What I've learned.
What the hell? I turn it on. Eli, Nana says, fill your poop passport. Victoria said, well, this is a shitty conversation. Guys, it's Friday. Okay? Fake Tapper brings on Spencer Pratt and says, thanks for coming on. Mr. Pratt, you think 9/11 was an inside job? I'm surprised he didn't say, who killed John F. Kennedy? Do you know? All right. Victoria, that was great.
You know, almost 20 years later, it's actually the negligence of the people in power. I would have loved to have gone along with when my house burned down and my parents' house burned down, everyone saying it was lasers, it was a land grab, it was just like Maui, but it's not. The reality is people in charge fail us as taxpayers. And when you're listening to that audio, that's a 22-year-old person. I'm now 42 and have experienced city negligence, state negligence.
Hey, at least
and
he
I've
was
learned
honest.
a lot about it. It's actually worse than a conspiracy. It's that we have people in charge that make mistakes that get people killed. So unfortunately, you know, I was young and naive to understanding how there is people that will fail citizens across the board. And I would have to go back and look at all that. I haven't watched any of those things in 20 years or whatever. But I bet now with my fresh eyes of surviving the city's negligence that burned 12 people in my neighborhood alive, 7,000 structures,
horrible.
and seeing how fast the internet was said that was a conspiracy and how I had to be like, no, this is how it happened, this, and this. Now with new fresh eyes, I'm sure I would look at that a lot different. I think anytime we see something that's just so shocking and unbelievable, we as humans want to try to find excuses, but sometimes the excuses are just real simple. People failed us as taxpayers.
So that interview was in 2009. You were almost, it was in July 2009, so you were almost 26 years old, just to be clear. Do you regret saying that? I mean, do you now accept that 9/11 was because of al-Qaeda terrorists, not because of an inside job by the U.S. government?
Well, no, again, what I'm saying is I believe a lot of people failed to allow the al-Qaeda terrorists to get in. So I think the negligence in government allowed, not on purpose, but just failures. They didn't burn my house down on purpose. They just failed.
Perfect
Do you still
answer.
think that 9/11 was an inside job?
I think that is the perfect answer right there. He didn't say, no, I don't think 9/11 was an inside job. He said, I think that the people that were in charge failed, just like they failed when they burned down my house, just like they failed when they burned down my parents' house, just like they failed when people got burned alive. I've grown. In 20 years, my experience tells me now that maybe it wasn't an inside job in the way I thought of 20 years ago, but this is the way I look at it now. Now, I would still argue 20 years later that, yes, it was very much an inside job that our world leaders didn't fail to protect us from, but knew was going to happen and let it happen. Now, I don't think that George Bush, in all of his low IQ abilities or disabilities, sat there and said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to destructify that building. You understand? And then we're going to go get some tacos and some burritos. You hear that, Dick? And then we're going to go hunting. I'm pretty sure George Bush doesn't even know what planet he lives on. But I'll just say I think that the Cheneys and the Bushes allowed it to happen. Like they do, like a lot of the false flags happen these days. You know, like Eli, when a trans kid shoots up a school, right? And they go, well, we've been watching him for a long time. Okay, then why didn't you stop him? Or her, or them, or they, or whatever they're called today. That's exactly what I think happened in 9/11 as we go off on this weave now.
Damn Skippy.
100%. Now I'm sure if we sat down with producer Frankie, then we could get a lot more into the who did what, when, where, and why. Colleen says, so let me get this straight. You encourage people to not stand up for themselves. Seriously? We have had enough of that crap. That guy had a choice and he made it. And Jeremy had his. Go, Jeremy. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I thought you were going to actually rail on me for a minute. Brandy says that plane would not have made them follow what they did. They were brought down the way bring down other demolitions. No, I agree with that too. 100%. Anybody with an actual brain today, 20 years now, removed, 25 years removed, whatever, can see, okay, come on. Like, come on. And when I say knew it was going to happen, allowed it to happen, I mean knew the whole destruction was going to happen. The explosions, all of it, and said, yeah, that's a pretty good idea. And you can get really deep into the 9/11 stuff, Eli. You can get so deep in, you can find out the contracts that and the insurance policies, they were all changed literally right beforehand. And you can go, okay, well, maybe it was up for an insurance renewal. Maybe these new contracts with these new companies, maybe it was just a coincidence. But then you get into the elevator companies, and the people that were running repair on the elevator were telling you some really crazy stuff that was happening inside there, how they weren't allowed to go in certain places. And then you talk to demolition company people, and they'll say, oh, that was definitely a demolished building. We've done this our whole lives. And those people were silenced. Videos, people didn't have phones the way they do today, where everything was videoed and everybody could tell you. It definitely was not Muslims that just, hey, Akbar, stole some planes and ran into it. And I'll tell you another thing, Eli, now that we're talking about it 21 years later, I'll tell you the thing that doesn't make sense the most, the Pentagon. You might be able to argue New York. You can easily and definitely argue Pennsylvania. You can't argue the Pentagon, okay? West Virginia, gas went from 49 to 422. Amazing. You can't argue the Pentagon, Eli, because the plane would have had to have been coming in 5 feet above the ground the entire way to get into that straight trajectory into the Pentagon, of which, even though there's very limited footage, there is footage of during, before, and after. And there's no plane wings. There's no plane at all in the wreckage and the cleanup that we know, that we see anyway. And a plane could never have that trajectory of that size going into the Pentagon straight into it. It would have had to been at that height miles down the road in order for that to happen. It's not even an arguable thing. You know what I mean?
I don't know if I've ever told you this, Jeremy, but I fly planes, and I fly them close to that ground all the time, and the reason there was no plane parts left is because they were vaporized. That's what happens when you superheat a plane that crashes into a building.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Meanwhile, New York Building 7 is like, what's going on over there? What's going on over there? That's what Building 7 did. So, anyway. You still believe 9/11? I mean, who asks that question these days? Anyway, I digress. Spencer Pratt went on Greg Gutfeld last night, which is actually really great. I'm surprised he's just now getting spin over there on Fox as much as he is. Maybe they realize that he's actually got a viable chance to, hey, yeah, let's put him on. He'll get ratings. Either way, it's good.
The thing the internet says, they're like, he's so big on the internet, but is he big in the streets? Yes, the people I'm surging with are the people having to step over the naked drug addicts and step into human poop to get their $20 matcha.
Yeah.
Those are the people that I'm surging with. The moms across Los Angeles who have to use their strollers around fentanyl, needles, and naked drug addict zombies with machetes that maybe will chop a limb off. So, yeah.
Hey, Eli, we should make that whole Building 7 thing that I just did a short clip, by the way. That might bring some laughter for the weekend. Building 7, I'll just fall down. Eli, remember, what movie was that? He's a liberal loser anyway, but Mike Myers, was it Austin Powers? You don't even have a name tag. You might as well just fall down. Right, Michael Caine? You don't even have a name tag. You might as well just fall down.
God, it's just like...
Eli, when we make that short clip, we put that clip in there. As soon as Building 7 falls and I fall down, we put that clip. You don't even have a name tag. You might as well just fall down.
Reminds me of that chick that was all 6s and 7s, then she shot on a turtle.
Shats on a turtle, baby, yeah. You know, back when comedians were comedians and they didn't care to say their, political leanings, back when they just did their damn jobs.
Yeah, it actually, now that you mention that, it's surprising. When did that start? It was probably maybe early 2000s, 2010s that really started happening. But you're right. Before that, you never heard a movie star or a song artist say, I'm a Republican, I'm a conservative, I'm this, I'm that, because nobody cared and it didn't matter. But damn, did they slide in there and say, we need you guys to start brainwashing the masses, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? Who I'm really impressed with for many reasons, but Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt has found a way to openly love Jesus and still be in the top movies and still be, top at Marvel and putting out all these major movies, and he's super A-list. And, Chris Pratt came out with a video yesterday. Eli, you know what he said? Somebody asked him his political leanings, and he said, I got to be honest with you. I'm not super political, so I don't talk about politics because I'm not trying to limit my career to one audience or another. And I'm not willing to lose my career over any opinion that I might give you politically, one way or the other. But I'll tell you what I am willing to lose my career over, Jesus. That's what he said yesterday in a video.
Damn Skippy. From what I've read and studied on him, he's a good man.
And remember when he did that, remember when he did the Nickelodeon? Remember when he did the Nickelodeon thing and he's like, prayer is powerful. And he took over and they were like, and he just went off on it was great. JJ said too many died that day. Heroes especially, not lighthearted day in retrospect, especially anyone who hit close to home. Yeah, no, I don't think anybody here made fun of the people that actually fought and died. I don't think anybody would do that. And just because it hits close to home to people doesn't mean that I'm not going to make strong statements and even jokes on the aimed at and thrown at those people who actually did this on purpose. You know, I don't walk on eggshells. Eli?
Yeah, absolutely not. Nobody deserved to die that day. The only thing that we're making, I guess you could say, light of or some type of ironic humor out of is how absolutely pathetically in your face, slap you in the mouth, set up it was. That's what the big joke is. And the joke was on all of us.
Yeah, Daisy says, my husband spoke at the chapel at the Pentagon where the plane supposedly hit. It was a bomb of some sort. We were there shortly after it happened. Well, if you look at the slowed down, video footage that there is of it, it's very difficult to see. But what you can see is that it's not a plane. It's like a Scud missile or something. It definitely wasn't a plane. It wasn't. It wasn't big enough. It didn't have the shape, and it hit straight on. You know what I mean? And a plane wouldn't have been able to do that. So, Shannon says Spencer Pratt is going to demolish the two commie hacks. Well, here's Spencer.
I keep getting asked, what politicians do you look up to? Who do you like? I'm like, I hate these people. Like, what are you talking about? These people let my house and my mom's house burn down. They are just. I called Mayor Bass on the debate an incredible liar, but she's actually a terrible liar. She's just incredible at how much she does it.
Yeah,
you know?
she's volume, not quality.
I don't know.
Her confidence is stunning.
I think that Spencer Pratt. Look, here's what I'll say. I don't know if he's going to win. I think he's got the best chance of anybody in the recent history to win there. Do I think he's going to win? If I had to put money on it, that would be a difficult one. If I had to put money on it, I would not do that. But what I will tell you is this. If he even comes close, then we need to ride or die for California. I know so many of us have given up on California, except for those strong-hearted, patriotic people that live there that say, I'm not leaving my home. But a lot of us have given up on California. If he comes close to winning, then we need to put the pedal to the metal for California. Because that tells you that the tides are turning, because you didn't expect him to even get 15% of the vote. If he gets anywhere from 30 to 40% of the vote, it is on in California. I mean, it's time for the RNC to spend money there. It is time to send Scott Pressler there. It is time for President Trump to go and do rallies there. It is time for patriots to descend on California. And I still think everybody should go vote, to be honest with you. They told you it's not illegal. They told you illegal voting does not happen in the United States, and we're not going to look at your ID.
Yeah, my campaign now, how I identify, besides being the common sense American, it's the look around candidate. Mm-hmm. You look around and see with your own eyes
there it is.
What I'm saying, and it's true. And that's why I'm going to win, because my opponents just lie, and they've had 10 years combined that they've created everything that they are looking around and seeing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Latest poll, Pratt 35, Bass 33. Well, I've also seen polls where he's behind still, too. So, like I said, I think he's got a better chance than anybody. Why I say I wouldn't put money on it isn't because I don't think that if we had actual fair elections, I think he would win. But you're dealing with California. And, Dana White always said this thing about the UFC. He said, don't ever leave it into the hands of the judges. Don't ever leave a fight into the hand of the judges. If you leave the fight into the hand of the judges, then they could absolutely choose wrongly who the winner is of that fight. And, it's like Sean Strickland and Khamzat Chimaev, that last fight. I don't think Sean Strickland won that fight. I also don't believe Khamzat Chimaev won that fight. I believe it was a draw at best. But you leave it into the hands of the judges, and the judges are going to pick the winner. Right? So they pick Sean Strickland. And I honestly, as an MMA fan, don't believe he won that fight. Especially not going for the belt. I mean, you got to handily win a fight. But they had to choose one. The belt was on the line. So it is what it is. But, You don't leave it in the hands of the judges, and you don't leave it in the hands of politicians. You make it happen, Captain. You make it too big to rig. That's what Trump did. Trump said, I'm not leaving it in the hands of the people that are going to steal it. We're going and we're taking this election, and that's exactly what we did. But I do believe that he has a great chance of winning. Now, here's his other opponent in California. I want you to hear very closely what she said. She said, so I woke up this morning and...
This morning to a sound of commotion outside of my window, and I looked out the window and I realized that there were people setting up what was, I think, a fake encampment, like a homeless encampment outside of my house. Multiple people gathered there filming it to make a shooting something with cameras. And
okay, what would be worse? What would be worse? Connect the dots. A real homeless encampment outside of your house, or a fake one trying to prove a point about what you stand for? What would be worse? Oink says, you're absolutely right. UFC has gotten corrupt now like other sports. Didn't used to be back in the day, but they were, what's that again? But there were winners that were robbed, like the ones you mentioned. Well, the problem with the UFC now is that they sold out. Now, Dana White is still the president of the UFC, but Dana White doesn't have absolute full control like he used to. And when it was him and the Fertitta brothers, they did a great job. You're absolutely right. I wouldn't say it's corrupt today. I just think it's losing its edge, and that's why you got BKFC and MVP on the rise. Anyway, long story short, getting back to this. What would you rather have outside your house, Eli? A real homeless encampment or a fake homeless encampment trying to prove a point about your policies? If you had to come out and you had to choose one, which one would you choose?
I'm definitely going to go with fake.
Yeah.
Definitely don't want a real one.
Yeah. I mean, who wants a real homeless encampment? And it's too over to her head to realize exactly what's happening here, and she let it get to her. Spencer Pratt's definitely going to beat her. She's
things
tanking.
like that outside of my house.
Yeah.
I think to make a political video that would talk about how I don't want this at all, but how I'm that this is somebody who wants encampments on our streets, that she lets encampments be there. I have two little kids.
Yeah.
They didn't see it, luckily, this morning, but I'm.
What if they had? By the way, what's her name? The hell's her name? I don't even know her name. It's one of those names you can't pronounce. So, nobody cares. She's going to lose big time. Why are you happy that your kids didn't see it? Luckily, my kids didn't see it. She said, why? How many children do have to see it? I know yours don't. I know yours don't have to see it. But how many children do have to see the reality of real homeless encampments? Nithya, yeah. Nithya. Victoria said, geez, what a whiny voice. Absolutely. Top ramen. Right. But she doesn't see the irony in anything that's happening here. And the irony is, I'm glad my kids didn't see it. You're glad your kids didn't see a homeless encampment, fake or real, outside your house. Why? Well, because these weren't real homeless people. Oh, but so you would like the real ones? Glad my kids didn't. These people are bat soup crazy.
I feel badly that I'm even subjecting them to that at all, but it has definitely, this has gone far beyond what I expected the campaign to be about. I, again, thought it would be about bike lanes and management of the Department of Transportation.
Yeah.
That's what you thought the campaign for mayor would be about? That? Not the problems of the city? Not how to fix certain situations? Not the homeless or the drug problems? Not the shit and the piss problems? None of that? You thought it would be about that? Ramen noodle? Eli. No policies to fix anything whatsoever. Democratic Party today. Just Trump is bad. We can't let him take over.
I mean, Democratic Party today, that's how they've always been. I've never seen one of them do a damn thing. They get
Ever.
up and they complain about people who are doing things that they're not doing. That's all they do.
It's all they do. It's all they do. Here's where Nithya was booed. What?
I'm really sorry this is kind of off topic for a second, but I just thought it was really interesting. Former Congresswoman Margie Taylor Greene reposted one of Thomas Massey's posts about being on vacation, and it's got 4 drinks lined up.
I know.
Even
the
pizza?
Dude, I know, and I commented on it. Do you see my comment on it?
Oh, no. No, sorry, I didn't see that. But just, that's really interesting to mention pizza.
Exactly.
Of all things.
Yeah. So, what he's talking about, folks, you know what, Eli? Send me the link. Is it on X, right? Is it on X or is it on Instagram?
Yeah, it's on X.
All right, send it to me real quick, just because I don't want to. Bring up X and go search for it, because if you send it to me, it'll probably bring up what I said in that post. So we will pull this up for you. And I know we're off topic here, but Eli's right. So what he's talking about is Marjorie Taylor Greene, what you're going to see here when we get it pulled up. She posted retweeted Thomas Massey's tweet of 4 drinks, being up on like a vacation, like a pool, like a, one of those infinity pools that just go off into nowhere. It looks like something like one of those. Here, I'll pull it up for you. And by the way, in the next post, Eli, if you look at the next post, she says, "We just saw off our friends Thomas and whatever his wife's name is, and we are so honored, and the civil war of the Republican Party is full on, and we are getting blah, blah, blah." Here's the video, folks. Here's the freaking video. Watch this. Now, what Eli's talking about is this. This is Thomas Massey's, what he said. "Even better than the pizza rolls your mom served in the basement." Now, I'm not reading too much into that, Eli, because we do say Hot Pockets and pizza rolls in the basement and stuff like that, and I think that's what he's getting to. I think it's a reach for people to say Pizzagate on it. I don't even really care about the Pizzagate thing. That's not even my problem with that. My problem with that is continuing to sit there and, like, life must be good living on that insider trading taxpayer dollars. You know what I mean? While you ran out on everybody. But Eli, I got to show you this. The comments are great. I thought my comment would be one of the first ones that popped up, but it wasn't. So maybe we'll find it. Who wants to go through the comments? Let's go through them together. These are funny. Let's see. So much for being a farmer and a regular guy, principled man of the people. Now he's an elitist, prick-rubbing his wealth in everyone's faces. He's so much better than everyone. Kentucky did the right thing. That's the first post. Here's the next one. Because nothing screams America first like getting drunk in Costa Rica on the taxpayer's dime. Here's the next one. So happy Trump got rid of you traitors. Here's the next one. I don't know about anybody else, but you couldn't pay me enough to drink whatever is in that glass. Here's the next one. Do you really think it's a good idea to flaunt this? Very out of touch. You don't have to post everything like a teenager. Is your Costa Rica endeavor being funded by Qatar, another country for you? Your construction business, I should say. You two really think all of this is funny? It just verifies that you don't have the judgment or common sense to lead anything in this country. Maybe try your homeowners associations and stick to your hood. Here's one. Well-deserved fun. Okay. Must be nice to be extremely wealthy. Wonder what happens when you're a civil servant. One loser laughing at another loser. Maybe Cornyn will join the loser party. Oh, I love that part. Hold on, let's y'all some junior high type shit. Grow the F up. Enjoy your vacation. Maybe take a break from social media. You lost. And these posts are embarrassing. She's insider trading that wealth up. Aren't you both married to other people? Regardless, though, pizza rolls are the shit. Nothing screams America first like you losers trying to flex from another country. Nobody cares, you irrelevant skank. Damn, this you, Marjorie Taylor Greene? No! Look at that. Bro, in real life, this is what people say. Look at the comments. Eli, you do that all the time. You go to Facebook and you say, bro, these people are lighting up this person. It's like 99% to 1. And that's real life. Real life is in the comment threads, not in the posts. And not in the number of views, not in the number of likes, not in the number of retweets. It is what's in the freaking post.
Yep. Damn, Skippy, absolutely. And I love seeing people say, oh, those comment sections didn't really work out the way you thought it was going to, didn't you? And I love how they still give Trump shit for going golfing.
Yes.
On golf courses that he owns.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go back to some of these beautiful, wonderful comments. There's Marjorie, right? All right, let's keep going. Next time, invite me. Y'all's husbands can still sit in their cuck chairs, out of touch. Definitely keep posting shit like this. Do it more often. Medical margaritas, I see. Massey 2028. What? Let's see. You two are pathetic effing perverts. You're an abomination to everything, MTG. A full-on slutbag flaunting your grift on all the taxpayers. I hope your consequences effing literally crush you. If it was a couple weeks from now, we might let y'all enjoy this. Graduation is almost here. You do know that this just makes you both look like bigger assholes now, right? Glad you two are enjoying your farewell tour. I mean, just look at the, okay, losers. Must be nice live. And then somebody put He-Man. He-Man. Marjorie Taylor Greene holds up a drink. I have the power! And transforms into the muscle-bound freak that you see before you now. Like, Eli. We went off on a full weave here.
I have the insider trading information.
Eli, we went off on a Jasmine Crockett weave here.
It was pretty unbelievable.
Super unbelievable. Hey, you know what? I think it's a good time for an ad. How about you? Rise Up Coffee. We'll be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Mm-hmm. Get that Rise Up Coffee today. Eli, have you seen that YouTube channel, by the way? That chat is flying over there now. We got more Patriots in there today than we have been, but one guy said this channel is Israel first. Go live in Israel. Bibi Netanyahu's the Dr. Doom to America. Cool story, bro. Super cool story. Go Israel, by the way. Hold on, Eli. We got to get paid when we say that. Go Israel. BB has the power. There's $7,000. I hope Israel takes over all the land that they rightfully deserve. $7,000? Eli, would you like to say anything nice about Israel?
I can't weave.
I can't weave Israel. I love it too much. Go, Bibi. Unfortunately, Bibi's a douchebag, and most of the Israeli politics that run the country are douchebags as well, and Jesus is king. But, hold on, I didn't just say that. Bibi, you are great. I wonder if an Israel First channel would call Bibi a douchebag, Eli. Y'all don't know what to think over there, do you? Y'all don't know what we are, do you? You know what we are? We're LFA First. How about that? Everybody on Rumble. LFA TV First, right? I think we could say that, and we're okay with that. Damn, they just took $7,000 away, Eli. Son of a bitch.
It was a good one. MIGA. Make Israel great again.
I thought you said something completely different. What's up, my MIGA?
As it was leaving my mouth, I was like, oh, I gotta finish the rest of that sentence.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't say Migger. MIGA, right? You don't want to go around saying, I'm a Migger. You're a what?
I make Israel great again. Ching.
Yeah, that's, by the way, that's a term that the woke right uses, Eli. When they say MIGA, you know that they used to be Trump fans, but then their balls dropped off and they became trans.
I mean, what happened? Your balls drop off?
MIGA's gonna MIG, you know what I mean? It is the way it is. Anyway, you know what? Since we're talking about Christ as King, we might as well talk about this bad boy right here. How many of y'all already got that MAGA cross, right? Somebody's going to go, you're worshiping MAGA? No, we're not. Nope, that's just an actual a cross. It's just a company that loves President Trump that puts it out. It's a sterling silver cross, actually. It doesn't say MAGA on it at all. And you get the sterling silver cross from the MAGA offers for literally 50% off. Now, I know a lot of people did order the MAGA cross and actually got it, love it. I have it. My daughter has one. And if you don't have one, maybe now's the time, especially for 50% off, right? The MAGAoffers.com is where you're going to want to go. And with the world being as noisy as it is today and as loud as it is today, it's nice to be able to reach down, grab that cross as a symbol of, oh yeah, I remember. Like when I was walking across the street yesterday and almost went to jail, and my wife said, hey, hold on, come back. Vengeance is not yours, it is the Lord's. I said, oh yeah, you're right. 50% off right now if you go to themagaoffers.com/LFA cross. That is themagaoffers.com/LFA cross. Get your sterling silver cross for 50% off today. The MAGA offers, ladies and gentlemen, carry a symbol that has the least amount of weight, but the most amount of power. The cross. Carry your daily cross today. Silver, sterling silver for 50% off. Themagaoffers.com/LFA cross. Eli, do you know what makes the people on the right, the woke right and the left, more upset than anything? It isn't even when you talk about how great Trump is. It's when you talk about how great Jesus is, and then you say, Jesus would have voted for Trump. That makes the woke right so mad because they don't know that you're trolling them. And they say Jesus was actually a socialist. That's what they say on the left. So on the left, they say he was a socialist. And on the right, they say that he would have hated Trump, but yet saved his life a few times, didn't he? Oh, look at that.
To the King of Kings, baby.
Yeah. Who wrote that Bible? I wonder. Weird. All right. Now, the actual thumbnail today is President Trump cleaning things up. And that's exactly what he's doing. See, Name me a blue city that doesn't have astronomically high crime and poop and pee flowing down the streets. There isn't one. The Trump administration came in and they cleaned up D.C. like that. Now think about it. Can you imagine being mad that he's actually renovating the reflecting pool in D.C.? Can you actually imagine being upset that he's washing off graffiti and making it look presentable and nice again as our nation's capital? Can you imagine being upset that he's building these beautiful archways with gold accents? Can you imagine being that upset that he's making things look better in our nation's capital so that when world leaders come, they don't look at us like the laughing stock of the world? The biggest, strongest, most powerful, and richest nation. We don't even have high-speed rails. Our roads are collapsing everywhere, and Democrat cities look like actual gas station bathrooms. Gas station outside bathrooms that they got to give you the key that's attached to a hubcap, and they've got bars on the windows. You know what I'm talking about. That's the way our country looks under Democrats. The Trump administration is spending $5 million to paint 4 bronze statues around the Lincoln Memorial in a layer of gold leaf. In April, the National Park Service awarded a $5 million contract to a Maryland gliding studio to repair 80,000-pound statues and coat them with a layer of 2375 karat gold leaf. The work is to be completed in time for America's 250th anniversary on July 4th. The contract was awarded without a full competition. The layer of gold is the same kind used to refinish the exterior of the Wyoming State Capitol Dome 7 years ago. The project is among a slew of beautification projects going on in our capital right now. The Interior Department is spending at least $95 million on projects initiated between December 2025 and April of 2026. And now we're seeing some of that. I got some videos here for you. President Trump reposted this video. And in this video, he says, well, the person who posted it said, President Trump infuriates Democrats by dropping this incredible moment of seeing the Columbus Circle 100% cleaned up, and the fountain water has crystal clear water and is flowing beautifully. No homeless camps, no drug needles, no drug use anywhere to be found. A complete 180 from what it used to look like under Democrat rule. And can you imagine the left is losing their minds over this? Look at this. Look how beautiful it is. Absolutely gorgeous. No graffiti. Look at that. That used to all be covered in graffiti. And look at it now. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, isn't that what you expect to see when you go to the United States Capitol? Is to see beautiful stuff like that, and not broke down, dilapidated, riddled with graffiti and drug paraphernalia. Here's Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy at that exact location.
In our effort to follow the president's call to make D.C. beautiful and great again, we are announcing that we are given a grant from DOT to Union Station for $465 million. It's going to fast-track critical structural repairs to this building, things like a roof. We can't have leaks in our Union Station roof, so we're going to fix the roof, enhance the passenger concourses, the Amtrak lounge, and the ticketing experience. We're going to maximize the station's revenue potential with retail, with parking, with office spaces, with digital signage, and a lot more. We're going to improve security, and we're going to invest in family-friendly infrastructure.
if we're spending money, taxpayer dollars, I want to see the beautification of our cities. It has to. We have to. Debbie, I actually agree with you on that. Okay? Debbie says, just my opinion, but I think he went a little overboard with the gold accents in the Oval Office. It looks a little tacky. I actually do agree with you on that. I like the gold accents, but man, are they everywhere. You know what I mean? I agree with you on that one. I wish you would have toned that down a little bit. But, folks, this is what it used to look like. Prepare yourselves. I don't know if you guys, I know we forget a lot of things really quick here. But this is what it used to look like. That's what we used to have. If you're going to spend $100 million, $40 million, $30 million here or there, then at least it goes to make our nation's capital look a little better. This is embarrassing. So embarrassing. Look at that. Look at it now. What a change. Tell me which one you'd rather have. You know, that's a perfect example right there of the difference between a Democrat running something and a Republican running something. A strong Republican, not a weak one like Brian Kemp. I mean a real MAGA Republican. Going from that atrocity to that, and you're complaining about that? Imagine complaining about that. Just ignorant people that want destruction and wretched cities. I just don't get it. And you know what it is? They're just mad because Trump's doing it. Now, President Trump has filed a motion to restart the White House ballroom after the second assassination attempt on his life in a month. And at this point, any gunshots that are in the vicinity of Trump, you have to consider them an assassination attempt on his or somebody in his administration's life. And if you say, well, that's not true, if somebody shoots a gun off and they're, 1,000 yards from President Trump, we're not going to call that an assassination attempt. Really? Weren't you the same ones calling motorcycle accidents COVID deaths? Weren't you the same ones calling gunshot wounds that were fatal from drive-bys COVID deaths? Eli, I'd feel much more honorable in saying that, and correct in saying that gunshots within the vicinity of President Trump are assassination attempts than I would saying that a motorcycle death was a COVID death when they had their ticker up on CNN.
Yeah, sounds about right. Hey, we got a Groiper for Tallarico in the chat.
Oh, really?
And he's proudly told us that he has ED that the Jews gave him.
Cool. Cool story. Imagine going around telling everybody that you have erectile dysfunction. The Democrats have electile dysfunction. They can't win an election. Eli, that might be a good slogan. Democrats have electile dysfunction.
That's freaking genius. I love that.
But imagine going into a chat and going, I have ED that the Jews gave me, and I want to kiss Tallarico's tip of his fake wiener.
That's pretty twisted.
You know that's how they do that, right? You know it's basically an outie or an innie when you get a sex change, right? So like if you want to become a girl, they push it in. It's like an inside outie, right? So basically when you're, I don't even want to get into that, but when you're a girl and you want one of those things down there, then they blow it out. Like it's like they hold their nose and close their mouth and they just push real hard and it, you know what I mean? It pops out and they got a little nub. It kind of looks like, if you get an arm cut off and you got the nub, that's what it looks like for a girl. I bet that's what the girl guy in the chat actually did. He's got a blown out outie and he loves Tallarico.
All I can picture is some Looney Tunes kind of stuff.
No, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. That's what they do. They walk into a doctor's office and they say, "What can I do for you today?" Sir, ma'am. And they're like, "Excuse me? It's man, not ma'am." Pop. Pops right out. And they walk out. Now they've got an Audi.
This guy says, or whatever it is, says, fun fact, did you know Nick Fuentes wants to be the second illegal alien FAGGOT from Chicago that never had a real job to be president? Such a weird person.
Yeah. Gripers are clinically retarded people, Eli. Just mute those people, right? Go over to YouTube. You can go gripe over there. How about that? Go gripe over there. Now, raise your hand if you think that Todd Blanche has done a good job. Amy goes, "Excuse me, bigot? My parents' white doctor assigned me this skin at birth. I am transpigmented." I love Josh so much.
That's good stuff.
Excuse me, bigot? All right, raise your hand if you think Todd Blanche has done a good job since taking over as acting Attorney General. Is he acting like an Attorney General, or is he not? What grade, better yet, let's pull up the Rumble chat here. What grade would you give Todd Blanche as the acting Attorney General? We will bring up the Rumble chat, and we will find out. I'm going to collapse this. By the way, this is how you get rid of this. If you're watching, boop, see that? Gone. Let's see, what grade would you give him? Let's see. Better than Pam Bondi. Well, I guess the bar wasn't high, was it? The bar wasn't high. A, okay. A C. Good job. A B, B, A plus, A, B. All right, this is, see, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube and you're a Democrat and you hate us, we actually aren't a cult. We actually call out members of our party and we get real feedback, not fake feedback. We're seeing a lot of good grades. I would say an average of a B right now is it that he's getting. We got a few C's, we got a few A's, mostly B's. Tallarico's a fraud. Yep, he is. Wait, Groypers for Tallarico. You just said Tallarico's a fraud. I don't understand those people, Eli. So it looks like we got about an average age or an average grade of a B for Todd Blanche. Well, you want to know what? I would give him a B minus. One thing that is going to take your stock down in my book is if you say no one's above the law. I don't want to hear that ever again. Pam Bondi wore that out like hand-me-down shoes, all right? Or like Kamala Harris after Willie Brown. Oh, wore out. But don't say no one's above the law. Please don't do it. Don't do it.
Not enough of
don't
a
you
form
do
of
it.
accountability for the people out there that are having thousands, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars stolen from them through fraud.
Yes, that's right. So here's how we talk about accountability. We talk about arrests, we talk about prosecutions, we talk about jail sentences, and that's what we're doing at the Department of Justice. We're working with Inspector Generals, FBI, DHS, and HSI agents, and just a few examples. A jury convicted a Florida man of over $8 billion in Medicare fraud just last week. There was a man sentenced in Minnesota to 41 years in prison for fraud. And these are these cases are fraud of the worst kind. Fraud against our most needy, or the people who deserve the money the most. Children who need money for their lunches when they're at school. Elderly who are having all kinds of medical procedures done in their name when they're not even asking for them. And this is money coming from the federal government. It's your tax dollars. It's my tax dollars. The only way we can hold them accountable is by putting them in jail.
Does that include politicians? Well, I know that we're in the investigative process, and I know that your answer to me probably will be you need to let the investigation play out. But if this lands, and can be proven, that politicians were in some way culpable, overseeing it, negligent in some way, political accountability just isn't enough for the American people.
That's consistent with the president's absolute directive to his Department of Justice. It does not matter if you're a politician or if you're a fraudster from Somalia. We cannot tolerate it. And Governor Walz is a great example. He has done nothing but sue us Okay, sue the Department of Justice for trying to get records to understand the fraud happening in his state. Okay, so that is his reaction to us trying to save the government's money and recover against fraudsters, is filing lawsuits against us.
And what's been the reaction of California?
Well, he didn't say it. I'm glad. So he did say, when he was talking about subject to fraud, people that are subjects of fraud, and people that, need to get prosecuted, he did put Tim Walz in that. He did put Ilhan Omar in that. I told you Ilhan Omar's not walking away from this unscathed. She's just not. She's not going to. And for all those people out there that are like really, 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 really upset that they've not seen big, high-profile people like James Comey, John Brennan, arrested yet, the midterms and global superpower is what Trump is focused on right now. Okay? The midterms and global superpower. That is what Trump is focused on mostly right now. Would I like there to be more focus on those idiots in New Jersey? Would I like there to be more focus on other things here in the country, locking people? Absolutely. But I'm telling you that midterms and global superpower and the changing of the guard on a global scale is what Trump is focused on right now. After those midterms, 2 years of amazingness. Year and a half, 2 years of amazingness is going to happen when it comes to those other things that you guys want. And I'm not talking the Democrats here. They don't want that to happen. They would rather us focus on the things that we're focused on right now. But Crossfire Hurricane, the 2020 election, COVID, all of that, that's going to be October, November, and beyond. Now, we'll still see progress in those from now until then, but it won't be all-out focus. Just telling you the truth. The New Jersey rioters.
Okay, let's talk about what you can and cannot tolerate. This is video from last night. This is one of those rioters and him shouting death threats at ICE officers. Watch.
Your whole family! Your whole family's dead! Come on! Your children, your wife, all dead! Put your... My boy! I have your face, mother... You're dead! Dead!
You're dead, your children, your wife, your whole family, I'll kill them all. And then ironically says, I have your face. We all have his face.
Yeah, so do we. And look, that's a federal crime. And not only threatening the ICE officer, but think about how disgusting this individual is, threatening his family and his children with death. What is this man doing? He's just doing his job standing there. And so this, again, that is disgusting, that what you just showed, and we see his face. And I promise you, we will find him. And when we find him, we will arrest him, because it is a crime not only to threaten law enforcement, but not surprisingly to threaten their family as well.
Okay, let's talk about what you can and cannot tolerate. This is...
And by the way, that guy has been arrested. That guy has been arrested. RD Comp says, I understand, but if they lose the midterms, there's no if. We're not going to. There's no if. Not a single if about it. Don't even put that in your thought process. It's just not a possibility. It's not happening. Eli, did you want to say something?
No, just when you said that scumbag was arrested, I was giving you that's awesome.
Okay. Yeah. Lab Tech said, stop being on Fox News and get to work. Hey, when I saw that clip, I said the same thing. I said, don't turn into a Pam Bondi. You've been on Fox for a little bit. I'm talking to Ben Berkwam right now. Who wants me to bring Ben Berkwam on for a bit? I want to talk about this New Jersey stuff. You guys want me to bring Ben on? Who's going to say no? Eli, imagine somebody says, no, I don't want you to bring Ben on. Of course you do. Of course you guys want Ben on. Give me a second here. I got to actually send him an invite through our system here. Because what I want to talk to Ben about is that guy, the guy that has been arrested, and also why they were letting people out of the detention center. You know what I mean? Like, because there was people being let out like it was county jail. And I didn't like that. So I just sent Ben the invite in, Eli. So just know that. And let's see here. For when he does come in, see if I got it all set up for him. Maybe he was the last guest that we had on. He might have been, actually. No, he wasn't. Josh Sider was the last one. So we're doing this in real time, folks. You're gonna have to bear with us. Chewing gum and walking at the same time. Ben said it's pouring where he is right now, so give us 1 second, folks. All right. As we're waiting for Ben to come on, I want to go to a couple of these videos now. The first one I want to go to is this one. The urgent call for bodies to show up in New Jersey to fight against the fascists. Here we go.
It's urgent. I left my family during Eid to make this, so this is actually urgent.
Stop. I left my family during Eid to do this. Tracy says, F it, we'll do it live. The great Bill O'Reilly clip. First of all, I left my family during Eid to do this. Cool. Nobody gives a shit about your terroristic religion, scumbag.
300 family members and neighbors are in the privately owned Delaney Hall Detention Center in Newark, New Jersey.
Good.
Where they are currently on a food and labor strike.
Good.
Putting themselves on the line for the detainees.
Let
the
them
strike
die.
started because people have not received the needed medical attention. The food provided is moldy and has maggots, and due process is not being followed
than
at
your
this
own
detention
country.
center. ICE has revoked their access to toilet paper and family visitation
I wish
as
that were true.
punishment for the striking that is occurring. A medic on the outside was bum rushed and detained last night and taken away from the center. There has also been a lot of pepper spraying, tasing, and beating
We need
of the
more.
protesters.
We need
Mikey
more.
Sherrill and the Department of Health were turned away from investigating the conditions inside
It's Mickey
because it's
Sherrill,
under federal jurisdiction and not at the state level. Congresswoman Mejia and other Congress members were able to see how bad it is inside there. And we need to push for more Congress members to show up and force this to stop ASAP. Here are our demands. Release medically vulnerable people. We demand the immediate release of those with serious medical conditions. Release young children and elderly detainees. We demand the immediate release of all young and elderly people. And we demand freedom. They are not striking to demand better conditions and treatment. They are doing this to demand the freedom of all those being held in this illegal, privately owned torture facility. These ICE agents get increasingly violent at night because they turn off the cameras and Western news media doesn't want to cover this. And we are now into the evening, so we need to amplify this immediately. And please do anything you can to get materials, medical equipment, and personnel there to help them out ASAP. The more bodies, the better. Please amplify this right now.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
We demand. We need bodies. We need to stop this. First of all, let them die. I'm offering you food. I'm offering you shelter. Better than your shithole third world country that you came from. Eat it or die. I offered it to you. You made a choice. I can't make you eat. If you want better conditions, maybe you should have ran away to Europe. Maybe you should have ran away to the UK. Maybe you should have ran away to France. Sorry, no free here. Even though there's plenty of it. You're living like a king. Even if you were eating shit, it's probably a gourmet meal compared to where you're from. Who are you to demand anything? I left Eid. Cool. So you stopped raping little girls for a few seconds to come and demand that you need more bodies? You need more of this. And by the way, again, the only thing that is stopping all of these people from dying is the rule of law. You understand? The only thing that stopped Phil Beam from eating through a straw for the rest of his life and his wife leaving him because he's a quadriplegic was the rule of law. If there was no law, you would all be dead. I left Eid.
night, bitch. Your wife cheats on you. Your kids will fucking hate you. How do you sleep at night? Yeah, you want to go in? Yeah, fucking go in and rape people. That's what you do. That's what you and the ICE agents fucking do every day, bro. I know. Fucking bastards. How does it feel raping women in exchange for fucking visitation? I know your fucking friends do that, bro. I'm fucking disgusting. You're looking side to side. I see you. I fucking see you. They give you such shit pay too.
Calm down, Powder Puff.
Race traitor. That's what you are. You're a race traitor. Fuck you.
Calm down, Cream Pie.
How does it feel? You really want to hear shit like this every day? Because you will. Because you fucking will, bro. Fuck you. Bastard. Yeah, you want to keep looking? You want to act fucking tough, huh? Act fucking tough, bro. You know how many people in New Jersey hate you?
Hey, Eli. Little faggy Josh over there said, say I love being a fascist. Says I love being a fascist. Wet his whistle a little bit. Tell me, Eli, when in the history of fascism has a fascist sat here like this and took verbal abuse from a cream puff like this without breaking their face in a million pieces? Tell me how that's fascism. Please. Explain to Josh how fascists would not allow that to happen.
Cream puff. Oh, you mean pork chop there. Yeah, that wouldn't happen in a fascist nation. That guy standing there, keeping his composure, would have beat the everlasting shat out of that fat little roly-poly shit stain the second it opened its mouth.
That's exactly right. At this point now, when people just go, you're a racist, just say it. Fine, I'm a racist. You're a bigot, just say it. Fine, I'm a bigot. Can't stand Muslims. Want them out of our country. I also want Somalians out of our country. So yeah, okay, whatever. Say you're a fascist. Fine, I'm a fascist. What do you want me to say next? Anything? You good? Anything else? Your words don't matter anymore. And here to verify all of that, the one, the only, Mr. And by the way, to you over on YouTube, he's Master Ben Berkwam. Ben, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, brother?
Oh, talking about how words don't matter anymore. And if you call us fascist, racist, misogynist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, transphobic, it just puts a smile on our face because it means nothing anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of like the old badge of honor being labeled hate speaker from the SPLC. It absolutely means nothing. It's just like the words they use when they use things like sanctuary to protect illegal aliens.
Yeah.
That no longer matters. When they use pride to promote sin, that no longer. Everything the left says is the opposite. Everything they call us is the opposite. It's all a self-reflection.
Yes.
They're projectionists. And so, yes, and the sad thing is it used to work, and on some idiots it still does. But for the most part, cancel culture is dead. The word salad attacks that they use against us are dead. They're basically on their ventilators in hospice right now, trying to figure out how to stay relevant politically, and all they have is violence. And the question is, will we put up with it or not? I look at what's happening out there in New Jersey, and the same, it's the same playbook everywhere. And I want to sick the dogs on them again. I want to just fully unleash. You want to use less than lethal at first, that's fine, but then at some point it's got to be lethal. This is when you are obstructing. I say dogs first. You get in the way of officers doing their job. You get bit a few times, they're going to go away.
Yes.
But beyond that, if you are obstructing ICE or any federal law enforcement officer from doing their job, if you're getting in their way, if you're attacking them violently, you should expect the full weight of law enforcement reaction back on you. And it will not hurt my feelings or the feelings of the American citizens at all.
No, 100%. Now, here's another thing. You mentioned SPLC. Can you imagine, let's say in a hypothetical world here, that we wake up tomorrow and a report comes out from a government watchdog, right, that has actual proof and evidence that the Trump administration, an outside organization, let's say that the Trump organization was paying the Ku Klux Klan and was paying for controlled opposition to infiltrate the Democratic Party. Like like Seth Rich and with the emails of John Podesta and all that. Imagine they wake up tomorrow and they find out that Trump was funding the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah.
That actually happened, Ben, but it just wasn't Trump. It was the left. It was the Democrats.
I know. And the crazy thing is they get away with it. I mean, you got a complicit lapdog media that says nothing, that accepts whatever garbage. In fact, they circle the wagons. And this is where the left is so good. They circle the wagons. We tend to circle the firing squads on ourselves. We've got to learn to circle the wagons. And you see that right now. We're dividing ourselves in America right now. You have this insanity of people that are attacking Israel, saying, Jews are bad, but somehow Islam is good, and attacking each other, allowing the devil to divide us. And while the Democrats are out there just laughing and moving on to the next thing, the next hoax, the next outrage, made up outrage in the oppression Olympics, and we're sitting here fighting each other. We've got to learn how to circle circle the wagons and stand together. And this is where you and I and real networks out there that are telling the truth, we are starting to see that, where the mainstream media used to get away with that, and they would be able to bury the SPLC funding the Ku Klux Klan forever, and no one would ever hear about it. It doesn't work as well as it did, but we're still not at critical mass yet. And that's where we have to get to where this kind of stuff happens and these guys are prosecuted, they're gone, the entire country mobilizes against them, which is what happens in the reverse still against the right. And what's happening in New Jersey right now, they're waiting for their next Alex Preddy. They're hoping, the Democrats are hoping that somebody gets severely hurt or killed. In fact, some of these deranged lunatics want to be that person, and they have no purpose in their life. So the only hope that they have is to be some martyr like George Floyd, some scumbag criminal that gets, dies of an overdose and gets to blame a cop for it. That's what they're hoping for, and we have to realize that in every single one of these situations, that's what they want, and we can't. So going into that, yes, they need to have their asses handed to them, but at the same time, we need to have the understanding that all of this is media. All of it is for the media. And all you have to do is look at what you just said, the SPLC example, and realize the double standard is still extremely strong, and they're still able to get away with it.
Yeah, and I have so much I want to talk to you about today, and I'll try to keep it all kind of pithy and go from one thing to another. And I still do want to talk about New Jersey for a minute, but I find it funny that now that the left is not in power and they don't have USAID and Act Blue and the EPA and the Department of Education and all these agencies to funnel money to their campaigns. I find out the other day that the Republican Party has like $146 million in coffers, and if you count all the debt that the Democrats have, they're negative $3 million. And so because they have no money to win elections, which is what we're seeing all over the country right now, it is full on, Israel, Iran, this war of choice. People can't buy gas. And I think it's really funny that now that the Iran conflict is coming to an end, as we see a 60-day ceasefire talks going on and oil dropping like crazy, all of a sudden now New Jersey detention center is ramping up. It's the next thing because Iran stuff is about to be over. You know it and I know it, right?
Yeah.
That's about to be done very soon. And then when gas drops and they don't have anything to bitch about anymore, now they're gonna try to get, like you said, somebody's gonna try to die. Somebody's gonna be a martyr, and so that they can go from Iran, Israel, gas to, Trump's, army kidnapping people, killing people again on the streets. It's so easy to see.
And look, it's so they telegraph it now. It used to be kind of you could pretend that it was organic. They waited for the outrage to then go out and call out the outrage. Now they're creating the outrage to call out the outrage. And you see it. I mean, no one was talking about New Jersey a week ago until the Democrat politicians randomly showed up there on Memorial Day to get attacked so that they could then play the victim. So we would take our eyes off of the real heroes of America that we should be celebrating every single day, that every day should be Memorial Day. We shouldn't have a month of pride to celebrate sin. All of these things, but on that very day that we're supposed to be celebrating those who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our country, these scumbags go out and create another hysteria knowing that, as you said, Iran's winding down, so they have to keep that perpetual outrage. And look, if you haven't noticed that trend yet, watch it. So this is the current outrage. It's going to last for maybe a week unless they get another one of their martyrs, and then it will blow up into something else. If they don't get what they're asking for, what they're looking for, the click of somebody dying or somebody getting really severely hurt because they deserved it, then they're going to go on to the next thing. And it will be some other outrage. It'll be some, as you mentioned, it'll be some Trump is a racist. It'll be some sexual allegations. It'll be some new thing that they have to then move on to. And that's all they have. They have no policies. They have no actual things that they stand on. They have no reason, the Tallaricos of the world that project themselves as conservatives. That's all they have. They are the devil. They are the devil's playbook played out in real life. It's all deception.
Absolutely. And to be honest with you, I said that the other day. I said, if an actual Democrat, let's say, and I'm just going to use a name for example here, a big name that everybody knows. Let's say a Stephen A. Smith or a Bill Maher type, right? Who can clearly articulate the craziness on the left, but doesn't stand for the right and hates Trump, right? But if a Democrat like Stephen A. Smith, who can articulate all of that and say, here's what we should do, I would almost be afraid of that. Because the way the media pushes, incumbents, especially Trump, and people are at the point now where they're, again, Ben, they're like, well, you know what? I know Trump's not doing it, but I can't stand all these riots anymore. I can't stand all these protests anymore. Maybe I'll just, maybe they've worn me down. Maybe I'll go vote for somebody else. If a Democrat was actually out there instead of just anti-Trump and they were like, here's what we're going to do to get this housing unit here in this state fixed. Here's what we're going to do to get, these homeless people off the street. I have a viable plan. Here's what we're going to do. That person might win, but they can't do that because their hatred of Trump is so bad. They're not even going to win the midterms, Ben.
Well, I pray you're right. So to devil's advocate, I want everyone in the audience to go with the mindset that we're going to get crushed in the midterms and do everything from now until then to do everything you can to crush the left. We have to play that like we're down 2 touchdowns and it's 4 minutes to go in the fourth. We've got to fight like that because my bigger concern is the attacks that they've been so effective using people like Tucker and using people to divide us from within, that we're going to end up in a place where you've demoralized our side to say, well, is it even worth it? The other side of that is they are doing that. And you have these people out there that are going. I mean, Zoran Mondani was a perfect example. This guy is a communist jihadist, but because New York was in such a bad state, he was able to come in and say, look, I've got all this free stuff. I'm going to give it to you, and I'm going to do it with a smile, and life's going to be so much better. And all you have to do is try democratic socialism, and you're everything's going to be great. And sadly, there are still people that are buying into that crap. And so I look at it and say, we've got to stay focused on stopping the division on our own side. That's got to be number one. We're cutting our own leg and bleeding out. We got to heal that wound and call that out and move on and say, look, we stay focused on our mission. But then we've got to go hard, be very, very cognizant of when those sweet-sounding Gavin Newsom, slimy-talking devil tongues out there start whispering into, oh, hey, we've got the solutions. Because there are a lot of idiotic people in this country that still vote, and there is a ton of voter fraud that's still out there that we have not fixed. And so I'm looking at all that saying, I can see we're going in that direction like you're talking about. I can see that that's a possibility, but I'm going to go with the mindset that we're down and we've got to fight because otherwise it could flip really quick.
Yeah, if you don't have the too big to rig mentality anymore, you're leaving it up to the judges, right? You're leaving it in the hands of the people who steal it. You don't want to do that. Hey, last question on this, and then you brought it up, so I'm going to switch the conversation to that. But why are they letting out these people from this detention center? Do you know? Like I saw them like literally releasing people from the detention center like it was a county jail. Why are they doing that? What is going on there? I don't understand.
Well, sometimes, so the detention centers they'll have people that have been brought in. So like say we were out on ICE operations, like we were down in Florida last week. We go out, we're riding with ICE, we pick somebody up. There's a reason to hold that person. There's probable cause to arrest them, to bring them in. Sometimes they are released on their own recognizance for a later court date. A lot of times that's bed space issues, so there's only so much room in these facilities. if they're a danger to society, if they're a flight risk, if there's certain other factors that go into it, then they'll hold on to them. They'll move them to a new facility. But it all depends on the situation. So how egregious is, what's the likelihood of that person being deported in the next 90 days within the time frame of us being able to hold them without, getting into gray areas of, is this legal anymore? And if it looks like it's going to be something that's longer than that, then you release that person. Is this somebody that may not be deportable? And so every single one of those is a different situation. But what they're doing now, thankfully, is they're bringing them all in. They're giving them all a case number. They're not releasing them out without some sort of stamp of we're processing this person. They've got a court date. They're going before, and they're giving them the due process. I mean, this has been going on from the beginning.
The due process,
They're giving them the due process. The left says they never get. They all get due process. They all get to see a judge that's not part of ICE. It's part of the Justice Department. A lot of these judges are terrible. They need to be removed from the bench. But they're all getting to see a judge multiple times. They get to appeal. They go through all this process. That takes time, and there's only so many days that they're able to hold the people. So all of that is happening. Some of the people they're putting on planes and flying out. If they can do expedited removal, they're doing that for the egregious ones. But everyone has all of that's happening in real time. And the problem is all of this crap that they're having to deal with outside slows all of that stuff down.
What I don't understand, and I don't know, maybe I'm just black and white old school, but like, let's just use a round number, 20 million. Let's say there's 20 million illegals here, right? Nobody knows who 19 million of them are. The general public, the Democrat Party don't know who 19 million of them are. Why are we even caring? Why aren't we just rounding up thousands at a time and just flying them out? Nobody would even know. I mean, there'd be some people who probably would get wind of it, but nobody would know their names. They don't know their names now. It's only the few people that are like, have been living here and have families, and the family's raised stinks and this, that, and the other. Like, I don't understand what is stopping the administration from just flying out thousands a month like nothing, because, again, nobody knows who they are.
Well, I mean, it's just like what we had under Biden, where they gave them temporary stays of deportation. They gave them basically the ability to go into the country. They paroled release, they call it, and then
there's record of them somewhere.
Yeah, so they have all that, and you still have some of these hotels that are still housing these people. I agree with you. I think we should push the constitutional. So the simple answer is ICE is following the law. So they have certain laws that were passed by Congress. They're following those laws. What the Democrats did was not follow the law.
Correct.
They invited in an invasion into our country. They broke the law. And that's where people get frustrated. I get frustrated too. The Democrats broke the law. So why can't we undo the breaking of the law? They broke it. They let these people in. They should never have been let in. We're just going to take them out. But now that they're in that process, now ICE follows the law. And I think it's intentional too. I think the Democrats knowingly did that, knowing that there were no safeguards to say, hey, we're just going to undo the law breaking that you guys did.
Yeah.
Everybody that was let in, we're going to round you up. You're heading home. Knowing that there's no mechanism to actually do that. Now that they're in, then it's, okay, now we follow the law. And that's what ICE is doing. This is what's so frustrating. When I talk to ICE officials, they're like, hey, you want us to, both sides of it, you want us to fast track these guys out? You tell us, you give us the laws to follow, we'll do it. We're following the law. You also want to let all these people in here? You know, especially when congressmen, you get Democrat representatives that show up at these places crying about what ICE is doing. They are doing what Congress passed laws for them to do.
I know.
So any congressman or woman that comes out and says, oh, shame on ICE for doing this, it's Congress that passed the laws that ICE is following. But I agree with you. I think we should round them all up, get them out, and then force it to the Supreme Court and say, look, we're just undoing the crimes that were committed by Joe Biden.
But again, and again, not even go back and get them. Like if they say, well, you got to go back and get them, too bad we're not.
Right.
Just do something about it.
Screw you, Townsend. Yeah, the Kilmar Abrego Garcias that are in El Salvador.
With Ryan Maddow.
No, he's staying down there. He's never coming back. I don't care how much.
Exactly. Make me go do it, right?
Yeah.
And then enforce all of the executive orders that we shouldn't have to because they're in the SAVE Act and we should just pass it, and make sure that the Democrats never win again. And then clock out that 5 year statute of limitations, and then who cares? Like, I'm at the point now, don't even ask for forgiveness or permission. Just do what you want it. Just do what you want to do when it comes to the illegal aliens.
Yeah. I feel the same way. I look at what the Democrats did to break the laws to destroy this country. I am totally fine if we undo that by not following their unconstitutional rules, laws, mandates, whatever, to save the country. I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah. All right. Now I got to bring this up because the last time we had this conversation, your stance is a little bit different than mine. You don't get into you don't get into the politics of certain individuals, especially if it's
I avoid division and distraction.
You avoid division and distraction, and that is great. But what happens when distraction and division is unavoidable anymore? You know what I mean? Like the whole Thomas Massey thing and all of that, and the Tucker.
I know.
I know. What do you do about that?
I think I had a good conversation with a friend of mine. I won't say his name. A couple days ago. And he's on that side, and he's saying, he calls me up and he's sending me stuff about the Jews are the problem, this and and I had a very long conversation with him about, look, that you're being sucked into the lies of the enemy. To me, it's very clear it's communism and jihad that are the enemy. Yes, Jews need Jesus, but Islam is the devil. So you and I need to stay focused on that. I have those conversations with people all the time, one-on-one, and I try to keep it that way. But it's true. I think we can be honest about the fact that you got guys like Massey who are out there who are upset about President Trump, about Epstein, but didn't say a thing when Biden was in office about it. That wasn't, trying to get the stuff released, but now all of a sudden is using it against President Trump. And all the crap against Israel. I mean, it's such nonsense. You have questions that then get converted into, well, now we know a question or a theory now becomes a fact, and now we're going to move on that, and now we're going to take all of the oxygen out of the room on things that actually matter and focus all of our attention on this thing. When I see that, that's clearly the enemy. I just don't waste a lot of time dealing with that. And again, it's because I see so many people that get sucked into it, and then they waste all of their time fighting that person instead of staying focused on their mission. Now, I'll call it out, like what Tucker's talking about. When you say Christianity can coexist with Islam, you're just ignorant to the reality of what Islam is. When you say that Israel is the problem and that's our biggest concern as conservatives, and we need to denounce Trump and MAGA because of this issue, and I can understand where you have questions about what happened on October 7th. How is it able to go on for so long?
Yeah,
how much money do we pump into Israel and all
100%.
that? As a country that's $40 trillion in debt, how much money should we spend on these places? But I stand with Israel as our ally. I stand with Israel as God's promises that are irrevocable to the descendants of Abraham through the line of Isaac and Jacob. I stand on that. I'm not going to get distracted by that. I'm going to stay focused on what we're called to do. And so it's kind of a tightrope of how much do we waste our energy on these things, but do we address them in a way that needs to be addressed so that we can stay focused on that? And I can't answer it for anyone else. I just say my focus is on defeating communism and Islam and holding these people accountable, so that, because the alternative, this needs to be asked every single person that's upset about Massey, or anyone who's upset that Trump hasn't done enough on the Epstein files, or hasn't done enough on because I feel the same way on prosecuting the traitors. Not only should we be deporting every single illegal in America, we should be prosecuting all of these sanctuary jurisdictions. We should be defunding every single one of them. Why haven't we done that yet? I wish we would have done that. But I'm not going to turn on President Trump, who's doing more than any other president in my lifetime to destroy the enemies within our government and globally.
Yeah.
Because that's what you're asking. That's what you're saying. You're saying, because I'm upset about this or I have questions about this, I'm going to throw it all away and I'm going to give it to the demons that got us really here in the first place. I'm going to give it to the people that gave us wide open borders. I'm going to give it to the people that want to transgender our children. I'm going to give it to the people that want to abort every baby and do the transgender day of visibility instead of celebrating Easter at the White House. I'm going to give it to Islam, who wants to hijab our women and wants to behead us because we're infidels. That's what you're saying, that you're okay with that happening if you're willing to split up the party and say we're going to lose in the midterms.
Like, a former friend of mine, Marjorie, her and Thomas Massey, and they're all having fun down in Costa Rica. Great. Everybody's entitled to a vacation. I said that yesterday. But it's more than that. It's a rubbing it in the face of so many people, especially the people that I know a person who gave between Massey and Marjorie $100,000 in their lifetime, for over years. And now they're like, I wish I had that $100,000 back because these people have just turned on me like that. My problem with these people is like Marjorie. She put out a post that said, it was so great to have Thomas and his wife here, blah, blah, blah. And now that there's a full-on civil war in the Republican Party, these people are okay with handing it back to the Democrats while we have a civil war in the Republican Party, as if we're not in one getting rid of rhinos right now and haven't been in one for 10 years. And you're okay with giving it back to Democrats when they told you when we get it back, we're packing the Supreme Courts, we're making D.C. and Puerto Rico a state, we're coming after each and every one of you that broke the laws, we're silencing you all on social media again, and you'll never win another election. But you think that giving it to them temporarily is okay as long as we have this civil war in the Republican Party over what you just said is disagreements that they have on certain issues. It pisses me off to the highest level, and that's just where I am on it. And I have to call them all out. The Marjories, the Tuckers, the Candaces, the Ryan Mattas, the Hodge twins, the Owen Schroyers, the Alex Joneses, all of them. There's no room in the MAGA party for them ever again, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I can't speak for you, and I can't think for you. And my only thing is that I stay focused on what we're focused on. And I disagree with a lot of what's being said out there. I love Marjorie. Brian obviously worked for us until a couple weeks ago, and I don't get it. My focus. So in a situation like that, I have personal relationships with some of the people you mentioned. I call them directly and I pray for them. I think they're misguided. I think they're going the wrong way, and how they got there and why they're doing what they're doing and why they're saying what they're saying. To me, it's all a deception. And I look at that and I say, okay, I loved you when you're a patriot. Something changed, and I'm still praying that whatever that thing is, you get it worked out. But I'm not going to waste a ton of energy on it. But you're right. I mean, we've got to stay focused. So I just say it blanketly. I'm not going to waste my time attacking Israel or wasting time on people that are attacking Israel. We need to do a better job at saying, no, that's nonsense. I support Israel. This is why. Yeah. Because they're the only country in a 50 countries in the Middle East that's actually standing up for most of the values that we believe in. Now, they still need Jesus. That at some point Jesus is coming back to reign. It's going to be in Jerusalem. We are grafted in as part of that. And at some point, they're going to be grafted back in. All of that is in God's hands. But it's clear I'm not going to side with the people that still want slavery today, which is Islam.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what.
How much time I spend on each individual
it's a hard
one of
balance.
those people. But it is. I know it is.
Yeah.
Because they end up sucking a lot of people and convincing a lot of people to support things that just aren't true. And it's unfortunate.
Well, you know what? You say something that's right almost every time. Stay focused on what matters. And look at Massey lost by double digits. Cornyn lost by almost 30 points, if not 30 points. Cassidy lost. Like, those are focuses, right?
Yeah.
And you're right.
And look, our main focus, all these people will be proved wrong if we can get rid of the rhinos in the House and the Senate, and we can pass President Trump's legislation into law to make these things permanent. Because otherwise, if we give it to the Democrats, they're going to be able to say, see, we told you, Trump didn't do anything. We never got anything done. And look, now the Democrats control everything, not realizing that they were a part of giving it to them or not admitting that they were a part of it. We've got to stay focused on making sure that doesn't happen. And that's reaching everybody that we possibly can to say, yes, not everything that we want President Trump has done. And that's partly because he's only the executive branch of the 3 branches of government. He can't pass the laws. He's doing executive orders now, but we have to have Congress in the House and the Senate. We have to pass the SAVE Act. We have to get rid of the Thunes and the rest of the rhinos out there.
Absolutely.
And say, this is our agenda. We're going to pass it so that the Democrats it's really the devil. The devil can never do what he's done. And look, every single generation, every single election cycle, we're going to be battling this. We just have to stay focused on raising up the next generation to take our place, discipling the next generation to do what we're doing, and to continually fight the enemy until we're done and until we're in heaven and until it's exposed for what it is. But That's where we've got to put the majority of our energy.
Well,
yes, call out, this is wrong, this is bad. They're deceived. I continue to pray for them, but this is where I'm focused.
No, you're right, because you only have so much in your focus bar, so much resource, so much energy, so much ability to do something. Making your stance and on something that you know you're not gonna, you're basically gonna be a dog chasing its tail, right?
Right.
Say your piece and then move on to what does matter, and that is winning elections. And so, much like my wife, you are a balance of mine that I need to call on once in a while to get me back to that. Not to say we weren't focused on those elections, but I just take things a little bit personal, I guess, sometimes. You know me.
Yeah. I get it. Look, and it's the natural tendency, and it's why the devil uses those two things. I'm writing my first book, and there's a whole chapter on division and distraction in there. It's the reason the devil uses them is because they're so effective. It's so easy.
Yeah.
It's our natural tendency. It's our ego inside.
Sure.
That you're gonna offend me. You're gonna do something slight me. Hey, I'm gonna punch back.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden we realize, 6 months later, it's like, oh my gosh, what have I been doing?
What have I been doing?
This entire time? Yeah.
No, you're 100% right, man. And that's why we keep winning and they keep losing, I guess. When's that book come out, by the way? Because I want to buy that.
I know. I'm working on it. It should be in the next couple months. We should be doing pre-orders. I'm working with publishers now.
Sweet.
Working with Bannon on it right now. So it'll be it'll be relatively soon. As soon as they have pre-orders available, I'll let you know.
Well, that's good. Well, everybody, make sure you follow Ben on all social media. FrontlineAmerica.com, MyPillow.com/frontline. Is that it?
That's right, baby.
See that,
promo
man?
code Frontline.
I might even order something with your promo code. And keep praying for Mike Lindell. We need him to win up in Minnesota as well. Ben, as always, thank you for being my my knight in shining armor to my evil side.
I love you, brother. Hey, and new episodes of Law and Order
Yes.
on Rav are coming out, so stay tuned for that. If you want to see the truth about the great work ICE is doing, every chance you get, this is what we need to do. They want you to be demoralized that people hate ICE. Everywhere you go, if you don't have an ICE hat, every chance you get, say, God bless ICE, post God bless ICE. Every chance you get, call these guys out for what they are. Call the enemies out. Don't get distracted by the people on our side that have been distracted. Focus on the enemies.
Oh, real quick here. I know he's new on the job, but you're closer to ICE than almost anybody I know. If you were to give Mark Wayne Mullen a grade for his short tenure that he's been in there, is he doing a good job though? I mean, are they happy he's there?
Yes.
I mean,
his focus is right. He's a patriot for this nation. He wants to deport every single illegal. Yes, he's doing good.
You know what? I always I had some differences with Mark Wayne, but there towards the end of his Senate and into where he is now, I thought he did great. I thought he's a fighter for Trump. And I mean, look, the guy was literally going to fight in Senate. So
yeah. And look, and to me, he's giving Tom Homan a long leash to do what Tom Homan is the guy. You want somebody to do this right, it's Tom Homan, and Mullins has Tom Homan's full back, and so he's doing good. They're all doing good. They just need our support as the American people to counteract the bad press they're getting from the mainstream media.
That's it, man. Hey, have a great rest of your day, my friend. And I'm sure the elephant, every time you come in, they love you having you here. So you guys, if you want to help Ben out, go to his pages, go buy some pillows and help him out financially. Ben, love you, brother. Thanks for coming in on short notice.
Love you, brother.
All right. See you later, man. There he goes, folks. As always, Ben Berkwam. It's so great to talk to him because, like I said, I spend so much time with Ben on the road. He kind of keeps me honest sometimes, right? Keeps me honest. Hey, how many of you out there are trying to get rid of that last 10 or 20 pounds and you just can't do it? How many of you out there like me and you're in your middle age area of your life and it's hard to get rid of if you set a goal, right? Like I've lost, since January 10th, I've lost about 30 pounds. I could lose another 30 pounds. The problem is I'm starting to hit that brick wall, right? Where I would need to exercise 3 hours a day and, fasting would need to increase. But I have used lean weight loss before, and it did a great job. That last 10 pounds that I wanted to lose, lean weight loss absolutely and definitely did that. I took it for about 90 days. I started taking 3 And then I started taking 2 capsules. 3 was just a little bit too much for me. Gave me a little bit too much, like, energy. But lean weight loss is from Brickhouse Nutrition. And they're offering right now, this is the last day of the sale, by the way. I know I'm telling you a little late, and I apologize. I know you guys like when they're running big sales. But lean weight loss right now is running a 20% discount. Last day of the sale. TakeLean.com/LFA. That's TakeLean.com/LFA. And order yours today. It is a clinically formulated weight management pill from Brickhouse Nutrition, same people that brought you Field of Greens. It's a multi-pathway blend of clinically studied ingredients that support metabolism, appetite control, and healthy fat utilization. Great product, and you get a 20% discount. TakeLean.com. It is in the comments, or it's in the description of this page. TakeLean.com/LFA. Promo code LFA. And a big shout out to Brickhouse Nutrition. And again, folks, remember tomorrow, Patriot Pals, live, 10 a.m. We would really, really, really love for you to share the link of the Rumble channel to your friends and family for their kids. Even if it's just your friends in the neighborhood, if they got young kids, share the Rumble stream with them that's going to be set up tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to be talking about flight and space races, okay? And we'd really love to have you guys in there. And I'll see you then. We also have the Crest Report coming up tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, all right? Crest Report, and we have, of course, Patriot Pals. And real quick here, let's just check some prices before we go. We got Will Johnson coming up next. $75.90 is where we're at with the price of silver today. And the price of gold is at $4,588. Gold is up quite a bit today, 1.23%. So that's huge. If you're looking for gold, silver, palladium, or platinum, and you want to buy it either cash sale or you want to transfer an IRA, a Roth, or a 401k or something like that into diversifying, then Golden Crest Metals is going to be that place, ladies and gentlemen. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA, or give them a call or join us tomorrow as we talk about where we expect gold and silver to be here in the next few weeks. All right? Well, folks, as always, I just want to say thank you very much for being here today. I want to jump over to YouTube real quick. Germ, do you perform Mitzvah? I don't know anything about Jewish tradition or Jewish holidays. Unless they coincide with Christian, like Passover or something like that for Easter. But no, I don't know. MAGA is a hate group. Prove me wrong. We don't kill any of you. You kill many of us. And if we wanted to, you'd all be dead. So we hold self-control, like Jesus taught. You're welcome. God bless you. And we love you. Sound hateful? We don't try to kill you. We just whoop your asses and put you in your place. That's all. Ass at. Can you imagine waking up every day and being a loser? Anybody here that's watching, can you imagine waking up every day, having to look at yourself in the mirror and go, man, I vote Democrat. Ugh. There are right ways and there are wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, and keep your head up high, because you are a child of God and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your family and your friends and your pets close if you live around Haitians. And never stop fighting for America, and never stop spreading the gospel to the people like Ass Act, who needs it. Will Johnson coming up next, folks. Have a great weekend. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
What's going on, everybody? It is Friday, and we are in the Culture Wars. Let's go. What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. It is Friday, live and direct. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. We're going to get into some of this stuff, and we actually talked a little bit about it yesterday during the press conference with the press secretary. Look at that. With the press secretary. Money! Look at that. Talking about money, money, money. Now, yesterday I brought up, well, I didn't bring it up. I didn't even know they were going to do it, or it was even in discussion about doing it, about the whole thing about doing a $250 bill. Now, the reason why I'm talking about it today, because the radical leftist lunatic liberals are having a meltdown over it. They're like, oh, this is terrible. No living president should ever be on any currency. It's the 250th year of the United States of America, and I think we can make an exception. I think we can make an exception. Do you agree with me? I'm just kind of curious. Do you agree that we should be able to make an exception? I mean, being that it's the 250th year of the United States of America, and President Trump is the greatest president in our lifetime. I think it's appropriate. I have no issues with it. So for those of you that missed President Trump or Secretary Bassett talking about the $250 bill with President Trump's mugshot on it, and that's what they should put on there. They should put his mugshot on there. Oh my goodness. How much more triggered would they be? Put President Trump's mugshot on it. Oh, I would love to see that. But for those of you that missed it yesterday, here's a little short recap where Caitlin Collins on the Communist News Network was asking the secretary about this $250 bill. She's absolutely triggered. Absolutely triggered. Watch this.
Bill, but it is actually the Washington Post that's reporting two political appointees from the Treasury Department who have asked agencies to be ready to do that. Do you think politically it's a good idea to put his face on a $250 bill when people are struggling to afford gas and groceries?
I don't really understand this Washington Post article. That who hears from the Post? Yep. Terribly written, terribly edited, because basically what it says is that Treasury is following the law and that we've created the bill and that it's up to Congress, but that we follow the bill and it's up to... I didn't really understand what the story was.
So
anyway,
appointees aren't involved in that, two of your political appointees?
Yeah, of course, but we prepare for everything if it gets passed. Just like we were ready 6 months in advance for the one big beautiful bill for tax guidance. So we have to prepare in advance. You can't draw something up the day before.
Politically, do you think it's a good idea, though, when people are struggling to afford gas and groceries?
Look, I think it has. I think that it's bifurcated. Do you think we should have a 250th anniversary, the celebration?
Well, that's happening anyway, but putting the president's face on a $250 bill is
But Caitlin, it's not happening anyway. It's happening because it's being funded by private citizens, by the federal government, by state governments, by municipal governments to celebrate our country. And I don't think that there's anything untoward about having the President of the United States, the person who was President of the United States, on the 250th anniversary bill.
The 250th year anniversary bill. It's going to be straight up a collector's item. And the main reason why Caitlin Collins and the rest of the lunatic liberals are upset about it, because that $250 bill is going to remain the life of this country. Can we be honest about it? And once they get rid of all currency, get rid of all dollar bills and coins in circulation and become all digital, that $250 bill is going to be worth more than the paper it's printed on. I mean, it's right. I mean, it's going to be worth more than $250. And it's going to always remind everybody that President Trump was the president during that time. That's their biggest issue about this. President Trump putting his name on buildings, they're upset about that. If Obama's name was on these buildings, they wouldn't have any issues with it. Be like, no problem. If Obama's name was on all this stuff that President Trump's name is on, they would be, oh, this is so wonderful, so wonderful. And besides, we've never had a living president with his mugshot on the currency. But in this case, I think, like I said, we should make an exception. Why? Because they've tried to assassinate President Trump how many times? They want the man dead. They want him dead. So because they want President Trump dead, I think it's fair game. President Trump should go on there. Now, of course, you have Hakeem Jeffries and the rest of them. They're all mad about this. But, you know, there's circulation of what the currency is going to look like. And here's one of them. And I saw this while I'm getting ready today. Look at that. $250. President Trump on there. And again, I still kind of think, you know, maybe put his mugshot on there because that would just take it really over the edge for the Democrats. But nonetheless, the fact that President Trump is on there, I mean, that's just the fact that he's on there would just drive them up the wall, drive them batty. And that's part of the reason why I want to see it happen. I love the idea. Now, of course, this is just a mock-up. Someone probably took AI and you know, created this. I think this was actually originally $100 bill. But still, who would want one of these? Well, again, I can't afford to get one. But if I know that they're actually going to put one of these in circulation, I'm going to do what I can to save up and get one of these because it is going to be a collector's item, no doubt. I mean, off the bat, soon as they print them and they put them out in circulation, they're going to probably be worth more than $250 because people are going to be buying them up. I'm telling you right now, people that can't afford them, AKA Will Johnson. So, of course, Caitlin Collins on the Communist News Network, she has Scott Jennings on here and they're talking about this $250 bill. And she has a resident liberal on here. And Caitlin Collins tried to come across like she's not the Democrat, right? Like she's in the middle. You know, we're just talking to both sides here. Entire CNN is nothing but Democrats.
$250 is what it costs in some areas in order to pump gas. A lot of Americans can't necessarily afford it. And the fact that they're now going to have potentially, unless Congress changes the law, a commemorative sort of $250 bill of Donald Trump is just going to remind them every day about how expensive life has been under Donald Trump.
I want both of you to listen to what the Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, had to say about this today.
It's monopoly money. It's fantasy. And we are going to do everything possible to make sure that this never happens. I mean, this is the most ridiculous thing in the world. How sycophantic are Republicans when this is what they're focused on, as opposed to actually doing the type of things to address the damage that they've done to the American people. They said they were going to lower costs on day one. Costs haven't gone down. They've gone up. And yet they're focused on a 250 make-believe bill for Donald Trump.
I think we often connect things that aren't connected. They're talking about the concept of making a commemorative item for America's 250th birthday. Whose face is on the money does not change the value of the money. It doesn't change anything about the economy. It doesn't change anything about the cost of groceries or gas or anything else. It's a picture on a piece of paper, and Democrats are engaged in their biggest skill, their biggest talent right now, which is to be outraged about everything. I have no idea if the Congress is going to pass this. And if they don't, I won't care. I really think this is a bit of a tempest in a teapot. But I can see why people who don't like Donald Trump like it because, they don't like for his face or his name or for him to be on anything. And so it's another thing for them to complain about. I also think Democrats generally don't want us to be celebrating the 250th anniversary of the country. And so they're like offended that we're celebrating America right now. It's another thing for them to be offended about.
So, Chief, you're the Democrat here.
No one is Democrats want to celebrate the 250th anniversary, Scott, and you know that. I think.
Really? Let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask you, while I have your attention. Do you think that the Democrats actually want to celebrate the 250th year of the United States of America? Because one of theirs is not in the White House. It's President Trump. Now, of course, if it had, fell on Obama, they would have been really excited about, oh, this is so wonderful, so great. We have a gay president in the White House. at 250 a year. They would have been really happy about it. But we have an alpha male that's in the White House. We have President Trump that's putting this country first in the White House. And they have a major problem with it. So no, they don't want to celebrate that this is the 250th year of the United States of America. These same liberals that want to say, oh, yeah, we do. They refuse to put an American flag out. For the 250th year of this country, they refuse to put a flag out. They don't even want to put a flag out there for 4th of July, nothing. The only flags that they're willing to fly is the gay flag, the BLM flag, or whatever trans flag that they can find. Those are perfectly fine. But the United States of America, which actually includes every single man, woman, and child in this country, that's the one that they want to reject. The rest of them, they don't care. They could care less about it. Okay, I got some more I want to share with you on this $250 bill, how these radical liberals are just triggered by it.
By the way, can we put it up again for a minute? I would think Trump would be very upset with his hair.
Why?
Look at his hair.
I think there's just good volume.
Well,
it's just good volume. You see, it's good volume. So now they're on here talking about the picture, right? Let's find something to complain about. So now for them, it's about the picture.
by the way, can we put it up again for a minute? I would think Trump would be very upset with his hair.
Why?
Look at his hair.
I think there's just good volume.
Well, no, it's usually perfectly coiffed, like over here. So if anything, I would think he would not choose this photo.
When it's a word that in the biz I actually typically hate, but this one it actually applies. Like, do optics matter here?
Yes, I'm in no position to talk about hair, but I will tell you that it looks really menacing. It looks really mean.
Which I'm sure he
we
loves.
call it like the grumpy 250. I mean, it's also deeply inappropriate, unacceptable, and I would argue un-American. I mean, this is not what we do in America. That's what they do in North Korea. That's what they do in Russia. And I don't think it's going to do well with most Americans. But he doesn't seem to be too concerned about popularity lately. I mean, knocking down the White House, putting up the arch, I mean, the war in Iran, he is all gas, no brakes, and he doesn't care about public opinion. And this is just the latest example.
You know, one thing that happens in North Korea and these other communist nations, they want to jail their political opponents. They want to kill their political opponents. Who does that? Only the left is trying to kill us on the right. No one on the right is trying to kill anybody on the left. I noticed that Jeremy was talking about some troll that was on YouTube. It's only the left that's violent like that. The left, they're the ones with trans Tifa. They're the ones going out and wanting to attack people simply because they support this country and don't believe in the whole trans crap. They want to physically harm people. BLM and trans Tifa together, $2 billion of damage. But it's worse. It's not worse than January 6th. Well, I think they said the estimate was like $4 million. That's still a lot of money. $4 million in damage at the Capitol. But when trans Tifa and BLM was destroying the country, it was $2 billion. There's a big difference there. And of course, they actually took lives of people. They ended the lives of people. Not a single Republican, MAGA Republican at the Capitol on January 6th took the life of anybody. Not a single one. But of course, trying to get these lunatic liberals to realize that becomes something else. It becomes completely something else. Here's something else. Here's another one. The Communist News Network. Listen to this one.
By the way, can we put it up again for a minute?
Hold on.
$250 is what it costs for me to buy my groceries, and I can't afford
$150 bill. But the reason I think there could be a connection, and what I want your take on here, is when there's a headline like this in one of the big national papers, again, what good does this do for a midterm election? If you're a Republican in the House in one of the very few swing districts left, are you like, yay, I'm going to run on the $250 bill?
Or when people are saying $250 is what it costs for me to buy my groceries, and I can't afford that right now.
Just like Scott Jennings said, if they have a $250 bill and you go to the grocery store and it costs you $250, it's not going to change the amount the currency is worth. It's not going to change it. You don't have to get one. See, the problem is that they don't want us to have one. They don't want us to have a $250 bill with President Trump's picture on it, with his mugshot on it. That's what it comes down to. I'm telling you right now, without me even hearing them saying it, without me even seeing them saying it, their ultimate goal is when President Trump is done in the White House, they're going to work tirelessly to try to erase President Trump's existence. They were hoping that they were going to be able to assassinate President Trump to make him go away. Because think about it. I mean, I still think about Charlie Kirk every now and then, but we don't see Charlie Kirk in the news. We don't see him creating new videos. Why? Because he can't. And that's exactly what the left is wanting to do with President Trump. They're wanting to eliminate the fact that he is putting out posts because they can't stand it. None of them have to even go look at True Social, but they spend time, these lunatic liberals, and go over to True Social just to see what President Trump is saying, when they could just ignore him. As I mentioned multiple times during the election, they could have ignored him, but they couldn't help themselves. They had to try to assassinate him. They had to try to remove him from ballots, raided his home, 4 indictments, 34 fraudulent counts. You know the list. That's not even all of it. But they did everything they could to try to silence the man, even remove President Trump from social media, because they want to erase what he has done. You know what he's done? He woke people up. He got people to realize, he got people to understand what was actually happening. That's the major problem here, the major issue for them. But Bassett, he actually took a question from Peter.
Until we see your signature next to President Trump's face on a $250 bill.
Well, again, as Treasury Secretary, I have 2 mandates for U.S. currency. At present, no living person can be on U.S. currency, and the currency must say, "In God we trust." So right now there is proposed legislation in front of the House, in front of the Senate, to change the first requirement so that a living person, Donald J. Trump, could be on a $250 bill. So it's all in the hands of the, it's all up on Capitol Hill. So at Treasury, we prepare things in advance. So we have prepared in advance that if the legislation is passed, but we will stick to the law.
We will stick to the law. But how many times have you known for Democrats to want to stick to the law themselves? Democrats don't care about the law. The only time the Democrats care about the law is if they can weaponize the law. Other than that, they don't care. Yes, and Trump is my president. He's not my savior. I don't know why someone would think that. You know who the only people who think that? Lunatic liberals. They're the only ones that think that President Trump is more than just a president. They're the only ones. Constantly the only ones ever think that. The radical liberals. So, of course, when I saw all of this take place, I had to go see. Did Elizabeth Warren say anything about this? Of course she did. She can't help herself. She has to say something. So Elizabeth Warren, because, you know, she likes to believe that she's the money lady. You know, she goes after all of these billionaires, her and Bernie Sanders. I'm pretty sure Bernie Sanders has said something too. She says, we are in the middle of an affordability crisis and Americans are struggling to afford basics like groceries, but Trump's Treasury is busy illegally designing a $250 bill with Trump's face on it. Is it illegal? It's not illegal. They can create it, and if Congress passes it, then they get to print it. Now, it's one thing if he automatically started going ahead and printing it out and putting it out in circulation, then that would be against the law. They would be breaking the law. But that's not the case. That didn't happen. That hasn't happened. But Congress should pass this. And I'm hoping, you know, the 4th of July, it would be pretty awesome if they were able to do this by 4th of July, put it out in circulation to where everybody who wants to get one can get one on 4th of July, on the birthday, the 250th birthday. I think we deserve it. And again, they're the ones who tried to kill President Trump, Elizabeth Warren included, because she's on the side of the left. Now, did she personally do it? Did she personally call for someone to assassinate President Trump? I wouldn't say that she did. Maybe behind closed doors where no one is watching, no one can hear. Maybe, I don't know. But her side wants to eliminate President Trump. I think we can all agree to that. 100%. I think we all can agree to that. But we have to remember, just because this may be possible future with President Trump, a $250 bill with President Trump's mugshot on it, we can't leave out the other ones. Okay, I think to be fair, and I mentioned this yesterday, just to be fair, I think there should be one with Obama. A $3 bill. I mean, really, if there's going to be one with President Trump, okay, let's be fair and let's create one with Obama. Is there anybody in disagreement? Would you be okay with this? A $3 bill for Obama. I mean, come on. Let's just keep it real here. I mean, right? It looks good, doesn't it? Now, I wouldn't get one of these myself. I wouldn't want to have one, but I'm pretty sure there's some woke liberals out there that would get this. You know, they'll probably get $250 worth of these $3 bills in Obama. Let's be fair. We don't want to leave them out. And also, since Joe Biden was Obama's VP, since Obama was the first black president, so-called black, we put him on a $3 bill. And some of y'all know what a $3 bill implies too. But since Joe Biden was the VP for the first black so-called president, we can't leave Joe Biden out. We can't leave Joe out. Let's make a wooden nickel. Anyone have any disagreement on this one? Now, this one probably wouldn't be worth anything. Probably just a time when someone having to carve it out. But let's make a wooden nickel and see how far it goes. So you have the $3 bill with Obama, and we have a wooden nickel with Joe Biden. And yes, I did make these via AI. As I told y'all, AI has a place. AI can be beneficial. It can be beneficial. So I think we should, do the do. What do you think? What do you think? I mean, I like the idea. I mean, I really do. I like the idea of having a $3 bill with Obama. Am I being mean? Am I being mean? I mean, look, we're being inclusive. Are we not being inclusive here? We're not leaving anybody out. Do you think they'll be okay with a $3 bill? I'm going to take that $3 bill and I'm going to actually put it out there and say, okay, look, will this make you happy? I'm just saying. I mean, we want to be inclusive. That's what they always say. They want to be inclusive. So why not? Let's be inclusive. I think it's only fair. That if we include them, right? Right. So let's look here. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, a wooden nickel. I mean, that's exactly what it is. A wooden nickel. Joe Biden would go on a wooden nickel, most definitely. Does anyone know what the $3 bill implies with Obama? I like this one here. We should bring back the half cent for Obama or Biden. Probably the half cent for Biden. Because as much as I don't like Obama, he was much smarter than Joe Biden. Okay. So, but Joe Biden, probably a half cent for Joe Biden, because Joe Biden he was dumber than Bush. I thought Bush was the dumbest president to ever go in the White House. But then Joe Biden came along and just made Bush look like he was a highly intelligent rocket scientist. Right. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. I'm being honest with you. Let me see. This one says, Will, you should share that with the White House. I will try to share that with the White House. You're talking about the $3 bill one, right? The $3 bill. Oh, my goodness. Can you imagine if we could get President Trump to repost that $3 bill? Oh, they will lose their minds. Oh, it'll be so good. It'd be so good. So I'm going to put it on True Social, too. I'll put it on True Social, and hopefully President Trump will see it. I'm just going to go on True Social and all his posts, and I'm just going to post it there. Boom, 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 boom. I'm going to spam his post with the Obama $3 bill on True Social just to see what, maybe he'll catch wind of it and he'll share it. Because, and then maybe President Trump go, look, we want to be inclusive. Oh, it will be so good. It'll be so good. Yeah, the $3 bill means fake and fraud, but there's another term that goes with a $3 bill too. There's another term. Actually, someone actually typed it in here. I saw it roll off the screen already. Someone already typed it. But yeah, I mean, it goes with fraud and fake as well. So y'all want to see it one more time? Let me show it to you. Here it is. This is the $3 bill. We need to put it in circulation. It needs to go in circulation. I mean, I did pretty good with the AI. Look at that. We got the 3 on the sides there. And then you can see we got the number 3 below, right? And then you can see that there's the 3. The 3 is everywhere where it needs to be. It's, it's AI, but it says federal note. And I one thing I didn't do, we should probably go in there with the green numbers, the serial number. I should have put one in there and added 666 in there for Obama. Maybe I'll do that before I post it. What do you think? Add the 666 in there because that would be appropriate. That would be 100% appropriate for Obama. Put 666 in there. What do you think? And then, of course, this one here. The wooden nickel, Joe Biden. And I got this picture of him looking like he's in a daze, like he's just completely lost, completely like an idiot, which he is. He is a total idiot. And you know what's really, really interesting about all of this? The radical lunatic liberals, they all act like they completely forgot or they didn't have any issues with Joe Biden being complete idiot. And then they want to act like we didn't know about it. It's been in the news all week after Joe Biden come out and said, I didn't know something was wrong with him. I thought he was having a stroke. I don't know what it was. I didn't know. I was so scared. Was he having a stroke? Really? So for the past 20 years, how long have they been married? Joe Biden's been dumb like this and she didn't know? What has she been doing? Let me show you some of what the liberal media was saying about Joe Biden when we come back. You're not going to want to miss it.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your side.
Sorry.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. process. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
The November choice is between 2 old men. We know that. But tonight I want to talk about the Joe Biden that Republicans want you to see and the pipeline of videos that aren't telling the full truth. Now, those videos are probably right now clogging the public consciousness as Americans start to think about their votes. The RNC wants to weaponize questions around Biden's age. Isn't it possible that things have changed? He, like every other human being, is aging. And that process of aging, it seems, is having an impact on his ability to do the job. The autopsy that the Democrats didn't delve into that, but it should. Yeah. What kind of political system covers that up and makes it okay to lie to people about what everybody knows is true?
She's that political system. How dumb can you be? She's acting like she didn't notice anything was wrong with Joe Biden this entire time. I'll never forget it during the 2020 election in 2019. Joe Biden was stumbling all over himself. He couldn't complete a sentence then. During that time, I was saying that Joe Biden, they're using him in his elderly abuse. Back in 2019, I was saying this about Joe Biden. And you mean to tell me that she supposedly look at all of this information every single day doing her research and she had no idea something was wrong with Joe Biden? She was lying the entire time. And now she's on here saying, what kind of system would do such a thing? You idiot. Democrats lie about everything. The truth is not in these people. The truth is not in these people at all. Like, here's another one. This guy goes on with, I think her name is Martha, goes on with there, and he's trying to act like he didn't notice anything either. Like Joe Biden, he was fine. I was just with him that day, and he didn't exhibit any of that. What? They made every excuse under the sun. Well, he had jet lag from a plane ride that he had 12 days ago. He still had jet lag. Make that make sense. Jet lag typically lasts, maybe 2-3 days at the most? But it's 12 days later and he still had jet lag. You can't make it up. They lie because they don't want people to see the truth when people are right there looking at it.
As someone who cares for President Biden, I too was concerned about what that several second pause meant, what was happening at the moment. But I was with President Biden earlier today. We were at the funeral of a friend of ours, someone who long served as the mayor of Wilmington, and he's fine. I see regular incidents where President Trump falls asleep in meetings in the middle of the day, makes no sense in answering questions. And frankly, what I think the average Delawarean wants to hear is, what are we going to do to lower their costs? And what are we going to do to avoid future pointless wars overseas? 2 things President Trump ran on when he was successfully elected in 2024.
Well, I mean, we can go back and forth, on the cognitive abilities of President Trump versus what was quite obvious from President Biden. President Trump answers like 30 to 100 questions every single day from the press. Most days, he is
Martha,
a completely.
We
never saw President Biden take that risk in a million years of answering questions that way. Yeah, no, I think it is significant because I think there was a lot of cover-up, frankly, of his condition, and I think that you probably were part of that.
What's the goal of the war in Iran?
You hear this? He's such an idiot. He's such an idiot. The goal of Iran, however you want to pronounce it, doesn't matter. The goal is for them not to have nuclear weapons. That's the goal, being completely clear. See, he's lying to himself about Joe Biden, and he's still lying to himself about what President Trump has said about Iran. He's still lying to himself. The reason is so they don't have any nukes, because these people are completely unstable. Now, it's been rumored that a lot of people in Iran, there was a lot of inbreeding going on. And when you have a lot of inbreeding going on, there's like a chemical imbalance that goes on in the brain, and the people just become crazy. I mean, it's just the way it is. People become crazy. And there's a lot of inbreeding that happens in that part of the world. And can you imagine these people that are crazy and they want to give them a nuke? The Democrats were hoping that they would have a nuke. I've said this repeatedly. They were hoping that Putin would set off a nuke with Ukraine, that issue there. Putin never did that. And then President Trump is stopping Iran from setting off a nuke. They're upset about that. There's more Democrats coming out right now so in support of Iran, and these people are in political positions. They're in office here in the United States of America. They're actually saying that the United States of America has lost the war. America is on its knees. These are Democrats saying this about the United States of America, knowing good and well it's not true. Knowing good and well it's not true, but they don't care. They lied all this time, and the media was complicit with it, with Joe Biden. They were all in on it. They knew something was wrong with Joe Biden, but, the main questions that they want to ask were, what flavor ice cream does he like? How long was it before he got up today? Was it 11:30 today or was it 12:30 today before he got up? What time is he going back to bed? Because 4:30 rolls around, it's time to go night-night, right? They didn't ask any tough questions. Why? Because they kept Joe Biden out of the spotlight. They kept Joe Biden from getting in front of the cameras as much as possible. They did it the entire time he was there because they knew going in that something was wrong with Joe.
How is it that the president was still tired 12 days after returning from Europe, had a cold, but then went to the Waffle House, and then the following day staged such a huge comeback that he gave those North Carolina remarks? Like, help us understand.
Have you had a cold before?
Of course I've had a cold before.
So you probably, well, come on, Jackie. Let's be very, let's be.
12 days after he returned, though.
But
and
you
he
also,
blamed jet lag yesterday.
Hold on a second. There's a cold, there's a jet lag. You combine that. He continues to work for the American people day in and day out, around the clock. Things happen. And the cold thing is something that you all pointed out during his debate. We didn't even point that out. You all pointed out when you heard his voice being hoarse, because he knew he had to push through. He knew he has to power through. That's what presidents do. If you care about this country and you don't care about yourself, you care about the American people, you care about delivering for this country, you care about how you're going to continue to work every day in and day out, you push through.
So he pushed through the debate. It wasn't because he was having a stroke. He was just pushing through because he had jet lag from being on the airplane 12 days ago. And he had a cold. He had a slight cold. So he couldn't perform well because he had a slight cold. Couldn't do it. Have you ever had a cold? Really? And they're sitting there listening to this from this evil witch that was there. And thank God she's no longer there. But they're sitting there listening to her spew out these lies, and they kind of pushed back just a little bit. And the only reason why they were pushing back because they knew they had lost the election right then. This is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, right? This was right before Kamala Harris got into it, because days right after this, that's when Kamala Harris said, "Okay, I'm doing it. I'm assuming the position," because they knew. They just handed it to President Trump.
I think anybody who does that, not just the president, should be commended.
He was on the way to the debate. The doctor was with him. He had a cold. He's 81. Does he not get checked out by the doctor? I'm just curious.
Well, I can tell you, he did not get checked out by the doctor. It's a cold, guys. It's a cold, and I know that it affects everybody differently. We have all had colds. And so, no, he was not checked by the doctor.
You came home from Europe about 11 or 12 days before the debate, spent 6 days in Camp David. Why wasn't that enough rest time, enough recovery time?
Because I was sick. I was feeling terrible. Matter of fact, the doc's with me. I asked them, they did a COVID test because they're trying to figure out what was wrong. They did a test to see whether or not I had some infection, a virus. I didn't. I just had a really bad cold.
He's 81 years old. He's tired. You give him Ambien to be able to sleep. He gets up on the stage, and he looks like he's a deer in the headlights.
What happened? I don't know what happened. I mean, as I watched it, I thought, oh my God, he's having a stroke. And it scared me to death.
I was scared her to death. Oh my goodness, he scared her to death. He's having a stroke. He's having a stroke. And I'm not going to share the videos and show them again what she did right after that. Joe, you answered all the questions. You did so good, Joe. And Joe just like, I did good at what? I did. I mean, y'all seen it. He's just standing there. He's just standing there. No like sight, no sight of life at all. He's just kind of like standing like a statue. And it's like, I did? Oh, thank you. I did do it, didn't I? What did I do again? What did Trump do? She goes, lies. I mean, really? So she comes out after all this time and tells the American people that she thought that Joe Biden was going to have a stroke. And then she took Joe Biden to Waffle House. Who in their right mind is going to take a loved one that you believe is having a medical emergency to Waffle House? Dude, you can't make this up. I mean, you really can't. She took dude to Waffle House. You know, it was all staged, of course. They had people in there waiting for Joe Biden to come in there, but he was having a medical emergency. She was thinking that he was having a stroke. Elderly abuse. I've constantly said it. That's what they did to Joe Biden. Joe Biden should have been retired someplace with him and Hunter Biden doing lines or whatever it is and having the prostitutes over, whatever that they were doing. I'm subject to believe that Jill Biden had a side thing the entire time. And I believe it was the guy that was with Jill Biden. I think it was like her right-hand man. Now, this is a speculation on my part, but there's something going on. It looked like House of Cards to me. I mean, it really does. Look like House of Cards. 100% House of Cards. And she neglected to take him to the hospital. What about the doctor on staff? Oh, see, now this is what they probably come say. Well, right after the debate, the doctor checked him out, put the light in his eyes, reflect the light in his eyes. Here, let me do it. Let me do it. Look over here. Look over here. Look over here. They probably had the doctor put the light in the eye in Joe Biden's eyes. Oh, he's fine. He's fine. Give some more drugs. He'll be okay to go. They did this to themselves. These lunatic liberals did all of this to themselves. And now they expect all of us not to pay attention to what they've done. They expect us not to remember what happened. We'll be right back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
We have a situation going on in Newark and again around the country where we have what amounts to internment camps of people who are ripped away from their American families, American children, American grandchildren even, who have done nothing wrong, who are trying to comply with our immigration rules, to try to navigate the complicated processes, showing up for immigration hearings, but they were torn away from their families, from our neighborhoods.
You hear this BS? This is more hateful rhetoric to try to get the radical lunatic left to be violent towards MAGA Republicans by saying that these are internment camps, as if President Trump is like a Hitler figure. That's what this is all about. That's their agenda. Cory Booker, he is one of the biggest liars out there, just like Goldman, Jerry Nadler. I mean, is there any of them that don't lie like this? And then they're saying they're ripping them from their American families because they come here, have babies, anchor babies, and then they separate them. And then they say, well, I'm going to get deported. And then they say, well, I'm going to take my baby with me. Oh, they're deporting Americans. The Supreme Court should rule that if you come here and to have an anchor baby, they don't get to stay here with you. You need to go home. That they have abused that. It has been abused so much, and they're taking advantage of us. But anyways, the reason why I wanted to share this is because they're kicking up the whole thing going after ICE. You know, it kind of died down just for a little bit, just a little bit. But now they're bringing it back up. And did you hear what Ben Bergquam was saying? Ben Bergquam was saying we need to sick the dogs on them again. Right? Because, and who we need to sick the dogs on? And I'm in complete agreement on it. Because these people are showing up to these ICE facilities being extremely violent. It's only the left that's violent. Now, those of us on the right, they say we're violent when we want to defend ourselves. See, we're just supposed to take it. We're supposed to just take the abuse. Keep turning the cheek. Keep hitting us. Keep turning the cheek. That's what's in their minds. And if we don't comply to that, then we're the ones being violent. Now, originally, when dogs were put out into the streets of America, it wasn't put out by Republicans. It was put out by Democrats. Now, the history, of course, what the Democrats would love to change is to say that Republicans were the ones that were doing it. And it's not true at all.
You listen to Scott and you listen to all this rhetoric coming out of the Republican Party. These are the same people that defended opening fire hoses on protesters in the 60s on the Selma Bridge. I mean, these are people who consistently
I think those were Democrats, Julie. Just FYI. Those are Democrats.
Scott,
those were Democrats in the 60s.
Scott, people like you
that was your party.
Exactly that kind of behavior.
But thank you for reminding everybody that Democrats were against civil rights.
How about this, Scott? Why don't you let me finish and stop interrupting? Because clearly, whenever anybody tries
you're
to
the one that brought up
Democrats.
I agree with you. Democrats shouldn't have been against civil rights.
You're the person. Well, there you go. How about this, Scott? Why don't you continue talking, and I'll just sit here and listen to you.
You know
Go
what,
ahead.
guys?
I
think we all have each other's X handles where we can continue this conversation.
Scott Jennings shut her down. He completely shut her down. But that's what they all do. During that time period, when people were fighting for civil rights, it was Democrats that were putting the dogs out there, doing the water hose. In this case today, we have the same Democrat Party that's fighting against law and order by trying to make sure that people are safe. I'm completely in agreement. It's not the same scenario. It's not the same scenario. In one case, they were trying to fight for freedom. In the other case today, the Democrats are fighting for criminals to remain on the streets of America to harm American citizens. This is the type of stuff you can't make up. You absolutely can't make it up. Let me share another one with you. This is with Ana Navarro. She's such a nasty woman, and she wants people to believe that she's an actual Republican. She goes on with the Witches of the View constantly. She goes on the CNN with Abby constantly. And she's constantly putting out this hateful rhetoric against President Trump and Republicans. And at the end of the day, she still calls herself a Republican. She's no different than Liz Cheney, Adam Kissinger, Mitt Romney. I don't think, to be honest with you, she was ever a Republican. I think she's only doing it name only. Just so she can, like I'm the Republican that we want to be. Kind of like James Tallarico calling himself a Christian. He's not really a Christian, but the left, they love his type of Christianity. It's the same thing. The left loves her type of conservatism. That's the only reason why they like her. But she's so triggered by President Trump. And again, they're the ones just constantly pushing this heightened violent political propaganda against the American people. The rhetoric needs to end, and the only way it's going to end is when you get the Democrats to stop.
So let me just read to you what
and look, listen to this, because hold on. Before I play it, let me get a little more context in this one. She's complaining, as I mentioned earlier, how they always jump on President Trump's True Social posts. They can't. They wake up and go to True Social. They spend more time on True Social than I do. So she goes on there and she sees that President Trump has made comments about Bruce Springsteen. Do y'all like Bruce Springsteen? Do y'all like him? Do you like him? I can only think of one song that he's ever created, Born in the USA. I mean, that's the only one I can think of. And you would think that someone who created a song that I thought was a really decent song would love the USA. But dude is a total leftist lunatic. But listen, she's defending Bruce Springsteen because President Trump put a truth post about him.
And let me just read to you what Donald Trump wrote about Bruce Springsteen. Bad and very boring singer Bruce Springsteen, who looks like a dried up prune, who has suffered greatly from the work of a really bad plastic surgeon. This is a...
So, of course, she has to come out there and defend Bruce Springsteen because, you know what? He didn't have to say anything. Dude constantly opened up his pie hole. Dude will constantly come out there and say something when he doesn't have to say anything. Just make music and shut up. It's kind of like Steve Kerr and the Warriors in California, San Francisco. Shut up and just coach basketball. Really, shut up and just coach basketball. Why do we need to hear all this other stuff? But that just proves the point. They spend a lot of time on True Social. They spend a lot of time on True Social. They spend a lot of time on True Social trying to figure out how to get Trump. And as you heard Cory Booker, he was saying President Trump should be focusing on XYZ, or even Hakeem Joffrey's. President Trump should be focusing on the economy, getting everything to come down day one. Now, anybody with rational thinking know that all this stuff is not going to come down on day one. It's going to take a period of time. It didn't happen overnight. It's not going to be fixed overnight. It's like gaining weight. You don't lose it overnight because you didn't gain it overnight. And if you lose it overnight, you might not wake up. Something's wrong. Something's physically wrong. Right? That's just the way it is. Let me ask y'all about this really quick. E. Jean Carroll. Yeah, everyone's heard about this. It's all been in the news. I'm just talking about it here briefly. This is the same woman that said, I think it was back in the 90s, because she couldn't remember exactly what year or what day. She just remembered it happened. And it just so happened to line up with that Law and Order TV show to a T, that it happened to her. She got sexually assaulted in her mind by President Trump, so it must be true. Well, of course, they found some leftist lunatics, lawyers and judges and people sitting on the court, what have you, to agree with her. Yep, she said it, so it must be true. All of them because they wanted to get Trump. So now she's in trouble because she lied in her deposition about the money that she received from a Democrat supporter. She said that she didn't receive any outside money. She said she didn't receive any. She didn't remember. She didn't remember. You know how much money she received? Let me show you this clip with you. And then I'm gonna tell you how much money she said she didn't remember receiving. Listen to this.
Another thing that he and his lawyers have often spoken about is the lack of disclosure about a big Democratic donor funding part of this case. Was there a reason it wasn't disclosed, and did you view this as political in any way?
No, I just completely forgot that he even existed.
In your deposition?
Yes, in my deposition.
So that's the guy right there that she completely forgot that he even existed. Do you know how much money this billionaire gave to her to get Trump? Do you know how much he gave her? Anybody? Are there any radical leftist lunatics on here watching right now? Maybe you know the answer. Or do you even want to know the answer? Does anybody know? Because I went and looked it up before we came on here. Because I'm like, he gave her money, but she doesn't remember. Does anybody know the number? I'm going to tell it to you. Take a guess. Take a guess. Take a guess. Because remember, she says she didn't remember he existed. So if she didn't remember he existed, maybe it was, 20 grand in the whole scheme of things. How much did the whole lawsuit cost? 20 grand, maybe? Maybe it's two grand, $2,000. Maybe she completely forgot because she, more than that. It's all over the place. If Bad Moon put it out there, if he dropped the one. If you go look it up, she received $7 million from this billionaire. $7 million. How do you forget someone existed that gave you $7 million to get Trump? Oh, I completely forgot about him. I completely forgot. I forgot that he existed. He gave me $7 million, but I completely forgot he existed. So if she lied about that, because you don't forget someone giving you $7 million. These people are idiots. They believe a man putting on a dress as a woman, completely forget reality. So some people will probably believe it. But you don't forget someone giving you $7 million in such a high profile case. You don't forget stuff like that. She lied. She should go to prison for perjury. And it's not that President Trump is going after. She didn't have to lie. So if she lied about that, who are we to believe that she didn't lie about the whole thing that just so happened to line up exactly with the scene from Law and Order? Who's to say she didn't lie about that? Then she went on with, remember, Anderson Gay Cooper. Remember she went on with him? And Anderson Gay Cooper was talking about rape. And she goes, rape can be sexy. I'm like, oh my goodness, this woman's unstable. And that's what, as soon as she said that, Anderson Cooper said, okay, let's go to break real quick. Because she was hitting on Anderson Gay Cooper. And then she went on with, I think it was Aaron Burnett, if I'm not mistaken. No, it was with Rachel Madcow. She went on with Rachel Madcow, and she was talking about taking Rachel Madcow on a shopping spree from the money that she was going to get from President Trump. I mean, why not take the $7 million she got from the billionaire and go on a shopping spree? $7 million. But she couldn't remember him. Couldn't remember him. Can't make it up. Absolutely can't make it up. These people are evil. They're never going to stop doing what they're doing because that's who they are. That's who they are. Well, with that said, everybody, God bless you. Thank you so much for being here. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up, share the video, and I will see you Monday in the Culture Wars. Let's go! 250 years!
is going on, everybody? Friday, May 29th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. We may be getting an Iran deal over the course of the weekend, as President Trump has been in the Situation Room all day long, going over and finalizing what may be a deal to reopen the Straits of Hormuz and get this kerfuffle completely over with. And thank God for that. Hopefully they can come to some sort of an arrangement. We can get everybody home, we can get oil flowing again, and we can continue this unbelievable bull run we're seeing in markets. As the Dow Jones hits 51,000 today. Giddy up, let's go. We've now gone more than 1,000 points above what I have dubbed the Bondi. Pam Bondi also testifying today on the in front of the House Oversight Committee on the Epstein files, the issue that simply will not go away like herpes, just comes back at the most inopportune times imaginable. Also, things are heating up, baby. We got LA primaries coming up in what do we got? 4 days. 4 days we're going to get the LA primary. Spencer Pratt surges, Jimmy Kimmel cries. Very good stuff all around. Also, Nithya Raman, who is the other chick running for mayor of Los Angeles, put out what I would say. And I do this for a living. It might be the worst campaign ad I've ever seen in my entire life. It could be the worst thing I've ever seen. And that is, of course, saying something. Also, Louisiana legislature approves the new maps, so at least we'll get one, we'll get something, we'll get a little bit in the new House of Representatives, even though South Carolina and Alabama have screwed us over. Before we get to all of that, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. Let's get the live chat up onto the screen. Where are we at here? There we go. Boom, there's the live chat. How's everybody doing today? Before we go into all the good stuff, head on over to Loud Majority US. You know, guys, let me know what gas is where you are. Today I paid $4.09, which is down. Chat, while we're talking about the best damn website in politics, let me know what gas is where you are. Let me know what gas is where you guys are. Before we get to that, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can use promo code SPLC to get free shipping on everything on the website, or you guys can use promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off. Pick one, whichever one saves you guys more money. So that's promo code SPLC for free shipping or 20% off with promo code RUMBLE. Get your summer stuff today, now. Giddy up, let's go. Actually, for the Long Island crowd, I had a great conversation today with the Long Island congressman. We've got some ideas coming up here. Got some fun ideas coming up here. Giddy up. Let's go. Let's dive right on in. Go Knicks, baby. Go Knicks. Unless you're Kathy Hochul, then go back to Buffalo. So let's dive right on in. President Trump has been in the Situation Room all day long today discussing the framework that has been put forth about a possible deal with the Iranian regime. Obviously, you know, the Iranians still a little pissed off. The leader of Iran probably still a little pissed off after we blew up his dad, which, terrorist or not, I can understand someone being a little bit upset about that. Here was the update from Fox, where is it? Fox News.
Into the Situation Room for a meeting on this potential Iran deal. I'm going to read the post to you here, so bear with me. He says, Iran must agree that they will never have a nuclear weapon or bomb. The Hormuz Strait must be immediately open. No tolls for unrestricted shipping traffic in both directions. All water mines, bombs, if any, will be terminated. We have removed, through detonation, numerous such mines with our great underwater mine sweepers. Iran will complete the immediate removal and or detonation of any mines that are left, which will not be many. Ships caught in the strait due to our amazing and unprecedented naval blockade which will now be lifted, may start the process of heading home. Say hello to your wives, husbands, parents, and families from me, your favorite president. The enriched material, sometimes referred to as nuclear dust, which is buried deep underground with
I do love the way he has to add his little flavor to the end of that, but, you know, whatever. What can you do? Add his little flavor in. So, once again, we're monitoring the situation as a deal may be coming. Let's see what it all comes out with. I want this thing to be over. I got to tell you, I'm willing to sacrifice certain things to have it be over, as we've just hit Memorial Day, so we're officially, unofficially in summer. People could certainly use some relief on the gas prices, particularly as they go to the polls. And look, next week is going to be a big week in primary politics. As you heard me say earlier, next week is the California primary. Let me pull it up here just so you guys know about all the other ones that are going to be happening. California, Iowa, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, and South Dakota are all on the same day. So if you are in any of those places, California, Iowa, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, South Dakota, get out, start voting, giddy up, let's go. If you're in Maine, Nevada, or North Dakota or South Dakota, your primary is the following week. I'm going to be giving you guys all primary updates and primary schedules on this show because I don't want to hear any crap about how you didn't know. So you can cut that part, you can clip it, and you can show all your friends. Because, look, the way you make change is by getting involved in the primaries. And, of course, the one primary that everybody's got their eye on over the course of the next several weeks is the one in Los Angeles. Spencer Pratt kicking names and taking ass left, right, and center. The AI ads that are coming out from the Spencer Pratt team continue to be absolutely majestic. I'm going to show you that one, and then I'm going to show you apparently some people are planning some little stunts out in Los Angeles, which I got to tell you, I really, really love. But here's the Spencer Pratt one.
Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, please. My daughter, she's sick.
Spencer Pratt is the common sense choice for Los Angeles. Just look around. The city is a mess, and our leaders have failed us. Homelessness, crime, drugs. Everything is worse under Karen Bass.
This is bad. She's caught the Pratt. How did this happen?
We restrict her media diet. New York Times, MSNBC, NPR, maybe CNN if we're feeling frisky. Something must have slipped through.
Does she know anyone at all, who thinks for themselves?
I don't know. I don't think so. What is this?
It starts with a mild cough. And then, next thing you know, you hate seeing homeless drug addicts inject near kids. It's very contagious. I'm going to prescribe 4 doses of NPR every hour on the hour, 2 doses of the New York Times, and 5 doses of the LA Times.
Why was Karen Bass in Ghana while the city was burning?
6 doses. 6 doses of the LA Times. We'll have to hold her in quarantine with the others for a few days. It's protocol.
I mean, that's spectacular. That is unbelievable. That's being made by an independent Twitter account named Gene Parmesan. Very good stuff, guys. Go give him a follow. They're spectacular. They're great because it turns out regular people are out there doing what they need to do to help get this man elected because it turns out they don't want to live in squalor either. Now, look, I got to tell you, Karen Bass is picking up big endorsements, picking up gigantic endorsements left and right. Today she announced that she was being endorsed by Jane Fonda, which if it was 1972 would be a really, really big deal. But no one has told Jane Fonda that since she divorced Ted Turner, she is completely irrelevant. She's also one of those communists that, got really famous by marrying a self-made billionaire. Go figure. What a thought. What a thought. But every time Karen Bass puts out some kind of an endorsement, Twitter absolutely rips her apart. Mostly because all of the celebrities who are endorsing Karen Bass do not live in Los Angeles. They live in Beverly Hills, which I found out the other day is actually not the same place. I didn't know that. I got to tell you, I think everything, I don't know, California. I know that San Diego's at the bottom, and then in the middle is L.A., and then in the top is, where the Republicans live. That's really all I know about California. I don't know anything about it. I don't go out there. It's too damn far away. But I'm learning. I'm learning where things are in California now. Because, it's important. It's stuff you should know. On the other hand, there's another candidate in the race named Nithya Raman, who and she's a socialist. She's backed by the DSA, Hassan Piker, the terrorism crowd. I don't like her, okay? But I can, as I have been doing for the last couple days on this show, I can give credit where credit is due. I shouted out Bill Maher and Jon Stewart because I like their comedy. I don't like their political opinions. But I can objectively say that this ad put out by Nithya Raman is the worst political ad I have ever seen.
This city is a beacon of hope and opportunity for so many around the world.
Let's watch it one more time. Here we go.
This city is a beacon of hope and opportunity.
Now, I don't know where you guys live, but where I live, there's usually not a podium in the middle of the street. I don't know.
Opportunity for so many around the world. But today, Angelinos are losing hope. High housing costs, job loss, tens of thousands of people living on the streets, the terror of ICE, and a complete lack of preparation for emergencies. We have a mayor who has failed to lead this city. And on the other hand, a right-wing extremist powered by MAGA is channeling people's frustrations about this city into fear and anger and hatred. They're relying on your indifference. We can bring LA back to what it really is, one of the most creative, most beautiful, most hopeful places in the world, but only if we come together and fight for it. Every single vote matters on June 2nd, because this city's future is absolutely worth fighting for. And I know we can build that future together.
Eek. Okay. I've got some questions. And look, I don't like Nithya Raman, but that's a really, really bad ad. I mean, what if we do it in a parking lot of a construction zone, but we roll in the Hollywood sign behind us and then have the diversity crowd move in further with the fake wind blowing and whatnot. Vile. Also, I do think it was pretty interesting that she mentioned all the homeless encampments. I found that to be very, very odd. Very, very odd. Because, of course, there are no homeless encampments where Nithya Raman lives. And, of course, there wouldn't be, because she was actually the head of the homelessness task force as a member of the LA City Council. So, a local resident decided to take matters into his own hands. And many people, many people are very, very, very upset because they're calling this a political stunt. Yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is, and it's great.
These videos all over on social media, sparking debate over political protest and personal space. The videos now viewed hundreds of thousands of times online.
This is crazy.
Fake homeless encampments.
I love that in the top of the frame, it says staged video. Really?
Set up outside LA City Councilwoman and mayoral candidate Nithya Raman's home.
This is happening all over the city, and we brought it to her doorstep so she can see what other people are going through.
A man who claims he helped organize the stunt spoke exclusively with Fox 11 with his face covered.
All the political violence that's been going on is really important that people protect their identities.
Tents, trash, old tires, and a barbecue Monday morning, all outside Raman's home.
Basically doing a parody ad for her. Like, if we were in charge of her campaign, this was the ad that we would make. Yo, what's going on?
What he describes as a broader, sarcastic effort across Raman's Council District 4 in support of Spencer Pratt. Do you know Spencer Pratt, or are you affiliated with the Spencer Pratt campaign?
Absolutely never met him. big fan of his work.
Who is funding this?
So we have a group of donors from around the country. Check us out online at Safe Cities USA.
My support has been growing.
At a press conference Thursday, Rahman discussed a new UC Berkeley poll showing her in second place in the mayor's race, but did not address the videos.
I looked out the window and I realized that there were people setting up what was, I think, a fake encampment, like a homeless encampment outside of my house.
Earlier this week, though, she spoke about them on the Adam Conover podcast.
I have 2 little kids.
Yeah.
They didn't see it, luckily, this morning. But, I feel badly that I'm even subjecting them to that at all. But it has definitely, this has gone far beyond what I expected the campaign to be about.
They feel like this draws the line.
Yeah, I think that, it's a public street, and I can see where she's upset, but to think about everybody else that's going through the same thing constantly, that are being ignored.
This race already getting national attention, with the election now just a few days away. Matthew Seedorf reporting, Fox 11 News.
Now, I love it. I love the idea. People, don't go to people's houses. I don't give a shit. Nobody cared when Zohran Mamdani went to Ken Griffin's house. Nobody cared when people come to our homes. Nobody cared when they went to Tucker Carlson's or Josh Hawley's or Mitch McConnell's. And nobody cared about that. So yeah, setting up a fake homeless encampment in front of Nithya Rahman's house is not only a great political stunt, it's also hilarious. Because now, she feels so bad that her children have to be subjected to this. Well, what about the rest of the people in Los Angeles? What about them who have to be subjected to this on a day in and day out basis? Every single day, they have to deal with it. But Nithya Rahman, in her very nice neighborhood, they never have to deal, as I say all the time, with the policies in which they put forth. But Jesse Waters' little guy Johnny went out to Los Angeles and actually asked real people what they feel about real problems in Los Angeles.
Angry about LA.
Kind of smell like shit, but it's alright. Homeless on every corner. LA isn't a city, it's a public toilet at this point.
I don't want to walk to my car and go, oops, I stepped in human feces.
Actually, I'm not angry about LA. There's
angry about LA.
Kind of smell like shit, but it's alright. Homeless on every corner. LA isn't a city, it's a public toilet at this point.
I don't want to walk to my car and go, oops, I stepped in human feces.
Actually, I'm not angry about LA. There's traffic, but it's been like that forever.
There's homelessness, but it's been like that forever.
Yeah.
Poverty, period.
What is Mayor Bass doing to solve these problems?
No, I ain't heard nothing. Ain't no change.
Nothing.
Still smell like I haven't seen none.
I wonder sometimes.
Who were you voting for?
Bass.
Right. Nothing that Bass has done, but you're going to vote for her.
I'm not even voting.
Does it matter? It really doesn't matter. Spencer Pratt. Spencer Pratt. We're going to have a Pratt Daddy summer, I'll tell you that.
He actually tells us the truth. He tells you the real hard truth of what's going on. Karen Bass.
What is Karen Bass's greatest accomplishment?
Removing the homeless.
Yeah, she did a great job with that.
I believe so. Do you agree?
No.
Absolutely not.
It's been a year and a half since the Palisades fire, and practically nothing has been rebuilt. If this was a year and a half ago, I would be in someone's house right now. Did Karen Bass do a good job handling the Palisade fires?
Absolutely not. She wasn't even here.
She could have done a better job of throwing a ball from here to China.
She didn't do a great job.
So just so we're counting, can't name an accomplishment of Karen Bass, didn't do a good job in the fires, but she's still your girl.
She's still my girl.
Nithya Rahman.
Never heard of her.
She says she has the solution to stopping wildfires, stopping backyard barbecues.
I'm African American, I'm whole black. We gonna barbecue regardless.
What? Now you can't do that.
Enough said.
Pratt says he just wants you to go get a matcha without having to step on human poop. Is that how low the bar is here in LA?
I have thrown away 3 pairs of shoes before stepping actual human feces.
You do have to watch your step. These people that want to vote for Karen Bass or ramen noodles, you want to step in poop?
That's all of us. He says nobody is fixing LA's problems. Is he right?
I didn't see nothing get fixed.
He's right.
I look at Spencer Pratt, I see myself. I see somebody who has directly been affected by the leadership.
You can't solve everything overnight.
She's been mayor for 4 years.
Okay, touche, you got me on that one.
Karen Bass said by 2026 there'll be zero homelessness. Does this look like zero homelessness? How's the homeless situation here?
Bad. The other day I saw a naked man.
It's everywhere. I mean, go down the street right here, you'll see a crackhead running.
It's now a druggy situation.
I just seen a homeless person, like 10 different homeless people around the corner.
Karen Bass said by 2026 there'd be zero homelessness in LA.
Karen Bass lied her ass off. Maybe December 31st, 2026.
When you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time.
Here in LA, if you need to throw something away, look no further than to the ground.
Okay, two things. First off, Johnny does a great job. Well, three things. Johnny does a great job. Number one. Number two, I don't know what a macho is. Maybe that's a West Coast thing. Chat, maybe you can let me know. I don't know what that is. But if I was going to get it, I certainly don't want to step in human crap on my way to go get it, whatever the hell it is. And number three, did you see those black women's faces when they were told they wouldn't be able to barbecue in their backyard? I want to hang out with those three so bad. I bet you the food is unbelievable at their backyard barbecue. But you know, there are some people out there who are not too happy with the surge in Spencer Pratt. Some people out there are very, very upset. And naturally, when we have to look at who is the most upset, well, you know, whenever something negative happens on the East Coast, we look to the women of The View. And whenever something negative happens on the West Coast, we find the most insufferable human being on the West Coast.
So then you get a guy who was on a reality show, who's on a lot of reality shows. His profession is to be the screaming jerk on reality shows. And his house burns down. And even though he had no private insurance on his house and doesn't believe in climate change, he is understandably upset about his house burning down. And since he's a moderately famous person, he gets attention. He's on the news, he's on social media, and for the first time in his life, people are agreeing with what he has to say. It's hard not to agree with what he has to say. He's angry about the same problems a lot of people here are angry about. Does he have solutions to those problems? No. But at least he's acknowledging that they are problems. So then this angry reality show star, who grew up wealthy and popular and is not very wealthy or popular anymore, really starts to enjoy the attention. He starts to think, you know, I should be mayor, which is a statement that should make everyone laugh. But not everyone is laughing. Not everyone sees this as a joke, right?
Yeah, Jimmy, we can hear no one laughing. We can hear no one laughing on your comedy program.
Now, if you believe the polls, 22% of them are going, you know what, you should be mayor. And not only are they telling him he should be mayor, they're even going so far as to give him money for his campaign, some of which he immediately spent on moving into a $1,500 a night room at the Hotel Bel Air. He's living at the Hotel Bel Air at the same time he's running a video claiming he lives in a trailer on the burned out lot where his house was.
Why is he living in a hotel, Jimmy? Oh, that's right, because Karen Bass let his house burn down and won't let him rebuild it. But the part of that I find to be so intriguing and so interesting is that Spencer Pratt is mad about the fires, but he doesn't believe in climate change. Hey, Jimmy, you might have missed it, but they arrested someone for starting the fires. See, that's not climate change, that's arson. Now, you might not have seen it, Jimmy. I understand. You might not have seen that because you were too busy, you know, I don't know, crashing Adam Carolla's Hollywood Walk of Fame moment. Yep, there you go. Look at that. Couldn't even let your boy Adam Carolla stand out on his own. You had to glom on to that, even though Adam Carolla is now significantly more famous for basically starting the concept of a podcast. None of us, nobody on this network, nobody you watch, none of the clips you see on TikTok exist without Adam Carolla. That is a fact. You couldn't even let him have his day. And let's be honest, nobody remembers Adam Carolla from The Man Show. Some of you may remember him from Love Lines with Dr. Drew. I don't know who watched that show, but, you know, it was on for a while. Adam Carolla is now the guy who started the podcast realm. So Jimmy Kimmel maybe didn't get around to finding out that actually they've arrested someone for starting the fire. His name was Jonathan Rindernick, who has pleaded not guilty to starting the most destructive fire in Los Angeles' history. You might have missed that, Jimmy. He doesn't believe in climate change, so he can't be mayor. Right. I'm sure you would do a much better job with your laugh track going on in the background. Jimmy. These Hollywood types never get it. They just don't get it. Maybe somebody should take a dump on Jimmy Kimmel's star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and then maybe he would notice. I'm not advocating for taking a dump in the streets, but if you were going to, maybe start with Jimmy Kimmel's. That way you can go on a show and cry about it a little bit more. Because Jimmy Kimmel does more crying than he does joke telling. Don't worry, Jimmy Kimmel. I'm sure you'll outlast Stephen Colbert the same way Juliet outlasted Romeo. You're next, let's be honest. So you'll be starting the podcast. You'll be starting the podcast very soon. The podcast that your friend Adam Carolla started, which led to People You Hate becoming unbelievably and incredibly famous. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. Here were some more normal people out on the streets, very upset at Karen Bass and her lack of ability to do anything for the people of Los Angeles.
So what I'm going to ask you...
Oh, no, sorry. Where is it? Where's the clip? I'll pull that clip up in a second. Sorry about that. But Spencer Pratt decided he was going to start sitting down with mainstream media. And just listen to the question that's being asked here by this jackass from NBC.
What about people that might say, is this just about self-promotion? Is this just about to get your brand? And man, your brand is hot right now. It's probably hotter than ever right now. How do you convince those people that you say, no, I really want this job. I want to change the city?
Yeah, let's rewind. Everything I've ever worked for burned in my house. Everything my parents ever worked for burned in their house. I got on this mission. It was never to run for mayor. I started this to expose the corruption and the negligence of our city leaders. And when I got to the farthest distance I could, where I proved they were obstructing justice, altering after action reports after the fire, and there was nothing more they could do, that's when I organically got in the race because no one else was going to run. I was never going to be the mayor, but nobody was going to run against her that could beat her. I had to step into this. And again, running for mayor is not fun, let's be clear. I have to have 24-hour security with the amount of death threats. My kid now has to have a security next to him when he goes in the ocean because psychos come to the beach to... This is not like, oh, I get to be on a new show. I'm like, oh, I'm Tom Cruise. I'm in Top Gun 3 with Miles Teller. This is not fun fighting DSA socialists in the city of LA. So anybody that really is paying attention, politics is not fun. And now I'm deep in politics fighting a machine that is against the truth.
That's against the truth, and that's it. And look, Spencer's certainly going to have an uphill battle. According to a new Berkeley poll, he's in third place, 3 points behind Nithya Raman. We'll see what happens on June 2nd. Now, look, you saw from the Jesse Waters video, there's a lot of people out there that are out there saying, why vote? Why get involved? I'm not going to vote. Nothing's going to change. And it's that sort of disillusionment that really pains me. And I know so many activists that are out there on the ground in Los Angeles rallying for Spencer Pratt. I hope he does really well because I think he really does have the ability to not only cross party lines, but to actively change people's lives. Here he was on another interview.
So what I'm going to ask you, Spencer, what do you say to somebody like her who's walking through the same filth I am and is now going to vote for the same stuff?
Yeah, I'm not actually trying to convert these people because they're clearly living on in a different dimension. The people I'm getting to vote for me, their eyeballs work. They see their pockets for all their tax money going to these drug addicts, going poop next to their cars. My older sister called me the other day, and she didn't realize she drove through human poop or whatever, and she's gone to the car wash 6 times, and every time she gets in her car, no matter what, it just smells like these. Even my older sister, who has voted for every single Democrat since she was 18, she's voting for me. All of her friends, anyone that doesn't want to drive in poop, step on a fentanyl needle, have their kids see naked drug addicts on the sidewalk, these are all the people that are voting for me. So the people that would vote for Nithya Raman, who's actually been in charge of the homelessness and housing for the city council for the last 3 years, who works hand in hand with Mayor Bass. If you want more human poop, drug addicts, no lights, potholes, everything that's failing, these are the people who are failing.
Now, look, there is no doubt that there isn't room for a guy like Spencer Pratt in American polity, and it's a serious problem. And it's something that we're going to have to discuss over the course of the next several months, because if Republicans don't wake up, and I mean this genuinely, the DSA is so well organized and so well funded that regardless of whether or not we keep the House, we keep the Senate, whatever it may be, there are going to be between 8 and 14 more AOC type candidates in Congress next year. Why? Because in many of these safe these safe blue seats, the DSA is taking charge. You have AOC's former campaign manager, Saikat Chakrabarty, who's running, I believe, unopposed for Nancy Pelosi's seat. There is a takeover of DSA candidates. And you're seeing it even with Nithya Raman in Los Angeles, who is somehow out fundraising Karen Bass. But that's not the only place in which it's happening.
Moderate establishment candidates and more than 60% of their primaries get beaten by far-left candidates. Just a small sample, former Bernie Sanders staffer Ana Lilia Mejia won a special congressional election in New Jersey. And there are more socialist candidates like Chris Robb in Pennsylvania, Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan. And then there's Graham Plattner in Maine and James Tallarico in Texas. You know, the guy who says God is non-binary. A new opinion piece now warns Democrats try to pass off weird progressives such as Tallarico as normal. And here's part of it. Quote, just about every candidate Democrats put forward is cut from the same progressive cloth, no matter where they are running. Those candidates then play a character pretending they are nothing more than, say, a Maine oyster farmer or, in Tallarico's case, a humble Texas pastor. One brief look into their history shows that it's all a sham. A Maine state senator puts it this way.
That extreme position is not going to be something that voters reward here in November. I find it highly embarrassing that this is where the Democratic Party is, not just in the state of Maine, but across the country at this point, with the most extreme sort of tail wagging the dog effect.
Well, a recent poll found 53% of potential Democrat supporters and nearly 2/3 of Democrat-leaning independents are dissatisfied with the party. Power panel now. Cassie Smedley, GOP strategist, and Megan Hayes, former Biden White House director of message planning. Megan, I'm coming to you on what's the plan to go ahead when you look at 60% of the primaries have gone to far-left candidates beating the moderate establishment people. What does that tell you? Your party's changing?
I think it's the same thing that's happening in the Republican Party. Senator Cassidy just lost to a more right-leaning candidate.
No. And I'm happy Harris Faulkner cut her off there, because they're nothing like that. They're nothing. The Republicans that are winning these primaries, even in the races where Trump is endorsing the incumbent, like in the Thomas Massie seat or in the Bill Cassidy seat, the only one that's really MAGA is Ken Paxton. The Republicans that are going to win need to wake up. They need to make a splash. They need to do something that's going to energize the base, or they are going to get their asses kicked in November. I was on the phone with somebody the other day about, I'll be gentle on this one, about local candidates in 2024 and how the base was pissed off at them and they didn't vote for them. They went out and voted for President Trump, but they skipped them on the ballot. Hard data. Provable data. They didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to hear it at all. The exact same thing's going to happen unless the party Republicans in Washington, D.C. do something, do anything. Wake up, boys. We've only got a couple of months left. We'll be back in 1 second with more news and more updates. Before we get to that, guys, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmor.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmor.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. So, look, we got to get on message. We got to stay focused with what all is happening out there. Because every single day, we are being given more and more gifts by the Democratic Party in things we told you was happening, but they chose not to listen to. For example, how about this? A guy who has dual citizenship, not in America, in Iraq and Iran, has been charged by the DOJ with 18 terrorist attacks and plots across Europe and the United States. A dual citizen, a dual Iraqi-Iranian national accused of working on behalf of the world's most notorious terrorist organizations has been indicted by the United States federal authorities after he helped orchestrate several attacks across Europe and in the Middle East. The Department of Justice announced on Thursday that Mohammed Bakar Saeed Dawad al-Saidi, Steve, 32, faces multiple charges related charges stemming from his alleged role as an operative for Katata Abib, Hezbollah. Hezbollah, we know that. I don't know what Katata Abib is. Whatever. And the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, both designated terrorist organizations by the United States. According to the prosecutors, al-Said was deeply embedded within what he describes as an Iranian-led resistance network, a coalition that allegedly included the IRGC, this Hezbollah outfit, the Lebanese outfit of Hezbollah, and the Iranian-backed Houthis. Investigators say he participated in planning and directed, promoting, and coordinated attacks throughout the West and Israel's interest, while advancing a campaign of intimidation and psychological warfare. Todd Blanche said that the indictments paint a picture of this individual allegedly involved in a global terror plot. So we're scooping up terrorists left, right, and center who continue to want to attack the United States. You would think that we would be able to stay more on message than we currently are. Unfortunately, it seems as though we're being led astray. Being led astray by a great many number of people who put their own self-interest above the interests of the movement. But of course, that's not the only illegal issue going on right now. How about a sex trafficking ring in Omaha, Nebraska? Because, I don't want to dive down into it too much, but a natural migration pattern from India all the way to Omaha.
The 6 people arrested in an Omaha sex trafficking investigation ordered to spend a decade behind bars. Kavan Kumar Patel was sentenced in federal court this week. Earlier this year, he pled guilty to 2 counts of sex trafficking of a minor. Patel worked at the American Inn Hotel. This is South 15th and Spring Street. Prosecutors say he admitted to using money from the hotel till to pay traffickers to have sex with a minor at that hotel. The FBI says Patel, who's from India, is illegally in the U.S. and faces deportation after serving that prison sentence. Patel is the first person in this case to be sentenced. The other cases are still making their way through the courts. First Alert 6 learned in March the now vacant hotel at the center of this investigation was in the process of being sold. We'll let you know when we learn more about the future of that property.
Yeah, that's right. More illegal immigrants continuing to run sex trafficking rings all over America. But Democrats, they're focused on what's really important, guys. They're focused on what's really important. And naturally, when we look to what Democrats find to be important, we have to look to the woman who inaccurately draws on her eyebrows, Governor Kathy Hochul, because she is focused on what really matters to the average American. And her new policy where, I have so much to say about this. New Yorkers with, ready for this, 16 or more speeding tickets will now, in the new budget, be, by law, forced to install devices in their cars that will restrict their speed. Failure to install the GPS device will result in a revocation of the vehicle's registration. We're going to play the clip, and then we're going to break this down.
This is another area where I'm surprised at the controversy around it when it makes so much sense. You think about someone, I'm going to ask these gentlemen here, if someone gets 16 speeding tickets in a year, would you consider that an excess speeder? And that's not normal, right, guys? They're just looking for an accident. They're looking to end up in this repair shop. So what we said, we have to protect people. There's pedestrians, there's moms pushing strollers, there's people on bikes, there's kids going to school. We have to protect people. And if someone is so flagrantly violating the laws that there's a callous disregard of human life, is the only way I can describe it, there have to be consequences. Have to be. So now we have technology that says there's a device that can be installed in a vehicle that would limit how fast you can go. And I think that's what happens. There's plenty of notification. You can appeal if you want to question one of the tickets in the prod. There's due process. We'll make sure. But installing this, and if you don't install it, after 45 days, you lose your registration. You should not be on the roads if you don't care about whether or not you're going to kill somebody. And when you hug a mom, lots of moms, as I've had to do over the last few months, who've lost children, that pain never goes away. But they at least have some comfort in their hearts that maybe they can prevent the next family from having to grieve the way they did because of someone's reckless indifference to life.
Oh, you're so dumb. You're so dumb. Oh, a couple things. First off, if you, and I'm going to put it out there, if you speed and get caught speeding 16 times in a year, you're probably also going to ignore the law that says you have to put a governor inside of your car to stop you from speeding. You moron. Number 2, you're going to pull their registration. Oh, that's right, because cars don't drive without registrations. And if you speed 16 times in a year, I don't think you're going to mind driving with an expired registration. I'm sure every New Yorker watching this right now probably at some point in their life have driven a car with an expired registration. I'm not going to say that, I'm not going to say I might be one of them at the current moment in time because I haven't had a chance to get to the shop, but whatever, not really the point. Yeah. How about this, jackass? If somebody speeds 16 times in a year, you confiscate their vehicle so they can't drive anymore because the governor you put on it is just going to be disengaged. Not really that hard. Any mechanic can do it. So you're going to pull their registration, which they're not going to follow anyway. So really, you've achieved nothing. But what Kathy Hochul really wants is GPSs in all of your cars that she can track at a whim. At which point, I've got to say, Kathy Hochul, you can kiss. Will I ever put one of those in my car? Make it law. I'm not going to follow it. I don't care. Not to mention, we all already have GPS in our car. It's called your phone. So, what are you accomplishing? Nothing except making new cars a hell of a lot more expensive. That's all you're accomplishing. But Kathy Hochul, of course, is this week's Damas of the Week. So, she's on a roll. She's not stopping. She is rumbling and rolling and rolling and rocking along with her Damasery because, she's dumb. But somehow we're still losing to these people. By a lot. Maybe some people should pick up the phone, and then maybe I would give them a hand. But while we're in New York, it turns out Zoltan Mamdani has decided that, he hasn't really accomplished anything yet in his short time in office. So here's what he's going to do. He's going to fire the sheriff of the city of New York and appoint a guy who wants to defund the police. That's right. That's what's happening here. Zoran Mamdani has decided to fire the New York City Sheriff Anthony Miranda, replacing him with Edmund Raymond, a man who distinctively hates the cops and was an NYPD whistleblower. So he's a rat. That's right. Miranda's ousting was not unexpected. Mamdani has frequently spoken about clearing his administration of any of the controversies of the Adams administration. He said Raymond Edwards represents the kind of public servant we deserve, principled, courageous, and deeply committed to justice. No, he's a rat who ratted out his friends. Throughout his career, he fought to build public safety systems rooted in effectiveness and accountability. No, he didn't. Raymond was an NYPD whistleblower who spent over a decade as a cop, retiring early in order to, quote, spearhead a nationwide evolution of policing. He's rethinking policing. He's defund the police. That's right. Oh, what can you do? What can you do? Meanwhile, while he's appointing defund the police former rat cops to the sheriff's department, while he's doing that, he's also sitting down with Jamie Dimon because it turns out, despite Zoran Mamdani's aggressive hatred for billionaires, he certainly has no problem sitting down with them and begging them for money. Here was J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon on Maria Bartiromo.
You've got people leaving California because of this potential billionaires tax. What do you want to say about Mamdani in New York?
I think good policy is free. I feel like telling the politicians, don't try to raise more taxes or spend more money. Sit down and fix policy. And I think you can grow 1% faster. I literally believe that. And the public knows you can't get certificates of occupancy. You can't get roads built. The bridges.
Well, that's
like the Baltimore Bridge. The Baltimore Bridge was supposed to be built by now. It's another 5 years. I go on and on and on.
You've been talking about this for so long.
It's frustrating. It hurts. It's embarrassing, and it always hurts the civilians of our country. And so I had a great meeting with Madami. It was pleasant, But I said everything I wanted to say. I've seen mayors grow into the job. I mean, he's running a city of 300,000 employees now. He's never had a job like that. I've seen mayors who they fail abysmally because they can't administer themselves out of a paper bag, or ideology blinds them to practical, realistic, real-world policy. And so we'll see. And then, if I can help him do the good stuff, I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, but Jamie, give me a break. He did a video in front of Ken Griffin's house. I mean, that's a security issue.
I agree. My guess is he probably regrets that, but you got to ask him that.
No, he doesn't. You just want to be exempt from all of the laws in which he's going to pass. So Jamie Dimon has decided to bend the knee and glue his lips directly to Zoran Mamdani's ass, which, I can understand. He's a businessman. He's got to do what he's got to do. Let's be honest, J.P. Morgan Chase is one of the businesses that are not going to leave New York City. They couldn't if they wanted to. But, he's trying to save his own hide, which I totally understand. But Mamdani doesn't mind meeting with people when he needs something out of them. No, of course not. He would never do that. Of course, Jamie Dimon is one of the people that Governor Kathy Hochul has told to leave New York City and now begging them to come back yet again. Begging them to come back. Oh, look at this. I haven't heard this before. You know what? We're going to play a little game here, guys. Apparently, Jackson Dart has released a statement on meeting with President Trump and meeting with his teammates. I have not seen this yet. We're going to watch it together in just a second to see if there's anything in it that annoys me. Before we get to that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So I haven't seen this yet, actually. We're going to watch it together. Obviously, you guys all know about the controversy that ensued because Jackson Dart had the audacity to introduce President Trump at a rally in Rockland County. So let's watch it all together and see if he, see how it went with his Maoist struggle session.
This was a unique opportunity, being asked and given the opportunity to introduce the President of the United States. My thinking was pretty simple in the fact of, I've always loved this country. I have extended family members who have fought in wars. I have two uncles who have retired from the Air Force Academy and served themselves. And I even have a great-grandfather who served as Secretary of Treasury at some point. So the president position has always been a position that I've well respected, regardless of political affiliation, regardless of political party. And my intentions were just that. I also understand in this world, politics can be a sensitive matter, a sensitive topic. I also understand that I am the quarterback of the New York Giants, and that involves a lot of responsibility. It's under a limelight, under a microscope, and there's a lot that comes with that, and it's been something that I've embraced. I've loved being here. I've loved the city of New York. I love the city of New Jersey, the people that I've met here. It's just been a really amazing experience, and there's not another place that I'd rather be. Most importantly, the people in this organization, my teammates, the staff, coaches, everybody that has a hand. Jose, you name it. I've loved making relationships with them and growing connections, and that's the kind of person that I am. I'm a connector. I love making relationships with people. I love hearing everybody's stories and being somebody who people can rely on to be there for them. And most importantly, I can honestly say that I love every single one of my brothers, my teammates on this team, regardless of politics, regardless of religious beliefs, regardless of anything that may be different between us. Like, I love them, and they know exactly what kind of person that I am who comes into the facility every day, and who lays, I lay my body on the line for my guys each and every week, and it's from the connections that we build, the love that we have for each other, and I've been somebody who's always respected, the different perspectives that people may have, the backgrounds that they come from. I understand that, we have such a cool opportunity as people, to be in a locker room where it's a melting pot of people from everywhere, and we get to be together. I think that the connections that we build are special because, we're able to have.
All right, nothing in there that particularly annoys me. He didn't come out with some sort of groveling apology, which is good, ish. We'll see. I don't have to return my jersey, at least. I'll tell you that. Before we wrap up today, though, guys, I want to show you guys something wild that happened last night. Something wild happened last night. So, you guys know Elon Musk has SpaceX. Well, like every other rich person on planet Earth, Jeff Bezos decided to have his own rocket company as well. And he calls it Blue Origin. And they did a test flight yesterday of their new rocket system. And, well, let's just say it went off with a boom. Now, I'm no rocket scientist, but I'm going to say that one didn't work. Maybe back to the drawing board there, Jeff. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was injured. There was nobody on the spacecraft, but not great. Had to waste $500 million almost instantly. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. I will catch you guys all back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
Happy Friday. Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us. So a couple of months ago, was it a couple of months ago, or I don't know how, it was a while ago, it seems like, there was this news that broke that said that the government had secured a website domain, aliens.gov. You remember this? And this was kind of at the height of all of the speculation surrounding coming UFO, UAP, alien / fallen angels, demons disclosure, something that was about to happen, and this was kind of on the heels. Now, we have had some disclosure of, aerial phenomenon and that sort of thing. We're told more is on the way. I don't know. So far, I haven't really seen anything that, certainly not like, the atheist left, those that are like, oh, this is going to totally upend Christianity, and it's like, what are you talking about? Or even, some in the some in the on the Christian side of things claim we're not ready for what's coming. It's like I think the Bible has categories for these things, regardless of what they are or what we're going to be told they are. But I digress. So now this website, aliens.gov, has become active, but it now redirects to a whitehouse.gov website where they're tracking illegal alien arrests, and there's this whole tongue-in-cheek, I hope, tongue-in-cheek introduction about how they walk among us. It is all fascinating, so we're going to dive into that today, and you answer the question, do you think it's a good thing to specifically, because I think this interactive map is something pretty special, do you think it's a good thing to specifically document these types of wins or these types of victories in terms of, hey, you can go to your hometown, you can look, hey, these many people were arrested, who are here illegally, and we're going to show you this, these are the countries they were from. It's pretty shocking, and if anything, it should galvanize the base and really the rest of the country to say, oh my goodness, we've got even more to do, and we need these deportations to continue. Now, I think we need more than just, we need mass deportations. I'm fine with starting with the violent criminals, but I don't think we need to necessarily stop there. That's my opinion. So we're going to talk about that. Also, there's some data center news out of my home state of Arkansas, as well as an interesting piece from the Conservative Treehouse about John Solomon's reporting. I want to get into that. And hopefully we'll have time in the show today, because I've got you guys for 2 hours. A short little preview. Right before we came on the air, I decided to cut together a clip of our upcoming interview. It's going to air on Monday with Congressman Rick Crawford. He is the chairman of the House Select Permanent Committee on Intelligence. The House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. And he gave us a sit-down interview here in studio a couple of days ago. It's going to air on the Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel and here at LFA TV on Monday at 3 o'clock Central. And so I got a little preview clip for that. We're going to talk about that as well if we have time today on the show. So to say all that, happy Friday. I hope everybody is preparing for a wonderful weekend, and the show starts right now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Welcome to the show. Let's get this music out of here. All right, as always, broadcasting live from the great state of Arkansas here on LFA TV, as well as the Paul Herrell Program YouTube page, Facebook page. We're also broadcasting over on X, and so we really appreciate that. I want to ask you to do all the things. Do all the things. Whatever platform you're on, like it. Subscribe to it. Give it a thumbs up. Give it a repost or a retweet or a re-X or whatever. Just please do all the things wherever you're watching. We really very much appreciate it. So, I saw the first tweet I saw about this was, let's see, was this right here? Yeah, it was the inside paper. We'll go ahead and show you this. This was the first thing I saw about this story about aliens.gov. Breaking, aliens.gov now redirects to a page on the official White House website stating, for 60 years, the U.S. government has kept a closely guarded secret. So I think I saw that last night, actually, kind of revisited it this morning. But last night I was like, oh, okay, well, the White House is getting serious about UFO disclosure. I just assumed that that's what it was about. It wasn't until I got into the office today and actually started trying to figure out, okay, what I'm going to talk about today. And I was like, oh, wait, this isn't about aliens at all. It's in a tongue-in-cheek way made to sound like this is about space aliens or interdimensional demons. But in fact, it isn't. It is tracking illegal alien arrests. And so, then you click on the website. Let me see if I can get this thing to refresh, because this is what was so creepy. Let me go full screen here. Hang on. I think you need to get the full effect of this. So this is we'll go ahead and hit the refresh button and see if it populates again. Yeah, they walk among us, and then you get this long, drawn out. For 60 years, the U.S. government has kept a closely guarded secret. Aliens have been walking among us, living in our neighborhoods, and interacting with us in our daily lives. They've shopped at the same stores, attended the same classes as our children, and lived seemingly normal human existences. With one exception, they do not belong here. Millions arrived under the cover of darkness and embedded themselves directly into our society. Countless presidents, congressmen, and senior officials knew exactly, get that out of there, what was happening. Instead of protecting American citizens, they chose to cover it up and even accelerate the invasion. Until one man finally had the courage to tell the truth, bold, unapologetic, afraid, President Trump was the first to call out the real danger aliens pose to every American family, every community, and the future of our nation. The truth is no longer out there. It is right here, right now. Okay, so that, again, is the message. And I don't know. I mean, you feel free to sound off in the comments. Like, I mean, how do you feel about that? I find it's certainly a gimmicky way to get people to pay attention to what they're trying to get you to pay attention to, which is what the next. I mean, it's what the next thing we're going to cover. If you scroll down here, you get to this map, which is, and they're calling this encounters. So is that what is that? 3,129,626.27. So encounters, alien map arrests, live map. And so they give you a live map here. And let me go full screen again so you can kind of get the full scope of this. So there's Arkansas. There's where I live. We can zoom out here, though, and you see all of this. It's kind of fascinating. So, like, let's just take a city. Let's just take, I don't know, let's go here to Memphis. That's the closest city to me. That's a major city. Okay, so let me see if I click on it, what happens. All right, so Memphis, Tennessee. Total arrests in Memphis, 2,125. The dates of the arrest range from January 22nd of 2025 to May 20th of 2026. Criminal charges, everything from arson, assault, burglary, commercialized sexual offenses, traffic offenses, weapon offenses. But then they list this, which is kind of nuts to me, that out of this 2,125 number in just Memphis, Tennessee, you can see that you've got criminals from Afghanistan, Angola, Argentina, Bahamas, Brazil, Cameroon, Canada, Chile, China, People's Republic of Colombia, Congo, Costa Rica, Cuba, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Denmark, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Egypt, El Salvador, Ethiopia, France, Germany, Grenada, Guatemala, Guinea, Haiti, Honduras, India, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Latvia, and I mean, Spain is even in there, Vietnam, Yemen. I mean, Yemen, Syria, Turkey, Sierra Leone, Somalia. It's just crazy. And again, that is just, ladies and gentlemen, that's just Memphis. That's just Memphis, Tennessee, right there. Let me go to let's see. Let's see if we can go to Minnesota. Hang on, I zoomed out too much. Let me go to here. Yeah, okay. Let's see here. Okay, so here's Minnesota. Let's click on that one right there. This is St. Paul. Let's go to Minneapolis. That seems to be where it... Okay. So you guys can't read that, I can see, but in Minneapolis, it's only 1,727 compared to Memphis, Tennessee. And they've got these gang affiliations. So I don't know. What do you guys think of this? Some big ones down in Texas. Look at these. Look at the biggest dot that you see there. That looks like where's that? Dallas, and then down here is Cleveland, Texas, or Houston. Yeah, Houston, Texas. Down here at the border, Laredo, Texas. Over here, California. Which one is this one? San Diego. I don't know. Let me know what you think about this in the comments. I definitely thought it was an interesting way to, highlight what's going on. Highlight the work that has been done. I think one of the biggest problems that I have right now, obviously I'm glad the border's secure. I still want to build a wall. I don't know about you. I still want to build a wall. I still want that. I think we should have stayed in Minneapolis, Minnesota. But, and I had one of these stories pulled earlier in the week, but it fell through the cracks and I forgot to put it back on here, but I'm just kind of spitballing here. Those of us on the right, take the SPLC, for example, right? So this is an organization that has now been exposed as essentially false flagging the entire country for decades, funding the white supremacists that then they fundraise on. So we know that, but the SPLC isn't the only one, right? Remember when we used to talk about George Soros money funding all kinds of groups and NGOs that are mysteriously dropping off pallets of bricks? We saw it in the second Trump administration early on in Los Angeles when, you had some guy pulling up, handing out, riot gear masks that would normally be worn by police officers, but they're worn by, civilians and trying to fight ICE and get rid of ICE. Somebody is funding all of that. And likewise, when you look at Renee Good or you look at Alex Preddy and you look at these guys that, that they were killed while they were being activists, it would have been really nice and not nice. If you were looking at this from a strategic standpoint, you would have said, hey, before we start going into these inner cities, before we start going into these sanctuary cities, these leftist strongholds, one of the things that we're going to do is get our Department of Justice to essentially make the modern day iteration of Democrat-funded activism illegal, to where these groups that are paying people to show up or paying people to organize, or, in the case of Preddy, I believe there was, a Signal chat or a Telegram or something where they're organizing all of this. You would think that in an ideal world, you would go after all of those people first, so that you don't have the liberal white women in their cars that somehow think that this isn't real life, and they're going to get to respawn afterwards. After they try to run over a border patrol agent with their car. But that didn't happen, and so I think you can. And so what did happen? Well, while the border is secure, while we do have a lot of there's good stuff to talk about, self-deportations and everything else. From a strategy standpoint, what happened? Well, we pulled away. Greg Bovino's no longer, the head of the Border Patrol. We pulled away. We pulled out of Minneapolis because of what happened. And Kristi Noem didn't help things, by the way, when she said, when she jumped to conclusions about Preddy's death. But that. And by the way, you go back. Obviously, I'm not defending Preddy. Like we know who he was. We know he was an activist. We know he was an agitator and everything else. I'm just saying, her initial statements, were not quite accurate, and then everything piles on, and it's hard to regain credibility after the first thing you say it's tough. It's tough to defend, is what I'm trying to say. But anyway, So I don't know. This is good. I think stuff like this is certainly, aliens.gov. Everybody thought we were going to get alien disclosure, but now we're getting the disclosure of illegal aliens that are in our country. It's certainly the administration's priority to at least tell the people the good news. Tell the people the battles that you are winning. Matter of fact, that's what R.N. McIntyre even said here. I believe he said, this is smart. He says more of this. If battles are being won, make it clear where they're being won and make it clear how they're being won. Aliens.gov, a site tracking the arrest of illegal aliens in the United States. I get it. So this is good. This is a good website where you can track the progress that's being made. And so you're getting both sides here. We gotta pedal to the metal, got to go even harder. But stuff like this is good because it does show the American people, hey, it really at a bare. It's like the least optimistic you could be would be. It could be a lot worse. And that would be an optimistic statement. It could be a lot worse. So let me know what you think here. Matter of fact, let me pull up the comments. I just realized that I don't even have the comments pulled up right now. So 1 second, and I'll do that. Chat, forgive me on this Friday. Oh no, that's the wrong channel. There we go. And we're going to mute that. And I like to enable the pop out chat. Does anybody else like to do that? That's what I like to do. Okay, so looking at your comments here, let's see what we got here. Yeah, R-Star, they were killed because they tried to kill others. I don't disagree with that at all. Kathy Radcliffe, hey, Paul. Hi. Well, hi, Kathy. Thanks for watching the show. We appreciate it. Let's see, what else do we have in here? People, let's see here. Victoria's Slore won. No decision was made on Iran. Trump left the situation room. Yeah, from what I can tell, again, we haven't been covering that a lot. But yeah, there was a meeting with President Trump and his cabinet. They were trying to make some sort of determination on what, if there's going to be peace or not going to be peace. Folks, I don't know. Like, you guys know, I kind of have just, I've reported several times on the news that, hey, we finally got this thing over with. And so I've kind of just quit. I've kind of stopped because, I was going back and I'm going to be on vacation next week. And so I was going back and looking at some old shows because we've been compiling together best of clips and best of shows or whatever that are going to play during Member Week. Now on Monday, we do have the exclusive interview airing, original content, new, fresh content with Congressman Rick Crawford. But I was looking over like the different shows, thumbnails. Oh, what about this? And I just noticed that, I don't know, about 30 days ago, 45 days ago, there was a lot of headlines to do with the war in Iran and about the strait being open and then it's not, or or the wars, or we've got peace, or anyway. So, in terms of that, the only thing I can do is pray and hope we don't get ground troops involved, and then at the same time try to talk about our domestic issues that sorely need to be addressed. They need to continue to be addressed, and so we can try to get as much as we can. So that is my take on that. What else do we have here? All right, so let's moving on now. Oh, who do I have in the chat? Not in the chat. We got Dr. Andrew Paquette is with us. Just saw him hop on here. Andrew, thank you, sir, for coming on the program. I wasn't sure if you were going to make it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. How about me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, brother, I can. Hey, thank you so much. So, folks, this is Dr. Andrew Paquette. He is from the Zark Files, a great Substack. You guys know him. I mean, he's been on the program several times, talking about election fraud. Let me ask you this, because this is my first question, because I know most of our work together has been covering your work on the voter fraud in the first primary in Texas when it was a three-way race, and, the Bexar County voter fraud that you exposed. And yet then Ken Paxton gets Trump's endorsement and he wins in a landslide. What are your thoughts on that, Andrew? Do you think that election was left alone? Was it too big to rig? What are your thoughts?
I think it was probably too big to rig, and I'm really glad that Paxton won. Hang on just 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
The funny thing is that when I look at the files I was reviewing in Texas and Utah that have this very similar algorithm that was used to create these fake records, it very much looks nefarious. But the thing is that nefarious intent can only get you so far. You still have to deal with the force on the other side, and that is the voters' will. So when Trump won the election in 2024, I was sitting there wondering how on earth did he do that? Because right up until the minute Harris conceded, I was thinking this looks just like 2020. In fact, actually, it looked worse than 2020 because although Trump had a lead at 3 a.m. on both of those nights, that lead was a bigger lead in 2020 than in 2024. And then I started seeing those white trucks come out in the middle of the night carrying ballots to various swing states or swing cities. And so I was actually wondering if they were going to, pull some shenanigans again, just like they did in 2020. And then all of a sudden the Democrats came out and they conceded the election. And I was thinking, why? What happened that made you concede this time right away, but the other time you held out for as long as you possibly could until you could say that you had won, and then there were all these shenanigans that you had to account for, but you didn't. And Peter Tickton, recently, I forget where he did. Actually, I think he said this in more than one interview, but this is a confidant of President Trump's and a lawyer out of Florida, and somebody I happen to know personally. And he said that there actually was an operation where some servers were found in Serbia that that were somehow affecting our elections, and so a cyber team of security types went and disabled those computers, and that was why the Democrats conceded so rapidly. It was because they couldn't possibly pull the same stunts that they did in 2025 with those servers out of commission. Now that's my source for it, so I can only say that much, but it actually makes sense. If they saw that their machinery that they needed for stealing an election was gone, they really had no hope of getting what they wanted. And I think that in Texas, in combination with Trump's endorsement, which frankly I think is the larger factor here, there was too much attention on Texas after that research that I did and some other people did came out for them to utilize that same method. Everyone was like really looking carefully at that area at that point. And so I don't think they felt they could get away with it. And so they just went ahead and accepted the defeat. That's how it looks to me anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's a good answer. That's kind of what I suspected. So I'm just kind of looking at your Substack right now. You've got a few new stories. You have one, well, hang on a second. I'm trying to get to the most recent one. Read the latest post. Here it is. No authority to act means full responsibility for all actions. What is this post about, Dr. Paquette?
Well, one thing that's always bugged me is what do you do in a situation where people in authority actually don't have that authority, in the sense that they've seized it, it wasn't given to them, so it wasn't acquired via informed consent or any other kind of consent. It was just taken. So that authority really isn't legitimate. So what happens to all the actions that people take when they have illegitimate authority? And I was thinking about this in the context of the many, many harms that Americans suffered during the Biden years. And, some of those harms were not, that bad. Some people, they lost a job and found another job. But other people were absolutely destroyed. Their businesses were taken away. They lost their license to practice medicine or the law. They lose their home. They were incarcerated. The J6 protesters, for instance, Tina Peters, still incarcerated. You had people who died. You had the vaccine mandates. You have all those illegal immigrants hustling across the border because Biden held the door open. And so I was curious, in a case like that where you have a lot of harm, and it's like so much that you couldn't even quantify it no matter how hard you tried, what level of responsibility do those people have in a situation like that? Because normally what you're presented with as a get out of jail free card is that people in such positions will say, well, I had the authority to do those things because I was elected to be president or governor or whatever it is, whatever the position of authority was. And so you can't do anything to me because you gave me permission to do this when you elected me to do these things. So maybe they were bad decisions. We can argue that, but I'm ultimately not responsible for this stuff. And the thing is that the Biden administration really puts an interesting new spin on that, because if you look at the law, if they weren't elected, they never had that authority. And the government in that context becomes an object that they've taken, like something that's stolen. So the government can't be responsible for something it didn't do. The government was seized by someone who didn't have authority to do so, and they actually ultimately have all the responsibility for everything that happened under them. And the funny thing is, there's a concept in investing called the assumption of risk. And how shall I say this? If you cause someone to assume risk without their knowledge or permission, even if your decision works out well for them, you can still be punished for it in investing. So for instance, if you say to your dealer, your broker rather, I want you to invest in this company and that company or this type of company, and then it goes against your express instructions and does something else because he thinks it's better, or even because he's getting paid off to do that or something, it doesn't really matter what the outcome is. He's forced you to assume risk that you were unwilling to do. So you can actually be held accountable for that. But in this case, we're looking at the government being used essentially as a weapon against the people of the United States by malefactors, and the damage was really extreme and very widespread. And based on my reading of the law anyway, those people become personally responsible, and no sovereign immunity attaches to them, because the sovereign immunity is something that you get when you're doing something with authority, okay? And if you don't have that authority, you don't get that immunity. So that would mean that if it's found that, as many suspect, Anthony Fauci and Joseph Biden and Kamala Harris and all sorts of other numerous individuals participated in taking control of the government through underhanded means, right? Sedition, they become literally individually responsible for all of the harm that came of that, all of the harm. So, for instance,
I'll just give you an example, because you're saying, I had this exact thought at a birthday party, celebrating family member over the weekend, and was talking to a younger couple there, and they're convinced that the vaccine, they were able to get pregnant perfectly fine. Well, not perfectly fine. They unfortunately had a few miscarriages, but I mean, they were able to get pregnant, miscarriage, get pregnant, miscarriage, get pregnant, miscarriage, no problem. She gets the shot because she has to go to a destination wedding, and from that point on, hasn't been able to conceive since. And that the two of them openly blame the vaccine for this. Okay, and that's resonated with me for a few days now, because I keep coming back to Anthony Fauci. Right, I keep coming back to that this man is responsible for destroying so many lives on so many different levels, to your point.
Yeah, well, if you look at some of the research that was done, one of the more, how shall I say this, one of the more accepted harms, and this is even among people who don't like to admit there were any harms for people who took the vaccines, is that pregnant women were probably more seriously affected than anyone else, in the sense that they had a lot of spontaneous miscarriages, and then the exact problem you're just talking about as well. I mean, I looked at the vaccine as a mass sterilization event that hit the entire world, except, weirdly enough, those parts of the world that we're getting the majority of these illegal immigrants from, who for some reason didn't feel compelled to get the vaccine. So yeah, that is a serious harm, and it's very hard to quantify. But given the propensity of personal injury lawyers to figure out ways to quantify exactly that kind of thing, I think they'll be able to figure it out for us. But in combination with the 1776 fund, which I think is an amazing thing that Trump did, I think you're going to see lawyers who were previously very shy of accepting lawsuits like this. They are going to eagerly go for these things. I think they are going to be all over that. They're looking at $1.7 billion worth of legal fees that are basically guaranteed to them. And it's expressly for, weirdly enough, going after the people that caused them so much misery for the last 4 years, or, for the 4 years during Biden's term. I think this is kind of interesting, and I think Trump is well aware of the fact that none of these guys get any kind of protection because of the offices they held, because they held them illegitimately. But that's the part that really has to be proven. If you can show that the 2020 election was in fact stolen, as I believe can be shown pretty easily, actually, if you can do that, then all these guys suddenly become a bunch of individual felons. Their titles are stripped from them, just like Lance Armstrong losing his what is it, 6 or 7 Tour de France titles. He was doping the whole time, so he was declared illegitimate.
Well, so that brings me to Tulsi Gabbard. We have an interview. We're going to preview it. I have an interview with the House Intel Chairman Rick Crawford that drops on Monday. We've got a clip of it. We'll play a little later in the show. But we talk about Tulsi Gabbard. So we've been waiting on Tulsi Gabbard's 2020 election report since it's been about a year. It'll be a year this month, right?
Yeah.
So you wonder, what is she going to do in the next 30 days? She's got 30 days to really bring this home. And I've talked about how she's functioning perfectly, like in the way that we would want her to. She's one of the bright spots that's consistently a bright spot in the administration, because she's doing, from what I can tell, all she can do in terms of uncovering the truth and then referring it to the Department of Justice and putting it in their lap. And if they choose to do nothing with it, well, I mean, she can't prosecute anybody. So do you think, because what you're saying is very interesting, if somehow it is proven that, and it's proven in my mind, proven in your mind, not proven in terms of in a court of law, it hasn't been. So if it ever gets to that point, we're talking, the American people have to have accountability here, Andrew, or we are nothing more than serfs and slaves.
Oh, yeah. Well, and the funny thing is, well, not funny, but the amazing thing to me is that the type of harm that was caused to the American people is so various, right? So on the one hand, I was talking about the like people dying or suffering injury due to the unchecked immigration and the medical mandates that went out during the COVID era. But also there's these huge financial crimes. You've got Minnesota and other states now showing up with all these Leering centers and autism centers and other types of hospices, I guess, is another category of these, where they're defrauding the government of billions and billions of dollars. And that kind of stuff is also a crime. And if it proves that our entire national debt, as has been hinted at recently by administration officials, was manufactured of that type of crime, the liabilities are going to be enormous. It's going to be just huge. On top of which, all of the policy, every single directive that was ever signed by anybody in the administration becomes immediately null and void. I know that President Trump already signed an executive order saying essentially that in reference to the auto pen used by Joe Biden. But as far as I know, that hasn't been fully implemented yet. I don't know if that's because there's a court case challenging it right now or what, but my understanding is that the EO hasn't been fully realized at this time.
Which executive order is that?
He signed an executive order, I want to say it was maybe 6 months ago or so, saying, well, because Joe Biden didn't actually sign all these documents, anything he did sign is of no effect, or anything that has a signature on it. Because we know it was the auto pen, and the people who were signing using the auto pen did so without his knowledge, and there's no way to separate which ones he might have known about from those that he didn't know about. Therefore, we're going to just say they're all null and void. But that actually has some really interesting potential as far as the ramifications for our foreign partners, for instance, because every single deal can effectively be canceled with impunity. And I would say any person on the other end of that accepted a deal with his signature, I think that's a buyer beware kind of a situation where they should have known better. It's like if I'm walking by a truck at 3 o'clock in the morning and some guy unloads a carton of cigarettes without the tax stamps on them, and says, hey, buddy, you want to buy these for 50 cents a carton? It's going to be stolen cartons of cigarettes. And that 2020 election was so obviously fraudulent. And there's so many world leaders who actually have said as much privately and even publicly. Vladimir Putin has certainly said it more than once, that anyone signing deals with Biden had to have known that there existed the possibility that those deals would be canceled peremptorily by President Trump.
Yeah, you say this towards the end. There is a reason for there is a reason the penalty for sedition is severe. But sedition that leads directly to the deaths of innocents, such as the many Americans murdered by illegal aliens who poured through an intentionally open border, ratchets the punishment higher still. Think of Lake and Riley. This seditious conspiracy, measured by its consequences, warrants the same maximum punishment reserved for treason, which brings us back to the cover of Justice Trapp's The Guilty #1, which was the comic at the top of the page. The image I chose to head this article: a criminal sits strapped into the electric chair. One officer says, "Finally, got there. Didn't you, Rocky? You committed every crime in the book to become king of the underworld." The other replies, "Well, you got your throne. Now here's your crown. I guarantee you a very short reign." They wanted to be kings. They got the throne for a while. We'll see if they get their crown. Now, there's many people out there. I'm thinking right now of our frequent guest in seat number 3, Eric Haynes, who just has already resigned to the fact that we're not going to actually get any accountability, that we're going to get 2 years down the road and we're not going to see the accountability that, you so eloquently write out here that we deserve, that needs to happen. But what do you really think it's going to happen, and why is it taken so long to this point?
I think it is possible it's going to happen. I know there's a lot of people within the administration who definitely want to see it happen. Oh, and by the way, if you saw me leave the camera just a second ago, it's because I was going to go get a copy of Justice Trapp's The Guilty #1. I was going to show it to you guys because I'm rather pleased that I own that comic now. But it's in the other room where I had it scanned for the article. Anyway, but as far as getting the justice we deserve by actually punishing the guys who did all this horrible stuff, there is a huge amount of momentum and interest in making sure that happens. But the thing is that there are also quite a few people in the government right now who are resisting that. So this is a real battle that's taking place, but within the White House, within other government entities, there is just this absolute battle happening right now between people who want to redress the wrongs of, I'm going to just say it, the communist era of American politics, okay? And so whether it happens or not is a measure of their ability to succeed against these people. And I do think they've got a chance. They certainly have the momentum. And one thing that Trump has been doing ever since he took office is he's been incrementally taking away the resources of the bad guys. So he had U.S. aid canceled. That was an enormous amount of money that, once removed from the picture, suddenly devastated the Democrat Party. He's been putting people in place to take the place of others who are deep staters. We just saw this the other day when 118 of his recommended candidates won their primaries against their rhino competitors. There are other things he's been doing. He closed, the Department of Education. He's been getting rid of agencies and defunding agencies left and right in such a way that the resources that were formerly available to the guys who had commit fraud are vanishing really, really fast, and faster than you or I are probably aware, because they're also doing things behind the scenes that we're not necessarily aware of. But all of that is going to make it harder for them to continue as successfully as they have in the past few years.
Well, so yeah, look, this is actually a good point. Because, I mean, I really appreciate your optimism. I'm going to go ahead and play this preview. So on Monday, we're going to have a sit down with Congressman Rick Crawford that's going to air. Here's a snippet of what we covered, and I'll talk about it on the other side here. I'll get your reaction, Dr. Paquette. Catherine Herrell has this report about how the CIA was monitoring Tulsi Gabbard's Diggs group. What are your thoughts on that? That they were pushing back against some of her mandates, whether it was JFK assassination, RFK assassination, COVID origin, direct energy weapons, and I'm probably leaving one or...
So I think you've kind of got to revisit the entire history of the DNI. which is not long. The DNI is a result of the 9/11 Commission review and recommendation, and it was 2005, I believe, when they stood up the ODNI and the first DNI was named. Tulsi is the first DNI to actually be a DNI. The rest were figureheads.
Yeah.
She took the job seriously, which is why it's a big loss for us. She was doing the job. See, the rest of them were occupying a chair. And like, well, look at me. You know, they were rubber stamping, they were doing whatever, but they never really were. If you look at the org chart, here's the DNI, here's the rest of the IC. They never took that mandate. Never. She's the first one that said, here's what we're going to do, and started doing it. And that really upset some people. So she started the DIG, that's the Directors Initiative Group, to do, very aptly named, to start digging. But we have to go back to 2005 when the ODNI was stood up. They never did create their own computer system network. They operated on the CIA system, still do.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
So that's where you run into problems. And so it's not necessarily to say that the CIA is monitoring in as much as you're on the same network. Yep. That's probably true.
So Dr. Paquette, again, that's the chairman of the House Permanent, the HPSI, the Select Committee on Intelligence. That's Rick Crawford. He happens to be my congressman. So he was in town, and we sat down for this interview, basically saying, I don't think a lot of people know that the Director of National Intelligence, if they're going to use computers, they're using CIA computers. And that's why Catherine Herridge's report makes sense, that they're literally able to monitor everything that the DNI is doing down to the keystroke. So there is pushback. There is a war going on here.
Yeah, the thing is, after Edward Snowden, I've pretty much assumed that was happening at all times with everyone. So what he's saying doesn't really surprise me. The exact method, as far as I'm concerned, isn't as important as the fact that they've had an organization in place for a little over 20 years now, specifically tasked with monitoring pretty much every piece of information that passes between two or more people in the entire country. It's a really scary thing. It's almost like having all of the Democrats' worst fears of the Star Wars system, except aimed at us through our information pathways. But protecting yourself against something like that is, I would think, pretty hard to do. I think that the best way to protect yourself would be to get rid of the agency that's overseeing what you're doing, or make sure that they're honest. I mean, before Trump won his second election, or I should say third, I was sitting here thinking, I hope he dismantles the FBI completely and just closes it. Same thing goes for the CIA.
Me too.
And
to just totally abolish it, that should have happened.
Yeah, they just didn't have enough good left to compensate for the bad that was already there. I didn't have any objection to them maybe making a new agency and possibly hiring some of the old people back if they could prove their loyalty to the country and so on. But I felt like the first step had to be just completely gutting all of those agencies, and leaving them gutted probably for at least 6 months, because you have to give the people who were in the agencies time to find other work, so that it would be very difficult for them to get back in. And then you could start trying to build it up from the ground. Actually, it's the way I feel about our educational system also. I'm very disappointed in it. And not only that, I find our educational system to be in some ways scarier than rigged elections, because if you fix the rigged elections and your educational system stays exactly the way it is, then you eventually get rigged elections again.
Thomas Jefferson said an educated citizenry is indispensable to the proper functioning of a republic. So you're exactly right.
Yeah. So in fact, actually, it's kind of a funny thing. Every once in a while, I toy with the idea of getting back into education, because I really enjoy teaching, and I think it's a serious problem in the country that I would really like to see resolved. But on the other hand, the environment in American educational institutions right now is so absolutely toxic. I wouldn't want to have anything to do with it. It would be like voluntarily, eating burning coals or going into a pit of molten lava or something. I just wouldn't want to have to deal with the teachers and administrators and even the students that have been brought up in that system, where they think it's okay to behave the way that they do, particularly around conservatives. But it does have to be fixed. So people will have to get in there and do that work. And I really think that's very, very important. It's actually something that I was very excited about when I saw Trump take an axe to the Department of Education. But I haven't seen anything beyond that that gives me an idea that anything else is changing in order to fix what's already there. Because what he did was he got rid of essentially a political action committee that was masquerading as a legitimate government agency, but it didn't really solve the problem of education, of, you know, our trans-friendly books being given to preschoolers and their anti-American, anti-white, anti-conservative lessons getting through to everyone. I'm just really disgusted by you know what? This thing really amazes me is how incredibly racist Democrats are. I mean, they run around talking about it all day long. And I used to believe that. I used to think, oh yeah, I guess there is this racism all over the place. I just haven't seen any myself, but it must be, you know, in all those other places they're talking about. But now, not only do I not believe it, I think that they are creating racists all day long because of what they're doing. And that's something that has to go. And our schools, our universities, and even all the way down to kindergarten, they're teaching that stuff. So anyway, this is a little off track, sorry, but that's something I feel kind of passionately about. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so, I mean, forgive me if I'm re-asking the question, but what do we do? What do we do if we get, 2 years down the road and, I'll characterize it, the communists who have been permanently embedded in our system, have been able to thwart, or convince the DOJ or just, we're not going to touch any of these guys. We're not going to expose any of it. What do you think that means going forward? I know that's a loaded question. I don't have a crystal ball, obviously. I have no idea what happens after that.
Well, neither do I. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't had a shooting civil war yet. Okay, I think it's kind of amazing that we haven't. And actually, if we're not going to have one, I think it comes down to President Trump accomplishing his goals. But as far as I'm concerned, there is no chance that the people in the Trump administration are unaware of the danger posed by the threat you're describing there. They know about it, and they do absolutely intend on completely neutralizing it. So what you're seeing isn't so much inaction, but the delay is because there's a great deal of action taking place behind the scenes that we can't see, and for good reason. So, I mean, like for instance, when Trump went ahead and he started sending rockets off of our battleships into Iran, that came after a 3-month buildup of forces, something like that. And I recall leading up to that, I was rather frustrated because although I trust Donald Trump a great deal, I was daily reading all these reports coming out of Iran of these poor Iranian people who are getting massacred by their Islamic conquerors. And I was thinking, oh my gosh, won't somebody please go and save them? Please, President Trump, get in there now. But I was also aware of the practical reality of the situation. Moving enough armed forces into the area, all the munitions and so on that are required, is a big job. And getting that all in place so that you can have essentially a near guarantee of success makes the job even harder. If you're willing to do a slapdash operation, sure, you can send some jets over there overnight. But if you want to have the kind of success that Trump, I think his administration is really characterized by, the kind of thing that we've been seeing with Pete Hegseth as our wonderful Secretary of Defense, you have to prepare for it and you have to do it right. You can't, and you also don't tell people about it before you do it. Now he's given some hints. He's definitely given some hints. He said to the Maduro before they went and grabbed him, they said, we can make a deal with you. You have to leave the country. You're not going to be allowed to remain president, but we can at least make a deal that's not as horrendous for you as what's going to happen if you don't make a deal, right? So he certainly gives those kinds of hints out, but he follows up on it. He actually does mean business. So he's already giving out those kinds of warnings with the election-related material. And he's also giving those kinds of warnings with other things related to leftovers from the Biden admin and things that, well, like the 1776 fund. That's one of those things. That's actually a really big step forward, I think. And
You're talking about the weaponization fund?
Yeah. The thing I love about that is it's a settlement. It's not a case that's being adjudicated where somebody can challenge it. I mean, I know there are lawyers all over the place in the Democrat Party who really want to challenge it. And there's a judge who just today, I think, issued some kind of an order saying you can't.
Yeah, a Hillary Clinton appointed judge. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's a settlement. The IRS has agreed. Judge. Yeah, but the IRS has agreed. We're going to give this money into this fund, and it's going to be administered by whoever it is that President Trump designates. So it's really hard to get around that. And that fund is something that can be used without direct supervision, by the way, which is actually in a way good, to actually claw back damages from people who caused all this mayhem over the 4 Biden years. And that's going to incapacitate those guys. It's going to take them basically out of the fight. So every little thing like this, and actually I don't think that is a little thing. It's a kind of a big thing. But when you look at these in combination, to me, I'm looking at the enemy forces being absolutely devastated. They are weaker now than they have been probably in the last 15 years. And it's all because of what President Trump is doing. And I only see that accelerating.
Well, I'll just say this: like, as somebody who is, I'm not in support of, going into the Middle East again. I'm just personally not in support of that. That's one of the reasons I voted for Trump. I understand we're in there now, and I don't want ground troops and everything else. I actually think it's kind of ironic. I've said this before. You may appreciate this, but because we've got these descendants of the Persians that are using kind of a modern day hot gates Thermopylae strategy because of the Strait of Hormuz and the topography there, it's kind of ironic that it's being used against the West. But to your analogy, though, about not telegraphing what you're going to do or having to build up, forces in order to actually execute, I certainly hope that analogy is true when it comes to deep state accountability. And I hope we can get, more focused and really start to shout from the rooftops a bunch of really awesome domestic wins because of the primaries that are coming, the midterms. I'm sorry, the midterms, not the primaries. I do want to ask you this, though, while I have you here. I've got a couple more questions, and I know you're probably short on time, but you write in your piece here, the Obama years were not much different, but Biden did almost everything in the open, like belching loudly at the end of a meal. The crimes were announced by the media, and like a mob boss, no apologies were given. When you talk about the Obama years, I'm curious, with all of your knowledge about algorithms and the dangers of electronic voting machines, do you think Barack Obama was legitimately reelected? I think most of us would assume he was legitimately elected in 2008, which, by the way, kind of destroys the idea that we're this racist country. We elected a man by the name of Barack Hussein Obama 7 years after 9/11. Like, we're not a racist country like the SPLC, and their false flags want us to believe. But do you think on the second time, when they called the race for Obama like it's 7 Central, do you think that he was legitimately elected based on what you know about the election infrastructure?
Well, okay, I'm going to give you 2 answers on that. First off, I was living in Europe at the time, and I remember being extremely surprised that he won his reelection, okay? And at the same time, his first election, where I was also living overseas when that happened, I was much less surprised because I knew that Ron McCain was very unpopular as a Republican. In fact, I didn't like him. And I could picture a lot of Republicans voting for Obama just because he looked like a nice guy, maybe depending on how you view his speeches and so on. But I could picture him fooling people that way. And meanwhile, Ron McCain, as far as I could tell, was, he seemed really crooked to me. He always did. And I don't care if he was in the Army. There's a lot of crooked people in the Army, just as there's a lot of really good people in the Army. Or in his case, maybe it was the Navy. I forget what branch he was in. But in any event, but when I look at the election data that I've got, it all seems to have been introduced right around the time of the first election, not the second one. So I'm looking at dates anywhere from 2004 through 2009, and even 2009 is well within his first term, right? Because wasn't he 2008 through 2012? Yeah. So
yes.
So all of the algorithms that I've seen so far were introduced either shortly before he was elected the first time or during his first term.
Wow.
So as far as I'm concerned, that makes it possible that he was installed the first time.
It makes it. It does. Okay, so and then here's this question, because I know we had this conversation off air, and I've tried to articulate it here by myself, and I fail miserably. I want you to walk me through the cybersecurity standards for corporations, and because I think we've talked about how this could actually be a really easy fix. I mean, I want to go back to paper ballots and everything else. But the fact that, the way I understand it, our election systems, our election machines, our electronic machines, there is no way some of these major corporations and their cybersecurity standards would ever allow the status quo to take place. That's how insecure they are. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Walk me through that.
Well, first off, there's a very simple step that any major corporation is going to implement, and that is they turn on data validation on all of their systems. Data validation is a system that will reject your credit card for an online payment because you typed in a zip code that doesn't match any known zip code in the United States, for instance. Or if you punch in a number in the middle of your name, or I'm sorry, maybe not a number, but like a hash sign or something that isn't a letter or a character that's recognized as a legitimate component of a name. So that's data validation. Or if you punch in a year, right? So let's say it asks you for your credit card expiration date, and you type in a year that's already passed. Well, it'll reject your credit card on that basis alone. It's a very simple thing. It's called data validation, and most databases have it turned on by default. You normally have to turn it off to not have it work, okay? But you do have to set it up, though, because you have to set up the criteria of what types of things are going to cause this input to fail and then ask you to re-enter the data. So you do have to do a little bit of setup, but it's fairly trivial. It takes maybe a day to set these things up, and once done, you don't have to think about it. And practically all of the problems I've seen would disappear immediately if they had simply had this thing turned on from the beginning.
Good grief.
But now that it's been off for a couple decades now, I don't think there's any way to recover these systems. You would really have to throw them away and start over from scratch, because you don't know which fields you can trust.
So you're saying that they're turned off. Do they come that way, or is there even the capability to have that on these machines?
Well, any database software has data validation built in. Even Excel has data validation. I mean, in that case, you have to turn it on and tell it what to look for, but it's there. And any large database software is going to have this, and anyone who makes databases is going to have it as well, because you don't want clerks entering erroneous data into your database. And one way to prevent that from happening is to restrict what is considered legitimate and illegitimate entries. So it's the simplest thing possible. And as I understand it, the law actually requires it. But the NIST standards for database integrity that are actually imposed on contractors to the United States, and we can give them heavy regulation-related penalties if they violate these standards. Those are being violated all over the place with these databases, and that's just because of the many error rates. Here's one, just to give you an example. You've heard about the January 1st, 1900 registration dates, right? Or 1850 January 1st registration dates. We've got that in New York. 1900 is another popular year, and those are called default dates, right? For date of birth or for registration. And so that explains the whole thing, no problem, right? Wrong. It's false data, and false data is erroneous data, and erroneous data violates two federal laws, the National Voter Registration Act and the Help America Vote Act. So explaining these things doesn't really make the legal problem go away. And that's what's done. But it would be very easy to set up data validation so that you couldn't enter default dates. It would just literally be impossible to do. And yet for some reason, either those things were turned off by the people who are administering these systems for us in our Board of Elections all over the country, or they just never turned it on in the first place, either one of which violates standard security practices. So that, as far as I'm concerned, is the easiest fix that would have the biggest effect. But I think it goes way beyond that, though. Like, for instance, the algorithms I found, those need to be ripped out. Just like, the alien monster that went inside the guy's throat and blew him up in the movie Alien. That's kind of how I look at these algorithms. There's something you need to reach in and just yank it out, because they basically corrupted the body they live within. And by the way, that's literally the image that comes to mind when I think of the algorithms. It's just, if you don't know what it is, and it's very mysterious and it's complicated to figure out, you don't want it there. It's like if you opened up the engine to your car and you found some alien technology in there, you'd be like, I don't think Ford made that.
Yeah, that's
I
incredible.
don't know what that thing's.
Well, Dr. Paquette, I appreciate you coming on the program. Do you have anything else that you wanted to share with our audience today, or have we covered it all?
Well, I'll just say this because I'm rather pleased about it. I actually started trying to make posts on X that would not get squashed immediately, because I had very, very low reach on X until just a few weeks ago when I started doing that. And today, I just managed my first post with over 1 million views. So that was actually kind of nice.
Awesome.
So thank you very much.
I'm stoked for that. I'm stoked that you're able to, you're getting that traction, because I think your research is invaluable. I mean, I know people in administration have it. We just got to, continue to get the word out there and demand accountability. And at the same time, I pray that you're right, and that behind the scenes, we're going to get results at some point. In the meantime, it's sometimes it's tough. It's tough to keep morale up. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll tell you what, think about that moment when Trump turned his head and a bullet whizzed through his ear. I very much look at that as God's intervention, saving him. That wouldn't have happened unless there's more to come. I think that we're going to be okay. It might look dicey right now. It might look tricky, but and there's a lot of decisions involved. A lot of people are going to have to do a lot of things, and it hasn't played out yet. But I feel like Trump got saved for a reason. And so I'm actually feeling like this is going to work out just fine.
Dr. Andrew Paquette, appreciate it, sir. I hope you have a great weekend.
You too. Thanks, Paul.
All righty.
Bye-bye.
Folks, we're going to take a quick break and reset here. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell program, and we're going to be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs and the near infrared bulbs have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back, folks. Thanks so much for being with us. Again, broadcasting from the state of Arkansas on this beautiful Friday. I don't know. I don't even know if I've looked outside. It's been several hours. I'm in like a cave in here, in the studio cave. No windows. So, yeah, let's just go ahead and say it's a beautiful day. So it's a beautiful day somewhere out there where one of you is listening on the other side of the screen. So appreciate you very much. All right, so by the way, what did you guys think of that clip that we aired, of the preview clip of our conversation with Congressman Rick Crawford that we had, that we're going to air the full interview on Monday. But I hope you, I mean, it's pretty incredible. I didn't know that the DNI used CIA computers. I didn't know that. It was also interesting to hear him say that Tulsi Gabbard is the first DNI to actually take the job seriously. And what that means is, I'll decode it. It means Tulsi Gabbard was the first person that got there and was on Team America, not Team Intel Oligarchy. She was in that position ruffling feathers because she was trying to, I mean, she can see into all their systems. I mean, yes, she was on a CIA computer. They're monitoring her. But she's also able to see their intelligence product, their, you know, the way they formulate these assessments. But she's looking into, per the president's requests, the 2020 election. And she's looking into direct energy weapons, looking into RFK, JFK, MLK Jr. assassinations, the origins of COVID-19. And that one's a big one. The origins of COVID-19, that's a huge one, because what you're essentially dealing with is you're dealing with a situation where the reality of what happened is essentially something that would be written about in a Hollywood spy movie, where we don't like the guy in office, so we're going to change the entire world in a giant conspiracy theory and unleash a virus, blame China, when we're the ones that actually funded it, if not created it here in the States, all to get mail-in ballots and everything else. It's insane. She's looking into that. An operation like that cannot happen without the intelligence oligarchy that have their fingers all over the world. An operation like that can't happen without our own intelligence oligarchy willing it to be so. And she's looking into that. And everybody that's got something to lose, like their reputation or maybe their very freedom or lives, if we're talking about treason or we're talking about sedition, and like Andrew Paquette said, all of the I've never really thought about it the way he put it, all of the downstream effects from this, how many people's lives are ruined, those of us that are still alive, but also those that lost their lives. It's pretty incredible. So on June 9th, there's a primary in South Carolina, and Mark Lynch is hitting the campaign trail, doing ads, everything you can think of. This is let's see, this was today, Mark Lynch's message posted on X.
4 decades where Americans were told to work hard, pay into Social Security, and retire with dignity. Living the American dream, we've all worked 40 to 50 years hard helping build America because we love our country. So we worked hard in our trucking industry, retail stores, and served in our military, counting on our Social Security would be there in the end. As we continue our campaign travels across the state, we're constantly hearing about the struggles people are having financially, making ends meet to pay for their groceries. Our senior citizens now are terrified that they're not going to be able to pay for their medical bills. They're finding out Lindsey Graham is stealing their Social Security after a lifetime of paying in to something they thought they could count on. The reality is it's not going to be there. Younger Americans are looking at the system and wondering if there'll be anything left by the time they retire. This should make all Americans angry. Lindsey's been at the center of this frivolous spending, and it needs to come to an end. We're being told that there's plenty of money for foreign countries and endless wars and massive spending bills that nobody even reads. But when it comes to our American seniors, Lindsey's telling us, sorry, we're suddenly out of money. That is backwards. The government's first responsibility is to its own people. I'll fight to protect the money that Americans have put into Social Security all their lives. I won't let it get raided or stolen. You know, every time our country starts printing more money out of thin air, we cause horrible inflation on our citizens. Our citizens in South Carolina and America are already struggling to pay for their gas, their food, their medical bills. And all we're doing is crushing America with this unnecessary inflation. South Carolinians are feeling this every single day. This campaign race is about whether we continue on with these career politicians who got us into this mess in the first place, or we stand up and demand that we elect new people that will fight and put Americans first. We not only owe it to our seniors in this country, but we also owe it to our young generation that they can grow up and have the same opportunity that we've all enjoyed. Vote for me, Mark Lynch, for the United States Senate on June 9th.
So, I mean, I'm just going to say I've never seen an ad quite like that, where you're essentially starting at the beginning of the day, leaving your house, getting in a campaign bus, driving to an event, and then getting back to your hotel room to do it all over again the next day. But anyway, but in his message is strong there, obviously appealing to the senior citizens when it comes to South Carolinians that live there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens on June the 9th and whether or not Lindsey Graham's weak, pathetic messaging will actually pay off. Will his track record be, will it be rejected or will it be accepted? Because, I mean, Lindsey Graham, while, I mean, he all of his big backers and, all the people that love his Middle East foreign policy, not just now, but the ones, that have, loved it for decades in the endless wars, I mean, he certainly serves their interests very well, but he doesn't serve the interest of South Carolina, I don't think. Now, I'm over in Arkansas. What do I know? It's up to the people of South Carolina, but it's just the way I see it. But Lindsey Graham is getting some, well, where is it? Did we miss it? Hang on one second. Is this it right here? Oh, yeah. So Lindsey Graham is getting some last-minute endorsements from Congressman Russell Fry. Never heard of this guy. Congressman Russell Fry is endorsing Lindsey Graham. He writes, Lindsey Graham was one of President's strongest allies in Washington. He delivers results for South Carolina. Okay, one second. I can't do this. I cannot do this without. This is going to be an unplanned Graham watch for us today. So here goes.
Senator Lindsey Graham loves New Orleans.
It's because the comments of this thing are
This
insane.
segment is called Graham Watch, and it's dedicated to him. We see you, Lady G.
Okay, so this edition of Graham Watch is the fact that he just got this endorsement from Congressman Russell Fry. Okay, so he's like, yeah, Lindsey's great. All right, okay. So the comments, though, are pretty hilarious. I mean, a lot of people in these comments are coming with straight facts, right? They're coming with, like, why would you do this? Kelly McCarty, Lindsey Graham voted to confirm Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor and Elena Kagan, as well as Judge James Boasberg. You know the judge. You guys know the judge, the one that's, thinks he's president and rules against President Trump every chance he gets. Then we got Jan Martin. Gross. Gross. You should be ashamed of yourself and primaried with him. We've got High Tiden, HHH. Senator Lindsey Graham getting a Liberty score of an F. Let's see here. Glenn Fincher. Graham has always been a grifting rhino. He's America last, and the only time he's interested in South Carolina is during primaries. We are dumping him. Then we have this one. The bookworm says, "Welp, you just lost my vote, Russell." So this apparently, I don't know if it's the fact, but apparently that's a constituent of Russell Fry saying, I'm not going to vote for you now because you're aligning yourself with Lindsey Graham. We've got Hugh Damn Right. No, he's not. Ukraine money. Every single liberal activist judge confirmed. Quote, Biden is the smartest person I know. Did Lindsey Graham actually say Biden is the smartest person I know? I think he did. Kisma Booty, I will be... Okay, all right. Now it's like, yeah, okay. I see what you did there. I mean, as I was reading it, I was thinking, is this an H-1B worker? Clearly you're not. Keys My Booty writes, I'll be voting Mark Lynch. Your endorsement makes it clear who you are and that you are not looking out for the interests of South Carolina voters. Freedom writes, I am from South Carolina and disagree. Don't like, this person says, don't like Mark Lynch either. Need better choices. Come on, South Carolina. Okay, so that's somebody that doesn't like either Lindsey or Mark Lynch. Well, I don't know what you want to do, buddy. I mean, come on. Why in the world would you not want to get an incumbent out of office, especially somebody like Lady Lindsey Graham? Let's see some more comments here. People are you freaking kidding me? J. Scott Shipman writes, you must be a 40-cent piece too. Lady Lindsey is a childless warmonger. Now, Scott Shipman, you may be onto something here. Well, okay, let me say it like this. Kind of wondered the same thing. In terms of, what does it take for a Republican Congressman, Russell Fry, in South Carolina, to endorse Lindsey Graham? What what does it take exactly? I guess what I mean is like, why would you want to be associated with Lindsey Graham? Knowing what so many people just don't even dispute. They don't even dispute that it's just a real bit of irony that, Lady Lindsey is representing one of the most conservative states in the country, very Christian red state. And all of these rumors and all of these, it's, the apparent fact that Lady Lindsey doesn't like women. And we don't ever get, no, I love women. Women are great. You don't even get that. You just get, whatever. It's 2026. South Carolinians, they're progressive. They get it. Anyway, the comments are brutal. I mean, I don't think there's one. I mean, the only negative comment was a neutral comment. James writes, "This is baloney. Lindsey Grahamnesty has only acted to support Trump during his re-election campaign. He's not trustworthy and will stab Trump in the back the first chance he gets. Vote for anyone else." I mean, really, truly, as much as I love that Donald Trump endorsed Ken Paxton and we got rid of Rhino Lindsey Graham, we can all agree right now. Can we all agree right now that if Donald Trump had not endorsed Lindsey Graham, he would not stand a chance in this race on June 9th? And so, yes, call me disappointed. And I know, people say, well, he's, got to keep Lindsey close or whatever. I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't care. I think Lindsey Graham is corrupt. I think Lindsey Graham is totally captured by Washington. And I think it is an affront to our very system that he would continue representing any state, especially a state like South Carolina, because Lindsey Graham doesn't represent South Carolina. He represents the deep state. If the deep state had a mascot for politicians, it would be him. If rhinos had a mascot, it would be Lindsey Graham. And, all of the begging and last time he got reelected, it was all the begging and pleading in the world. Every single night he's on, Sean Hannity, begging for money. And then, of course, he turns on Trump after January 6th. It's up to the people of South Carolina, though. And obviously you also have to hope that we don't have any election fraud, electronic voting fraud shenanigans is what I'm trying to say. So there's that. Also, we have this. So here's some good news in changing subject here. Over in New Jersey, breaking. Andover, New Jersey cancels data center project and passes complete ban. Rural New Jersey is fighting back against big tech. Apparently, this is what happened right after the vote. Celebration. Keep in mind, Gizmodo and some of these other, we covered this yesterday, Wired magazine, Gizmodo is warning that they've got documents from the FBI saying that they're warning that the next big domestic terror, homegrown domestic terror threat are people who oppose data centers. Arkansas, my home state, there's a little confusion going on right now in my home state of Arkansas. We've covered the proposed data center in Conway, Arkansas, that the people there don't want. But there's another one. There's some projects in Pulaski County. Pulaski County is basically Little Rock. So think center of the state, Little Rock, Arkansas. We have ArkansasAdvocate.com writing, Arkansas's most populous county approves data center moratorium, but with an exemption. One of the projects that's prompted outcry won't be covered by Pulaski County's year-long pause. So they, quote, passed a moratorium. Now, I say that in quotation marks because basically a day later we had these headlines. Pulaski County clerk, the data center moratorium did not pass. The vote was miscounted. Now, The memes of you had one job come to mind, and that's assuming the error was accidental and there's no funny business going on. But the local NBC affiliate out of Little Rock, KARK, writes, Pulaski County Clerk Terry Hollingsworth said on Thursday that due to a miscalculation, the ordinance to place a moratorium on data centers in the county did not pass at the county's May 26 Quorum Court meeting. The ordinance, 26-1-37, titled Imposing a Temporary Moratorium on Accepting, Processing, and Approval of Applications for the Development, Construction, or Siting of data centers within the unincorporated areas of Pulaski County, was recorded as passing at the time. It would have taken immediate effect and lasted for 12 months. But because the ordinance was drawn as an emergency ordinance, it needed at least 10 yes votes to pass, which was not the case at the Tuesday meeting, Hollingsworth stated. The vote came Tuesday night when the court justices heard from community activists, utility leaders, economic developers, and residents on both sides of the issue. They expressed concerns over utility rates, environmental impacts, transparency, and long-term infrastructure demands dominated much of the discussion. But they miscounted the votes. Arkansas Democrat Gazette, with this headline, Review of Pulaski County Quorum Court Vote Finds Data Center Moratorium Failed. So they passed the moratorium in Arkansas, but no, they didn't. It failed. It didn't actually pass, is the story we're being told. Excuse me. Need a little caffeine here. I've been to this process of swearing off energy drinks, just so you guys know. I'm of the opinion, I love caffeine, and this has got a little caffeine in it, not much, like 16 milligrams. Excuse me. Sorry. I apologize for yawning on camera. I don't want you to think I'm bored. I've decided energy drinks are a young man's game because I'm an old man, and energy drinks just do not agree with me. In the moment, they do. In the moment, it is this amazing injection of ice cold 200 milligrams of caffeine that just, they get me through the show, they propel me, and I love it. But having one, this didn't used to be the case, but I'm about to be 42 years old, and now when I have these energy drinks, I've decided that my stomach throughout the rest of the day and then the next day feels much better when I don't have these energy drinks. So I don't know. That's I know Rob and Eric, they're still big fans. They're somehow older than me, and just have I guess they got stronger stomachs than I do. I guess that's what it is. All right, so then we have this story. Now, hang on, that was the Russell story. Oh yeah, have you guys seen this? I saw somebody saying that claiming that Jill Biden may very well, in fact, be trying to run for office. Okay, listen to Jill Biden. Jill Biden is trying to explain away the fact that she knew her husband was an Alzheimer's patient at best and just loved power. So now she's going on the press, she's going on Sunday morning and claiming ignorance, and claiming that, the Joe Biden that we saw shuffling around, waddling around, eating ice cream, for his 3.5 years in office, that Joe Biden was perfectly healthy, perfectly fine, perfectly sane, had all of his faculties, no worries. That Joe Biden was fine. But the Joe Biden that showed up at that debate with Trump, that's when Jill finally realized, oh my goodness, I think there may be something wrong with my husband. Listen to this. I don't buy it. I know you guys don't buy it, but listen anyway.
Were you horrified as you saw it unfold?
I wasn't horrified, I was frightened, because I had never, ever seen Joe like that.
With the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden.
Before or since?
I forgot all about that. I mean, I knew it was bad, but that clip really should be burned in our minds. It's not really burned in my mind like the Butler assassination or some other moments, but that was objectively horrifying, sad, and it just showed how weak we were as a country.
Take care.
Thank you, President Biden.
Before or since? Never.
Or since?
Yes. Or
You've
since.
never seen him like
Never.
that?
No.
What happened?
I don't know what happened. I mean, as I watched it, I thought, oh my God, he's having a stroke. And it scared me to death.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts.
You did such a great job, Joe. You answered every question. You get a pizza party.
And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? What?
Yikes. Yeah, between her and Tim Walz's wife, turn the page! Turn the page! We would have had the Longhouse doesn't even really begin to describe it, actually. It would have been terrible. Yeah, so you don't believe that. I don't believe that. This lady is lying through her teeth, and why does she feel the need to do it now is the question. And I think it's possible that Jill Biden may try to pull a Hillary Clinton and go run for office somewhere. I'm not kidding you. I think this is a real possibility, because I don't know why else you would go out there and try to, would you really do it and try to save the legacy when what we all witnessed his presidency? We all witnessed that was not the only time this man opened his mouth and didn't make any sense. You know the thing. We got another pop culture. Okay, so we have another actress now. We have another actress. DC Comics. They've got this new movie coming out called Supergirl. The star of the movie, this actress, said she was glad that Christians and dads didn't like her, and now the movie's going to lose over $100 million. Fox News reporting Supergirl pre-release tracking looks disastrously bad for Hollywood after lead actress's bizarre comments. The star of the movie, Supergirl, Millie Alcox, her divisive remarks and underwhelming trailers have tracking estimates far below studio hopes. So that's what she looks like there. That's her. So she's decided to pull a Rachel Zegler, who played Snow Brown. I say that because Rachel Zegler, is part Hispanic, and Rachel Zegler was cast as Snow White, and yet she wasn't white. She was brown. And then, of course, she came out and went all woke in Hollywood and everything else. And again, I'll just echo what I said the other day on the show. I think a legitimate explanation for this is a lot of these actors, according to Nerdrotic, a lot of these actors just really feel like terrible human beings, and they feel guilty that they make so much money for doing so little work, or they make so much money for doing something that is fun to do, And so they feel the need to try to go out and share their political opinions and try to correct the wrongs and virtue signal. And, of course, virtually all of them are not Christians. I mean, it's very difficult to even maintain a Christian witness and be in these Hollywood movies. Very, very difficult. Also, you're not welcome. But one of the reasons they have such a hard time reconciling the world is because they're not Christians. So they don't understand how to recognize injustice or reconcile injustice. They may know how to recognize injustice, but not reconcile it. Why do people do good things? Why do people do bad things? Actually, it's really sad because they're actors, and they should know about this. They should know about complex ideas and complex characters and how people's motivations can be bifurcated and subtext and good play. Like, they should know about this, but when it comes to the real world, they can't quite figure it out. So they feel this need. They have this allergy. They've got to get out there. They got to share their woke ideology and mindset for how they they wish the world would be, but yet it's not that, because that would be unnatural. Now, if it's up to them, honestly, if it's up to them really taking a lot of their claims to the logical conclusions, everybody would be gay and nobody would be able to have any kids. Aaron McIntyre writes about this story. This is like the 7th time in a row this has happened, but they keep making these movies and casting these bitter girl boss types in the role anyway. The woke just keeps coming because it's the religion of the ruling class now, and that's really what it is. It's a counter-Christianity religion, or, paganism, and they have to go on the offensive and attack the very people. You'd think they would take some sort of economic class. These actors, these entertainers, just don't have any idea. Like they take. It's almost like, do you think that some of these people? These people are they really don't think, they don't understand how fragile. Like if I got to worry about getting clean water, I'm not going to care to go see your Supergirl movie. Like entertainment is the icing on top of the cake when it comes to the buffet of choices that we have or responsibilities that we have. Entertainment is the last thing. You only do that if, you're pretty confident that when you leave your home and come back, your stuff's still going to be there. It's like if we were all stranded on a desert island somewhere, folks, nobody would be, would be paying the actors coconuts for just, performing and entertaining us. Yeah, that wouldn't get the job done. You'd have to work if you want to eat. Actually work. And that's what so many of these actors just totally don't understand. It's quite fascinating. Well, it just happens. All this stuff just happens. So anyway, that's going to be fun that's going to be a fun train wreck to watch. Let's see, what else do we have here? Oh yeah, we had this on the show. We had it queued up on the show yesterday, but we did not get to it. Former CIA officer has been arrested on massive fraud, stealing 300 gold bars and secretly stashing them worth $40 million and using his position to do so. And apparently he just asked for them. Meaning like he just, I need these 300 gold bars for work. I mean, if you had any doubt that the people who are in the CIA just have access to resources and a massive amount of trust and benefit of the doubt, or people know exactly what this stuff is for. Paying people off, giving them generational wealth, the CIA being very much a part of, if not the black market. Name an illegal practice and an illegal market, an illegal industry, name it, and, I think most of us, you don't have to cast a line very far before you hit a spook. He had a top secret clearance. Quote, this was someone given currency. He said he needed to be used to pay for operations he was in charge of. Yeah. I'm in charge of these operations, dealing with these real bad people, and they need 300 gold bars. I'm not going to give it to them. I just need it. Rats. I lost the product. I lost it. It was part of the mission. Rather than keeping it in his office, they found $40 million worth of gold and $2 million cash in his home. The matter involved David Rush, was referred by Trump CIA Director John Ratcliffe. The man also apparently lied about his background and schools he attended. His home was raided last week per NBC. So that means it's a good time to revisit this. Again, special preview for what is coming up on the show. Let's see here. This was coming up on the show on Monday. We got a full hour with Congressman Rick Crawford, and this is part of what he said. We played this for you last hour, but I think now's a good time. Catherine Herridge has this report about how the CIA was monitoring Tulsi Gabbard's Diggs group. What are your thoughts on that? That they were pushing back against some of her mandates, whether it was JFK assassination, RFK assassination, COVID origin, direct energy weapons, and I'm probably leaving one or...
So I think you've kind of got to revisit the entire history of the DNI, which is not long. The DNI is a result of the 9/11 Commission review and recommendation, and it was 2005, I believe, when they stood up the ODNI, and the first DNI was named, Tulsi is the first DNI to actually be a DNI. The rest were figureheads.
Yeah.
She took the job
I
seriously.
said wow both times. I said wow in the interview and wow when I listened to it. I think that is an incredible statement from the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Rick Crawford, that from his, as far as he's concerned, she's the only one that's ever actually done the job right. It's a big deal. R*77 in the comments. Hey, Paul, why don't you interview Jill Do? I don't know who that is. Please give me more specifics. Give me more specifics. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, back to this preview clip.
Which is why it's a big loss for us. She was doing the job. See, the rest of them were occupying a chair. And like, look at me. They were rubber stamping, they were doing whatever, but they never really were. If you look at the org chart, here's the DNI, here's the rest of the IC. They never took that mandate. Never. She's the first one that said, here's what we're going to do, and started doing it. And that really upset some people. So she started the DIG, that's the Directors Initiative Group, to do, very aptly named, to start digging. But we have to go back to 2005 when the ODNI was stood up. They never did create their own computer system network. They operated on the CIA system, still do.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
So that's where you run into problems. And so it's not necessarily to say that the CIA is monitoring in as much as you're on the same network. Yep. That's probably true.
He goes on to say, is there an organized operation? He went on to say, I can't characterize it that way. But you and I both know, you know anything about human depravity. The question is the question isn't, why would they do that? Why would they spy on Tulsi Gabbard? The question is, why wouldn't they spy on Tulsi Gabbard if they can monitor all of her keystrokes because she's on the same system they're on? Okay, Jill Do. Okay, I get it. Jill Biden. You want me to interview? So you guys are making a phallic reference to a bedroom toy, and I mispronounced it. I mispronounced the slur. Why don't I interview Jill Biden? Obviously, I know you guys are joking. I can't just call up Jill Biden. I'm sorry. I am sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. This is too crass for. It's too crass for my Southern sensibilities. Okay. Too crass for my Southern sensibilities. Anyway, this interview with Rick Crawford is going to be airing Monday at 3 Central, 4 Eastern on LFA TV, the Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel as well. So make sure you check it out. I'm going to be gone next week. Programming note, I'm going to be gone next week. I apologize, but I have got to go out of town and got to get recharged, got to get refreshed. And so there will be best of clips, playing and stuff during the show. So I will miss you guys, but I'm going to be relaxing. And so anyway, but on Monday we do have brand new content on Monday with this Rick Crawford interview. I tried my best to work extra hard to where I was able to at least leave you guys with something that was new. What else do we have here in my... This is a lot of the stuff falling through the cracks. Oh, this is a big one. Okay, so we all remember it was about 8 days ago. This story went viral. Vice Admiral Robert Harward going viral for having a mask on TV. Now, I know you say, well, Paul, shouldn't you say a parent mask or it looks like a mask? Folks, I don't know what to tell you. I don't even think those are the same two people, let alone, before we even get into whether or not this guy is wearing a mask or not wearing a mask, whether that's a green screen shadow. I've worked with green screens. I've never had a flapping flesh wound. while I'm on. I've never had that. But anyway, whether we even get into that conversation or not, the fact of the matter is, these are not the same people. These are not the same people. I don't think there's enough Botox in the world that could make that wrinkly neck look as smooth as, somebody who's 20 years old. This is a wrinkly neck on the left and a smooth neck on the right with a gaping hole in it where the guy is clearly much younger underneath than the... anyway, the whole thing doesn't make sense to me. And again, people are uncomfortable with me saying he's wearing a mask. I'm believing my own eyes. And I'm not the crazy one. Like, I'm not the extreme one for saying what I am seeing with my own eyes. I don't think that. Could I be wrong? Sure. I've been wrong about a lot of things. I don't think I'm wrong here. I'm just believing my eyes. I'm not the crazy one that thinks this, okay? People are getting caught up. The reason they want to say you're crazy is because they're getting caught up on the why. I don't know the why. We can speculate on the why, but forget about the why. Forget about the why and just look at your own eyes. Go watch the video. Well, let's just play it right here. These are two different clips taken 3 days apart.
I get involved, but again, their interests are at play here, but so are European interests, the rest of the Gulf nations, and so far, every time on his hands. He's controls the narrative.
They don't even sound the same.
He controls the strike capabilities, and he knows. I get involved, but again, their interests are at play here, but so are European interests, the rest of the Gulf nations, and so far, every time on his hands. He's controls the narrative, he controls the strike capabilities, and he knows.
Okay, so the update on that is he finally went on Greg Stitchfield's show. Now, the reason this is so in the controversy about 8 days ago, 3 or 4 days into it, or a couple, maybe it was more like 24 hours into it, Greg Stitchfield was like, "I know Hayward, I know him, I know Harward, I know Robert Harward. He's a guest on my show, and he knows this has gone viral, and people think he's wearing a mask, so he's going to come on my show. He's going to come on my show." And he's going to prove he's not wearing a mask. It's like, okay, yeah, that wouldn't really prove anything, right? It's a totally different, we're now in Act 2. The curtain's fallen. Now you get to reset the stage. That wouldn't prove anything, but okay. Well, then he canceled, okay? He was supposed to come on, but then he canceled and said, "I'm not going on." Well, that made the conspiracy theory even worse. But finally, Vice Admiral Robert Harwood, who went viral as the masked man, has refused. I'm sorry, he finally went on Greg Stitchfield, and it did not go well. Even with the restaging, even with him being able to regroup and present a unified front, I'm Robert Harwood, and I don't wear masks. I hate masks. I'll address this. And I'll tell you what it was, or I'll tell you what the Fox News said. I'll tell you what the production crew said. They said it was a shadow. They said it was green screen. They said I was wearing a mask because I have a huge gaping flesh wound, silicone flesh wound. No, he doesn't say any of that. Instead, he goes on and refuses to address the situation.
I wanted to bring up this before we even talk about Iran. Everybody, you broke the internet known as Mask Man. Can you pull on your face or something for me, sir? What was going on there?
Grant, it's just a distraction from the important subject we want to talk about, Iran. And
we got this big controversy. Man, these guys are out of tricks. We have this big controversy. Everybody thinks you're wearing a mask. The implications of which is that the news is not just fake news, but like Mission Impossible level intentional deception, like Tom Cruise, like who knows who anybody is. Okay, like the word theater, Hollywood movies, like doesn't even begin. Like we got this huge controversy. The dominoes are falling. We got to have you address it. This is just a distraction. I'm here to talk about war in the Middle East and why it's a you I think that's going to make the conspiracy theory a lot worse. What do you guys think? Let's take it from the top.
I wanted to bring up this before we even talk about Iran. Everybody, I mean, you broke the internet known as Mask Man. Can you pull on your face or something for me, sir? What was going on there?
Grant, it's just a distraction from the important subject we want to talk about, Iran. And at a time like now, we need to be focused on that problem with the president. He's got a challenge on his hand. Got a
Admiral, hold on a second. You realize if you answer like that, this is going to send the internet into the stratosphere if you don't tell me what was going on. And you know I love you, and I know you're an American hero, and I don't think you were wearing a mask. But just tell me something so I can let the internet be happy, and then we can move on here.
Grant, the internet's not my problem, okay? I'm here to talk about Iran. The internet's going to do what the internet wants to do, and I'll...
Okay, now I'm thinking this guy's just a robot. Like, now this is a legitimate... Grant, I'm here to talk about Iran, not my giant flesh wound that wasn't a mask.
I'll let it be at that, but let's not lose track of...
Just tell me something so I can let the internet be happy, and then we can move on here.
Grant, the internet's not my problem.
Look at those two people back to back. Look at who's on the screen. This is the viral clip with the flesh wound. And look at the guy to the left. Look at these two people. They don't even look like the same person. Like they look like different people. Oh man, it's no wonder this guy canceled. No wonder he canceled. And then they're like, "Well, you canceled. We can't just never address it. We're going to bring you on to address it." Then they bring him on, and the man refuses to address it.
I'm here to talk about Iran. The internet's going to do what the internet wants to do, and I'll let it be at that. But let's not lose track of what's important here. Where we are with Iran.
Hold on, real quick. Can you just give me a tug and then I'll move on? Just one little tug.
No, you're not going to get anything out of me. I'm not going to justify any of that.
Right. All right. Just so everyone out there knows, I tried with unlike Fox News, they didn't ask you about it, which was crazy. I think there's like 60 million, 80 million views on this thing. But I'll let you off the hook, Admiral, because you are an American hero.
Conspiracy theorists are now undefeated. Conspiracy theorists for the win on this one, folks. Are your fears, are your concerns, are your questions answered by the flapping? No. Any comments out there, LFA chat? What do you guys think? R-Star77. It's just a flesh wound. No, it's not. It's just a flesh wound. Supreme executive power is derived from the masses, not because some watery tart threw a sword at you. The Lady of the Lake. Here's some lovely filth over here, Robert. Let's see. Carl Benji, the mask pick has no wrinkles. We've got Lazarius as mask. Okay. I don't think you want to hear that. Let's see. Somebody says, wow, what a clown. Maybe they're talking about me. I don't know. Lazari says best movie ever. Yes, Monty Python is good, especially the first 30 minutes. Have you ever noticed after the first 30 minutes, but I'm not dead yet? Have you ever... What do you mean? An African or European swallow? It's not a matter of where he grips it. A 5-ounce bird cannot carry a 1-pound coconut. Yeah, it is a really good movie. Have you ever noticed that you try to watch, like, you know, it kind of drags. It drags in between the Camelot scene. Let us not go there. It is a silly place. It drags there, but up to the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. Oh, yes, of course, the Holy Hand Grenade. Sorry, I'm not a huge Monty Python fan, but the Holy Grail is hilarious. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, mask or no mask? I'm sorry. I mean, if you don't think it's a mask, that's perfectly fine. I just want you to be okay with me believing my own eyes and being like, yeah, there's something fishy here, and the get into the why. Okay, like why do they do it? Is Robert Harward actually dead? Maybe. Has he sold his likeness and he's on a beach somewhere and they had to bring him from, and maybe that's the real Harward and he had to, I don't know, or everything in between. Is he a lizard person? I don't really know, but who cares about the why? Who cares about why they're doing it? I mean, generally, why would they do something like that? To deceive you. Okay, can we be comfortable with that? Why? To deceive. Okay, to deceive. Great. The real question is, who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? How many other people have been on the TV wearing a mask, not being who they purport to be, and we didn't know about it? And again, he's literally telling you why he's there. Why are you on Stitchfield? Why are you on Fox News? Well, I'm here to tell the Fox News viewers that another Middle East war is great news, and we've got to do it. And then that guy gets busted with a mask, comes on, won't talk about the mask, and instead says, I'm here for Iran. I'm here to talk about Iran. Angie, 1943, Hillary is fake. It's somebody mad. A lot of people think Hillary had a lot of body doubles or people in masks. Obviously, then there's the Joe Biden with the mask. That was a huge deal as well. A lot of stuff out there, folks. That's all the time that we have for this edition of the Paul Herrell program. And again, I'm going to be out next week, but we've got some great content lined up for you, and I really appreciate it. Thanks to LFA TV. Thanks to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, Sheridan Chiropractic. Hey, listen, now's the time, because it's Friday, where I tell you that you go to church. Go to church, okay? Find a church. If you don't go to church, find a church that preaches the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. If you do go to church, have a blessed Lord's Day, and I will see you not next week, but the week after. Be safe.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacy Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
Got a question for you, Flyover family. What if we could go back in time to 2019 and say you're a pastor of a church and you got, say, 500 people that come to hear you preach about, God's word and the gospel, and you sort of have a responsibility for, their spiritual well-being, but that's obviously tied into their physical as well. What if you could go back to that time and be ahead of a narrative that was coming of the pandemic? What if you could tell them, say, hey, there's this thing coming, And it's going to be pitched as this. We're going to have a guy that sat through 5 different presidencies as a medical advisor, hasn't seen a patient in 30 years, but he's going to go all these different directions. And as a body of believers, we have answers for you to not ignore what's coming, but say, hey, this isn't as big as they're trying to make it. And here's a plan. Here's what you can do. You could increase your immune system. We have a list of things here: ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, vitamin C, vitamin D, being in the sun, increasing your body. Maybe go into a fasting state. Don't be doing Uber Eats. Cut back on your alcohol, or maybe eliminate it. Would be a good idea. We're telling you about what's coming in advance, so you could do the opposite of everything that's going to be put on the box. There's going to come a time where the box is just telling you to be afraid. There's going to be a death ticker on there, and you're going to be tempted with the first sniffle to run to the hospital, and they're going to put you on something called remdesivir, and then a breathing tube, and there's almost no turning back. If you follow God's word here and say, hey, don't be afraid. Let's make wise choices. Let's increase our immune system. Let's do these things, but kind of ignore the fog of war that's coming. Wouldn't that body of believers say the 500 people that had that information? It's not that they wouldn't believe in what's coming, but they would have a language to interpret and not be fearful. The same way as if you're sending your kids to college, you say your freshman English teacher might be bringing the book of Job, and he's going to question your faith, and here's the arguments he have, and here's what God's word says about that, and there's a counter argument. So you walk in prepared. They're not swayed by their freshman English teacher that has an agenda to disrupt their faith. It's understanding a narrative before something comes that allows you to operate with clarity, lack of fear, and have a language for it. Some of the language even having a clear definition of terms used, so they're not manipulated, twisted, used against you, and create a fear that, like, I don't want to be with this group. I want to be with the group that's looked at as smart.
Yeah.
Which is something that happens. It creates an us and a them, and people operate out of fear. Some people will never be the same after the pandemic because fear struck them so bad. Their mind got twisted. They're chasing people around Costco with pepper spray. I don't know that their mind will get cleared because they were so disrupted by fear. There's another agenda coming, and there are pastors in this country that are getting ahead of the curve on the narrative and framing it, giving you a vocabulary, giving you, hey, these are the terms being used. Here's what they mean according to God's timeless word. And recently there's a documentary called Age of Disclosure. It's about a 2-hour documentary on Amazon. Fascinating to watch, but definitely watch it through. Hey, what are they saying, and what's the signaling of the terms coming? We're going to play a short clip from that, give you an idea of what they're talking about. I encourage everyone in the Flyover family to watch it so that you're ahead of the curve. But we have a guest today that's going to break this down for you in a way that you are going to be equipped and armed and prepared to handle and discuss at the water cooler the events that are coming. Check this out.
Humanity is not the only intelligence in the universe.
Humanity is not the only intelligent species.
We are absolutely not alone.
Non-human intelligence exists.
UAPs are real, they're here, and they're not human. I spent 25 years as a senior official with the CIA.
I've worked on highly classified UAP programs. 28 years as an astrophysicist.
Director of Aviation Security in the National Security Council.
Okay, so, obviously this documentary, I think it's important to watch, but then also President Trump releasing these, declassified UFO files. I think now we've gotten a couple of different drops of that. And so obviously this is something that they are wanting the Americans to be aware of. And where's this going?
Yes. And I think President Trump kind of has a thing of like, hey, I'm rowing the boat here. This is like a mosquito. Let's just get it off. Okay, let's get the information out there. He kind of has an agenda of where he's going. So he is releasing a lot. There's been some things on the JFK and some things on Epstein. Everybody kind of has like what they want, released. And he's just like, oh, this is frustrating. Hey, you, Carl, get the stuff together and put it out. He's just, that's kind of his just get things done in an urgent timeline, and sometimes it serves us good. Sometimes it doesn't. They presented him the problem of we didn't have enough breathing machines during COVID. He's not a doctor. He's like, okay, boom, let's get Fruit of the Loom and GM and them working together and 3M and put them together and boom, here's 20,000 extra breathing machines. As we look back, was that a good move? Probably not, but he was effective Sometimes his hammer hits a nail, sometimes it hits a baby, but he's just wanting to get things out. It only affects you if you don't know how to process the information out there. And I use the term fog of war because within war, there needs to be this fogginess of I don't know exactly where the enemy is. I don't even know where friendly fire is coming from. And I don't know how to.
That's a scary position to be in.
It's a very scary position because I don't know how to frame the context of what is my next move. I don't even know where to shoot because of the fog of war. I don't know exactly what to do. Well, our guest today does. He spent a lifetime dissecting God's word, interpreting world events through the prism of what is God saying.
And he wrote a book 3 years ago about this.
Kind of a subtle flex, called his shot on everything we're experiencing now 3 years ago, which is a pretty incredible thing to do. He's a best-selling author. He's a media host. He's a pastor of Revival Nation in Charlotte, North Carolina. He knows more than we could pack into 100 podcasts. So we're going to try and get in his brain and squeeze every little piece we can out in the next few minutes. Pastor Alan Didio.
Yay! Welcome.
Wow. I've never had a welcome like that on any podcast. I receive it. Thank you. Squeeze what little bit's left out of my brain that you want. Yeah.
The crowd was camped out outside the studio last night like it was
just waiting.
Taylor Swift concert, trying to get tickets in here to see this thing. They love you. They're trying to keep them quiet in the meantime. But I do want to get as much out of you as we can. Like I said at the beginning, if we could go back to 2019 and a pastor had a clear plan for his flock to understand the events coming over the next few years, they would have fared better. They would have been like this standing example of like, what's kind of like we studied the Amish community. Like, wow, how come they weren't impacted by this as much as the rest of the world? They stood apart because they had a predetermined belief system that wasn't really swayed by mainstream media narratives. And you have information here, and I kind of want to maybe turn it over to you to kind of explain a little bit of your background, your worldview. I love that you go on shows like with Tony Merkel, The Confessional. That's where we first came across you. Listen, you talk about end times and breaking down Revelations and all the different things you do. But you're kind of like fearless in that you can go into a space and just retranslate some of the language of what somebody's talking about and give it a biblical worldview of actually what the truth is. And a lot of pastors kind of just, I'm going to stay in my space. And if I even have coffee with this guy that, it's going to get on me, or I'm endorsing everything he says, or, this kind of stuff in a fearful kind of way. And I kind of look at, you're more like the Jesus model. Like, I'm going into the rooms and having conversations in every different sphere of influence because I'm bringing the light into every situation. And I love that about you.
Well, thank you, man. And I can tell you, Christian cancel culture has gotten out of hand, out of control, where everybody's concerned about who you associate with and who you quote unquote platform, instead of, we're just supposed to be talking to people about Jesus and teaching the Bible and not be so fearful of the Christian cancel culture. But I've never heard anyone, David, more clearly distill, perfectly showing the historic parallel of exactly what we're facing right now with disclosure, with UFOs, UAPs. I never wanted to be the alien guy. So I'm the guy who was an atheist at 17 years of age. I was in jail twice before I was 17, radically saved, had an encounter with a demon, had an encounter with the love of Jesus Christ, transformed my life. And I just wanted to preach the gospel, get people saved. And several years ago, I saw so many Christians going down the rabbit hole of the UFO, UAP world. Not only that, but the AI world. I saw Elon Musk said that we are summoning the demon with artificial intelligence, which is why I started researching it, because he compared it to people in a movie who draw a pentagram on the floor and, they're summoning a spirit thinking they're going to control it. And then eventually it destroys them. And he said, that's what's happening with artificial intelligence. So with my book, Summoning the Demon, I started investigating that. And I went down the rabbit hole of AI to transhumanism, the merging together of technology with biology. Yeah, there it is right there. And I saw then that takes you into the world of the Nephilim. That takes you into the world of aliens. And I saw so many Christians detaching from Scripture in pursuit of truth. I said, we need to talk about this in the church. So that's why I wrote Summoning the Demon, AI, Aliens, and the Antichrist, because I wanted to make sure we address these things, because everybody's fascinated. You guys know this. Whether they're saved or unsaved, no matter where they are in the world, they're fascinated with the subject matter of aliens, UFOs, UAPs. Let's have the conversation, especially since we're the only ones with a truthful biblical answer.
Yeah. And one of the downsides of the church I've seen in my life, I grew up in a Christian school. And like, let's just use this as an example. The topic of sex. Well, that's not for Christians to discuss. It was removed from everything. And so if it was like, well, there's this thing called sex. If you ever do it, you're going to hell. Any questions? Kind of a thing. And so as we grew up, raised our kids, we had these, everything was at the table, of like, it's a great thing. It's designed in the confines of marriage. It's a fire you want to build and keep it inside the fireplace, and it's designed for good. And we create these vacuums, and the devil's like, well, the church isn't going to talk about it. I'll talk about sex. I'll talk about sex all day long, and I'm going to fill your kids' minds with what it's about and confuse them about the directions of it, what it's about, what it's for, and all of these things. And we create these vacuums. Sometimes they'll do it with music in certain churches, or they'll do, they create these vacuums, and there is no such thing as a vacuum. The devil's just like, well, if you're not going to be the leader in this area of society, then I'll step in and I'll be the leader of it. I'll create the narrative. I'll tell you what this is about. And we're never going to come across something in our day-to-day lives that doesn't have an answer in Scripture. And God lays it out.
It's all about predictive programming, right?
Yeah.
That's the entire purpose of predictive programming. It's who gets to the narrative first. Whoever gets to it first can control it and manipulate the narrative. And the church, as you said, has always been the last of the narrative, whether it's sexuality. Our children hear about first from the world, so they're able to control the narrative. Right. Whether it was happening in 2020 with COVID, the world got to it first, was able to control the narrative. And I love that. What if we could go back? What if we could get in a time capsule and go back to 2019 and warn the church? How prepared would they be? This is exactly what we have to do now. There is coming this disclosure, information that we are not alone in the world. And there are so many people within our churches who are pew sitters, but they're also fence sitters. Because, a lot of churches have become nothing more than drama classes that teaches tares how to act like wheat. So there's a lot of people in the church who are kind of on the fence. There's a lot of people in the world out there who are considering the gospel of Jesus Christ, but they're looking for any excuse to turn away from it. And that's what this is going to do. If we don't get to the narrative first, it's going to give people a reason to deny the reality of the gospel of Jesus Christ, which is why pastors have got to begin to talk about it on Sunday mornings.
No doubt about. I actually have a question for you real fast because, obviously you wrote about this 3 years ago. The book Summoning the Demon came out 3 years ago. But there's like a green light that's come from the government now to actually allow this narrative to come out because it's been hidden, not really allowed to talk about. Even in the documentary, they were talking about in the documentary where they were saying, even senators or people that wanted to address it, they were looked at as freaks. And why are you talking about that? And now it's like, okay, it's all over the news. They're letting these files go. And, when Reagan was in office, him doing the speech saying, hey, if there was an alien, we would all unify as a world, if the aliens, so he was actually talking about it back in the 80s. Why do you think there's a green light now? What's happening, do you believe, that's allowed this to come out? And why is it now acceptable to talk about where it wasn't before?
Well, first of all, there's been new whistleblower protections that have been released so that their careers aren't in jeopardy if they actually come out and talk about these things. That began, I believe, in 2017, if I'm not mistaken, and we started to see some documents and some testimonies begin to be leaked. Even in Summoning the Demon, I provide photocopies of previously classified documents where the government had been hiding these things. Yeah, what's that quote say? I can't read it here, but that's Reagan's actual quote, right?
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize the common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world, which I can't help but think would be part of the narrative. The reason I want to even do this show with you is because I'm not denying what they're seeing in this stuff. Like all of that, I think, is real. We see Air Force pilots and they got things in their crosshairs and things they're seeing real things. Now we can talk about what that is and go through God's word. And I think there's a lot more fascinating mysteries if you take God's word seriously than if you ignore God's word. I mean, if you're living just in a world, that's invented by science fiction, it's a lot more boring than if you take God's word seriously, because it's like, you read Genesis, it's like, wow, okay, if that's real, you talk about Mount Hermon, you're talking about these things. So I want to go through a list of definitions with you here in a moment. I want to talk about the whistleblower that you had a private meeting with. But the thing that I see coming, kind of like the COVID narrative, is, it'd be very easy to say, hey, we have access to an intelligence that is afraid of our trajectory towards nuclear war. We're going to destroy ourselves. This is a benevolent being that wants us to unite together. And if you just listen to your leaders and come together all underneath of one unified voice, then we can move forward and actually have peace on earth. I think a lot of people, Christians would be first ones to stand up in line and be like, hey, I'll sign up for that class.
Exactly. And I think it was in 1996 when a Canadian came out with this crazy, ridiculous, ludicrous conspiracy theory, right? And what have we learned about conspiracy theories? Wait 6 months.
Exactly.
We'll find out that it's true. And the theory was this, that the globalists want to bring everybody under a one world religion, one world government, one world economy. And in order to do that, there's going to be some sort of natural disaster that's going to uncover these religious texts. They're going to say the Bible was close, but actually what the truth is fill in the blank. And then they're going to simulate through technology some sort of second coming or Armageddon type of event that will cause the world to rally together. And I think what we're seeing now, there's so many different silos within the government. This is one thing that I've learned, that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing in many instances. And there are certain agencies that are investigating this, and they believe they are benevolent entities that are attempting to help us, and they want to work with them. While there are other agencies and other people who believe these are demonic entities, but they don't care. They're willing to negotiate with them for power, for influence, or for money. And they're conflicting with one another. These investigations are conflicting with one another. So what's going to happen is they're going to keep just throwing things against the wall. They're going to keep just dropping a little bit here. Some of it will be significant. A lot of it will be insignificant to get you kind of numb to it. And they're going to see what sticks. They're going to see what sells. They're going to see what the population is willing to buy into. And that's the direction they're going to go into.
Yeah, and I don't believe that there's very many elected officials that probably wouldn't hit their own grandmother in the head with a snow shovel if the bag was big enough. You know, and so it's like, whether I'm for that or not, I can use that for my own agenda and move forward. So let's do two things, and however you want to interweave them together. I want to talk about the meeting that you had. There's been some things come out from Paula White, who's a spiritual advisor to the administration, saying, hey, there is no government official that's met with pastors and things. And I think she may be saying that because maybe she wasn't in the room. So, that might be telling. But I want to also, as you discuss this, start laying out a vocabulary definition of what you mean when you use terms, because I don't want people just to say, like, who is Satan? What is a demon? What is a falling angel? Like, what are these things in how would you define them? And then maybe just describe that and interweave it with the meeting that you had and the information that was unrolled to you.
Yeah, that's so important, because you mentioned the fog of war earlier, and you're coming out of this wild meeting where these pastors were called together, and there were two meetings that I know of that these individuals, we're calling them a private group of Christian intel operators is what we're calling them, who are investigating this stuff. These people are not the government. They have worked within the government, and they do have partners and connections and work with them in mining a lot of the resources in the investigation that they're doing, but they are not official government officials. These are people who are concerned about what the government is doing, and they're actually investigating crimes they believe have been committed by the government in the pursuit of reverse engineering, collecting, mining this non-human intelligence, non-human technology. And so one of the reasons why there's some people are saying this and some people are saying that is because there's multiple meetings we're even discovering now outside of those two that I know of that were identical meetings put on by the same people. There are other individuals, other possible Christians, or maybe spooks, maybe agencies out there who are getting pastors together and doing similar type meetings. So that's why you've got people coming out saying seemingly contradictory things. I was in a meeting in Nashville, Tennessee, with about a dozen pastors and church leaders. And these individuals who are putting on the meeting, again, they've worked within intelligence. They have access to, have had access to classified information. And they were warning us that disclosure, not just that it's coming, because that's been said for years and years and years. It's coming this year, possibly by July, if not before July. That was the big news flash. And what they said was going to happen happened exactly as they said it. And one of those meetings, I believe Representative Burleson called into one of those meetings, which is why Perry Stone, when he did his video, I think he was referring to government officials being in the meeting. I think that's what he was referring to, because Perry wasn't actually in any of those meetings. He was just communicating secondhand information. But when Perry Stone came out, he was being attacked relentlessly. There's no meeting. Nobody's kind of disclosing information to pastors. I was like, actually, guys, I was in the meeting. I was in one of those meetings. He's telling the truth. Because it is true. Something is happening, and there are people within the government who have worked, who are working within the government, who are concerned about the narrative and who's going to control the narrative when it comes out. And two of the individuals that I know of, these guys are American heroes. In the future, they will be coming out. At least one of them will be coming out and sharing their information and who they are, which is probably why Paula White came out. She wasn't in either of the meetings that I'm aware of. And she was responding, as most people were, to the spin on social media. The government is pulling in pastors and giving them talking points about, listen, I don't trust the government any further than I can throw it. The government's pulling me in a room trying to tell me something. I'm not going to believe a word they're saying. In fact, in this meeting, I was pushing back and asking hard questions, wondering, is this a psyop? Is this a psychological operation?
Fair.
But I knew one of the individuals hosting the meeting, and I know him to be a man of God. And I know him to be sincere. So that's what caused me to even show up to the meeting at all. And everything they said and that they shared with us has been happening, has been playing out exactly as they said it.
And when did the meeting occur? You don't have to give me the exact date, but was it in 2025, 2026?
This was in February of this year, so months ago. So this was when this broke several weeks ago. It had been months that we've all been talking about this. Mm-hmm. We immediately came out of the meeting, me and Joseph Z and Tony Merkel, we immediately did a live stream the next morning talking about the meeting, going into details, and we did several live streams since then. And here's what I think. I think that the meeting itself wasn't a psyop. I wonder if it going viral all of a sudden was a psyop. Did somebody decide, okay, now we're going to release this and make this a big deal? And it just so happened that caused the conversation. This is really wild to kind of be a part of history. It caused the conversation to be pushed so forward that the administration actually, within a week of this conversation about these pastors, released documents historically. Representative Burleson called it historic, the documents that were released in the first dump since Roswell. 79 years we've been waiting on this.
Wow. Okay, so when you met with these whistleblowers, or when you were in that meeting, what were they hoping that you would do when you left? Were they like, okay, you need to inform the people? Were they like, hey, we just want to give you this information, keep it hush hush? What was the purpose of the meeting?
They were concerned believers who, this was a 3-hour meeting, by the way, with a slideshow presentation. I mean, It was in depth, and you're not allowed to have your phone on. We were told to turn our phones on airplane mode, not because of the information they were sharing, but because to protect their identities. Mm-hmm. And the whole purpose of it, they weren't telling us what to believe, what to say. They were saying, get back to the Bible, exactly what you're saying. Make sure we tell believers that the Bible talks about these things, and we need to make sure we get people back to the Bible, back to Jesus. Even one of the most popular podcasts in the world reached out to me and said, we're considering having you on. I said, listen, here's what's going to happen. If you're going to ask me about this, I'm going to constantly go back to the Bible. I'm going to go back to Jesus. If you're not interested in that, then I'm probably not the right person for the podcast, because that's the main narrative, not to get into the weeds of what are these things and here are all the different theories. Even though they shared all the theories with us, the purpose was to say the Bible has the truth about this subject matter. Let's make sure we stick to that.
Well, and we saw kind of how this narrative unfolds a little bit. I want to reference two things. One, the most popular podcast in the world had on Senator Tim Burchett, and when your name was referenced in there, immediately went to like, well, he's talking about Revelation, end times, and people want to quickly dismiss that because, we grew up in a world where, late great planet Earth and people predicting dates and I grew up in a thief in the night, environment,
yes.
man.
Terrifying.
I spent most of my grade school years. If I walked in the house, we grew up on a farm. If I was out playing, I came in and I didn't see my mom or somebody around, I'd be like, it happened.
Rapture fatigue is what we call it. Everybody's got rapture fatigue.
Exactly.
I'll be honest with you, I still got a little bit of that. If I come in like Stacy's, clothes are laying in a pile and she's gone or something, and I'm like, oh, because she always picks up everything immediately. I'm like, Stace.
Because we know she's going in the rapture.
Oh,
We're not
sure.
sure about you. But
She's first round draft pick.
Exactly.
I'm kind of getting into maybe on technicalities because I truly believe Jesus is my savior. But man, if it starts getting down to a weights and scales, man, she's making it for sure. I'm an undrafted free agent. So we kind of grew up in that context with billboards saying, this is the date, or turn and burn signs and all these kind of things. So it was dismissed within 3 or 4 seconds, even by somebody who's trying to put the information out, because in this space, Christians are easy to pin to the wall, with past narratives that didn't
have anything to do with
them,
didn't
pan out, but really shouldn't have ever been made in the first place, probably.
Yeah, we're the crazy people. We're the guys with the sign, the placard on our chest, the end is near.
Yeah.
And the prosperity preachers or the televangelists with their shows. And they're like, we're supposed to be completely irrelevant, like the Amish living off somewhere in some conclave, translating the scriptures in some robe somewhere. And I don't know why the immediate dismissal, the moment you said equipping end-time believers for the next Great Awakening. And of course, Representative Burchett is responding to the internet swell of pastors saying they met with government officials, which we never said. So I completely understand that, and I appreciate what Burchett is doing, what Burleson is doing,
100%.
All these folks who are pushing for transparency and disclosure. I think it's necessary, needed, and we support them in that effort. But
Tim's
you're right.
legit. Anybody that sleeps on their couch and showers at the gym.
Yeah, exactly.
In a world where you basically, you go live near the Potomac so you can get rich. He's, has credibility, in my mind. But again, that's where the fog of war kicks in, because he's not even responding to facts. He's responding to the fog that came from the facts.
And you would think they would know that too. That was the disappointing part. You would think they would understand that. Themselves being caught up in that, lied about themselves. And then dismissing believers as if we're supposed to be marginalized in this conversation. I think that day is over. There's going to be some pushback. I think there have been some gatekeepers around this subject matter. And we thank God for the work that they've done talking about this for a long time. But they're resistant to the idea of new voices and new faces coming along who may have information or access to information, or was in the meeting and the other person wasn't invited into the meeting. And so there's people who are kind of vying for their own credibility, and there's room for all of us. There's room for all of us. Pastors are Johnny-come-latelys to this conversation. We are seemingly new to the UFO, UAP conversation, but let me tell you this, we're not new to the supernatural. We've been studying this, as you said. We know how to interpret it through the Rosetta Stone of Scripture, of eternal truth. We've been encountering demons and dealing with the demonic and the spiritual, which is what we're going to talk about here in a second, for decades. And we have a lot to bring to the conversation. So there's room for everybody.
Go ahead and while you're there, let's just talk about that right now. David had asked for definitions earlier. If you can, describe the difference between them. So you hear of demons, you hear fallen angel, you hear Satan. What are the definitions of those, and are they different? And then when they're talking about the aliens, what do you believe that they are? Do you believe they're demons? Do you believe they're Nephilim? And maybe put Nephilim in that conversation as well?
So important because, again, I think we mentioned this before the show, Western Christianity says there's natural things and there are spiritual things. And what we really mean is there are real things and there are imaginary things. That's really how we define it. And so when people are looking up into the sky and they're looking at this stuff, they're wondering, is this spiritual or is it natural? Meaning, is it fake or is it real? And scripturally, natural and spiritual things intersect. In fact, the natural world came out of the spiritual world. And so we must, pastors, this is one thing we must do, ministers, podcasters, influencers, we must begin to teach on these entities that are in Scripture of non-human origin. We've got angels, we've got demons. And when we're talking about this, you've got Lucifer. We see these entities who are at work influencing the affairs of men. In the New Testament, it calls Satan the God, small G-O-D, of this world, that he has blinded the minds of them that believe not. Paul said, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against mights and dominions. And he lists there seems to be a whole taxonomy of spiritual entities. Even within theology, what we think demons are, there's disagreement over what demons are. Are demons simply fallen angels, which is certainly a possibility? And the reason why that's a possibility, because it's not simple. Angels, think of them existing on a spectrum of the animal kingdom. How many different animals do we have on this planet? How many different species? How different are they from the beetle to the elephant? How drastically different are they? And you read in Ezekiel and you see these entities in these beings, this wheel in the middle of a wheel full of eyes. You see 4 faces on some of them. You see the 4 beasts in Revelation. So you have this entire world of entities that can exist within just the fallen angel category. And when we're talking about angels, fallen angels or actual angels, when you look in the Old Testament, they sit down and eat with Abraham. These are entities that are, when Jesus was talking with the disciples and they were concerned that he was a spirit, just is it spiritual, is it natural? What does he do to prove that he's actual, this is real? He eats with them. And so we have, from Jesus' own teaching, then we have the understanding that in the Old Testament, angels are real. These are tangible entities, tangible beings, real beings that can eat real food. So even when you're just dealing with fallen angels, there's a whole world that we don't understand or comprehend or really spend any time teaching in Scripture. And then when you're talking about demons, some attempt to say, well, they're not just fallen angels. Maybe they're the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim or of a pre-Adamic race. There's all kinds of theories about what demons could be, or they could just be fallen angels who exist within that whole realm of the variety of species that exist within the angelic community. Now, what are the Nephilim? I heard somebody say the other day, they said, if you would just study the Bible verse by verse, just teach the Bible verse by verse, you're not going to have to talk about aliens. And he was being, of course, dismissive. But I wondered, has he ever read Genesis? By the time you get to chapter 6, you have this weird incursion, right, where you have these fallen angels who are merging with the daughters of men who are giving birth to a race of giants, and that's what we call the Nephilim. And some people think demons, that when these giants, these hybrids that aren't human, when they die, their spirits don't have anywhere to go, and so they just roam the earth, and that these are the actual demons that Scripture talks about. I don't know that I buy into that, but it's certainly a possibility. It really doesn't matter so long as you know you have authority over them in the name of Jesus. But even with that, you have these tangible, literal beings that when you study the life of David when he was facing Goliath, they had Goliath and the Philistines had advanced technology. That's interesting. They had advanced technology beyond what human history had evolved into at the moment. And David goes against that. And I think we're facing kind of a similar thing, that these entities could be a Nephilim hybrid. Representative Gates came out and said that he was made aware of a hybridization program, that they are breeding like these alien entities, DNA, with human DNA. Well, that's the definition of Nephilim. That is a definition of Nephilim. Yep. So when we're asking, is this a real tangible thing, we can't simply say it's demons. You can say it's demonic. I would buy into that because you're referring to it's just under the umbrella of nefarious spiritual entities. I could buy into that. But if you just purely say it's spiritual or it's demon, what are they going to do when we're actually faced with bodies or we have these individuals, these entities in front of us? How are we going to combat that? Scripturally, we can, because we know that these things can be as natural as they are spiritual. Now, am I doing okay here? I don't want to.
Yeah, that's
monopolize
very
the
helpful.
Give you
conversation.
about an 8 score so far.
That's really
you're
good.
Doing really well.
You're doing great.
So I got all these theories in there. And that's what I wanted to do in the book. I wanted to present all the different theories and say, but what does the Bible actually say? Yeah. And Anna Paulina Luna is saying everybody needs to read the book of Enoch. And what can you trust from the book of Enoch? What can you not trust? I go into that in detail as well. The world is waking up to the reality that spiritual things are natural and are real. And we need to make sure that we're answering those questions from a biblical perspective.
Anytime that discussion comes up, it almost makes as much sense to me as like characters in a video game arguing whether there's a programmer. It's like, well, clearly, that's kind of a little bit helped me frame, the world anyway. It's like, we just happen to have a situation where, the programmer entered himself into the game to become the actual only way that the characters could ever, actually thrive and survive and have salvation. That's the unique thing about our beliefs is the spiritual is more real than the natural. The natural was created from the spiritual, like you said earlier, and not as just an observational scientific experiment, from love to be in communication with the architect, the programmer, the creator of all that there is, the God that said light before there was sun. He didn't need the sun for light. He said light. He made dirt. He made everything that there is, but actually injected himself into the game to experience it in our same context. That's the beauty, of the gospel. And any of us that sit there trying to explain, it's almost like fish arguing. One fish got caught, by somebody, and he goes back into the water. He's like, dude, I saw these, there's something besides us. There's something outside of the water. There's clearly something outside of us. It's before us and after us. And there's so much in the Bible that you can't hardly explain. I don't think there's enough Jewish slaves to build the pyramids. There's rocks we can't move today still. There's obviously things that happen.
Yeah, we have no idea how they
that
built
we can't
the
explain.
pyramid.
You can't go to the mall and get 5 people to agree on who was Kyle Rittenhouse and what was he about. You know, and
Right.
that's something that we have video of that happened, you know, in the last couple of years. So let alone that we're experts on something that happened thousands of years ago. Like, you know, and we're
That's
sort of,
exactly right.
and it's also diluted by flannel graphs and videos. And if you've seen one Jesus movie, you know, it's like 5 guys walking around, or David, you know, walking around in the sand. And it's like, these were real people doing real things. And, you know, we have to
Don't knock the
contend with
flannel
that.
graph now. Come on. Don't knock the flannel graph. I miss the days when Sister Gillicuddy was up there with the flannel graph that she worked
Yes.
all weekend on to share in children's ministry. But you're exactly right. We've got to realize there's so much more in Scripture, and it's so fascinating. When we have Elijah being taken up in a chariot of fire, there's some sort of vehicle that was carrying Elijah. And what did that look like to Elisha? And what would that look like to us today if someone was being carried up? Have angels, fallen angels, imparted some sort of technology that's being used to create an advanced civilization? So when we're talking about these things and we say, are they fallen angels, or they exist within the spectrum of all the different species of fallen angels? Are they disembodied spirits of a pre-Adamic race? Or are they the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim? Are they Nephilim hybrid entities? Are they some sort of mechanism, some sort of machine that demon spirits or fallen angels have possessed? There's all these different theories. Here's what we know they are. They're a distraction. 100%, they're a distraction. That's the purpose behind it, to get us off of the gospel narrative that Jesus is Lord, that God created the world, and that we're going to be accountable to the Creator. Even when you look at evolution, the purpose of evolution, Darwinian evolution, we know that there's, adaptation. But when we talk about Darwinian evolution, the whole purpose of it was, number one, to support racism, because he was trying to support the fact that men are superior to women and that whites are superior to every other race. That was Darwin's whole. If we're going to tear down statues for racism, guys, let's start with Darwin. How about we do that?
Exactly.
So his whole purpose for his Origin of Species was the preservation of favored races. That's what he wanted to push forward. And that God is not the creator. That was the whole purpose behind it. So now we have the rise of alien religions, and the number one alien religion is atheism. I want everybody to hear me on this. The number one alien religion is atheism. Richard Dawkins, the most prominent mouthpiece for atheism, wrote The God Delusion. He said that he believed in panspermia, the idea that aliens seeded life on the earth. That is the narrative that is going to be pushed to replace the creation narrative. Romans goes into this, that they're going to start denying the God who created them and that formed them, that their conscience is going to be seared with a hot iron. The whole purpose behind all of this is to get you off of the reality that God created you. He has a purpose for you. He loves you. He sent his son Jesus to die for you, and you're going to be accountable before him one day. That's what they're trying to escape. That's what they're trying to get away from. When I researched alien abductions in my book, there's a whole chapter on close encounters, and I begin to parallel alien abductions with demonic possession, and it's a perfect overlap, by the way. But 100% of the time, these entities, when they would reference Jesus, they would say, yeah, he was mostly right, but actually the truth is they're all here to fix Jesus. Isn't that interesting? What a coincidence. And if you mention Jesus in faith, they will flee the majority of the time. So that's an interesting narrative as well that people need to know about in these alien abductions. But they're just trying to get us off of the gospel. The same is true with, ghost hunters and ghosts. It's not Aunt Minnie that's moving the chair across the room. That's a familiar spirit that's attempting to distract you from the truth of Scripture. So,
So good. Okay, I have a question for you. As that, in the documentary, The Age of Disclosure, one of the things that they brought up was there was, when they brought it to politicians, the Christian, I think they called them radical Christian politicians, were like, hey, you don't want to mess with that. That's Satan. You need to stay away from that. And they were like, these people are crazy. Yeah, very fearful, And as I'm looking at this, one of the things they talked about in the documentary as well was that these aliens, that these crafts have been seen all over the world. So they feel like there is a race to, hey, we need to figure out what this technology is, because we don't want China to beat us to it. We don't want to, Russia to beat us to it. So we need to find out these technologies and what they are. And I feel like the warning from the politicians was, you are dealing with satanic or demonic entities, you do not want to miss with that. And so what is your thought on that? Because obviously you've got the government talking about these global races and, hey, you can't have China beating us and Russia beating us, but you're also dealing with some sort of demonic entity that we need to be very aware of.
Yeah, and there's room for a lot of that to be true because we are dealing with nefarious entities. In my research, every encounter resembles an encounter with a demonic entity. And again, I'm using the word demonic as the umbrella for whatever fallen nefarious entity it may be. That doesn't mean it's purely spiritual. It can be natural, but it can still be under the umbrella of the demonic. But Stephen Greer recently came out. This is the same week, if I'm not mistaken. So Perry Stone's video goes viral. This whole idea of this meeting with pastors explodes on the scene. It seems to push the narrative so that it rises to the level of the White House. The White House then, for the first time in 79 years, releases documents all the way back from Roswell that the government has been aware of these things, investigating the things, hiding these things. At the same time, Stephen Greer, the same week, there he is, he comes out and does a press conference with hundreds of reporters in Washington, D.C. And here's what he says. Here's the narrative that lines up with what you just mentioned. He said these fundamentalist Christians are coming out and saying this is demonic when actually these are benevolent entities. And what Christianity is going to do, it is going to cause a galactic war. So he came out, and I was shocked at how, and I think he truly believes what he's saying, by the way. I think he's a true believer in what he's saying. He said that these Christians are going to cause an intergalactic war. So this idea of biblical Christianity is a threat to global peace. That's the narrative that's going to be pushed, and there's going to come a time when all of these Christians who are a threat to global peace are going to suddenly disappear, and the narrative is going to be, see, okay, now the hindrance has been removed. Now we can actually come together as as one world.
Well, it's proven to work. If you don't wear 2 masks, you're trying to kill grandma. If you're not going to get 6 boosters, you're trying to kill grandma. And you're like, I don't know. I don't want to be in the bad guy group. You know, I want to be. I want to do the right thing. I want peace. It's kind of that narrative begins framing behavior and creates camps of then and us and them.
To where they didn't even want to, like, if you came to the hospital and you hadn't had, a shot, that, hey, well, we aren't going to take you. We're only going to take the ones that actually have participated in the system.
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel said, hey, if you haven't got your shot, go and die in the parking lot, Wheezy. I mean, that's like, it became
our servicemen and women were kicked out of the military.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's how you target Christians, by the way, because Christians are the one who are going to stand and say, no, I don't think so.
Yep.
And so if you want to target Christians without saying you're targeting Christians, that's exactly how you do it.
Well, I think members of Revival Nation are going to, come out on the other side of this a little different than the general population. They're definitely going to experience it in a fear-free state as that goes for sure. Let's talk about some of this Old Testament connection. There's stories of people trading their daughters for angelic technologies, to be able to get advancements. I don't know what it would take. How depraved you would have to be to trade your daughter for anything, or number 2, how valuable would that technology be in a world where might makes right, and you're going to have superior weapons and bronze versus wood or something against those around you. I don't know exactly what all those exchanges were when it came to pharmakia, when it came to medicines, when it came to herbs, when it came to all the things that they could make, but they were offering all of those things that probably are pretty appealing today to big pharma, industrial military complex. I mean, I don't think we're much different than the civilizations then. People like to think anybody born 5 minutes before them was an idiot, and it was just a bunch of knuckle draggers. They've never read, the documents of our founding fathers because they could conjugate their verbs in Latin, and most of us can't read a newspaper, at regular levels. So I don't know that we're smarter than the people who came before us.
We got TikTok. We're smarter.
Yeah. by any shape.
we got Xbox and PlayStation. We're smarter.
We definitely have more information and less wisdom than ever before. But let's go back to we're looking at, there are real machines. When you look at the crosshairs of these fighter pilots, there's something in front of them moving around. There's a machine that's been made. If there's fallen craft, and it's a physical, it's like this it's something physical was made, so it's not Casper the ghost demon flying around in front of the fighter pilot. So like what what are the variables of what they could be seeing in the crosshairs?
Yeah, one of the things we learned in the meeting is that I believe it was around 90% of what we see, these kinds of things, are actually our technology or another government's technology. That we do have some pretty advanced. The military is 20 years ahead of what we know and what we see. However, 10%, that's a significant amount. 10%, we do not know what it is, and we believe it to be of non-human origin because it's operating in a way that none of our technology can operate. From the sudden acceleration in the last tranche, they just dropped one of the videos shows one of these vehicles just with sudden, immediate acceleration that we're not capable of doing. Traversing multiple mediums, going from the air into the water without slowing down and then coming back into the air. So yeah, these are things that, and it's obviously a national security threat, unless the United States government is actively reverse engineering alien technology and they know what it is and they're just testing these things. It's like what happened in New Jersey last year.
Yep.
And the 17-day incursion at the Langley Air Force Base as well, where all these beings or entities are in the sky and the military can't identify what it is. They don't know what it is. So yeah, I think 90% of it is our technology. Now, where do we get that technology? That's a question.
Right. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
10% is truly unknown.
So when you look at the acceleration, if you look at a timeline, you could go sometimes, go back through history, 100 years, 200 years, and you could have a dinner table and, the technology that the son is using to plow his farms is similar to the dad and the grandpa and 200 years previously, the plow and hooked, we're kind of flatlined on a lot of things. And you got the printing press and a few stuff that kind of accelerates a little bit. But when you look at the last 50 years, 100 years, this pop, it's very interesting. It looks like it kind of go back to a video game thing a little bit. There's a game called Call of Duty. I played with my kids a couple of times. It was terrible because I'm just walking around trying to find somebody and they come out of the blue and just knife me and I fall dead. And I'm like, this is stupid. Let's play Atari. Give me Asteroid. I'll show you guys what time it is. But they can interfere. I've played with them and all of a sudden it's like there's a bomb strike out of the sky and I'm just gone. I'm like, that's not even fair. I'm trying to even figure out how to look left and right and you're dropping bombs. There's like this external interference that's beyond my ability, within the game. When you look at these things, there clearly is an outside force putting their thumb on the scale to increase the things. And you see what's happening in CERN where they're trying to cross dimension. There's
open a portal.
Like in the news, they try to minimize spirituality. Well, Christians try to make this stuff. But the World Economic Forum and those guys, they come out with witches and blowing on people. And you look at CERN, the difference is the dark side believes in that stuff more than the average Christian, definitely more than the average Christian pastor lets on, that this site is real. And they're trying to merge these two spaces in a way
whether you and I believe all this stuff, they truly believe it.
They deep believers.
They are bought in, and that's so important for people to recognize. We have to understand the narrative that's being pushed and what these globalists, what these people, corporations believe about these things, and they're trying to reach eternal life without God. That's what they want. They want to reach eternal life, get access to this technology. But to speak to what you said, this wild explosion of technology, which could have been predicted in Daniel, by the way, Daniel chapter 12, speaks of that explosion of knowledge. That certainly applies to prophetic knowledge. We know that's true. But does it apply to, was he speaking of an explosion of technological knowledge where right now you have more technology in your phone than they had in the first space shuttle? There are more scientists alive today than have been in the history of the world combined. More scientists that are alive today than in the history of the world combined. More information in your newspaper, one Sunday newspaper, than the average person in the 1700s would get in their entire life. So so there certainly has been an explosion of knowledge. And then when you look at transportation, man has traveled through the same means for thousands of years, walking or on a horse. That's it, walking or on a horse. And then all of a sudden, we have this explosion of knowledge. You have the invention of the automobile, but just within a few years, right around Roswell and all this kind of stuff, all of a sudden we're going to the moon within a very short period of time. Is someone putting their finger on the scales? I think so.
Okay, my last question for you before we let you go. Thank you so much for your time.
I don't want to let him go.
I know.
I want to handcuff him to a chair and just feed him some food. And
So here's what I have. David may have something else, but this is my final question for you. You know, to kind of bring it back to how David started, even in the introduction before we brought you on today. You know, if you were a pastor and you were like, hey, 2019 before 2020 occurred, you know, letting people know about ivermectin, about hydroxychloroquine, about zinc and D, and don't go to the hospital and all these different things. What are your marching orders? Let's say we're your family, we're your church body. What's your marching orders to people?
Well, the Apostle Paul said that we are not to be ignorant concerning the enemy's devices. And so what I want to encourage every Christian, every pastor, every church leader to do, it's time to walk through every instance of human beings encountering a spiritual entity in Scripture and showing sometimes it's natural, sometimes it's spiritual, sometimes there's a means of conveyance, sometimes there's advanced technology that's involved. And as we do that, we are preparing them for whatever comes out in the future. They're going to see, I already know about this, I already saw this in the Bible, this doesn't surprise me. Smith Wigglesworth, there's a story about Smith Wigglesworth that he was asleep in bed and he rolled over, and sitting in the chair next to him was this grotesque demonic figure, Satan himself sitting there. And Wigglesworth said, "Oh, it's just you," and rolled over and went back to bed.
Awesome.
That's what I want to create, an "oh, it's just you" theology, because we're so familiar with his devices. We know he can't do anything to us in the name of Jesus, so we just roll back over and go about our business. So that's what I want people to do. Let's get in the Bible. Let's find out what it says about these entities and the whole vast array of what they could be, and let's stand on Scripture.
Well, in the notes below,
Awesome.
whatever platform you guys are listening to this on, if you're on the Flyover app, if you're on Google, you're on Spotify, you're on Rumble, wherever you're at, in the notes below, if you listen to this and think, man, this is just, I want more, we're going to have his link tree down below. You can get to Alan's YouTube. You can get to his Instagram. You can get to his church. They have an app you can download. Mm-hmm. Like his website is unbelievable. It's smoking hot. It's got so many resources, so many things. The links will be in it down below. You can access information. You need these kind of life sources. You need to thumbnail this. You need to save it. You need to bookmark his sites as this unfolds. The same as, again, if you went back to 2019, it's like, oh, what if we had Dr. Peter McCullough and some of these experts and I could like bookmark their information? That is what you're able to do here with people like Tony Merkel, Joseph C., and Alan. So, all of that will be available down below. And then his book, Summoning the Demon. Guy called his shot 3 years ago. If you want to understand and somebody kind of chop it up for you and lay it out when he talks about these interactions and what they mean. In a world where Hollywood makes demons more powerful than you and they turn their head backwards and they throw priests across the room, that's not real spiritual warfare. That's Hollywood elevating them to a place that they don't deserve. They all have to flee in the name of Jesus. And you plead the blood of Jesus over any situation, they're powerless. Okay. It's about rights. It's about legalities. It's about lawfare more than anything else. These things are broken down in his book and what it's about, summoning the demon. Get it in advance. Get copies for those you love and care about. Do it and then have a great lunch with a friend and discuss these topics and these issues through a biblical worldview and let your fear subside and increase clarity and remove the fog from the battlefield completely.
So Flyover family, go to revivalnation.com, revivalnation.com to learn more. Alan, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
It's my honor. Thank you guys for having me.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
All right, Flavor family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everybody, Jeremy Herrell here. Look, I want to talk to you a little bit about gold and silver. When I was a kid, I always wondered what Fort Knox must look like. And when I was a kid, I always envisioned that when you would walk into Fort Knox, you would see just gold everywhere, literally raining gold, kind of like what you see behind me right now. Unfortunately, as a grown-up, I don't have that kind of imagination anymore, and I don't even have that much trust that Fort Knox has the 5,000 tons of gold that we're supposed to have there. Meaning that decades ago, we went off the gold standard in this country, which took the value of our dollar down to just mere pennies. And since our federal government doesn't want to go back to a gold standard currency, then it's time to us to take matters into our own hands. Have you ever thought about buying gold and silver? Have you ever thought about taking portions of your IRA or your 401k or your nest egg or your savings and putting it into gold and silver, either all or a portion of it? Have you ever wanted to purchase silver like this in bullion or premium? I know I do. And I know I wanted to take matters back into my own hands, which is why I have worked with Golden Crest Metals to do that. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA is going to be your go-to, absolutely transparent and trusted partner. Now, you can go to that website or you can call 888-308-4202. And what the good thing about this is they're going to guide you. They're going to talk to you. They're going to guide you. They're going to give you all the answers to your questions. And there's going to be no hidden fees. It's completely transparent. No hidden fees, no pressure, no surprise markups whatsoever. Clients get to see everything before they purchase. They even agree to lower the minimum investment to the LFA audience. Everybody has access to this. Free IRA storage, free insured shipping, and a full range of precious metals from gold, silver, palladium, and platinum.
This is Secret America.
Right here, ladies and gentlemen. Click this QR code on your screen, and it'll take you right there.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger, along with Jay Gatling, and it seems like a bunch of the conspiracy theories that we've been peddling over the last 6 months or so have seemed to come true. We found out that Todd Blanche was indeed the puppeteer, according to Pam Bondi herself. That's why our thumbnail is what it is. I think I absolutely love it. You know, you can tell I don't know why the strings are there. She's actually supposed to be a ventriloquist puppet. but I guess the strings make it more telling for people that don't actually know what a ventriloquist is. But there we are. So, it's interesting. Actually, before I get started, I want to mention our sponsor, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Hey, are you having a problem hearing my mic?
I hear you.
Weird. I don't hear it inside the headphones, so it's hard I don't know what the hell's going on. Anyways, Max Associates is definitely the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel, because anything that you can get anywhere else, you can get here, and you can get even better stuff. And the deal, you're not going to be able to beat it. 20% off any order, and free shipping anywhere in the United States. There's nothing better that you can find anywhere else, and you're definitely not going to find a better deal. So make sure you go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You got Father's Day, the 250th anniversary of the United States, and you want to show your pride. You got the 2026 midterms coming up. What better time to buy something patriotic than right now? maxassociates.etsy.com. Okay. I want to play what I guess his name's Robert Garcia, whatever the hell he said. I guess that's his name. It doesn't really know. I think that's what it is anyway. But I'm going to play what he said that Pam Bondi told them in their closed door meeting.
Is this the guy with the eyebrows? Is this the guy with the eyebrows, Jack?
I have no idea. If you're talking about Ben Shapiro, no.
No, not him.
When you hear eyebrows, that's all I hear is Ben Shapiro. He's got caterpillars above his eyes.
Wait, if this is the guy I'm thinking about, let's see.
All right, well, let's go ahead and play it. But the problem with this audio, though, Jay, is for some reason during this particular interview or during this press conference, like a 30-second press conference, someone had a phone ringing. And I'm not talking a cell phone. I'm talking an old-time rotary phone. You can hear the actual ring. I want you to hear this because it's annoying as shit. And if I got to listen to it, we all got to listen to it.
Who even has that?
I don't know. And I don't know how the hell they got it to a press conference either. It's an old-time rotary phone ring. You'll hear it. Let me pull this up right now. It's unbelievable, really. Take a listen.
Oh, I hate this guy.
Here, in just this part of the interview, that she continues to push all of the investigation and the blame on acting AG Todd Blanche. She said, and I quote, "Acting AG Blanche was managing the entire investigation," end quote. And what you're going to hear in that interview, and what she's saying here in her words and remarks, is that it was Todd Blanche, the current acting AG, that was leading the Epstein investigation. And quite frankly, all of the mistakes that we saw, the redactions, not protecting survivors, she continues to push that back onto the acting AG, Todd Blanche, who, by the way, was Donald Trump's former personal lawyer.
No, I tend to not believe this guy. By the way, that rotary phone, what the hell is that?
I think that might actually be somebody's ringtone on their cell phone, Jack. You could probably
who
download
would want
it.
The most annoying ringtone in the world?
I don't know, but that guy's a clown. He's always been a clown. So, but anyway.
He is, but man, I got to say, of the two things, that ring was more annoying than him. I have to say. That was ridiculous.
Splitting hairs.
Well, it's unbelievable how annoying that was. But anyways, normally I don't believe what this guy says, but I mean, this is something that's going to come out. It's obviously, it was a closed door meeting, but it's an interview with transcript kind of thing that's going to come out. So, I mean, there's no reason to lie about this. And it just confirms what I said months ago, that this man was the person who actually ran things. She was basically the puppeteer. And the funny thing is, people thought that unbelievable. Even now, when I report it, people are like, she's the person that's in charge. She's above him. So you're telling me that nobody was pulling Joe Biden's strings then, because Joe Biden was above everybody else. See, that if that's your logic, then your logic doesn't hold water, because that's what it is. Do you think somebody was pulling Joe Biden's strings? If so, then it's possible somebody was pulling Pam Bondi's strings too. And Todd Blanche was the guy that did it. And, I said this long before this whole process, and she just confirmed it. And she wasn't going to say it during. You don't say that while it's going on. It makes you look bad. It makes everybody else look bad. But now that she's got nothing to gain or nothing to lose, why not just, tell the truth? I don't see the problem with it. And I can tell you right now, it's more apt to be the truth if she doesn't have to say it, but says it anyway.
Well, I mean, she's got a reason to say. First of all, Pam Bondi is battling thyroid cancer. Well, we wish Pam Bondi well in her battle with thyroid cancer, but now we're talking about business. I cannot stand Pam Bondi anymore. I am so sick of Pam Bondi's fumbles causing this administration problems and distractions and giving people like that moron that we just saw, giving him ammunition and fodder. I am so sick of it.
She told the truth. I mean, and it's true.
But she's covering her ass, is what
so
she's
you'd
doing.
rather her not tell the truth.
No, I'd
and
rather
let's
her
just move
go
on.
away. I'd rather her just go away.
See, that's the problem, though. That's why we don't get to the truth, because everybody would rather them just go away. This person go away. That person. Nobody wants anybody to tell the truth.
Hold on. Let me just say this about Pam Bondi. From jump in this administration with the Jeffrey Epstein files, she has been an absolute and total nightmare. From jump with the binders and on and on and on.
But I think we've learned that her messaging might have been the only thing that she had to do with that.
But that's bad enough. And right now, her messaging, now all of a sudden, she's going to come out and tell the truth and throw Todd Blanche under the bus. I swear
There's
to God,
nothing to tell. I
politics.
threw Todd Blanche under the bus months ago.
I
already knew this was the fact.
I get it, but I can't stand these politicians. Have the guts. You know, Pam Bondi, on your last day, maybe while you were still there, you could have said, Todd Blanche was in charge. I don't know. Why would she do that? They're such cowards, and just now, oh, listen, I had nothing to do with it. It was Todd Blanche. No, guess what? I don't care if it was Todd Blanche. You were in charge. So you are the one who delegated it to Todd Blanche. And if Todd Blanche was doing a bad job, you should have then delegated it to somebody else. And you didn't.
That's what so you believe the same of Joe Biden, that he was in charge, he was the man.
Joe Biden was an invalid.
But he was the person in charge, wasn't he?
Yeah, I know that. But Pam Bondi's not an incapacitated mental midget who's
she not?
Senile. No, she's not. She's probably a pretty smart person, but a bad politician.
She didn't seem very smart on TV.
People say she's a great lawyer. Maybe she is. And to be a lawyer, pretty much you have to be a smart person. People say she's a competent lawyer. Now, we'll see. A lot of people have come to me today and said, well, she's the one who set up all the indictments that have come down and are going to come down. Okay, we'll see. But here's what I do know. Her messaging on Epstein has been atrocious. It's cost this administration capital and problems and distraction and everything else.
And she was let go for it.
Gone,
That's her penance.
and she's continuing to do it.
She's telling she was called there by them. She didn't go out to the newspapers and say, hey, Todd Blanche did this. She was answering a question.
She's not even under oath.
So she can't answer a question because she's not under oath?
How about take one for the team, Pam Bondi, and say, you know what? It falls on me.
You're acting like the left. You don't want them to tell the truth.
I'm not acting like the left. I'm not acting like the left.
She can't tell the truth.
No,
take one for the team.
How about
that sounds like the left.
No, she's in charge. She's the AG. This falls on you, Pam Bondi. It doesn't.
You don't understand. In Washington is not like the rest of the world. When you're just because you're a notch above somebody doesn't mean you're in charge.
No. Jack, first of all, I don't want to compare her to Joe Biden. It's apples and oranges. Biden.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Washington in general. When you're ahead of somebody, that does not mean you're in charge. It depends on who knows who and who knows what. If he knows,
why is she
doesn't.
Hold on. Why is she? Here's my point. Bondi, you were in charge. You're the AG. That's your title.
Did you freeze again? What's going on here? Did you stop talking? No, I think you're frozen. Anyways, the bottom line was that
sick and fucking tired of my internet blacking out. I apologize.
Yeah.
let me just in the minute. She's the AG. That's where I got caught up. She's the AG. She's in charge. Now, if she delegated to somebody, and that is what happened, how about come out and say this? I delegated it to Todd Blanche, and things didn't go the way they should have. That falls on me.
Maybe that's not what happened, Jay.
But then wait, I'm going to say she's going to say she delegated it to him, and we saw how things happened. They didn't.
Maybe that's not what happened, though.
Then what happened?
Why would she say she delegated if that's not what happened?
No. Wait, now I'm confused because we're saying she delegated it to him. Todd
did
Blanche
she
was
say
running
she
it.
delegated it, or did she say he was the one in charge of it?
No, she delegated it. If
she
she's
said
the AG,
that. She said, I delegated it to him.
That's what she did. Todd Blanche
I'm trying to tell you guys that
Todd
just
Blanche
because
just told
someone
Pam Bondi. Blanche just told Pam
just
Bondi.
Because someone is a notch above them does not mean that they are the one in charge. We've seen this time and time again. Washington is not like a corporate business. You can't just be listen to this, okay? She can't fire him, okay? She's not the one in charge.
The president she can fire him. She is
no,
in charge.
she cannot fire him.
Technically, she can. But of course, the president runs it. It's his
exactly,
branch.
And he was the president's lawyer. So who has more power here, him or her?
But we're losing track for a second here.
Hold on. That is the track.
But so you're just saying
the power.
So you're just saying Todd Blanche just decided, hey, Pam Bondi, move out of here. I'm taking over the Epstein files.
No. What he decided, and it might even come from the president for all I don't know. But what I can tell you is he has more power than her. She might be the AG. She might have power over law enforcement, but he has more general power in Washington, and that's what matters.
Well, but the point is, with this testimony she gave today, then she should have said, but it still falls on me. I'm the AG.
If it doesn't fall on her, though.
But it does, whether she likes it or not.
If it's not her fault, what can she do about it?
Why did she get fired? Well, she didn't do anything about it. That's the problem.
But what can she? If her underling is more powerful than her, what is she going to do?
Well, first of all, I would resign. That's what I would do. If my underling was given more power,
then everybody in Washington will resign.
But no, we can't generalize. We're talking about this specific situation. We're talking about Pam Bondi.
But I'm saying most people in Washington, their underlings are more powerful than them.
Well, I don't know that for sure.
The position is not what matters.
Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. In this case, if that was the case, and I'm the AG, and my deputy has more power than me, I'm resigning. Obviously, she has no principles. She just probably liked the title or the name across the door that said Pam Bondi, Attorney General.
That's fine if that's the case.
But then to come out today
and tell the truth, she did not go to the media and she was asked the question. That's it. What do you want her to lie?
No, I want her to say that Todd Blanche ran it. He did a bad job, but that falls on me. I should have replaced him. No, but I should have replaced him. I should have done something about it.
She cannot replace him.
But my point is, is she going to come out and say I couldn't do it because Todd Blanche is more powerful than me? Is she going to say that?
Can't say that.
Well, then
that is not how Washington works. You cannot come out and say that.
But then she's lying.
How is she lying?
Because if she's lying by omission. She's lying by not saying it. If the fact was that Pam Bondi didn't have any power over Todd Blanche, she should have said that too. Why not?
She can't say that.
Why?
Because that's not how things work. If you ever, when people have power, look, Jay, when you see people like junior senators, right? Or somebody like, say there's a junior senator, so a freshman senator that is more popular, right? Suddenly has more power than you because they are more popular. When you are more popular, you can get more people to do what you want. A senior senator can't come out and say, this person had more power than me. That's why I left. You can't say that.
Why not? She's done.
Because that's not the way things work.
Well, wait a minute. We want her to be honest, right?
She was honest as much as she could be.
Well, that's BS. If we want her to tell the truth, Jack, if we want her to tell the truth,
she wasn't asked if he had more power than her.
Well, but wait a minute. Then we're assuming that?
No, I knew that before this came out. I told everybody that.
That's your take on it.
And that's what was not confirmed. I mean,
but if you want the truth from her, then she should say, "Hey, listen, here's the bottom line. I didn't have control over Todd Blanche because I wasn't allowed to." That should be what she says. She's not under oath. She's out of office. Her career is pretty much done. She's going to go on TV after this. And she's also battling thyroid cancer. She's got a lot more things, important things to deal with. But if we want the truth, I want the whole truth. Not only that I delegated it or Todd Blanche was running the Epstein files, but I want to know, hey, I really didn't have any control over the Epstein files because Todd Blanche had more power than me.
She did say that. That's what she said.
She didn't say that Todd Blanche had more power. She should have said
she can't say that, Jay.
She can say whatever she wants.
If you say something like that, you are opening yourself up to a world of trouble. You cannot say that. Every case that she prosecuted, every case that the Attorney General's office ever took is going to be in a lot of trouble and jeopardy. You can't say that.
I don't think. No. I don't think that affects cases. I think
yes, it does.
She could have been
the
very
one prosecuting, but he has the power.
She could have been very specific when it came to the Epstein files. Todd Blanche was running it because I wasn't allowed to. That's what she should have said. Why?
Yeah, you know that.
Why? We want
transparency.
I want to know because all I know is this has been a ridiculous distraction and headache and mess for this.
And that it is. It was, but she did not. First of all, she did not go. She did not, go to the media and say this shit. She was asked that question. She answered it. That's it.
Would you ask her that question then? If you had the opportunity,
but they didn't.
Why not?
They didn't.
I would. If they did, they should have.
That's up to them.
But
that's the first thing I would have asked.
Absolutely. Would have been one of my first questions. Well, wait a minute. You're saying Todd Blanche was why? Why was he running it?
Yeah,
why? Well, did you delegate it to him? Okay, I can understand you delegating things to different people because you got a lot to oversee. We get it. But why did it spiral so badly? Why did so many things go wrong? You're still in charge, right? Quote unquote. Why didn't you do something about Todd Blanche? Were you not allowed to?
What can she do?
But that's my point. That's my question. What could she do? She could say, "Hey, Todd Blanche, you're screwing this up, and it's falling back on me." And
but see, if she says that, he has the president's ear.
But there's my point. We want to know that. I want that said. And if that's the case, then there we have it. But we don't know that for sure yet. We're just speculating.
Well, I'll tell you what I can tell you that I know for sure, that Todd Blanche was the one with the power. That's why months ago, before this even happened, I said Todd Blanche is the snake. He is the one that was holding Pam Bondi back on the Epstein files. Did I not say that?
You did, and that's until we get an answer for sure, which we probably never will. It's speculation.
But this is the closest thing to confirmation you'll ever get.
It sounds speculation. It's not something that's totally out of hand to say that's crazy. Not at all. But my point is, if we want the truth from Pam Bondi, and we're going to praise her for telling the truth today, well, she should have went a little further and explained more as to why this went so badly and why she didn't do anything about it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, what I said even a few months ago, this is the closest thing to confirmation you're ever going to get. So, I mean, if months ago you thought I was crazy, it's out of the realm of possibility. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
I never said that.
I know. But let's say you say it's not out of the realm of possibility. Now, with this particular testimony, it is way more into the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, it is into the realm of possibility for sure. It is. But I would just like to know that. But my point is this, and we're talking about structure, where you have the boss, the underboss, right?
That matters in corporations, not Washington.
Well, but it still matters as far as messaging and appearance, right?
Well, yeah, she had terrible messaging. You know that.
We know that, and I said from day one, the first time I heard her after the first Epstein thing, when she was on Sean Hannity and Jesse Waters, and I said she needs a publicist. Get the hell off of TV. Get a publicist to make your public statements and just do your job. But my point is that she still has to come out. She looks like even more of an idiot now, because and how nobody asked her that question that we just discussed is, wait a minute, Todd Blanche, you're telling us that he was running Epstein. Obviously it wasn't running well, but it was falling back on you because you are in charge. Why didn't you do anything about it? Because you couldn't, or because you're just that incompetent? Which is it?
Let's say for argument's sake, she wanted to do something about it. Let's say the president didn't even favor into it. What could she do?
She could remove Todd Blanche from.
She cannot.
Not remove him. I'm not talking about removing from position. Take him off the Epstein files. Put somebody else on it, or take it yourself. Because Jack, she was the one getting flack from me, from you, from everyone else over.
She had terrible messaging. Yeah,
but my point is right. Everything that went wrong falls back on the buck stops here, the top, right?
The problem is, though, if you don't have the power,
it got her fired.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that plus many things. She was slow rolling everything. That's what got her fired. That was terrible.
Could we agree that was probably the main thing that got her fired was Epstein?
What, the messaging? Oh, of course.
Yeah.
The messaging. But see, that's also why you want her to tell the whole truth. She's not good at messaging, Jay. So maybe that was the whole truth she could think of at the time. Maybe she couldn't think that she's not. That's just not her strength. It's always not been her strength.
But if that's me or you, and we're not seasoned politicians, right? We're just a couple of guys with common sense who are into this stuff, right? And we talk about it. But if that was me or you, and we're talking today where she was, the first thing I would do, once I say to them, I delegated this to Todd Blanche, the next thing I'm going to say is, I thought he was doing a bad job with it. Obviously, it ended up costing me my job. It was part of why I lost my job, a big part.
She did partly say that.
Okay. But my next thing would be like, the next question should have been, why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you do anything?
And that's what should have been asked.
It should have been asked.
But she answered the questions that were asked. She did not lie or omit things. She answered the questions that were asked.
I would have volunteered that one if I'm her, just trying to make myself.
Her messaging is terrible. You know that. If her messaging is bad on live television, imagine what it's like in front of senators, sitting there asking you questions. So, I mean, her messaging is just bad. She's just never been, that part of her brain is just not there. It's always been like that.
No, she's absolutely, and like I said, there are so many people that say no, she's a competent lawyer. She's an AG of Florida. She did a pretty good, but fine, that's fine. But
Did she?
no, in Florida, people tended to like Pam Bondi, I guess.
She had red flag laws in Florida.
Well, that's all. Well, but policy aside, I'm just talking about the technical part of being a lawyer. We right? I don't know. I just want her to, go take care of her health and just get out of the spotlight and stop gumming up the works of the administration. Don't talk to anybody anymore. Are they going to subpoena her again now? Or is that enough? No, probably they'll bring her back. I don't know.
But see, that's the thing, though. She didn't go to the media. She didn't ask for this. She did what she was told to do. That's all she did.
Yeah. And she, once again, in my opinion, screwed it up.
Yeah. She answered their questions. I mean, at least she answered them honestly. She could have been like, yeah, you know what? I don't care. She could have been like, I plead the fifth. She could have just not answered them. But we're not like the Democrats. We're not just going to sidestep every freaking question.
No, we're assuming she answered them honestly, right? We're going to say, okay, we'll give it a benefit of the doubt.
I saw this coming months ago. I'm telling you.
I mean,
it was had a lot to do with the fact that you could. I mean, there were a lot of rumors going around. There's a lot of rumors in Washington, obviously, but the ones that carry the most weight are the ones where you can see it happening in real time, and you can see the fact that she says when she first got the Epstein files, she was gung ho, she was ready to go. I got the files on my desk. I'm reviewing them right now. I'm going to make sure they get arrested. We just got a new truckload, and then before you know it, she's not allowed. She doesn't do anything, and that doesn't happen overnight. She just all of a sudden not allowed to do anything.
Yeah, her time as AG is perplexing to say the least. It is. It is. It just.
But she has to keep that quiet, though. She cannot. You can't write a tell-all book about that kind of shit. You just can't.
You could.
And you could be killed. You could be. Anything could happen.
I mean, this isn't something that I think you'd be killed over if she came out and said, "Hey, listen." And I'm not asking her to write the book today or tomorrow or in a month, but maybe down the line, finally we understand. Like, hey, listen. For whatever reason, I wasn't really able to run things the way I wanted to, even though I was the AG. I'm not saying that's what happened, but maybe she'll come out and say that. I don't know. But it's just odd to me that all of a sudden today, Todd Blanche, he was Epstein. That had nothing to do with me. I mean, come on.
It's because she was asked, man.
I know.
It's because she was asked. She never was asked that question before. Had she been asked that, she might have answered it.
I know, and I don't know that I buy it 110%, to be honest.
Oh, it's true. It's 100% true.
You're telling me this is such a high profile, Jack. This was so high profile. It was all over. I mean, we couldn't stop talking about it even when we wanted to, right? And the whole time she's just sitting back there like this with nothing to say about it while she's getting absolutely raked over the coals every day over it.
In that position, you can't look. I'm not going to go too far with this because I don't want to tell. See, if I bring out stuff that I know or something that I tell, it's just going to cause more problems. So I'm not going to say anything right now, except for the fact that he was holding her back, and there was a reason he was holding her back, and it was not just so he could be Attorney General. That was part of it. But that's why. Why do you think as soon as he became Attorney General, he started going after all these investigations all of a sudden? Because he knows the only way to be permanent Attorney General is if we clamor for it. That's it.
Well, I got to be honest. I would never clamor for Todd Blanche to retain this job permanently.
Well, I know that's why he's doing it so much, though, because he wants people to clamor for him.
Even with what he's done, I'm still not going to clamor.
No,
neither
he's a
are
snake.
you. And neither is really any. But Jack, neither is anybody that I really talk to. Like, oh, great, Todd Blanche is doing such a great job. President Trump, you got to keep him. I haven't heard that. And now after this, I think that's just about dead in the water at this point. So
I hope so.
It has to be, because
he's a snake.
At this point, nobody's going to trust him at this point, even if they don't believe Pam Bondi. There's enough out there now that's going to put doubt in some people's minds, even if they didn't, they're going to say, yeah, forget it. You have to just move on from this whole thing, and you got to get somebody new up there, hopefully. But the hard thing is getting somebody confirmed that is going to do the job that we need done. It's very difficult with the rhinos, and you're not going to get one Democrat vote. It's not easy. It's like you're caught between a rock and a hard place with it.
Well, Jay, you know how I said that this was much bigger than just the Attorney General slot?
Yeah.
Well, the pro forma Sessions and Todd Blanche go hand in hand. Okay? A lot of that has to do with not getting Todd Blanche removed. Okay? They got the person that they want there. Despite the fact that he was Trump's lawyer, he held Pam Bondi back partly because of that's what they wanted. And now they've got him where they want him. They're not going to let him be the one that gets removed. So he will probably be acting Attorney General until they can, until they decide I mean, they might even do it the whole 4 years. Who the hell knows? But they want him there. That's the whole point. You noticed he started as soon as he got in.
How long can he stay acting?
He can stay acting. I'm not sure how long he can stay acting.
We should look at that, because
that would be an interesting. Yeah, let me check that real quick. Actually, I want to see how long somebody can be an acting whatever. How long?
See how long. Oh, and you're getting into the pro forma sessions. That's a good point, where maybe they say, hey, Todd Blanche has been fine. We want him to stay there. We don't want President Trump to be able to do anything. Well, they haven't given him one recess appointment in his 2 terms. Not one.
Listen to this. Oh yeah, no, they haven't. But I think that's the point. I think this was the point. This is what started it. Is right after that, they started the pro forma sessions every single night now. Forget the recess. I'm talking about the entire thing to not get him out. But listen to this. So apparently, Todd Blanche can serve as acting attorney general for at least 200 days, at least 210 days. And then let's see, there's extensions and pauses, and basically a nomination. If it's rejected, withdrawn, or returned, another 210-day period. A second nomination allows a further extension of up to 210 days. So the thing that they're doing here, and I'm going to tell you exactly what they're doing. What they're doing is they're making sure he cannot do pro forma appointments because they want him to nominate somebody. They're going to reject that nomination most likely to give Todd Blanche another 210 days. Then another one. He might stay the whole 4 years. And it's not because he's doing a good job. It's because he knows things about Trump that even other people don't know. And I don't know what it is. I can't tell you if it's something good, bad, or the other. I don't know. But I can tell you that he had more power than Pam Bondi, and that's part of the reason why.
Yeah, well, they're gonna string probably this along as far along as they can, and until maybe President Trump nominates somebody that they're gonna say, yeah, we could live with that person, and it's gonna be somebody that if they can live with it, we can't. So
exactly. Exactly.
So maybe Todd Blanche is the best we're going to do, which is sad, because President Trump's attorney generals have been, and it's the most important person in his cabinet, and his attorney generals for his first term and now so far in this term have just not cut the mustard for us.
You know, I don't understand this, because the Democrat attorney generals are willing to go out there and break laws to get people thrown in prison, but yet we won't actually enforce the laws to get people thrown in prison. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, it does make sense when you think about it, Jack. Because
everybody he nominates, though, won't enforce the law.
No, but think about it, because it's a uniparty. They don't care that Merrick Garland was trying to screw over President Trump. The uniparty hates President Trump. They don't care if the Merrick Garland was trying to throw conservatives in prison. They hate conservatives. You know what I mean? So it's a lot easier for them to get some bulldog in there, and they're going to let them run wild. Nobody's going to say anything.
Why can't we do that? Why don't we do that?
Because we don't have the clout yet. Because we're still trying to build up that clout in the Senate that we just
we're the majority.
We don't have the majority that we know we need, right? We don't have enough of those people yet. That's why we have to stay the course and keep our nose down to the grindstone and kind of, hold our nose sometimes to vote for Republicans to keep them in power until we can kind of phase them out as it's happening.
It's be a good enough answer for the people in the midterms. It's not going to be a good enough answer.
I mean, well, we'll see about the midterms. A lot of other things are factoring into the midterms, but that's the course. I mean, it is happening. You're phasing out a person like Cassidy. You're phasing out John Cornyn, which is huge.
I'm glad he's
it's happening. It just takes time. It takes time.
And then I feel sorry for the people in Maine. They got to pick between Susan Collins, and Graham Plattner.
Yeah, I mean, Susan Collins, all of a sudden I'm like a Susan Collins fan, because I have to be. That's my point, though. That's a great example, right? We have to vote for Susan. If you're a Republican, you have to vote for Susan Collins. You can't.
That's the word.
But
you have to be a Susan Collins supporter.
That's my point, though. Like, in a place like Maine, it's very, middle kind of. You're never going to get like you're not going to get a Ken Paxton as a senator in Maine. No. It's just not going to happen, right? So you kind of have to, if you get a moderate Republican who's going to vote with you 50 to 60% of the time and maybe vote to get your judges in and blah, blah, you take it. And that's what Susan Collins is, especially against this lunatic.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that nobody wants to live in Maine. So there's not going to be a good Republican candidate that wants to go up there and live in Maine just so they can get in the Senate.
I don't know. I've heard Maine's a nice place, Jack. It's probably just too cold.
No. If it was a nice place, Stephen King would have set every single one of his books there. So, let's move on to something that's actually a little scary for everybody in America. Okay. Apparently India just busted a massive racket. The Kerala police arrested 11 suspects, seized 100,000 plus counterfeit degrees from 22 universities in medicine, nursing, and engineering. The worst thing, though, is that over the years they have sold over 1 million fake credentials, many specifically for U.S. jobs and visas. Raids uncovered fake seals, holograms, printers, the works. Degrees went for $900 to $1,800 each, and there's lives literally on the line. And the gut punch is that the Indiana supplies the largest share of immigrant doctors in America. Over 60,000 Indian trained physicians are already practicing here, which is roughly 1 in 5 foreign doctors, filling critical gaps in hospitals and rural areas. Thousands more Indian nurses and H-1B engineers. And then you've got like your surgeon, your ER nurse, the engineer on your infrastructure projects, maybe a bridge, who knows, all trusted with American lives. But how many slip through with these $1,000 pieces of paper from this scam ring, Jay? That's the scary part. Over 1 million. 1 million. That's a lot.
Yeah, well, there has to be kind of an audit now, I would think. We have to kind of look at this. We don't know of any yet in our country that are complete fakes. We haven't found them. I mean, they do say there is vetting. Well, maybe we have to up that vetting just to make sure, because obviously this is a problem in India and we know they're coming here. Yeah, common sense would just say we need to kind of maybe pay a little closer attention than we are doing even now, because I don't want to go to a fake doctor. The last thing, a lot of doctors that aren't fake aren't that good.
I don't want a fake surgeon. That's my big thing.
Well, a lot of them, that are real aren't great anymore. Since COVID, everything's gone to hell.
I'm looking forward to the surgeon robots.
Well, the robots. Well, there's always I think with the robots, there's always a surgeon with the robot, like controlling the robot or doing.
What's the point of the robot?
Well, the robot is more. Well, once the surgeon, I think, programs the robot or tells it what to do, it's just more precise, something like that. I'm not a doctor.
That would be weird because everybody's different. What if this person has a complication? Robots are scary when it comes to that kind of shit. Well, they can't think on their feet.
That's why there needs to be a doctor in the room with the robot. Absolutely. Yeah.
I wouldn't. 100%. You got a robot coming at you with a knife while you're asleep. No, thank you.
No. Well, I mean, these robots that are doing surgery, they're not like a humanoid-looking thing that's doing it.
I would hope not. That'd be scary as shit. Could you imagine seeing that? Like you're laying on the gurney, the dude's over you like this. They're putting a mask on your face, and the robot's telling you to count down from 10.
No, I don't want to see like the T-800 hovering over me, like about to cut me open or give me anesthesia. It's not what I want to see. But,
no. But the thing is, even the background checks and the audits may not find these people. I'm going to tell you why. There were 22 universities that were in on this, not just fake degrees. These degrees are real degrees. They are put in these universities, logged in these computers, and grades were put in, all kinds of things. They were made, with fake diplomas, but the backstory is real. So how would you vet something like that?
I don't know. That's above my pay grade too. I don't know, and I'm looking up now. I mean, there's no like active investigation into this at this point.
I just found out about it today. I don't know.
We just learned about it, right? So we don't know, or maybe they have known about it. I don't know, but this definitely calls for I think some heightened reviews of everything, heightened reviews on the better international verification and stuff like that, especially for H-1Bs, stuff like that. We'll see. I'm glad that we found out about it at least.
Oh yeah. Well, see, we got somebody in the chat, Meg. She said she was a fake paralegal. You see, she had fake credentials the whole time.
Hey, fake it till you make it.
I'm kidding. She said, no, she said, I can't even imagine faking it.
Edwards Scissorhands.
Could you imagine? Oh my God, a scissor, like a one of those robots with just scissors for hands that's coming at you. Oh man, that's crazy enough right there.
Oh, man.
You'll never. I mean,
no.
Oh my God.
No.
But this is scary stuff. Who knows? You don't know. I mean, there's so many immigrant doctors now, and even American doctors. American people can buy their degrees from these universities if they want to. Jay, you can still be a doctor. Go buy it right now.
Oh, all right. Listen, I'll go to Club. No, I got my degree from Club Med.
Yeah, the University of Kuala Lumpur. There you go.
All right. I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. That ship has sailed. I don't even want to be a fake doctor. I'm done.
Well, hey, I wonder how many fake pharmacists there are out there selling drugs, selling prescription meds for that's a thing I didn't even think about when I did this thing.
Well, you can go in a corner. There's plenty of fake pharmacists out
Oh yeah, but man, if you had access to cheap prescription drugs, that's probably what a lot of them. There's probably a lot of them out there, like Mexico.
Yeah. Listen,
just like in Mexico.
It's scary to think about, but I would hope that there already are a lot of safeguards in place. I hope that they've been working, because obviously there's people trying to game that system. And my other thing is this, Jack. Why aren't the people like immigration people that get? Why are we taking all the best people from these countries, Jack? Don't they need their own doctors? I mean, why isn't that bad that people say, well, we should bring these people in? Well, wait a minute. Why? What about their country? Don't they need doctors too? I don't know.
From what I've heard, they send us the worst of their people, doctors included.
Oh, well, I mean, right? They're not sending us. They're not sending their best. That includes doctors.
Yeah, exactly. Even the doctors are the worst ones that failed the med school. Maybe came in last in their class. Who knows?
Oh, God, great. Now I'm never going to go to the doctor again. All right.
I know.
Oh, God.
I got something better though. At least this will hopefully help everybody.
Better or worse?
No, it's I guess it depends on how you look at it, because they're never going to prosecute. So what does it matter? But I think we found out something interesting today. Oh, you know what? Before we do that, Jay, there's something in New York I wanted to show you guys. And you probably saw this, but if you didn't, did you see the whole manhole cover thing, the thing in the ground in New York? Did you see what happened? It's crazy, okay? I'm going to play this video real quick. I want to play this because I want you guys to see this. Let me give you a little backstory of what I know so far. What happened was at 2 a.m., a security camera in Flatbush in New York catches 6 people emerging from a covered manhole in the middle of the night after being down there for a long period of time for God knows what reason. Hell, there could be a second underworld under there. I don't freaking know. But I can tell you there's an investigation to wondering what the hell was going on under there. Why does a group of people go into a manhole cover for hours and then emerge at 2 a.m. in front of a camera?
Were their names Michelangelo and Donatello and the rest of the Ninja Turtles?
You know what? That's interesting. How many were there? How many Ninja Turtles were there? That's interesting.
Were there 6?
I really don't know.
I don't remember.
But anyways, it was caught on this. There was this person that watches the surveillance cameras. Check this out. I'm going to play this real quick. Look at this. All right. This is the camera right here. He records the camera. Look at the manhole cover. Look at it. See how they're emerging from the manhole cover? Look at this.
Yeah.
This is freaking crazy, man. They just one by one come out of the manhole cover out of nowhere. It's like a reptilian society or something.
This is like Demolition Man, where they live.
What the hell is happening? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Just like you know what? That might be what's going on down there. That's crazy as hell. Down there, they're selling rat burgers.
Yeah. the guy in charge, his name is Edgar Friendly, just in case you're wondering.
Edgar Friendly. That's funny. It was too funny how his last name was Friendly. But check this out. There's an investigation underway. There's police, and apparently that douchebag was down there for a long time. I didn't hear what happened, though. I guess they're pulling... I don't know what the hell they're doing. Maybe there was extra people down there. But they're definitely investigating why they were down there and if there was maybe a bomb planted underneath a building. Who the hell knows?
Yeah,
that's the problem. There's so many things that go on down there. It could be a number of anything, you know?
Yeah, it's like an underworld going on down there. Like, really? Did I have like tents and houses? Like, what the hell's going on?
You know, that, or, you know, they could be doing that. There could be, you know, underground anything. Bomb planted under a building. There could be, you know, underground gambling. Who the hell knows?
Yeah, that is in Brooklyn, Flatbush. Yes, that's correct. That is correct.
And they did have hazmat gear because you don't know what you're going to find down there.
No.
Plus, it's also a sewage facility. You don't want to go down there breathing sewage.
No, not at all. And there's another thing. There's a lot of them down there. Rats.
Yes, New York rats are this freaking big, man. They'll eat your face up. Did I show you the video of a rat that caught a bird the other day and pulled it into its hole? That was scary shit, man.
Where was this?
It was in New York. It was in New York.
Oh, yeah? Do you have that video?
I'm gonna see. Let me find it real quick. You guys are gonna. This shit is crazy, man. I mean, a rat actually comes out of its hole, grabs a live bird, and pulls it back down. It's like New York is like a video game now. All right, here it is, right here. I'm gonna pull this up for everybody to see. Take a look at this, okay? This is insanity right here. Look at this. That's a rat.
New York dirty, yo. He getting
grabbing a
clapped
bird.
by
Look at that. Pulls it into the hole. Look at that.
I'm not helping you, gang. Oh,
that is sick.
Oh, nah.
Watch the rat
New
again.
York dirty, yo. He getting clapped by the rat. I'm not helping you.
Since when did rats start eating birds? What the hell is going on here?
Well, a lot of people call that bird. It's probably a pigeon, right? They
call it rats with wings, but
rat with wings, right?
Still, I mean, he's eating a bird, a live bird. What the hell is happening?
Listen,
what do rats usually eat? Pipes.
Well, they eat meat, so yeah, they're like carnivore.
What do they eat?
They eat. I think they're carnivore, so they'll eat like anything meat. So they'll eat birds.
But grabbing a bird that's bigger than him. That was crazy, man.
Was it?
Don't leave your foot. Don't put your foot around one of those holes, man.
But was that bird bigger than him?
Oh yeah, didn't you see it? That pigeon was, and you got to imagine, because those New York rats are huge. Imagine how big his teeth are if he could sink them in that thing and pull him in a hole that the bird's not big enough to go in, or not small enough to go in. I mean, that was crazy.
There are rats. They're like that big.
How could you live in New York? I could not live there, man. There's so many dangers in New York, not just the crazy immigrants, not just the terrible prices, but now you got, rats that eat birds. You got, cats that eat snakes or whatever the hell it is. I mean, just a bunch of crazy shit going on there.
There's also people that eat rats. We've seen that video. The guy sitting there eating rats. There are beautiful places in New York City that aren't, like that. There are beautiful places, but the parts like there where there's so much food around, there's so many restaurants, there's so much garbage that gets put out that you're gonna have rats. And they're big.
I saw a bird the other day in New York City. There is so much drug use going on in New York. The bird grabbed a needle to make its nest with. There was a nest made of sticks and needles in this bird's nest. I swear to God. Actually, you know what? I'm going to find the video for you real quick. I want you to see this. This is unbelievable.
Oh, my God. Where was this in New York? Which part?
Hopefully it'll say, but let me look and see. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I mean, it was unbelievable. The thing had, I'm gonna have to type in New York because there's too much BS in here. I'm gonna type in New York, see if that'll help. But that was crazy. I had not seen something like that before. That tells you, I mean, if a bird has no other choice but to use a needle, what's going on in New York when birds are using needles?
Yeah, it's very resourceful.
Yeah, my goodness. Wait a minute, is this it? No, that's not it. Where the hell is that damn video? Yeah.
Well, while you're looking, I mean, we have squirrels like crazy out here where we live. On
what does that mean? What is that?
The squirrels, Jack.
Oh, squirrels! I thought you said something else.
No, squirrels, and we have this bird feeder, and they are, no matter what we do, we put the cone. No matter what we do, they find a way to get up that pole to get to that bird food. These things are relentless. These squirrels, relentless. I think they're just like rats with just bushier tails. Honestly, they don't stop.
They are, and they can be vicious too, man. I saw a video of a squirrel attacking a guy. Actually, it was two squirrels that attacked this guy. He literally threw them off him. They ran back up his body and started biting him again. That is crazy. Man.
Oh man, no, they are. It's crazy. Like my cats that they're looking at. They don't go outside, but they're looking at them out the window and they're like, following them all over the place.
Man,
these things don't stop, man. They want that food. They will not stop until they figure out a way to get it. It's crazy.
Absolutely. I cannot
find a needle.
Life of me. I don't know why. It should be there. It should be right there. I saw it, just the other day. But I guess I'm not gonna. I don't know what the hell it is. It's not coming up anywhere. But anyways, that was crazy because you could see what happened was you saw in the video. You see the bird pick up a needle. This guy follows it with his camera. It goes up into like the cement beams underneath a bridge.
Yep.
And you can see the nest and you can see the other needles that are sticking out of the nest.
So he used a lot of them. He used a lot of needles.
Yeah, it was a freaking crazy, man. I wish I could find it, man, but I guess I'm not going to be able to. But it just underscores, how insane New York is at this time. Because my goodness.
Well, Jack, imagine what they could build in Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, especially on Skid Row. Well, I mean, doesn't New York have a Skid Row? What is New York Skid Row?
I don't think there's an official Skid Row in New York right now. No.
Is it called New York City?
Yeah, very funny. Spencer Pratt, man, I tell you, I don't know if he's going to win, but he's the way he handles the media. God, it's good.
Oh, I found it.
You got it? Got it.
I found it. Yeah, he does handle the media very well.
It's great.
Now take a look at this. Okay, so this is after he had already grabbed the needle, apparently. But check this out. Look at this. All right.
I was like, oh, this is so cute. Look at them build a nest, but there's a hypodermic needle as one of their
There are
things.
drug needles, drug straws.
I was like, oh, this is so cute.
This
Look at
is
them build a
nuts,
nest,
man.
but there's a hypodermic.
Look at that. It's in New York. I don't know where, though.
Because it doesn't look like. Where does it say in New York? Doesn't say at all. See if you could grok it and be like, where in New York is this?
It said Democrat-run city, so I'm assuming it means New York.
I don't know. That doesn't look like New York.
I'll ask. I'll say, what city is this?
Yeah, that doesn't look like New York. I don't want to give New York any more grief than it's getting.
Oh, I'm sure it's happening in New York. It just hasn't been filmed.
Yeah, it doesn't look like New York.
It doesn't say. It says there's no way to tell what city it's in.
Okay. All right. So we don't know.
Maybe somebody in the comments said something. No, I don't see anything. I don't know where I got New York from, but
probably California, Jack. It's probably LA.
It seems like something that would happen in New York.
I'm telling you, that doesn't look like a New York building. That looks like an LA building to me. I don't know.
Does it?
Yeah. I'm gonna go LA on that one. But
let's see.
Yeah.
LA. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Nobody says a single city in here. Who knows?
But that is crazy. How does the bird not get stabbed?
It might have, for all we know. I don't know. It probably has HIV now. A bird with HIV.
Oh, great. And now it's going to come into a new strain of HIV because this bird's getting stabbed with hypos in its nest. Great.
That's unbelievable, man. I mean, the stuff you see out there.
Wow. I mean, if you want to keep talking about New York, we could touch on the the Kathy Hochul with her speeding tickets. Putting the thing in your car.
Oh, Kathy Hochul. Oh yeah, we could talk about that. Yeah. But see, the thing is, it's actually, you know what? Let's talk about it because there's one thing I wanted to say it's very strange, but let's pull this up real quick. I want people to see this. So apparently what's happening now, where's the thing? Okay. So apparently what's happening now is under New York's new law, repeat speeders can now be forced to install a GPS connected device in their vehicle that monitors their speed and literally limits how fast the car can go. I mean, it can actually slow your car down because you know how like GPS reads the speed limit that you're going and the speed limit of whatever road you're on. That's how it works. It probably won't let you go over 5 miles past the speed limit, I would assume, or maybe not even past the speed limit. I don't know. But let me tell you that this is for people that have sped 16 speeding violations. Now, you might think that's a lot. And believe me, in most instances in other states, that would have your license suspended. But it starts with 16. They're going to lower it to 10. They're going to lower it to 5. And eventually, you get a speeding ticket. You get this device installed in your car. Eventually, it'll be pre-installed in your car. That's where it starts. It starts at an outrageous number. So you're like, okay, that's an outrageous number. That'll never happen. And then it gets lowered and lowered and lowered. And then eventually, it's in every car.
Yeah, this to me, Jack, I did a quote post on your post, and this to me is, I think, first of all, I think the cameras in general with the speeding stuff and all that, and we've talked about the highway cameras, they're a bridge too far. This to me is definitely a bridge too far because
it's insane.
This is, and somebody said to me, no, it's like the DWI, like they put the thing in you. I'm like, no, it's not. A DWI is a conviction of a crime. Like you were convicted of a crime in court. You were the person accused and you had a trial, right? This is no trial. They don't even know if you're the one driving. And now it's not that they're going to fine you. Now they're putting something into your vehicle that tracks you. So I think this needs to be challenged because this goes a step further than just the fine for speeding or going fast through a school zone or something like that. This is different. This is now saying to the registered owner of that car that we're now going to tell you, you have to stick something in your vehicle that tracks you, and we're not even sure that you were the one driving to get to rack up these infractions. That's crazy to me.
It is, but see, that's why they made it such an outrageous number, because people are going to be like, okay, go ahead and do it, because it's an outrageous number that most people will never see. But it's just like all the other laws, the mission creep, where they put it in there so that way they can get it in there. Then once it's in there and established, they can bring it down. And eventually, Jay, 5 years from now, that will become pre-installed in every American vehicle.
Screw that. No. See, I know that they want to, and I know you have the patents with Ford, especially. Ford seems to be a big proponent of this, and a couple of the patents expired, but there's a couple that haven't, and this and that. But that's when the free market comes in, and you say, hey, Ford, you do this, I'm buying Dodge, or I'm buying something else. I am not buying a Ford if you're going to put this stuff in my car. That's where that's the final answer. If ever gets to the point where our Congress is dumb enough or president is dumb enough to sign it into law where it's allowed, because this is insane. But this to me has to be challenged, Jack. This needs to be challenged now.
I'm going to tell you why it won't win. I'm going to tell you why this law will be made a law and eventually it'll be installed in every car. Because there is no right to speed. There is no right to speed. It'll allow you to go to the speed limit. It'll allow you to go to the speed limit. You cannot challenge, okay, I have a right to break the law. So that's why it will win. I'm just telling you why it'll win.
How about, you're right, but we hire more cops than if you want to crack down on speeding. You don't get to stick something in my car when you don't even know if I'm the one driving, and I haven't had my day in court.
But it's also been established that driving is a privilege, not a right.
Understood, but since I attained my license, that is the privilege. I did what I had to do to get that privilege. Now you're going to stick something. You're violating the Fourth Amendment. You have a violation here.
It's not really a violation. They're not searching or seizing anything. They're just not allowing you to break the law. That's it.
Well, hold on. Let me see here.
They just will not allow you to go past the speed limit.
Privacy violations and burdens on property rights is how they would probably try to go after this. Maybe like a libertarian or somebody like that would probably try to.
That's possible. That's very possible.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying.
It won't win because you can't say that I have a right to break the law. All it's doing is keeping you from going past the speed limit. You can't say I have a right to break the law, and you can't say I have a right to drive.
Then have cops do that, and not something that the state is sticking in my car when they don't even know that I was the one driving and was speeding. That's the point.
I would love for that to be the case. I'm not a proponent of this. I'm just telling you why it will pass.
This is different. I mean, maybe we get the right judge on the right day, then it goes to the Supreme Court. I don't know, but this has to be challenged. This can't just be like, oh, all right, it's so many tickets, it's never going to happen to anybody. Yes, it will. It'll happen to somebody, and they're not even going to be the freaking driver. Yeah. It's going to happen to somebody that way.
I mean, we already have the point A to point B cameras now, which are absolutely insane. But I do think it will be challenged, and I do think it will eventually get to the Supreme Court, and I do think, unfortunately, it will side with the government on this one, just because both driving and speeding are not something that you have a right to.
Have the cameras that they have now, with just the speeding cameras and the red light cameras, has that ever made it to the Supreme Court?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Me neither.
No. Yeah. And it should, especially the A to B cameras. That's nuts. They use GPS to see if you sped. What if you go down a different road or something and you end up there a little faster than you should have?
I mean, again, and there's so many other reasons why you might have to speed. And then you got to go prove why I sped. Like I have an emergency. That was the whole thing with the, what was it? With the thing we just talked about with Ford. Oh, you can't get in your car. It won't turn on. It'll shut off.
Oh, yeah. If your eyes are bloodshot or you're right. If you look distraught.
Right. What if I'm running from somebody who's attacking me, who's chasing me with a knife, and I'm getting in my car?
Your wife is having a baby and you try to get her in the back seat, you know?
Right. Anything could set those signals off in somebody's where it would raise a flag.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they put facial recognition in the cars for that very purpose.
That hasn't happened yet, and that's another thing. You want to do that, I'm not buying that car. And I hope the free market wins out there. If, like I said, if our government is dumb enough to actually let this go through. That's all I'm saying. We'll see what happens. We'll see.
I can tell you now that only the Supreme Court would be able to save us from any of this. And I as much as I would not want a GPS system limiting my speed, honestly, again, you don't have a right to speed and you don't have a right to drive. And that's why they would rule the way they would rule. If it was a right to drive.
Well, but they gave me the license. Right?
Yes, but it's still a privilege. They can still take it away. It's a privilege.
Correct. But what mechanism is legal for them to use to take it away? That's my point. What mechanism is legal for them to take my car, which is registered to them, which I paid for, right, to register in my state? What mechanism is legal for them to say, no, we're revoking it? To me, this isn't legal.
Even the car itself is a privilege because they give you the registration. They give you the license. They give you the inspection. They don't have to give you any of that.
They don't, but they did. That's my point. I'm just saying, if they gave it to me, I did everything I was supposed to get it. That doesn't give them the right to just take it away for any reason.
No, I'm saying that eventually these are going to be pre-built into cars, so that way, you either use the car or you don't.
Well, that's what we're talking about. Is another thing where I just said, well, that's where we have to really push back and make sure that never happens because the technology is there already.
Some of the things will be X'd out.
It's there already.
The facial recognition, the eye shit, that'll be X'd out. But the speed limit, the GPS speed. Now, I will say, you know what? I just thought of one thing. The GPS thing, it is a violation in terms of you cannot monitor where this person is going all the time. Okay, that's not your job. You can now, if it only monitors speed, that's one thing. But a GPS device doesn't only monitor speed. It monitors where they are going. And that is illegal search and seizure. It violates the Fourth Amendment. Okay, Jay, we have got to go. An hour goes by really fast, I tell you.
Yep.
All right, so guys, make sure you check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Like we said, Father's Day is coming up. You got the 250th anniversary of the United States. You got the 2026 midterms. I mean, there is no better time to show where you stand in America right now. Max Associates has all the best patriotic apparel and pride gifts, and they give you 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You can't beat that. It's just not, there's no other company out there that's going to give you 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States. maxassociates.etsy.com. Make sure you check it out. Also, make sure you guys follow us and subscribe on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. It's all Secret America TV. That's the screen name for all of those. If you guys would follow us and subscribe, we'd really appreciate it. You can also follow Jay on TikTok at @opinionsvary with an A. We are no longer on TikTok, and I don't know how much longer we're going to be on YouTube. They hit us with a copyright violation every single episode for the intro and outro song, despite the fact that we win the dispute every single episode because we have those songs licensed for the podcast. So I don't know how much longer that's going to last because it's an angering thing. As soon as I get off here, they're going to hit us with a copyright. I'm going to have to dispute it, and it's getting tiring, Jay.
Yeah, it's crazy. YouTube is so difficult. They're all difficult. And guys, Instagram, if you're on Instagram, please give us a follow on Instagram. It's a very difficult platform for us to grow on. But if you follow us on there, you see our stuff, hit the like, and maybe tell the algorithm that maybe people like us. It is impossible for conservative or moderate shows to grow on Instagram, YouTube, etc. So we would appreciate it.
Definitely. That's why we have a big following on X and Rumble, but the other ones, it's so hard to grow. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Yep. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching the show. We hope everybody has a great weekend. We will be back and better than ever Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.